silencing him instantly. MMFF, Flash grunts, his eyes wide with fear. Spidey drops to the floor, his movements fluid and professional. Okay, so? Sorry you got kidnapped and all that, but I need you to tell me everything you told the police about the people who kidnapped you, who thought you were me. Where did they take you? What did they want from me? Spidey demands, leaning in close. Flash can only blink, the reality of the situation finally sinking in. Spidey stands over him, the silence of the room punctuated only by the frantic breathing of the family. You know, when the webbing dissolves, he begins, his voice full of quiet menace. Later that night, Spider-Man stands on a rooftop overlooking a derelict warehouse district. Okay, this is where my kidnappers took Flash, but why? What to do? What should I do? Go in? What if it's a trap? I should just go home. Making Flash wet himself and almost being stupid enough to out myself to Aunt May is certainly enough for one day. But I do think Kitty's right. If I take the fight to whoever this Silver Lady and her backup band are, then I can wrap this up and try to go on about my life. I'd like to have my nervous breakdown with little to no distraction so I can really savor it. So they took him here and tried to talk to him, me? About what? Is there any way it could be a good talk? Maybe it was a hey, here's $1 million and a basket of chocolate-covered popcorn talk. Whoa, Spider-Sense just went. Suddenly, a grappling hook snakes out of the darkness, wrapping itself tightly around Spidey's wrist. Damn, so close. A mercenary shouts from a nearby rooftop. Spidey doesn't blink, his voice calm and mocking. Not really. With a flick of his wrist, he jerks the line, sending the mercenary tumbling from his vantage point. Ah! The merc yells as his weapon is ripped from his hands. Spidey is already in motion, his movements a blur of red and blue as he dodges a flurry of specialized projectiles. Well, he begins, his voice full of easy confidence. Wow, you guys got all kinds of toys, don't ya? He asks as he fires a twin stream of webbing, pinning another merc to a brick wall. Nuts! The merc yells as he's rendered helpless. Suddenly, a female mercenary in a baseball cap lunges at him, her fists flying in a flurry of train strikes. Ha! She yells, but Spidey effortlessly parries her attack. Ha yourself, he retorts. He flips over her, his movements fluid and precise. You, she begins, her voice tight with effort. She tries to kick him, but Spidey catches her foot midair. Can't, she grunts, her eyes narrowed in frustration. He tosses her aside with a casual flick of his wrist. When, he adds, his voice light and mocking. She lunges again, her determination unshaken. Ha! She yells as she swings a powerful roundhouse kick. But Spidey is already gone, his voice echoing from the shadows. At this. She turns, her face a mask of shock as he appears behind her. Ha! She begins, but Spidey is already firing another web line. He pins her against a nearby structure, her movements instantly restricted by the super-strong adhesive. Ha! He continues, his voice dripping with easy confidence. He swings through the air, his voice a relentless torrent of mocking commentary. Ha! Spider powers. The mercenary struggles against the webbing, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated frustration. Gack! Tack powers! She screams, but it's already too late. She is completely incapacitated, pinned against the brickwork by Spidey's webbing. Wog! She grunts. Spidey lands nearby, his voice light and mocking. No offense or anything, guys. He dodges another projectile, his movements a blur of speed and precision. Spack! I might have to bail, he mutters as more mercenaries emerge from the shadows. He fires a series of web lines, creating a tangled net that traps the remaining mercs. Don't! One of them yells. You guys are so beneath me, Spidey retorts. He lands on the ground, his eyes narrowed behind his mask as he looks up at the remaining mercenaries on the roof. Too fast, he whispers to himself. He lunges at a merc with a heavy-duty energy weapon. Gah! The merc yells as Spidey disarms him with a single kick. The mercenary is sent tumbling from the roof, his weapon clattering onto the pavement below. I'll be embarrassed to tell anyone I even was up here, Spidey quips as the merc yells. Ow! He stands on the edge of the roof, his figure silhouetted against the night sky. Seriously, this is an all-time low for me, and I've fought Kraven the Hunter. He looks down at the tangled mess of mercenaries on the ground, their weapons scattered and their pride utterly shattered. "Ow, now what do you have to say for yourselves?" he asks. "They were just following orders." Someone mutters from the shadows. Silver Sable emerges from the gloom, her face a mask of cool, professional detachment. "There's a certain someone who has paid us a lot of money to bring you to them. That's all, nothing personal, and we're not trying to hurt you." Spidey looks at her, his voice full of disbelief. "Oh, well, why didn't you just say so?" he quips, his hands gesturing mockingly. Suddenly, a loud beep sounds from Sable's wrist-mounted device. Thwip, thwip. Spidey instantly fires 2 web lines, pinning her arms to her sides. He stands over her, his figure looming in the moonlight. "You guys suck. Entirely," he says, his voice flat and uncompromising. "I mean, there is not one area of this whole thing you tried here that you don't suck at. Maybe hair care, that you seem to have down. But this other stuff with the kidnapping and the attacking me, you totally embarrassed yourself. You should be fighting someone along the lines of Ant-Man. That's about the level you're at. And now, to top it all off, I am going to use your own cell phone to call the police and have you thrown in stupid people jail, where you will have to sit next to Omega Red for the rest of your life." Sable's expression remains cold and unwavering. "We're not here to kill you. Kill me, kidnap Muhatever," Spidey retorts. "We're not trying to hurt you in any way. We were hired to find you and bring you to someone." Spidey scoffs, his attention turning back to the device on his wrist. "Aha, our employer would like to speak with you. Is your employer Kelly Ripa?" he quips. "No," Sable replies, her voice tight with frustration. Spidey prepares to end the conversation. "Then I'm not interested," he says, his finger reaching for the button. Suddenly, his spider sense blares a warning. Spider sense. He turns to the female merc he pinned earlier. "Huh," she grunts, her eyes narrowed in a mix of surprise and determination. Spidey looks at the device in his hand, his brow furrowed in thought. He mutters, the situation taking an unexpected turn. Sable's face is a mask of dawning horror as she realizes what is about to happen. Her eyes widen as she looks at the device in Spidey's hand. Spidey presses a button with a single, definitive click. Boop. The alley is suddenly flooded with a blinding, crackling energy as the device in Spidey's hand detonates, sending a wave of electricity surging through his entire body. "Ag!" he screams in agony. Sable looks on with a grim, triumphant smile as Spidey slumps to the ground, his muscles seizing. "Done," one of the mercs yells. "Ha, what's an Ant-Man?" another mocks. "Cut us out of here. I want to wrap this up tonight," Sable commands. One of the mercs sheepishly looks at his leader. I left my knife in the van," he admits, his face turning bright red with embarrassment. Sable stares at him, her silence more scathing than any words could ever be. The mission is far from over, and her team is proving to be more of a hindrance than a help. The night deepens over Queens. The mystery of the mercenaries and their employer remains unsolved, with the real Spider-Man caught in their web. The city sleeps, but the forces of shadow are moving, their ultimate goal still hidden in the darkness of a world that is far more dangerous than it seems. Elsewhere, in the silence of another world, the Golden Vision stands bathed in a sea of glowing orbs. "What are you doing, Vision? What are all these lights?" Sam Wilson asks, his voice filled with awe and confusion. "I'm simply reading every book and every word your world has to offer, Dr. Wilson. Tuning into every thought and conversation for a hint of how we'll stop the coming of Galactus," she explains, her voice calm and analytical. "What a species you are, so new and yet so clever. Your exponential learning curve is like nothing I've encountered," her narrative voiceover continues. "It was wise to keep this threat a secret, only telling those with the skills and personality to help. Did you realize that humanity has made more advances in the last 5 decades than in the previous 5 billion years combined? Incredible. I like these people. Their compassion is enormous. For all their intelligence, they have yet to forget what they are fighting for. I see pride swallowed, axes buried. Hope and strength that's almost beyond measure," she continues, the images showing a man in a Stars and Stripes uniform kneeling in prayer in a quiet church. "I can see everything, Sam, and understand why you would do anything to preserve this little species. Vision's voice whispers through the silence of space. I see their music and their art, their literature and their laughter, their kindness, their beauty, and all their secret passions. She observes a scene between two members of the X-Men. How can you just meditate at a time like this? Jean Grey asks. Logan looks up with a weary gaze. I ain't afraid to die, Jeannie. God's honest truth, it's been a long time common. You come down here for anything in particular? He asks. Jean looks at him, her eyes filled with unspoken longing. I was just thinking, Logan, if these dreams I've been having are correct, if all these visions of total extinction are completely on the money, well, I don't want to die wishing there was something I'd said to the people who, really matter. Logan turns away, his face hardening into a mask of grim determination. Don't say another word, he commands, his voice gruff and emotionless. Jean blinks in shock. What are you talking about? Don't say something you'll just regret later, he warns her, his eyes fixed on some distant horizon. The silence between them is thick with everything they are both too afraid to say. The world stands on the brink of absolute annihilation, and even the strongest heroes find themselves forced to confront their own mortality and the secrets they've kept hidden from the world. Vision's golden face fills the frame, her eyes glowing with an ancient, terrifying knowledge. Everything, she whispers, a single word that carries the weight of 1 billion dead civilizations and the uncertain future of the Earth. Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Silver. The narrator begins over a portrait of a scowling child. She was a very angry girl. Chaos erupts on a playground as young Silver tackles a boy twice her size. Some say it's because her father was never home. Some say it's because her mommy drank and was mean for no reason. Years later, a hardened Silver opens her door to a large, bald man in a suit. When Silver was older, he told her that her father was on his deathbed, and his dying wish was to see his only daughter. Silver stands at her father's bedside, her anger momentarily replaced by a crushing sense of duty. She was instantly overwhelmed by a need to help her father, but it was too late. Her father's associates stand in the shadows as he reveals his secret life. Daddy was a Nazi hunter. He dedicated his life to tracking war criminals from Brazil to the heartland of the United States. The dying man looks into Silver's eyes, whispering his final regrets. Daddy said this was so important that he had to be away from his daughter, whom he loved more than anything. Silver's eyes well with tears as the life leaves her father's body. She heard her daddy whisper to the angels that he didn't want to leave yet, but the angels took Daddy away. Silver confronts the group of grim-faced men, her voice steady and demanding. Teach me everything my daddy taught you. Teach me how to find men who don't want to be found. One of the men warns her of the moral cost, but Silver doesn't flinch. Sometimes you take jobs for money to pay for the work that means the most. Silver said, I don't care. I'll do whatever it takes. In the present, Silver Sable's intense gaze dominates the room as she presents her captive. Mr. Roxon, this is Spiderman, she says coldly. Sable and her team look down at the web-slinger sprawled on the floor of a high-rise garden. He's smaller than I thought he'd be, Donald Roxon remarks from above. Sable reaches down with a gloved hand. Take that stupid mask off his head, Roxon orders, and she complies with a sharp tug. Roxon stares at the face of Peter Parker, stunned by the youth before him. Wow, he looks so young. I have a son not a year older. Roxon's fear begins to outweigh his curiosity. Maybe this was a mistake, he stammers, but Sable points to the table of Peter's gear. Clearly he doesn't want to be outed. Wake him up. One of the mercenaries holds a vial under Peter's nose. FFFTT, cough, Peter sputters as he's jolted back to consciousness. Peter's eyes widen as he finds himself face to face with the billionaire. Spiderman? Roxon asks, peering closely at him. Peter struggles against his restraints, his head spinning. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Roxon says, but I was so desperate to talk to you. Sable and her wild pack stand like statues, their shadows looming over the unmasked hero. Peter realizes the gravity of his situation. Peter groans as the reality of the cool air on his face sinks in. My mask is off, isn't it? He mutters with a grimace. The billionaire leans in, his face etched with confusion. "Who are you? You don't know me?" he asks. Peter simply replies, "No." Peter looks up at him, genuinely bewildered. What?" he asks, trying to make sense of the man's line of questioning. Roxanne continues, his voice rising in disbelief. You know that on numerous occasions, you have single-handedly saved my company and employees from vicious attacks." Peter interrupts, his voice cracking with urgency. "I want out of here, I mean it," he shouts, ignoring Roxanne's recommendations. Roxanne gestures to his high-tech surroundings. "Listen, just listen, I am under siege. My family, my company, everywhere I turn. What is your connection to Roxanne Industries?" Peter's patience snaps as he glares at his kidnapper. "Dude, you listen. I have no idea what you're talking about." Roxanne pulls up security footage on a laptop, showing Spider-Man clashing with a costumed villain. "No, look, okay? You people see that? You see what I just did to him?" The laptop records the Tinkerer shouting. Peter watches the grainy footage of himself in action. "Okay, yeah, that was me, but..." He starts to explain, trailing off. The video shows the Tinkerer mocking the web-slinger. "What are you, 12, president of the Dr. Octopus fan club?" The screen villain sneers. Peter sighs, trying to maintain some dignity. I was just swinging by and tried to do the right thing. I didn't even look at the logo on the buildings." Roxanne's face hardens as he processes Peter's claim of ignorance. "You have nothing to do with me?" he asks with narrow eyes. Peter leans forward as much as the cuffs allow. "I wonder why people would be dressing in bad costumes and attacking you. Now I want to, and I'm the good guy." The frustration finally boils over into a scream. "Man, will someone put my mask on? God," Peter bellows. Roxanne looks to Sable, who is watching the exchange with detached interest. "We can run his prints, see if he's lying," she suggests. Peter snaps, "I hate you all." A technician moves toward Peter, grabbing his hand. "Come on, just hold still. Come on," he urges while Peter resists. A green light scans Peter's fingers as they are pressed against a portable device. A low hum vibrates through the air. The Wild Pack members gather around the tech. "Wireless StarkTech 535 spy scan. I tinkered with it so it hooks onto a global server hacker system," the tech boasts. The screen glows as it searches through classified databases. "Server connected. Scanning for match. Hold." Miles away at the SHIELD headquarters known as the Triskelion, an alarm sounds. "Boop. Colonel Fury," a voice calls out. Nick Fury's face appears on a massive monitor in the SHIELD command center. "I'm busy. Who is Peter Parker?" the agent asks as the high-level alert blares. Fury's single eye narrows as he assesses the situation. "Triangulate the location and send a stealth recon team. I want an on-site report, but do not engage." The agents scramble to follow orders. "Yes, sir, but who is Peter?" one starts to ask before being shut down by a superior. "Are you out of your mind?" Back at Roxanne, the technician's eyes go wide. Sable, we're being triangulated," he stammers. Sable moves with predatory speed, smashing the spy device. "Wild Pack move," she commands as sparks fly from the ruined tech. Sable barks orders as the team prepares to vanish. "This place is burnt. SHIELD or the feds, that means he's tagged, he's protected." Donald Roxanne stares in pure, unadulterated terror. What do we do?" he whispers, realization finally sinking in. The scene shifts to a fairy tale-style narration. Once upon a time, there was a little boy named Donald. Donald was a very rich boy. His father was very rich. A montage shows a young Donald partying through his youth. Donald didn't need money. He didn't have to try hard at anything. He just tried to have a good time. Donald stands before a massive, imposing tombstone labeled Roxanne. When Donald's father died, he left the entire pharmaceutical empire to him, which surprised Donald a bit. Donald sits alone at the head of a gargantuan boardroom table. Donald realized maybe he should have studied more. He was surrounded by enemies, cruel men like Norman Osborn and Justin Hammer. Roxanne's face is a mask of misery as Sable's team prepares their exit. "We bail, we're leaving the country," she tells him, "and we'll find you faster than we found him." Roxanne gestures frantically at Peter. Just leave him here, but he's seen us, you have to finish this. He can incriminate me. Sable remains unmoved, her team already heading for the shadows. What do you want me to say? You hired us to do a job. We did a job, she replies coldly. Peter looks between them, his face bruised and his mask missing. Man, we're going to have to get plastic surgery again, aren't we? He quips weakly. Roxanne clenches his fists, shouting after the departing mercenaries. Wait, someone needs to answer for this. I'll make sure you. Peter grits his teeth, the tension in the room suddenly shifting as his spider sense begins to scream. A close-up on the metal cuffs around Peter's wrists reveals they are being stressed to the breaking point. Sable stops, turning back as she hears a strange sound. Guys, one of her wild pack members murmurs, sensing the danger. The metal restraints lie shattered on the ground next to a knocked-over trash can. The boy is gone. The wild pack looks up at the ceiling, their weapons raised. You gotta give it to the kid, that's pretty damn imprez, SHHH, you guys hear. A massive, fiery explosion rips through the floor, engulfing the room in a blinding orange blast that sends bodies tumbling through the air. High above the Manhattan skyline, a column of fire and smoke billows out of the side of the Roxanne skyscraper. Amidst the rubble and smoke, a mercenary clings desperately to the edge of a shattered window. Og! He cries out as his grip slips. Donald Roxanne is shown free-falling through the night air, his arms flailing as the street rushes up to meet him. The perspective shifts, showing the terrifying height from which Roxanne is plummeting, surrounded by falling glass and debris. A close-up of a wild pack member shows the shock and horror on her face as she watches her employer fall. Far below, the city traffic continues its slow crawl, oblivious to the tragedy unfolding hundreds of feet above. Suddenly, a familiar red and blue figure streaks through the frame. Once upon a time, there was a little boy named Peter Parker. Peter had an Uncle Ben who taught him a lesson. Spider-Man snatches Roxanne out of the air, their momentum swinging them toward the building's facade. That with great power, there must also come great responsibility. The web-slinger secures Roxanne against the side of the building, the massive logo acting as a temporary anchor. I didn't, Roxanne stammers. Yeah, Peter replies. Peter finishes webbing the billionaire to the O of the Roxanne sign. And that's why, while most people would run away, Peter stays and fights the good fight. High above the city, Spider-Man leaps from a plume of smoke, hurtling toward a massive, winged figure. I don't know who you are, but I promise you're getting a face full of W. The Vulture, a man in a green mechanical bird suit, dives through the air, his talons outstretched and ready to strike. Across the street, a SHIELD agent watches through a high-tech scope. This is Agent Sharon Carter. I have full view of an ongoing mid-air conflict between Spider-Man and an unidentified man in a flying suit. Carter adjusts her headset, her expression focused as she records the encounter. As ordered, I am observing, recording, and not engaging, switching to full cloak. Over. Back at the Triskelion, Tony Stark and Nick Fury watch the feed. Spider-Man is chasing a skinny, bald guy in a big bird outfit, Fury observes dryly. Now there's a sentence you don't hear every day. Tony Stark moves to leave the room. I'll go put on the Iron Man armor, he offers, but Fury stops him. Actually, no, let this play out for a minute. Fury leans in, staring at the monitor. Why? Paint me a picture, Agent, he demands. Carter responds, images should be coming in now. Over. The main monitor displays a live aerial shot of Spider-Man swinging after the Vulture through the canyon of skyscrapers. This is Nick Fury at the Triskelion, reading you loud and clear, Agent. Sharon Carter's face is illuminated by the glow of her equipment. Here comes footage, she reports as the data streams through. In the wreckage of the Roxanne building, Sable's team regroups. Sable, what should we do? One asks. We should get the hell out of here, she barks back. The Vulture's metallic claws flex as he glides through the air. Yap it up, kid. After tonight, I'm going to double my quote, he snarls. Spider-Man swings beneath him, dodging a pair of falling bombs. Yap, who says yap? Oh man, Peter quips, his voice tight with effort. Peter fires a web line, the white strand stretching thin as he maneuvers through the smoke-filled air above the city. The web line misses the vulture and catches a pair of falling grenades instead. Peter's eyes widen under his mask. Grenades? Oi with the grenades. The grenades detonate in midair, a massive boom, knocking Spider-Man off balance. Yow! He yells as he tumbles backward. Sharon Carter watches the explosion from her cloaked position, the light reflecting off the glass around her. The vulture banks sharply, looking back at the chaos he's caused. Damn, he mutters as he sees the spider still on his tail. Agent Carter provides a status update to command. I got a clear shot. The image is coming right to you, sir. Spider-Man swings down a darkened alleyway, the glowing windows of the surrounding offices blurring past him. On the SHIELD monitors, the vulture's face is framed by digital boxes. Got it. Run a full system cross-check. Recognize him? Fury asks. No, comes the reply. Two web lines fire simultaneously, anchoring themselves to the brickwork of a building with a sharp thwap. Thwap. The computer screen flashes a perfect match. The file reads, Blackie Drago, SHIELD, ID, 354,254. Status, decommissioned. Peter grunts with effort as he pulls back on his web lines, using them like a giant slingshot. Og. In the ruins, the wild pack is stunned by the sudden turn of events. Son of a Sable? SHH, they whisper among the flames. Spider-Man hurtles through the air, his body a blur of motion as he chases his winged adversary. Ah! Sharon Carter watches as the vulture dives straight toward her position on the rooftop, her hand going to her holstered sidearm. The web-slinger skids along the side of a building, his fingers clawing for purchase against the concrete and steel. Blackie Drago's face is a mask of pure malice as he prepares to finish the fight. Oh my God, Peter whispers to himself. Donald Roxon is still stuck to the building, his cries for help echoing into the night. Oh my God, please, I didn't do anything to deserve this. Spider-Man launches himself off a ledge, his eyes fixed on the vulture's mechanical wings. He's not finished yet. Sharon Carter draws her weapon, leveling it at the approaching threat. Her jaw is set with lethal intent. The vulture hovers over the helpless billionaire, his metallic claws reaching out. I'm sure you can think of something you did, he mocks. A sudden foom and a bright flash of light cut through the darkness, as a shot is fired from Sharon Carter's position. The vulture is hit midair, a violent impact that sends him spinning wildly away from his target. Og, he cries out. The wild pack watches from the rooftop, their confusion mounting. Damn it, what the hell is going on? One mercenary shouts. Donald Roxon's face is pale with terror as he witnesses the violence erupting all around him. Oh God, he whimpers. At the Triskelion, an agent asks for orders. Fury, should I engage? The guy in the bird outfit, Fury, interrupts. He's XSHIELD, hold on. Tony Stark's curiosity is piqued. How do you get to be XSHIELD? I thought it was a lifetime contract. Fury replies simply, it ain't easy. Stark turns to Fury, his expression serious. Kid's been through enough, he's got the goods. Fury stares back, I'm not testing him for that. The battle resumes as Spider-Man delivers a powerful kick to the vulture's back with a loud Spock. Man, I gotta tell you, Peter starts to say. The web-slinger hangs upside down from a web line, looking at the city below. I would love to go a week. Spider-Man tumbles through the air, narrowly dodging another explosive charge. Without someone trying to blow me up. The vulture glides back into view, a dark silhouette against the moonlit buildings. It's nice to have a dream, he sneers back. The mechanical birdman dives again, his wings creating a sharp whistling sound as they cut through the air. Peter skids across a rooftop with a series of metallic funk sounds. Okay, go back to the grenades, he yells, realizing the alternative is worse. Sharon Carter watches the techwear suit in action. Sir, I want one of these suits for my birthday. It's like Sam Wilson's getup only. Cool. Fury and Stark analyze the design. Who did make that suit? Keep an eye on that Silver Sable and her gang. Fury's eyes narrow. Who's Silver Sable? It's a whole thing. Back on the skyscraper, Donald Roxon's cell phone begins to ring with a cheerful doo-doo-doo melody. Og, he groans, still webbed up. Roxon fumbles with his hand, trying to reach his pocket. Oh my god, my phone? Yeah, yeah. Roxon manages to answer the call, his voice trembling with relief. Hello? Listen, please. I'm being held hostage but the voice on the other end stops him. Hello, Mr. Roxon. While Roxon pleads for help, Spider-Man and the Vulture continue their high-stakes chase around the massive Roxon letters. Sharon Carter intercepts the signal. Sir, I'm picking up a cell transmission off of Roxon. Fury responds instantly. We got it. The mystery caller's voice is cold and mocking. You really are a dumb percentage-at Roxon. People say that about you, but man, is it really true. Fury and his team listen in. Did our mystery bad guy actually called Roxon on the phone? Why would he do that? The caller continues his monologue. Because destroying you and your company at every turn really should be good enough, but I really do want you to know who did it. Fury turns to his tech agents. I'm triangulating the call, sir. Fury smiles grimly. We already got it, hell yes. The mystery man's voice grows more intense. You're a puppet, with no puppeteer, who doesn't even know he's a puppet. Spider-Man finally closes the gap, grabbing the Vulture from behind. What are you, 12 years old? The mercenary growls as they both plummet. Sharon Carter aims her weapon once more, her finger tightening on the trigger as the combatants lock into a death spiral. The screen fills with the muzzle flash of Carter's gun as she fires another decisive round with a loud bam. A blam sounds as the bullet grazes the Vulture's helmet, shattering the visor and dazing him. Whoa, Peter shouts. The Vulture goes into an uncontrolled spin, his engines sparking and trailing smoke. Great, now I have to save him, Peter complains. Roxon is still on the phone, his face glistening with sweat. Just tell me what you want and I can. Oh, I'm getting what I want, fat man, the caller retorts. At the Triskelion, the triangulation is complete. Traced it to Jersey. Get a team ready to go, Fury commands with a sharp gesture. The mystery caller's voice reaches a fever pitch of hatred. Your business is falling apart around you, you're not sure if you'll live or die, and it will never end. Roxon hangs suspended in his web cocoon, the city lights below mocking his current state of utter powerlessness. Spider-Man manages to fire a web line, snagging the falling Vulture with a thwap. I want you to know, he grunts through the effort. The Vulture lets out a pained "og" as the web line jerks his descent into a rough arc toward the ground. Peter secures the line, swinging his opponent away from a direct impact with the pavement, and saving you from a certain future as Bald Street Pizza. The web-slinger dodges a wild swing from the mercenary. I just don't want you landing on any innocent bystanders. Oh, that's cute. How you scream like a girl like that. Peter prepares one final maneuver. One more thing, he says, his body tensing for the impact as he dives toward the Vulture. With a powerful punch, Peter sends the Vulture careening through the air. Sorry about your face, he adds as the villain is knocked senseless. The Vulture is finally brought to a halt, webbed up and hanging from a golden statue like a strange, metallic fly caught in a trap. Spider-Man drops down from the building, landing with his characteristic agility in front of a growing crowd of onlookers. Peter looks around, checking for injuries among the bystanders. Okay, Hugh, no dead guys. You guys see anybody go splat? Yes, no, maybe. The hero slumps down, leaning his back against a wall as the adrenaline begins to fade. I'm just going to sit and enjoy the ground for a second. High above, the Roxon sign still holds the webbed-up billionaire, though the webs are beginning to show signs of damage. Peter looks up. Spider-Man swings back toward the ruins of the building. And of course, everyone has run away. All this and I have no idea what any of this was about. He realizes he's missing one very important person. Oh wait, I totally forgot I left a pudgy middle-aged yutz webbed to the side of a building. I hate when that happens. Peter arrives at the O only to find it empty. Oh man, did he fall? No, these were cut. Man, I hope he didn't fall. Peter looks out over the city one last time before swinging away. I got geometry homework anyhow. Big bald bird guy. In a darkened industrial area of New Jersey, a massive, armored figure emerges from the shadows. Good evening, the mechanical giant greets the intruders. Nick Fury and a squad of SHIELD agents in heavy tactical gear advance, their high-tech weapons aimed at the armor. The agents secure a cluttered laboratory filled with half-finished inventions and robotic parts. Okay, a nervous voice calls out. A man in a lab coat is surrounded by Fury's elite team. He realizes his game is up. Damn, I thought I bounced the trace, he mutters. The mystery caller's face is finally revealed. He's a small, unimposing man who looks completely out of place among his creations. Fury eyes the man with cold professional interest. Yeah, like we don't know how to work past that. So, what, you an inventor? I tinker, the man replies. Fury consults a tablet. Elijah Stern, you worked R&D for Roxxon and he fired you, so you had a temper tantrum. Fury continues his interrogation over the radio. You got him in custody. Make sure it's not booby-trapped before you try and remove it. It's not, Stern replies. Stern looks at Fury, his eyes filled with a desperate, obsessive fire. He fired me after I gave him the future. I gave it to him. The Tinkerer explains his work with fanatical intensity. I figured out how to use vibranium as a power source, and they shut down my department, downsized me. Stern's voice drips with venom as he speaks of his former boss. Roxxon's a fool. He screwed me, so I screwed him back. I bet he kills himself with pills. Fury is unimpressed by the motive. If you got yourself fired, how could you afford these suits? And how can you afford goons to put in them? Stern reveals the depth of his technological heist. I stole it all from Roxxon, and goons are easy. You can hire them out of Malaysia. I had to take him out with things I invented for him. Fury leans in, offering a deal that sounds more like a threat. You have two choices, Tinkerer. You work for me till I say you're done. You live under lock and key. Stern's face goes pale as Fury's shadow looms over him. Or, he asks, his voice barely a whisper. Fury doesn't hesitate, his eye fixed on the broken man. I shoot you for trying to escape and take all your toys anyhow. Stern's resolve vanishes instantly. He looks down, his hands trembling. Okay, let's do that first thing, he stammers. Fury turns to inspect the inventions in the lab. Hey, what's that over there? Oh, I call that the Slayer, Stern explains. Nice, Fury adds with a grim smile. The next morning, Donald Roxxon is swamped by reporters as he exits a building. Roxxon, how did Spiderman find you? What's the connection? They shout. The billionaire is practically shoved into his waiting limo by security. Spiderman? Roxxon? The questions continue to rain down on him. Inside the safety of the car, Roxxon lets out a breath of pure relief. Oh Lord, he exclaims, thinking the nightmare is over. But the car isn't empty. Silver Sable sits in the shadows, her gaze sharp and dangerous. You have my money? She asks coldly. Roxxon's fear returns instantly. Yeah, okay, I have your money, he stammers, reaching for a briefcase. Sable leans in close, her voice a low, lethal threat. If I ever see or hear from you again, I'll kill you in your sleep. The billionaire nods frantically, his eyes wide with terror. Okay, he whispers, his voice cracking. Sable's gaze is unwavering, her scarred face an image of cold finality. If my name is said out loud by you to anyone one day, you'll go to sleep and never wake up. Roxxon gulp, his face ashen. Okay, he repeats, unable to say anything else. Sable stares at him for a moment longer, ensuring her message is understood. Okay then, she says with a final, chilling note. The black limousine speeds away from the crowd, carrying the shaken tycoon and the mercenary into the distance. A figure in a Spider-Man costume stands in a darkened bedroom, silhouetted by the moonlight. Flash Thompson, the voice calls out. Flash stands in the doorway, brandishing a baseball bat with a defiant look on his face. Spider-Man, you commit crimes if you think that makes you a man. But if you threaten me and my family, we have problems. Spider-Man raises his hands in a gesture of peace. No, please, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I bring to you and the whole world. Flash continues his bravado, waving the bat. Well, you better get on out of here, or I'm warning you, it's clobbering time. The scene pulls back to reveal the entire encounter is a low-budget movie playing on a small TV. Caught in the spider's web, the Flash Thompson story. We'll be right back. Peter Parker sits on his bed, eating pizza and talking on a cell phone. Kitty, do you really think you should be laughing in my face this early in our relationship? At the X-Mansion, Kitty Pryde and the other X-Men are gathered around their TV, roaring with laughter. That's not me, that's Wolverine, she laughs into the phone. The next day at school, Flash basks in his 15 minutes of fame, surrounded by adoring girls. Peter walks past, unnoticed and unimpressed, already thinking about the next mission. In the heart of Manhattan, the city that never sleeps finds itself witness to a strange spectacle. Spider-Man stands immobilized on a public sidewalk, bound by thick metallic rings that pin his arms to his sides. It's going RRR to take a lot more than this to embarrass me in public, he grunts, his voice strained as he fights against the pressure. Beside him, a bystander looks on in confusion, while Peter quietly admits, well, not a lot more. The source of the chaos leaps into view, a man clad in a black and white suit, flinging metallic rings with wild, unearned confidence. You think I ain't ready, foe, a yo like you? He screams, dodging between parked cars. I'm the ringer. Straight up, I'm from Waldorf, Maryland. Spider-Man leaps into the air, the heavy rings clattering against the pavement as he narrowly avoids the next volley. What? What does that even mean? Peter thinks, his mind racing as fast as the projectiles. Am I dreaming? This seems like it might be a dream. No more jalapeno cheese popcorn before bed. The villain points a gloved finger, his mask hiding whatever twisted expression he's wearing. You gonna remember this face, Ringer bellows. You gonna remember who slapped you down like the mutant percentage you are. Peter crashes through a car window, the glass shattering into 1,000 diamonds. Slow down with the trash talk. I'm still stuck on that thing about you bragging about being from Maryland, the wall-crawler quips. I got it, did I miss a memo? Did Maryland become cool? Suddenly, a new figure descends from the skyscrapers, a young woman in a sleek yellow and green costume. I'm talkin' my diamonds, and you are gonna remember who done this to you? Ringer shouts, but the new hero isn't impressed. Yeah, you really should knock it off with the racist crap, Kitty Pryde says with a sigh. Ringer hesitates, caught off guard by the sudden intervention. Chuckle it up, mutie, he snarls, doubling down on his aggression even as the tide begins to turn. Kitty doesn't give him a second to breathe, delivering a sharp blow to the villain's side. Just sayin', she adds, her movement fluid and precise. Ringer stumbles, Kitty lands gracefully, glancing back at Peter who is still trapped in the hula hoops. You okay over there, sweetie? She asks. I stopped being able to breathe a few minutes ago, Peter wheezes, his voice muffled by the metal. The villain recovers, sending a flurry of rings toward Kitty. Gonna choke the stupid right out of ya, he screams, desperate to regain control of the fight. The rings pass harmlessly through Kitty as she phases through the attack with ease. Lotta tough talk from a guy who plays with hula hoops, she taunts. And you see how your whole shtick isn't working on me, right? Kitty closes the distance, her hands glowing as she reaches for the villain's tech. That means you're in trouble, she warns. Don't, Ringer cries out, his bravado finally vanishing. Kitty's hands pass through the Ringer's mechanical suit, causing a cascade of sparks. Arg, what are you doing to me? He screams. See, usually if I phase through something mechanical, like, this rather tacky suit of yours, I short-circuit the hell out of it, Kitty explains. That's a cool thing about me. The villain's equipment sputters and dies, leaving him vulnerable. So why isn't it working on you? He asks, his eyes wide behind his visor. Kitty muses, her mind already on the next step. She leans in close, her eyes narrowing as she delivers a final command. Stay right there, I'll be right back. Kitty leaves the Ringer to wallow in his defeat, moving quickly toward Peter. Anybody, have a pliers or something? Peter groans, slumped against the pavement. Actually having a lot of trouble breathing. Now. She kneels beside him, her voice soothing despite the chaos. Don't freak out on me, sweetie. This might feel a little weird, she whispers, reaching for the rings. In an instant, Kitty phases Peter directly through the metallic traps, leaving the rings and most of his clothes behind. Whoa, Peter exclaims as he tumbles onto the sidewalk. Peter stands there, mask on but shirt gone, looking like the victim of a very specific robbery. You phased me, he notes. I didn't know you could phase other people. If I grab and focus, Kitty replies, and now I have no shirt. Bonus for me, she quips. Peter scans the street, looking for their target. Where'd the bad guy go? Kitty points toward a nearby alleyway. Hula Hoop Man is running that way. Web the crap out of him. Spider-Man springs into action, firing a web line that catches the ringer mid-stride. Come on, he shouts as the villain is yanked back. The ringer turns, trapped against a massive wall of webbing. All right, you mutant freaks, showdown it is, he yells, his voice cracking with fear. Despite his threats, the villain is clearly outmatched, stumbling as he tries to find an exit. "Og, that was so damn close," he mutters, his Maryland pride nowhere to be found. Peter fires a double volley, pinning the ringer's arms to the wall with two thick webs. The fight is over. Spider-Man perches on a ledge above the crowd, looking down at the defeated villain. "Nice," he says, impressed by Kitty's work. "I have my moments," she replies, standing triumphantly over the ringer. The ringer's suit continues to smoke and spark. The short-circuit Kitty caused final and absolute. "Og," the villain groans as his equipment dies completely. Kitty points a gloved finger as a realization hits her. "Oh, the mechanisms in his back, duh," she exclaims, her eyes widening behind her mask. A massive explosion of light and sound erupts as the suit's battery core finally gives out, sending a shockwave through the street. Spider-Man leaps away from the blast, his reflexes saving him from the burst of energy. "Kitty," he yells in concern. Kitty stands in the middle of the smoking debris, completely unharmed. "You do understand about the mutant phasing power of mine and me not getting hurt and stuff?" she asks. "Knee-jerk reaction," Peter admits, "but I get boyfriend points for trying." "Technically," Kitty smiles. Augustus Beezer stands amidst a wall of monitors, a shark-like grin plastered across his face as he addresses a global audience. "For weeks you've waited for this legendary broadcast to return, and that moment is now," he announces with practiced theatricality. The screens flicker to life, showcasing a brutal, chaotic struggle deep within the dense jungles of Krakoa Island. The Ultimate X-Men are under heavy fire, caught in a trap that feels all too real for a television program. Optic blasts and tracer rounds illuminate the foliage as the heroes scramble for cover. This isn't just a competition, it's a public execution being packaged as entertainment. Beezer gestures toward a profile of their newest star, a mercenary clad in black and red. "We have our newest superstars, Deadpool and his ragtag gang of cybernetic reavers, front and center," the host boasts. Archival footage flickers across the screen, showing the men who would eventually become the reavers. They were hand-picked soldiers, united by a singular, burning hatred for the mutant race. The footage reveals the horrific biological and mechanical upgrades these men underwent to become killing machines. "These are the most dedicated soldiers on the planet Earth," Beezer continues, his voice dripping with admiration. A close-up of Deadpool's mask fills the screen, his white eyes narrowed in cold determination. The broadcast makes its promise clear to every viewer at home: the X-Men will die today. The camera pans out to show the full scale of the ambush as the heroes are overwhelmed by sheer firepower. Spider-Man swings into the fray, an unexpected guest in a game where the rules are written in blood. Explosions rock the ground, sending debris flying as the Reavers press their advantage. Deadpool leads the charge, his movements a blur of calculated violence. He lunges at Nightcrawler, a kick connecting with a sickening thud. "It's the blue smelly one. What's his face?" Deadpool mocks as he dominates the fight. Spider-Man barely manages to dodge a volley of gunfire, his spider sense screaming a warning that nearly comes too late. "Oops, I'm running like a girl the wrong way," Peter quips, though his heart is racing. Nightcrawler teleports just in time to avoid a lethal strike, finding a moment of reprieve alongside the wallcrawler. "Dank," Kurt gasps, though he knows the safety won't last long. Back on the pre-recorded tape, Deadpool's voice is cold and detached. I'd rather just slice their throats while they sleep in their beds," he admits to the interviewer. He views his targets not as people, but as prey to be hunted for the world to see. To him, the broadcast is a way to remind the world that mutants are nothing more than animals. The mercenary stares into the lens, his mask hiding whatever twisted expression lies beneath. Soon, America and Europe will understand this too, he prophesies. Live footage shows Kitty Pryde and Spider-Man desperately navigating the canopy to avoid the Reaver patrols. Deadpool claims the world wants to see this because it validates their own dominance over the planet. He laments the absence of Magneto, wishing he could tear into the master of magnetism instead of these babies. But for Wadey Wilson, any target will do for now. Augustus Beezer touches his earpiece, listening to a producer's update with a delighted smile. The ratings are climbing as the violence escalates. He prepares to transition back to the live feed, knowing the viewers are hungry for a kill. The spectacle is only just beginning. On the island, Deadpool pauses his assault to speak directly to the cameras hidden in the brush. "Yeah, I can hear you," he growls, acknowledging the host's voice in his ear. Beezer leans forward in his chair, intrigued by the presence of a New York icon. "What's going on down there? Is that really the Spider-Man?" he asks eagerly. A camera captures a grainy shot of the masked wall crawler, confirming the producer's suspicions. A celebrity cameo only makes the broadcast more valuable. Deadpool shrugs, viewing Peter's arrival as a mere bonus to his original contract. "He was with the team when we detained them, so we took him too," the mercenary explains dismissively. The host asks if the web-slinger is a mutant, wondering if he fits the target demographic for their execution. The uncertainty only adds to the intrigue for the millions watching at home. Deadpool doesn't care about the labels, he only cares about the result. "Either way, the guy just zapped me but good just now. He ain't walkin' out of here," he promises. He finishes his report by vowing to twist the wall crawler's head around like a screw cap. The threat is delivered with a chilling lack of emotion. Deep in the shadows of the undergrowth, Peter and Kitty huddle together, whispering as they try to formulate a plan. They are being hunted like deer, and the cameras are everywhere. Peter tries to keep their spirits up with jokes, but the gravity of their situation is setting in. "Let's just swing on out of here and call the cops. We'll call Nick Fury," he suggests desperately. Kitty looks at him with genuine fear in her eyes, reminding him that the cameras likely have microphones. One wrong word could reveal their true identities to half the planet. The conversation shifts to the missing Professor Xavier, their only hope for leadership in this nightmare. Suddenly, Peter's spider sense flares, more intense than it has been all night. A massive explosion tears through the trees behind them, throwing the two teenagers forward. The Reavers have found their location, and they aren't pulling any punches. Two heavily armed cyborgs emerge from the smoke, their mechanical eyes glowing with lethal intent. "So close," one taunts as he readies his weapon. The leader of the squad orders his men to hush, sensing that more prey is nearby. The jungle is alive with the hum of electronics and the sound of charging energy weapons. The Reavers are relentless, their cybernetic enhancements allowing them to track the heroes through the thickest foliage. "It ain't over yet," one grunts, his voice a metallic rasp. Deadpool checks his gear, his mind already calculating the most efficient way to corner the remaining X-Men. He hears the explosion and knows the end of the show is near. Men are jumpy, their biological parts reacting to the stress even as their machines remain cold. They are waiting for the order to move in for the kill. Cyclops bursts from the tree line, his visor glowing with the promise of a devastating optic blast. "Who are you people?" he roars, demanding answers as he prepares to fire. The battle erupts in a frenzy of metal and energy as Scott Summers unleashes his power. He carves through the Reaver ranks, but they are more resilient than any foes the X-Men have faced before. Back in the studio, Beezer watches the feed of Angel being hounded through the sky. The broadcast cut is expertly timed to maximize the drama of the chase. Angel flies with everything he has, his wings straining against the wind as he tries to outmaneuver the gunships. Deadpool watches from the ground, a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The host provides a running commentary, treating the life-or-death struggle like a Sunday morning football game. He is entirely disconnected from the reality of the violence he's promoting. Warren Worthington dives toward the trees, hoping the canopy will provide enough cover to lose his pursuers. The cameras track his every movement from above. A pilot in the gunship grins as he locks onto the winged mutant's heat signature. He has the target in his sights, and his finger hovers over the trigger. Augustus Beezer leans back, enjoying the suspense as the gunship closes in. This is the content that keeps his sponsors happy and his ratings high. The pilot's expression is one of pure, sadistic joy as he prepares to unleash a volley of missiles. For him, this is the ultimate thrill ride. A caption box flashes across the screen, echoing the sentiments of the heartless viewers. "Oh, that had to hurt," it reads as a missile detonates near the hero. The broadcast continues to frame the slaughter as a necessary lesson for the next generation. "Look at this, kids. This is the future of mankind," the text declares morbidly. Radio chatter from the gunships plays over the music, adding a gritty layer of realism to the production. They have a visual on the target, and they are closing in for the finish. The pilots trade banter, their words dripping with malice as they boast about their proximity to the winged one. They are hunting a human being, yet they speak as if they are pest control. Suddenly, a bright flash of light erupts on the screen, catching both the pilots and the studio audience off guard. Something has entered the airspace, and it wasn't part of the script. Beezer tries to regain control of the narrative as the screen shows Angel tumbling through the air. "We sure did, Copter 1. That's the Angel," he shouts, trying to keep the energy up. Angel is hit, a scream of agony escaping his lips as he spirals toward the ground. He is defenseless against the superior technology of the Mojo-funded hunters. The pilot confirms the hit, but he's frustrated when the mutant disappears into the thick foliage below. He asks the ground crew if they still have a visual. He grumbles about the wingspan making the target too easy to miss, unaware that a blue blur is closing in on his cockpit. The hunter is about to become the hunted. Beezer's eyes go wide as he sees Nightcrawler materialize right behind the pilot's seat. Watch it. One of them's behind, he warns, too late to stop the inevitable. A fist made of hard-packed muscle slams into the pilot's head with a resounding crack. The gunship's interior is bathed in the sparks of short-circuiting electronics. Kurt Wagner glares at the remaining cameras, his eyes glowing with a righteous fury. "X-Men, if you can see this, I've got a ride. Let's get out of here," he calls out to his friends. Deadpool watches the gunship begin to veer wildly off course, his annoyance mounting. "What an idiot," he mutters, watching his air support fail in real time. A massive cannon on the ground rotates, tracking the stolen gunship as it tries to flee. A single shot rings out, turning the rescue attempt into a ball of flame. Deadpool stands amidst the wreckage, his posture calm even as the jungle burns around him. He is the master of this domain, and he knows the heroes have nowhere left to run. Augustus Beezer laughs off the destruction of the expensive hardware, seeing it only as more high-octane footage for the highlight reel. He is having the time of his life. Deadpool melts back into the shadows, his camouflaged suit making him nearly invisible against the bark of the trees. He is the ghost in the machine, and he's ready for the final act. The camera shifts to a split screen, showing the terrified faces of the young mutants as they realize the world is watching them die. The host gleefully points out the irony of their situation. Spiderman is caught in the coils of a mechanical snare, his strength failing him as the machines drain his energy. A nearby security camera records his struggle in cold, clinical black and white. Beezer tries to establish a direct link with Deadpool, seeking a soundbite to close out the segment. The audience is demanding blood, and he's determined to give it to them. A montage of the night's highlights plays across the monitors, a grotesque celebration of the suffering inflicted on the X-Men. Each panel shows a different hero at their lowest point. The host mocks Peter's attempts to reach out to the viewers, painting his pleas for help as nothing more than a desperate performance. "Oh man," he chuckles as Spidey begs for someone to call the authorities. Peter stares directly into one of the hidden cameras, his voice cracking with emotion as he tries to break through the fourth wall. "People, listen, they're actually trying to kill us," he screams. He looks at Kitty, his mask reflecting her own terror. He realizes that for the people at home, this is just a show, and they are nothing more than pixels on a screen. Kitty reaches out to him, her fingers brushing against the fabric of his suit. They are alone in a world that has turned their survival into a spectator sport. A sniper watches them through a thermal scope, his crosshairs hovering over Peter's chest. The hunter is patient, waiting for the host to give the signal for the final kill shot. The camera zooms in on a piece of high-tech equipment, a device designed to disrupt the powers of any mutant caught in its field. The trap is closing, and there is no escape. The screen goes black, filled only by the scrolling text of the viewer's live reactions. They aren't horrified, they are laughing, cheering for the death of the mutant menace. Spider-Man freezes, his head whipping around as he senses a presence nearby. "Wait, they're here. They're here somewhere," he whispers, his voice barely audible over the wind. Storm descends from the sky like a vengeful goddess, lightning crackling around her fingertips as she unleashes the full fury of the elements. The Reavers are tossed aside like ragdolls by the sudden gale. She blasts a hole through a group of attackers, her eyes glowing white with power. "You guys are gonna burn down the whole island?" A Reaver screams as he's engulfed in a bolt of energy. Augustus Beezer watches his set begin to crumble as the storm's effects reach the studio. The Weather Witch has changed the channel, and the host is losing his grip on the production. The rain begins to pour, drenching the combatants and making the ground slick with mud and oil. Spider-Man and the X-Men regroup, find a second wind as the goddess of weather leads the counterattack. The battle reaches its zenith as the heroes finally take the fight to their captors. Colossus smashes through a line of cyborgs, his metallic skin shrugging off their desperate attempts to stop him. A Reaver is sent flying by a powerful concussive blast, his armor sparking as it hits the ground. The tide has turned, but the danger is far from over. Deadpool and Spider-Man lock in a brutal melee, the wall crawler's agility pitted against the mercenary's lethal precision. Every strike is intended to kill, and only Peter's instincts keep him alive. The web-slinger connects with a powerful haymaker, sending Deadpool stumbling back into the brush. "What does it take for you to go night-night?" Peter quips, though his breath is coming in ragged gasps. He doesn't give the mercenary a chance to recover, pinning him against a tree and preparing to rip off the mask. He needs to see the face of the monster who turned his life into a reality show. Back in the studio, the feed begins to stutter and tear, the host's voice breaking up as the power fails. We're having some technical diffy," he manages before the screen goes dark. In a small clearing, the heroes find a sight that stops them in their tracks. Professor Charles Xavier lies on the ground, hooked up to a series of wires and glowing sensors, his face a mask of agony. Augustus Beezer is back on the air, standing in front of a flickering monitor that shows the heroes hovering over their fallen leader. "Hello, I'm Augustus Beezer. Welcome back to Krakoa Island," he says, his voice now noticeably nervous. On the screen, Xavier's eyes flutter open and he gasps for air. "Children, you have to heed my words. Run from here. Run very far from here," he pleads, his voice trembling with a strange urgency. The X-Men are confused, seeing their mentor on his feet and seemingly healthy despite the horrific machines around him. "Professor, how are your legs working?" Kitty asks, her suspicion growing by the second. Without warning, Spider-Man lunges forward and delivers a crushing punch to Xavier's face. The sickening smack of impact echoes through the clearing, leaving the X-Men in stunned silence. Augustus Beezer stares into the camera, his eyes wide as he realizes the teenagers have figured out the trick. The ratings are about to go off the charts for all the wrong reasons. The X-Men turn on Peter, their shock turning into anger as they defend their teacher. "Kitty, it's the dude with the thing," Spider-Man yells, trying to point out the shimmering distortion around Xavier's body. The image of Xavier begins to glitch and tear, revealing the truth beneath the hologram. The figure on the ground isn't their mentor. It's a trap designed to draw them into a killing zone. The hologram shatters completely, revealing Deadpool standing there with a device in his hand. "Lucy with the football," he quips before unleashing a volley of gunfire from point-blank range. The heroes scatter as the clearing is raked by bullets, Deadpool's laughter echoing through the smoke. "I have spider sense. You got to learn to trust the spider sense." Peter yells at the others as they dive for cover. The broadcast cuts to a close-up of Beezer, who is now sweating under the studio lights. The fun and games are over. The hunt has become a war. A new figure appears on the screens, a grotesque and bloated man with pale skin and dreadlocks. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is more than a television show," he declares with a voice like grinding stones. He identifies himself as Mojo, the executive producer of this nightmare. He points to a screen showing the real Professor Xavier, still trapped and undergoing a horrific procedure. Mojo describes the professor's punishment as poetic and just, detailing how they will lobotomize the world's most powerful mutant on live television. It's a reminder of what happens to those who stand against his world. The camera zooms in on Xavier's eyes, which are pinned open by cold metal clamps. He is being forced to watch the destruction of everything he built, his mind slowly being turned to jelly by the machine. Augustus Beezer tries to look composed, but he can't stop glancing at the monitors where the X-Men are mounting their final stand. He knows that if they win, his career is over. The text on the screen thanks the producer for his visionary work, even as the broadcast begins to spiral into chaos. The world is witnessing a crime against humanity in real time. The X-Men regroup, their faces set in grim determination. They are exhausted and battered, but the sight of their mentor in pain has reignited their fire. "Where is Scott Summers?" Storm asks, her voice cold with purpose. Deadpool checks his weapons, his hand trembling slightly with adrenaline. "Reavers, okay, break's over. It's time to bring it in for a grand finale," he orders his remaining troops. The cyborgs move in, their mechanical enhancements whining as they push past their design limits. They know that this is their last chance to claim the prize Mojo promised them. Beezer watches the feed from a sniper team positioned on a nearby ridge. They have a clear shot at the leaders of the group, and they are only waiting for the word to fire. Deadpool coordinates the final assault, his mind already moving on to his next contract. He views this as just another job, regardless of how many kids he has to kill to finish it. The sniper's scope settles on Spiderman, the red and blue target standing out clearly against the green foliage. "You got him? Take him," a voice crackles over the radio. Peter and Storm discuss their next move, unaware of the crosshairs centered on his head. They are heading toward the studio on the hill, walking right into the heart of the enemy's trap. A massive bolt of energy strikes the tree right above their heads, throwing them to the ground. The sniper missed, but the message was loud and clear. The host laughs nervously, his eyes darting toward the producer's booth. The plan is falling apart, and the stars of the show are fighting back with more ferocity than anyone anticipated. Rogue and Shadowcat take to the skies, their powers allowing them to bypass the Reavers' defenses. They are searching for the source of the fire, determined to silence the snipers once and for all. Kitty looks back at Peter, her expression one of intense focus and concern. "Kitty," Colossus calls out, worried about her charging headfirst into the line of fire. Deadpool unleashes a volley of fire from his twin submachine guns, the muzzle flashes illuminating his masked face. "All right, let's wrap this up," he bellows over the noise of the battle. Kitty Pryde phases through a hail of bullets, her body becoming as ethereal as smoke. She moves through the solid wood of the trees, a ghost in the machine that the Reavers can't track. She materializes inside the torso of a cybernetic soldier, her hand solidifying just enough to scramble his circuits. The Reaver erupts in a shower of sparks and oil as his systems fail. Shadowcat doesn't stop, leaping onto another attacker and slamming her fist into his mechanical jaw. She is a whirlwind of kinetic energy, dismantling the enemy piece by piece. Augustus Beezer can only watch in horror as his elite squad is systematically dismantled by a single teenage girl. The narrative of the invincible Reavers is being shredded before his eyes. Rogue joins the fray, using her stolen strength to toss a cyborg into the air like a discarded toy. Someone help me with a Reaver cries out before being silenced by a heavy blow. Kitty phases through another soldier, her touch turning his advanced weapons into useless scrap metal. She is smiling now, finding a grim satisfaction in turning their own technology against them. She stands victorious over a pile of smoldering metal, her eyes fixed on Deadpool. "And being that you went and made yourselves half machine, let me," she starts, but the mercenary is faster than she expected. Deadpool catches her with a localized EMP blast, the sudden energy surge throwing her back. Kitty screams as her powers fluctuate wildly, leaving her vulnerable for the first time. The mercenary steps over her, his weapon pointed at her head. "You got junk, kid," but he starts, only to be interrupted by a familiar thwip of webbing. Kitty glares at him, her eyes burning with a defiance that no machine can replicate. She is down, but she's not out, and she knows help is on the way. The host's face is pale as he watches the wall crawler enter the frame once more. The show has a hero who refuses to follow the script, and the audience is starting to take his side. Spider-Man and Nightcrawler hit Deadpool at the same time, their combined force sending him reeling. "Darg!" the mercenary grunts as he hits the ground with a heavy thud. He tries to fire back, but Rogue drops from the sky and crushes his weapon with her bare hands. The Reavers' leader is pinned, surrounded by the people he tried to turn into entertainment. Deadpool's mask is torn, revealing a glimpse of the horrific scarring beneath. He looks up at them with a mixture of hatred and a chilling lack of concern for his own safety. Kitty phases back into existence, her hands glowing with residual energy as she prepares to finish what she started. The Reavers are defeated, and only their master remains. Nightcrawler teleports Deadpool into the air, dropping him from a height that would kill a normal man. But Wadey Wilson is anything but normal, his cybernetic enhancements absorbing the impact. He stands up, his movements jerky and unnatural as his internal systems reboot. "Don't let them get the upper," he begins to command, but his voice is cut short. Beezer can't look away from the monitor as Spider-Man reaches for Deadpool's mask. The moment of truth has arrived, and it's far more grotesque than anyone imagined. The screen goes blank for a second, a desperate attempt by the producers to censor the upcoming revelation. But the live feed is already out there, beyond their control. Spider-Man rips the mask away, and the entire world gasps in unison. The face of the man who led the hunt is a nightmare of exposed bone and rotted flesh held together by plastic and wire. Angel and Storm recoil in horror, the sheer wrongness of Deadpool's appearance overwhelming them. This isn't just a man, it's a corpse that has been forced back to life by a machine. Deadpool stares at them with his lidless eyes, a twisted grin revealing yellowed teeth set into a metal jaw. He seems proud of his own deformity, a testament to his hatred for all things mutant. The wall crawler stands over him, his own mask hiding his disgust. "What are you?" Peter asks, his voice barely a whisper. The answer is written in the dead eyes staring back at him. Augustus Beezer looks like he's about to be sick, his professional facade finally crumbling away entirely. The reality of Mojo's creations is too much even for a man as jaded as him. The text on the screen is silent, the viewers at home finally stunned into a horrified silence. The monster they were rooting for is more terrifying than the ones he was hunting. Deadpool lunges at Spider-Man, his mechanical claws extended and ready to shred. He has nothing left to lose, and he's determined to take the hero with him into the dark. Nightcrawler teleports in and delivers a punishing strike to Deadpool's exposed brain case, sending sparks flying. The mercenary screams, a high-pitched metallic wail that pierces the humid air. Spider-Man lands a series of rapid-fire blows, his fists moving so fast they are a blur. He is venting all the fear and anger of the night into every single punch. He finishes the assault with a devastating kick that sends Deadpool flying across the clearing. The monster is broken, his internal systems failing as his body finally gives up. Peter stands over the fallen mercenary, his chest heaving. He has won, but the victory feels hollow in the face of such absolute depravity. Kitty looks at Deadpool's shattered face, her expression one of pity and revulsion. "Oh man," she sighs, realizing just how much this man gave up just to fuel his hatred. Back at the studio, Beezer is staring at the monitors in a trance. He has lost his audience, his credibility, and quite possibly his life if Mojo isn't pleased with the ending. The text on the screen remains blank, as if the world itself is holding its breath. The spectacle has reached its end, and the fallout is about to begin. Deadpool looks up at them one last time, his mechanical eye flickering. "I told you," he rasps, his voice barely a whisper of its former self. He claims that he has already won, that his legacy of hatred will continue long after he's gone. He believes he gave up everything to save humanity from the animals. He tells the heroes that they don't have what it takes to survive in a world that hates them. His words are a final, poisonous gift to the young mutants who defeated him. Colossus steps forward, his massive frame towering over the broken cyborg. He looks at his friends, seeing the toll the night has taken on each of them. Augustus Beezer finally finds his voice, though it's weak and devoid of its usual charisma. He realizes that the broadcast is still going, even if no one is listening anymore. Spider-Man swings away from the clearing, unable to look at the monster any longer. He has seen enough of Krakoa Island to last a lifetime. Kitty turns to Peter, her face streaked with tears and dirt. "Peter, throw me at him," she says, her voice suddenly calm and cold. Colossus looks at her with concern, but he nods, understanding that she needs to finish this herself. He picks her up, his metal hands gentle even in his power. He throws her with everything he has, a fastball special that sends her hurtling through the air toward the fallen Deadpool. She is a projectile of pure, focused will. She phases through Deadpool's head, her fingers brushing against the delicate electronics of his brain case. She doesn't just disrupt them, she tears them apart from the inside out. Deadpool's mechanical part seize up, and the last light in his eyes finally goes out. The hunter is gone, and the show is over for good. Beezer closes his eyes, unable to watch the screen any longer. He knows that his career as a media mogul is finished, and he's not sure what comes next. The text on the screen warns younger viewers to turn away, a final, cynical attempt to milk the violence for ratings. It's a pathetic end to a pathetic program. Deadpool's body lies still in the mud, a heap of broken machinery and rot. The X-Men stand around him, the silence of the jungle finally returning. Kitty stands over him, her face reflecting the horrific truth of what he was. She has taken a life, or whatever version of it he had left, and the weight of it is heavy on her soul. She realizes that the world will never be the same after tonight. They have been exposed, their lives turned into a grotesque parody for the entire world to mock. A single tear tracks down her cheek as she looks at her friends. They are alive, but they are broken in ways that will take years to heal. They walk away from the clearing, leaving the wreckage of the Reavers behind. They have a new mission now, to find the real professor and get home. Beezer finally looks up, his eyes focusing on the producer's booth. He sees Mojo watching him, a cruel smile playing across his face. The host realizes that he was just as much a puppet as the X-Men were. Mojo has already moved on to his next project, leaving Beezer to deal with the consequences of their actions. The Reavers begin to stir, their backup systems kicking in as they prepare for a final, desperate assault. They are loyal to their master, even in death. But before they can move, a massive wave of telepathic energy washes over the entire island. It's a presence so powerful that it pins the cyborgs where they stand. Jean Grey stands in the center of the island, her mind a beacon of pure, concentrated power. She is done being a victim, and she's ready to show Mojo what a true mutant can do. Cyclops and the others arrive at her side, their eyes glowing with the same determination. They are no longer a group of terrified kids, they are the ultimate X-Men. Beezer watches the feed in awe, realizing that the heroes have found a level of power that he could never hope to control. The script has been burned, and the actors are rewriting the ending. The host's final words are a desperate plea for a commercial break, but it's too late. The broadcast is being taken over by a force far greater than Mojo's technology. The X-Men storm the studio, their powers tearing through the walls like they were made of paper. They are looking for Mojo, and they aren't leaving until they find him. Beezer tries to flee, but he is caught in a telekinetic grip that holds him firmly in place. He looks into the eyes of Jean Grey and sees a cold, unyielding judgment. Jean's mind reaches out to every single viewer, her message projected directly into their brains. She wants them to see the truth, to feel the pain they were so eager to watch for entertainment. She shows them the reality of their hatred, the horrific consequences of turning a human life into a show. The world is finally forced to see the monsters for what they truly are. Jean's face is a mask of focus, her powers manifesting as a halo of white light that illuminates the entire studio. She is the storm that will wash away the filth of Mojo's creations. She confronts Beezer, her voice echoing in his mind like a thunderclap. She tells him that he will never again profit from the suffering of others. The host screams as his mind is filled with the agony of all the people he helped destroy. It's a poetic justice that he could never have written for himself. Jean then turns her attention to the cameras, her gaze piercing through the lens to every living room on the planet. She has a final message for the world. She promises that they will always be watching, always waiting for those who would try to turn them into prey. The X-Men aren't just surviving, they are thriving, and they are stronger than ever. The screen explodes in a burst of white light as Jean unleashes a final, devastating telepathic pulse. Every monitor on the planet goes dark at the same moment. The scrolling text on the screen is gone, replaced by a deep and profound silence. The world is finally left to contemplate the horror they so eagerly consumed. Jean's final words echo in the minds of everyone who watched the show. She could take their lives with a thought, but she chooses to let them live with the memory of what they saw. They are left in the dark to sit and think about the choices they made. The broadcast is over, but its impact will be felt for generations to come. In the wreckage of the studio, the X-Men find the real Charles Xavier. He is weak and battered, but he is alive, and he looks at his students with a pride that transcends words. Mojo has fled, but he has left behind a mountain of evidence that will bring his entire operation down. The X-Men have won more than just their lives, they have won their dignity. Xavier looks at Augustus Beezer, who is now a broken man whimpering on the floor. He has a few final words for the host, a response to the accusations he hurled against his students. He describes the potential of his students, their capacity for compassion and courage that Mojo could never hope to understand. He is the shepherd of a new world, one that will not be defined by hatred. The professor stares into the camera, his gaze unyielding. Now, if I may have a word in response to your accusations against me and my students, he begins, his voice calm and powerful. Inside the ruined fortress, Peter and the X-Men find their mentor. Jean tries to reach out to him telepathically, but finds his mind closed off as he recovers from the machine's influence. A sudden scream echoes through the halls, sending the heroes into a defensive posture. They are all jumpy, their nerves frayed to the breaking point by the night's events. Jean looks at Storm, her eyes wide with worry. I don't know, she admits, her powers momentarily failing her as she struggles to maintain her composure. They turn a corner and see Charles Xavier sitting in his wheelchair, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. He looks frail, but there's an unmistakable strength in his posture. The X-Men rush to his side, their relief palpable as they confirm he's truly their teacher and not another of Deadpool's tricks. "I'm no worse for wear," he assures them, though his voice is weak. Xavier looks at Peter, reaching out to take his hand. "Mr. Parker, you came to our rescue. I fear to think of what would have happened to us if you had not been here to tip the balance in our favor." Peter manages a small, weary smile as he shakes the professor's hand. "Great! Can I move in with you guys when my aunt kicks me out of the house?" he quips, the humor returning even in the darkness. The stolen jet roars into the pre-dawn sky, leaving the nightmare of Krakoa Island far below. The heroes are finally on their way home, the lights of civilization a welcome sight on the horizon. On the beach, a lone silhouette stands amidst the burning wreckage, watching the plane disappear. Deadpool's body is gone, replaced by a ghost of the man he used to be. He holds his torn mask in his hand, looking at it with a strange, detached curiosity. The world knows his face now, but he has nowhere left to hide. The jet climbs higher into the clouds, the engines hum a steady, comforting presence. For the first time in days, the heroes can finally breathe. Inside the cabin, Peter and Kitty huddle together, their exhaustion finally overwhelming them. They are battered and bruised, but they have each other, and for now, that's enough. They watch the moon from the window, its light reflecting off the clouds below. "It's just the hate," Kitty whispers. It gets to you after a while. The plane touches down on a small airfield on the outskirts of New York. The night is quiet, the city lights shimmering in the distance as the heroes disembark. Peter and Kitty walk away from the plane, their hands joined tightly. They are back in the real world now, but the memories of Krakoa will haunt them for a long time to come. Peter looks at his watch, realizing with a jolt that it's 4:30 in the morning. He's been missing for an entire day, and he knows his life is about to change forever. Kitty asks him if he's really going to tell Aunt May the truth. Peter nods, his face set in a grim expression. I have to, there's no way out of this one, he says. They share a quiet moment in the shadows, the silence between them filled with everything they've been through. They are more than just allies now, they are survivors. Kitty looks at him, her eyes soft with compassion. I'm coming too, she says firmly, refusing to let him face his aunt alone after everything they've faced tonight. Peter tries to protest, but Kitty won't hear it. She wants to be there as a buffer, to help explain the unexplainable to a woman who has already lost so much. They walk to the front door of the Parker residence, their hands still joined. The house is dark, the only sound the distant hum of the city and the chirp of a few early birds. Peter turns the key and they step into the entryway, their breath held. They expect a confrontation, a scene of tears and frantic questions from a worried aunt. But the living room is empty, the air still and quiet. Maybe she went to bed, Peter whispers, his relief and confusion warring within him. They check the garage, but Aunt May's car is gone. Peter's heart sinks as he imagines the worst, his mind racing with all the ways this could go wrong. Suddenly, a blinking light on the answering machine catches their attention. They stand in the dim light of the kitchen, their eyes fixed on the device. Peter presses the button, his finger trembling as the machine begins to play the message. The voice of Aunt May fills the quiet room, sounding surprisingly calm and happy. She explains that she's not coming home tonight because her date is going remarkably well. She's staying over with someone she describes with a genuine warmth. Peter stares at the machine in disbelief, the weight of the entire night suddenly feeling a little lighter. Miles Warren, she never came home, he asks, stunned by the revelation. Kitty can't help but chuckle, a genuine laugh that finally breaks the tension. Wow, your aunt got her groove going, she teases, looking at the shocked boy she just went to hell and back with. Months ago, Spiderman swings through the moonlit skyline of Manhattan. He's a fledgling hero, still finding his rhythm while talking to himself through the night. Below, the city's side streets are rarely quiet. A man sprints like a maniac, desperate to outrun something, or someone, lurking in the shadows. Spidey tracks the movement from above, his lenses narrowing as he watches the panicked figure. Middle of the night, someone running for their life, it's never a good sign. Suddenly, muzzle flashes light up the alley as bullets fly toward the hero's head. So here we go again with that whole with great power must also come some idiot shooting at my head, Peter thinks. The shooters don't hold back, their dual pistols spitting fire and lead. But they aren't aiming at a thief, they're hunting something far more dangerous. Spider-Man drops into the fray with a heavy impact, colliding with the gunman. Whoops, sorry about that, he quips as the man is sent reeling. Peter perches against a brick wall, staring down at the discarded firearm in the muck. I didn't realize it was people hunting season, he observes, his spider sense still tingling. He shoots a glob of webbing, pinning the shooter's hand to the ground before he can recover. Here, let me get those for you, whoops. Aw man, I done gone and goot 'em up, Spidey jokes. The man in the sunglasses grits his teeth, his face scarred and full of rage. Giara, you idiot, he snarls, clearly more concerned with his target than the hero. Spider-Man turns his attention to the man who is being chased, trying to be the friendly neighborhood hero. Hey, you okay? He asks, approaching the huddled figure. The gunman struggles against the webbing, his anger boiling over into a guttural growl. Whoa, settle down back there, Spidey calls out. Didn't you hear the bell? It's crazy person nappy time. The victim doesn't answer. He just keeps running, his breath coming in ragged, desperate gasps. Spider-Man leaps after him, curious about what has this guy so terrified. The man stumbles, crashing into a pile of trash as his strength finally fails him. He lets out a pained "Huog," oof, as he hits the concrete. Spidey lands softly nearby, his concern growing as he sees the man shivering on the ground. "Dude, you okay? Did you get shot? Do you need to go to a hospital?" Peter asks gently. The man looks up, and Peter's blood runs cold as he sees the red, predatory eyes and the elongated fangs. A horrific "hi-ass," tears from the creature's throat. Before Peter can react, the vampire lunges, tackling him into the debris with a violent WH thump. "Oh my God," Peter gasps as the monster pins him down. The creature is a blur of gray skin and feral hunger, hissing directly into Peter's face. It looks less like a man and more like a nightmare come to life. Cold, clawed fingers wrap around Peter's neck, squeezing the air out of him. Peter struggles, his gloved hands grasping at the creature's wrists in a desperate bid for freedom. The vampire bares its fangs, saliva dripping as it prepares to sink its teeth into the hero's throat. This isn't just a mugger, it's an apex predator claiming its kill. A sudden thunk echoes through the alley as a silver blade pierces the vampire's chest from behind. The creature lets out a high-pitched "alley" as its body begins to disintegrate. The vampire vanishes into a swirl of ash and magical energy, leaving Peter staring at the spot where a monster once stood. A booming "hi-ag-he" rings out as the killer follows through. Standing amidst the settling dust is the man who was chasing the creature, a man armed with a katana and a grim purpose. He looks down at Spider-Man with cold, calculated indifference. Spidey is still on his back, gasping for air as the warrior looms over him. "Huek!" Peter wheezes, his lungs burning from the vampire's grip. The warrior grabs Spidey by the front of his costume, hoisting him up with terrifying strength. "Kid, my name is Blade. You ever touch me again, you ever look at me again," he threatens. Blade leans in close, his own teeth revealing a sharp, dangerous edge that mirrors the monsters he hunts. "And I will eat your heart for breakfast," he growls, his voice like grinding stones. He holds a dagger inches from Spider-Man's eye, the steel gleaming in the dark. "You hear me?" Blade snarls, while Peter can only manage a weak GKK in response. Blade drops the boy and turns away, his long black coat billowing as he disappears into the shadows of the alley. Peter is left alone, slumped against the wall, shaking off the encounter. He hunches over, hand to his throat as he tries to catch his breath. "Gah, GG-gaw, Seacough." He stammers, the reality of what he just saw beginning to sink in. Peter looks out toward the street, the city lights feeling far away and indifferent to the supernatural war he just stumbled into. The alley is empty, but the memory of those fangs remains. He pulls his mask tight, his mind racing with a million questions he can't answer. "Geez," he whispers, "I can't believe this, we're a hot item." Today, Peter is at his desk at the Daily Bugle, the stress of his double life etched into his face. On his monitor, footage of his time on Krakoa Island plays, a reminder that the world is always watching. On the other end of the phone, Kitty Pryde lies on her bed at the Xavier Institute, frustrated and stuck. "Entertainment Weekly says we're the it couple," Peter tells her. "And yet I'm grounded," Kitty complains. Peter leans back, the phone pressed to his ear as he listens to the teen hero's rant. "It'll all blow over tomorrow," he says. "I've yet to do the stupid thing I'm going to do today that will replace this embarrassment." In the X-Mansion, Kitty's friend Storm watches her with a knowing smile while Kitty bites her thumb in annoyance. "Will you just tell the world you're Spider-Man and take me to a movie?" Kitty shouts into the receiver. Peter winces at the volume, doodling absent-mindedly on a notepad. "Sure, let me write that down. I'll do that right after lunch," he replies sarcastically. Kitty's face is a mask of pure teenage angst, her brow furrowed as she holds the phone. "Oh my God, does this suck? I hate this," she groans, feeling the weight of her secret life. Peter's expression softens, a flicker of genuine concern crossing his features. "Are we okay?" he asks quietly, wanting to make sure their strange relationship isn't fraying under the pressure. Kitty looks at her friend, confused by the shift in tone. "What, are we okay? Okay like what? Okay. Oh no, do you want to break up with me?" she asks, the words tumbling out in a rush. Back at the Bugle, Peter looks around to make sure no one is listening to his personal drama. No, he sighs. I'm not breaking up with you. I'm sorry I was yelling. Kitty smiles softly, the tension leaving her shoulders for a brief moment. You came to my rescue at that hellhole, Krakoa Island. That was pretty cool, she admits, her voice turning fond. Peter stares into space, thinking about the media frenzy they've sparked. We're a hot item. We have to stay together, at least until the media takes our names and smushes them together, he muses. Kitty closes her eyes, enjoying the simple connection of the phone call. Oh yeah, you get to leave the house, she jokes. Actually, I'm at work at the newspaper, Peter corrects her. The peace is shattered as Ben Urich bursts into the room, pursued by a frantic editor. Vampires? J. Jonah Jameson screams, his voice echoing through the entire floor. Peter tells Kitty, got to go. From a high angle, we see the chaos of the newsroom as Jonah confronts his top reporter. Ben Urich, how does an almost award-winning journalist hand me in a story on vampires? Jonah demands. Ben gestures emphatically, his face a picture of stubborn integrity. Jonah, I'm reporting the facts as they were, he starts, only to be cut off by Jonah's disbelief. Jonah holds the folder like it's infected, his teeth bared in a snarl. I'm not printing this, he states flatly, refusing to let his paper become a tabloid for the supernatural. Ben walks away, the rejected story tucked under his arm, while Peter watches him from a distance. There's a weight in Ben's stride that suggests he knows he's onto something real. Peter approaches Ben, his voice low as he tries to gauge the veteran reporter's true thoughts. You really saw a vampire? Peter asks, his own memories of the alleyway resurfacing. Robbie Robertson joins them, his calm demeanor a sharp contrast to Jonah's explosive temper. If I saw it myself it would be a headline, Ben explains. Robbie, the girl said she was bit by a vampire. Robbie looks skeptical, sipping his coffee as he considers the claim. Exactly, it's flimsy, just find more. It's half a story, he advises, trying to keep Ben grounded. Peter reaches out for the folder, a curious glint in his eye. Can I read it? He asks. Ben hands it over with a weary shrug. He's right, it's crap, the reporter mutters. Peter opens the file, his eyes scanning the title page. Interview of Jennifer Grunwald by Ben Urich, investigative reporter. The words seem to hum with a hidden danger. The scene shifts to a grainy, black-and-white memory of Jennifer working in the library. Ben's narration explains that she was fluent in French and Spanish, a woman of facts and literature. In the quiet stacks of the library, Jennifer encounters a man who seems ordinary at first. Ben describes him as just another American immigrant, who might be hitting on her in a language she doesn't know. But the interaction turns dark as a drug-like feeling washes over her, clouding her mind. The stranger's voice begins to echo inside her head, speaking perfect, chilling English. Jennifer's face is frozen in a mask of confusion and growing dread as the stranger exerts his influence. She can't remember exactly what he said, only that she followed his command. High above the alley, a rat scurries across a pipe, a witness to the dark deed below. Jennifer recalls being led into the shadows across from the library, her will no longer her own. The stranger pulls her close, his movements fluid and predatory as he leans toward her exposed neck. Jennifer's eyes are glazed over, lost in the supernatural haze he's woven around her. The memory is a blur of touch and sound, a nightmare that refuses to be fully remembered. I remember him whispering in my ear, but I don't remember what he said, her testimony reads. A single tear tracks down her cheek as she drifts in the dark, the experience leaving a scar on her soul. She doesn't remember anything after the stranger's lips touched her skin. The stranger's face remains hidden in the shadow, a silhouette of sharp features and dark intent. He is a predator who left his mark and vanished into the New York night. Jennifer gasps for air in the memory, her mouth slightly open as the transformation, or the trauma, takes root. The world around her feels cold, alien, and empty. In the final moment of the vision, the stranger holds her tightly, a dark embrace that signals the end of her normal life. This wasn't a romance, it was a feeding. Ben Urich is seen in a modest apartment, introducing himself to a terrified Jennifer. Jennifer, this is the man I was telling you about. He's from the Daily Bugle. He wants to hear what happened to you. Ben studies her intently, his reporter's instincts searching for any sign of a hoax. He notes that she hadn't been violated in any traditional sense, except for the marks on her neck. A close-up reveals the evidence: two small, circular wounds on the left side of her neck. They are only a day old, yet they appear healed, as if they happened weeks ago. Jennifer looks away, her shame and fear palpable as she struggles to process her new reality. She's scared to go to the police, knowing that the truth will only make her a target for ridicule. She looks at Ben, her eyes wide with a desperate need to be believed. "I know it sounds insane. Maybe it was just a maniac playing a creepy dress-up fantasy fetish thing," she says. But her voice trembles as she considers the alternative, her gaze drifting toward the window. But maybe it was a vampire. What's to say they aren't real? There's Spidermen and mutants with angel wings. She looks directly into the lens, her face half shrouded in darkness, her voice a chilling whisper. "Something has happened to me," she says, and the weight of that truth hangs heavy in the air. He spots Mary Jane sitting on a bench in front of the school, her head down as she works in a notebook. The autumn leaves are falling, a quiet contrast to the storm brewing in Peter's life. MJ looks up as he approaches, her green eyes filled with a mix of sadness and lingering hurt. She hasn't forgotten the distance between them or the reasons for it. Peter tries for a casual greeting, giving her a small, hopeful smile. "Hey, MJ," he says, but the atmosphere remains thick with unspoken tension. Her response is sharp, a defensive wall snapping into place instantly. Hey MJ, sir," she mimics, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Peter stops in his tracks, his hands out in a gesture of confusion. "Not today, Peter," she says. "Not what? Come on, what? I'm seriously asking, what?" Peter pleads. MJ reaches into her bag and slams a magazine onto the bench, the latest issue of People. The headline screams, "Mutant Love on Krakoa, Spidey Getting It On," with a photo of him hugging Kitty Pryde. Peter stares at the cover, his jaw dropping as the absurdity of the media's narrative hits him. "Yikes, I mean, how much of this am I supposed to take?" he asks. MJ just clutches her head in frustration. MJ looks at him, her heart breaking all over again. "You can explain why you so badly had to break up with me because no one is safe with you, yet 2 weeks later you're dating Gangly Girl." Peter tries to sit beside her, his hands gesturing wildly as he attempts to explain the unexplainable. "I can explain it. MJ, she has mutant powers. She can defend herself. In fact, she has the power to phase through things." MJ glares at him, her anger flaring at his logical defense of his new relationship. "Which means?" she asks, her voice rising in challenge. Peter looks her straight in the eye, trying to make her understand the impossible stakes of his world. "She can't get hurt," he says, the subtext being that MJ can. A heavy silence falls between them, the truth of Peter's words hanging in the air like a physical barrier. MJ looks away, her lip trembling as she processes the cruel logic of his hero life. She looks back at him, her expression a mix of bitterness and genuine sorrow. "Well, then she's perfect for you," she says. "MJ," Peter starts. "Do you love her?" she asks, cutting to the bone. Peter's face falls, the question catching him completely off guard. "No, not yet," he answers honestly. "But you're working on it," MJ retorts, her voice laced with pain. He tries to explain the circumstances, how the X-Men have helped him in the past, and he was just returning the favor. "I didn't know I was going to be on TV with her and all of this. It's bizarre." Students walk past them, Peter's frustration boils over into a quiet desperation. "I still have the scummy media hanging around school looking for Spider-Man and now this. It's all too close. I don't like it." MJ looks down at her lap, her voice barely a whisper. "You wear the costume," she reminds him. Peter reaches out, trying to bridge the gap. "I didn't come on." He places a hand on her shoulder, a desperate attempt to regain the intimacy they once shared. But MJ pulls away, her grief too raw to be soothed by a simple touch. Peter looks down, his eyes full of regret for the mess his life has become. "This wasn't the plan," he admits, though he isn't sure if he ever had a plan that worked. MJ looks at him with a sudden, sharp realization, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "Did you know her when we were dating?" she asks, the ultimate betrayal hovering in her mind. Peter's silence is his answer, and it speaks louder than any defense he could offer. He looks away, unable to meet her gaze as the truth settles between them. MJ stands up, packing her bag with violent, jerky movements. "And I'm what's supposed to just deal with it, be your friend?" she asks. "I'm hoping, eventually." "Yes, you are my best friend," Peter replies. MJ turns her back on him, her resolve hardening as she prepares to walk away. "You're not mine," she says, the words striking Peter harder than any supervillain's punch. She stops and turns back, tears streaming down her face as her anger finally explodes. "You ready to see me making out with one of the guys on the team? Is that what you really want?" Peter closes his eyes, the image MJ described haunting him instantly. "Well, you're my friend and you always will be," he says, his voice thick with a hopeless kind of loyalty. MJ walks away into the crowd of students, her silhouette fading as she leaves Peter alone on the bench. "Great. Yay for me," she mutters, her sarcasm a thin shield against her heartbreak. Peter watches her go, his backpack lying forgotten on the ground as he stands in the middle of the courtyard. "Oh yeah, and watch out for vampires," she calls back one last time. Meanwhile, Ben Urich walks down a dimly lit hallway, the flickering fluorescent lights overhead casting long, jagged shadows. He arrives at a door and gives it a firm knock knock. A woman's voice filters through the wood, cautious and small. "Who is it?" she asks. Ben leans in toward the door, his face weary but determined. Ben tries to sound reassuring as he identifies himself. It's Ben Urich, Jennifer. I wanted to talk to you a little more. My editor has some reservations about The door creaks open just an inch, and Ben's eyes widen in sheer terror as he looks through the gap. "The story," he trails off, his blood turning to ice. Standing in the doorway is a woman dressed in a revealing, dark outfit, her eyes glowing with an unnatural, predatory light. "Mr. Urich," she purrs, and Ben knows he's made a fatal mistake. In a frantic struggle, the woman grabs Ben and pulls him into the darkened apartment. The door slams shut behind them, sealing the reporter's fate away from the rest of the world. Inside the shadows, the woman presses her lips against Ben's, a mockery of a kiss that is meant only to paralyze and dominate him. Ben's eyes are wide, his mind screaming in terror. Ben's voice is a weak, desperate whimper as he realizes the true nature of his host. "Please, I'm so hungry," he gasps, though he doesn't realize the hunger isn't his own yet. "Then eat," she replies. The woman's face transforms, her features sharpening into something monstrous as her fangs slide into view. Her eyes blaze red with a savage, uncontrollable bloodlust. She lunges, sinking her teeth deep into the side of Ben Urich's neck with a sickening, wet crunch. Ben grits his teeth, his entire body tensing as the darkness takes him. The next day at the Daily Bugle, the atmosphere is tense and clinical. "Anything you need, officer," a staffer says. "And when's the last time anyone here heard from Mr. Urich?" the cop asks. Peter stands in the background, listening to the police report as his stomach knots with dread. "He was here till about 6:30 last night. I can get you the exact minute he checked out," a manager offers. Betty Brant looks up from her desk, her face pale as she speaks to the investigators. "Urich didn't come home last night. He's been missing for a day. $10 says Wilson Fisk tossed him in the river," another reporter snickers. Peter's face is a mask of pure, mounting horror as the pieces of the puzzle begin to fit together. He remembers the file, the marks on the girl's neck, and the warrior in the alleyway. He grabs his bag and heads for the door, his mind already racing toward a destination he's terrified to reach. On Ben's desk, the vampire file sits as a silent, damning piece of evidence. Peter's expression is one of grim determination as he realizes that Ben's disappearance isn't a mob hit. It's something far more ancient and far more hungry. He looks back one last time at the file. Interview of Jennifer Grunwald. He has to find that apartment, and he has to pray he isn't too late to save his friend. Spiderman swings through the gathering dusk, his silhouette a lone defender against the rising night. "This is so my fault," he thinks, his guilt heavy enough to pull him out of the sky. He pushes himself harder, using his webs to catapult his body across the Brooklyn Bridge. "I wanted to tell Mr. Urich, dude, I saw a vampire once. but I didn't think he'd end up missing. He reaches the neighborhood, perching on a rooftop to scan the streets below for the right address. I mean, vampires. Every day's been some kind of crazy, but this is the real deal. He spots the building, his eyes tracking the windows as he prepares to make his move. It's this building and it's apartment 6C, but from the outside, it's hard to tell which one is 6C. A sudden explosion of glass and dark fur shatters the silence of the street. A massive, snarling wolf creature bursts through a window, tumbling out into the night air. The beast is surrounded by a swirling cloud of bats, the transformation midair a blur of supernatural power. Spidey leaps into action, his reflexes screaming, "Whoa!" The wolf creature rights itself, its red eyes glowing as it lands with predatory grace. "Oh man, Peter shouts, trying to keep track of the leaping monster. Spidey peeks through the shattered window frame, looking into the darkness of the apartment. What he sees inside is enough to make his heart stop. The nightmare has only just begun. Inside, the vampire woman holds a terrified and weakened Ben Urich by the hair, her face a mask of feral possessiveness. "He's mine, SSSSSSSSSS," she hisses at the intruder. Spiderman dives through the window, aiming a kick at the woman to break her hold on his friend. Wow, I always wanted to know what it looked like when someone was actually coo-coo for Cocoa Puffs. A massive clawed hand slams into Peter's face with a violent thwack, throwing his head back and dazing him. "Arg!" he cries out as the blow connects. The wolf creature is back inside, its form shifting and snapping as it tackles the hero with a loud crack. Peter is pinned to the floor, struggling against the beast's overwhelming strength. The beast towers over him, saliva dripping from its massive jaws as it prepares to tear him apart. "Og!" Peter gasps, the vampire woman still holding Ben in the background like a prize. The wolf thing leans in close, its eyes burning like embers in the dark. "You woo interfere," it bellows, its voice a guttural, terrifying roar of ancient rage. With a powerful spring, the beast launches itself through the air with a thump, aiming to crush everything in its path. Peter scrambles to avoid the crushing weight of the leap. The room is a whirlwind of violence as the creature smashes through furniture with a deafening crash. Ben is tossed aside as the vampire woman screams "Nuo," and the beast lets out a pained "Yip." Spidey regains his footing, his fists clenched as he faces down the snarling wolf. "Get out of here, boy," the creature snarls, its transformation nearly complete as it claims its territory. Ben Urich lies among the wreckage, his mind a fracturing kaleidoscope of fading memories. "My name? I can't remember my Ben Urich," he thinks, the fog of the vampire's kiss taking hold. He looks up at the ceiling, his vision swimming as his own identity slips through his fingers like sand. "I work at the Daily Bugle. I'm a reporter and I was working on a story. About a woman, oh my God." The realization hits him with the force of a tidal wave as he sees the dark claws reaching for him. "Oh my God, I was bit by a vampire. I'm a vampire. Someone help me." His mind screams in silence. He watches the battle through a hazy, red-tinted lens, his own heartbeat slowing as a new, darker hunger begins to stir. "She killed me. She's ruined me. Is that Spider-Man? Spider-Man is here." The apartment is a war zone as Spider-Man finds himself caught between a vampire warrior and a feral wolf beast. "First of all, I don't know who you are, and secondly, I'm not talking to you, boy," Peter quips through the panic. He leaps into the air, firing twin strands of webbing with a sharp thwap-thwap. "Okay, the wolf is talking. I'm officially creeped out," he mutters, trying to keep his distance. The vampire warrior deflects the webbing with a snarl, his red-lined cape billowing around him like wings. "Boy," he shouts, his voice full of a commanding, ancient authority. The wolf beast lunges at the same time, its jaws snapping as it lets out a bone-chilling "arrareg." The two monsters are fighting for the right to claim Ben Urich as their own. Spider-Man is caught in the middle, ducking under a massive clawed swipe as the beast roars "rag." Peter grunts an "afk," as he barely avoids being shredded by the monster's power. The room descends into absolute chaos as the vampire woman joins the fray, screaming "My food" at the other monsters. "Rag, don't!" Peter shouts, trying to pull Ben to safety. One of the creatures is sent flying with a violent force, its body crashing against the floor. A sharp "hi" punctuates the move as the supernatural fighters trade blows with blinding speed. Spider-Man is thrown back, his hands grasping at the air as the wolf beast lets out a final "oh my god" scream. The room is filled with a strange, otherworldly mist that chokes the breath from his lungs. The wolf thing is hit by a massive force, letting out a pained thump as it's sent reeling. Another "hi" rings out, the combatants moving too fast for human eyes to follow. The vampire warrior looms over Peter, his face a mask of cold fury. "Boy, I told you to leave," he barks. Behind them, the wolf beast transforms back into something more humanoid, screaming about its friends. The mist begins to swirl around the remaining monsters, carrying them out through the shattered window and into the night sky. Spider-Man can only watch as his targets vanish into the darkness. The vampire warrior stands over the fallen Ben Urich, his gaze fixed on the reporter with a mixture of hunger and something else, something that almost looks like pity. "My food!" the woman screams from above. The warrior grabs the vampire woman, pinning her as he draws a jagged wooden stake. "Millen, I'm sorry I didn't save you from this. I would have given my life to save yours," he whispers with tragic intensity. Peter watches from the shadows, his eyes wide as he realizes that even among these monsters, there is tragedy and loss. He sees the stake being raised, the finality of the move evident in the warrior's grip. With a sharp shuck, the warrior drives the stake home, ending the creature's existence in a flash of light. A final "aye" echoes through the room before she dissolves into ash. Spidey stands frozen, his hands half raised as he watches the brutal mercy kill. "Don't!" he shouts, but the word is lost in the roar of the fire that erupts from the vampire's body. The fire consumes the room, the heat intense as the warrior turns his attention back to the fallen reporter. Peter rushes forward, grabbing Ben Urich and pulling him away from the spreading flames. Outside, Spider-Man swings through the smoke, carrying Ben's limp form as he searches for a place of safety. Below, the vampire warrior watches them go, his red eyes fading as he prepares to depart. The warrior's face is a mask of ancient sorrow, the firelight reflecting in his inhuman eyes. He has done what he came to do, but the cost is written in every line of his pale, ageless face. Spider-Man bursts into the emergency room, his voice echoing with frantic urgency. "Can I help? Oh my!" A nurse starts, her eyes widening as she sees the costumed hero carrying a dying man. Staff scramble to assist as Peter lays Ben onto a gurney. "Somebody, please do something," he shouts, his hands trembling as he tries to explain the impossible injury on Ben's neck. A doctor rushes over, his expression one of confusion and growing alarm. "Oh my God, what did you do to him?" he asks. "I didn't do anything. Bithai's name is Ben Urich. He's a reporter," Peter answers. The doctor looks at the wound, his disbelief turning into frustration. "What bit him?" he demands. "A vampire. Stop it. What happened to him? I'm telling you a vampire bit him." "Look," Peter shouts back. Peter grabs the doctor by the lapels, his strength nearly out of control in his desperation. "Listen to me. You're talking to a guy with spider powers, and I'm telling you it was a vampire." He roars as police enter the room shouting, "Police! Freeze!" In a split-second reaction, Spider-Man fires a web that pins the officer's gun to his chest. "I don't have time for this," he growls, while the officer shouts in surprise as he's slammed back with a SH pack. He turns back to the doctor, his voice cracking with the weight of the night's horrors. "I tried the Fantastic Four. I tried everyone, but I can't think of anyone else. Help him, and if you don't know how, find someone who can." The hospital is in an uproar, patients and staff cowering from the menace in the room. "Just get out of here. There are sick people here and you're upsetting everyone," the doctor shouts, pointing a shaking finger toward the exit. Spider-Man realizes he's making things worse, his broad white lenses reflecting the chaos he's caused. Okay, just please help him," he pleads before vanishing into the night. Later, Ben is strapped to a hospital bed, the machinery around him beeping rhythmically in the dark ward. Two officers watch from the hall, their voices low as they discuss the situation with the doctor. Outside the window, a figure perches on the ledge, a dark, caped silhouette that has followed the reporter to his final destination. Inside, the cops complain about Spidey dropping this on us and running away. Ben tosses and turns, his face slick with a cold sweat as his mind burns with a new, dark craving. Hungry, he moans, the word a rasping ghost of his former voice. The medical equipment hums, unaware of the transformation taking place under the straps of the bed. Ben is caught in the transition, a reporter of facts becoming a creature of legend. The vampire warrior from the apartment, the man known as Morbius, slides into the room through the window. He moves with a silent, ghostly grace, his red eyes fixed on the man in the bed. He stands over Ben, his face a mask of somber resolve as he listens to the dying man's moans. "I know," Morbius whispers, his voice full of a weary, ancient understanding. He reaches out a pale hand, hovering it near Ben's face as he prepares for a final act of mercy. "I know it hurts," he says softly, a predator acting as a shepherd for a new soul. Ben's eyes snap open, his pupils blown out and his gaze unfocused as he stares into the dark ceiling. "Hungry," he repeats, the hunger now the only thing left of his mind. Morbius leans in close, his fangs glinting in the pale hospital light. "It's almost over," he promises, and the darkness in his voice is as thick as the blood he craves. He opens his mouth wide, his fangs fully extended as he prepares to finish the change that was started in that Brooklyn apartment. The transition is about to become permanent. Suddenly, Spider-Man drops from the ceiling with a powerful smack, tackling Morbius away from the bed. "For once my stupid was smart," he thinks, having waited for the monster to return. With a violent smack, Peter's fist connects with the vampire's jaw, sending him reeling across the room. "Get out of here," Spidey roars, his protective instincts taking over. He stands over Ben, his body a shield against the monster in the shadows. "Get out," he repeats, his voice full of a hero's righteous fury as Ben watches through a haze of pain. Morbius recovers with inhuman speed, his hand catching Spidey's next punch with a strength that rivals his own. "You hear me?" Peter starts, only to be cut off by the vampire's snarl. "Boy." The vampire hurls Peter across the room with a single, powerful toss, his cape flaring out like a shroud. "If you want to help your friend, stop interfering," he bellows as Peter hits the floor with a smack. Morbius points a clawed finger at the hero, his face a mask of pale fury. "I'm not trying to hurt your friend, I'm trying to save him," he explains. "You're trying to bite his face off," Peter retorts. The vampire glares at him, his voice low and dangerous. "He's already been bitten once. If he is bitten 2 times more in the light of the moon, his transformation will be permanent and complete." Ben groans on the bed, his voice a ragged hungry. That underscores the urgency of the moment. "What more proof do you need?" Morbius demands, his eyes glowing red. Spider-Man is hesitant, his mind racing to find a way to trust a monster. "But you're a vampire." He starts, the logic of his world warring with the supernatural truth before him. Morbius stands his ground, his gaze steady and full of a dark kind of integrity. "Don't put me with them. Some of us refuse to give in to the curse. Some of us are strong enough to fight it." He looks back at the hero, his voice soft but commanding. "Stay back and let me help your friend," he says, and for the first time, Peter finds himself wanting to believe a monster. Morbius turns his attention back to Ben, his movements clinical and precise as he prepares for the procedure. "I promise you I'm going to help him, and I alone have the power to stop this transformation." He looks toward the window, his voice turning into a haunted whisper. "I made a promise on my mother's grave that my father's unholy curse will not take anyone else." Spider-Man watches him, his posture tense as he listens to the vampire's tragic history. "Your father?" he asks, his curiosity piqued by the mention of a legacy. Morbius's eyes close for a moment, a single name escaping his lips as if it were a prayer and a curse all in one. "Drackle," he whispers, the name of the original vampire. He leans over Ben, his fangs glinting in the dark. "Stay back. This looks worse than it is," he warns, and Peter can only watch as the predator prepares for a final act of mercy. Spidey remains still, his broad white lenses fixed on the scene as the moonlight spills across the room. He is a witness to a ritual he barely understands, a hero in a world of monsters. Morbius sinks his teeth into the already existing wound on Ben's neck, not to feed, but to draw out the lingering poison of the original bite. Ben's eyes roll back in his head as the pain intensifies. The hero watches in silent awe as the vampire warrior risks his own sanity to save a mortal man. The line between friend and foe has never been thinner than it is in this hospital room. Morbius pulls back, a drop of Ben's blood on his lip as he wipes his mouth with the back of his hand. The marks on Ben's neck begin to fade, the dark energy being drawn out by the warrior's touch. Suddenly, a shadow lunges from the corner of the room, a feral vampire screeching as it tackles Peter. "No, stop it!" Spidey yells as he's pulled into a new, violent struggle. With a deafening slam, Spider-Man is thrown through the hospital's glass walls, tumbling into the main hallway as medical equipment is shattered in the impact. He hits the floor hard, his body bruised and battered as a lone officer stands over him with a gun drawn. "Papa police! Freeze!" the man stammers. "Oh," Peter groans from the debris. Peter looks up at the officer, his patience worn thin by the night's events. "Dude, not now, on the ground. Don't you get that?" he starts, only to see the absolute terror in the man's eyes. Uh-oh. The officer is frozen, his eyes wide as he stares at something looming behind the hero. "Oh my God," he whispers, the gun shaking in his hands as a new horror emerges from the shadows. Spider-Man turns his head, the glowing red lights of the hospital's emergency sensors reflecting in his mask. "What?" he asks, but the answer is already lunging toward them with feral, hungry screeches. A trio of monstrous, gray-skinned vampires descend from the ceiling, their forms swirling in the smoke and shadow of the ward. They look down at the hero with a collective, unified hunger. One of the creatures grabs Spidey, its clawed fingers digging into his shoulders. "Help! I can't," Peter shouts, his strength failing against the supernatural grip of the pack. They swarm him, a blur of fangs and screeching as they try to pin the hero to the floor. "Ararig, og," one of them roars, its mouth open wide as it prepares to feed. A vampire woman sinks her teeth into Peter's shoulder with a sickening chuck. Peter's body jerks as the bite lands, a muffled GKK, escaping his lips. The vampire woman pulls back instantly, her face a mask of pure, visceral disgust. Blood, Spider-Man's blood, drips from her fangs as she lets out a gagging cough of surprise. She stumbles away, clutching her throat as she begins to retch. "Huog, this blood is tainted, this blood is diseased," she screams, her voice filled with an inhuman horror. The other vampires recoil as well, their predatory instincts replaced by an instinctive biological revulsion. "You're not human, you're not pure," the woman shrieks at the hero. Spider-Man takes advantage of their distraction, driving a powerful elbow into the solar plexus of the creature pinning him. Whump and crack ring out as he breaks free from the pack's hold. He stands tall amidst the wreckage, his lenses narrowed with a new understanding. "Oh my God, he thinks. "You killed me, you turned me into you," the vampire woman continues to scream. Peter doesn't hesitate, diving back into the fray with a new confidence. His blood, his radioactive, mutated blood, is the one thing these monsters can't stomach, and it's become his ultimate weapon. Morbius bursts back into the hall with a deafening smash, his cape flaring out as he joins the battle against his own kind. He draws a silver dagger, his face a picture of grim, determined resolve. The gray vampires hiss in his direction, but Morbius only sneers at their primitive threats. "HSSS? That's all you got?" he mocks, moving with a speed that makes them look slow by comparison. He delivers a devastating strike to one of the creatures, a sharp shuck sound echoing through the hall. "Too bad, missed moment," Peter quips, webbing up another as they fight side by side. A female vampire lunges at Peter with a desperate HSSS, but Spidey catches her midair, a ball of webbing already formed in his hand to silence her screeching. Morbius delivers a final, killing blow with another, shuck, his dagger finding its mark with lethal precision. The vampires dissolve into ash one by one, their threat ending as quickly as it began. The final explosion of light fades, leaving the hallway charred and littered with the settling dust of the undead. Spider-Man stands amidst the wreckage, his chest heaving as the adrenaline begins to fade. He looks at Morbius, his voice full of a sudden, sharp realization. "Okay, you know what? They killed me. They freaking killed me," he shouts, the weight of the bite finally hitting him. Morbius leans in close, his nose twitching as he takes a deep SNFF near the hero's shoulder. He is analyzing the biological reality of the man who stood beside him in battle. Peter tries to push him away, his movements frantic. "Let go, stop, I'm going to," he stammers, but Morbius holds him firm. "Stop," the vampire commands with a quiet intensity. Peter is frozen, his eyes wide as he looks up at the monster. "They freaking killed me," he repeats, his voice rising in a panicked pitch as the supernatural world continues to overwhelm him. Morbius places a hand on the boy's head, the gesture almost paternal as he pulls back his hood. "Stop it. SHHH?" he whispers, his red eyes looking into Peter's with a terrifying, ancient wisdom. He studies the marks on Peter's neck before looking him in the eye. "That's what I thought. Your blood is diseased. Don't worry, you'll be fine, you're lucky." "What?" Peter asks, his confusion deepening. Morbius lets him go, his cape settling as he turns toward the exit. "You've done something to your blood. Your blood cannot feed a nightcrawler the way normal humans' blood can. Is that what gives you your abilities?" He points a pale finger toward the window as Ben Urich begins to stir on the bed. "Look," Morbius says, and Peter turns to see his friend finally waking up, free of the curse's shadow. Ben sits up slowly, his eyes clearing as the haze of the night finally lifts. Spider-Man and Morbius stand in the doorway, a pair of unlikely guardians watching over his recovery. Morbius places a hand to his head, the strain of the night finally showing on his ageless face. "What did you do?" Peter asks. "I saved him. Are you okay?" "No," Morbius answers with haunting honesty. Peter pulls off his mask, his face pale and eyes wide with a lingering terror. "You saved him, and how hat's your name?" he asks, realizing he owes his life and bends to a monster. The vampire looks back one last time, his name a final, cold echo in the room. "Morbius, and if we ever bump into each other again," he warns, the threat hanging in the air like a promise. With a sudden burst of speed, Morbius vanishes into a cloud of mist and darkness. "Let's both pray that you've grown the percentat up," he calls back, leaving Peter alone with his thoughts and his guilt. Peter stands in the center of the room, the mist swirling around his ankles as he stares at the empty window. He is a young man who has seen too much, a hero who has learned that the world isn't as simple as he thought. Ben lets out a soft ow as he adjusts his position on the bed, his hand reaching for the fading marks on his neck. He looks at Peter, his eyes full of a confused, quiet gratitude. The room is quiet now, the machinery beeping a steady rhythm that marks the return to normalcy. Ben looks at the boy standing in the shadows and manages a weak, hello. The next morning, life returns to the mundane as a frog lies ready for dissection in a high school biology class. It's a stark, clinical reminder of the fragile line between life and death. Peter stares at the frog with a haunted, faraway look in his eyes. He is wearing a heavy turtleneck sweater, his posture slumped as he tries to fade into the background of the classroom. Mary Jane walks over, trying to break the heavy silence that has followed them since their fight. "Yum, I love the smell of formaldehyde in the morning," she jokes, though her eyes are full of concern. She looks at him closely, her expression softening as she sees the exhaustion etched into his features. She knows him too well to believe his casual silence is anything but a shield. MJ leans in, her voice a soft whisper that cuts through the noise of the class. "You okay? Hello. Mary Jane Watson calling Peter Parker collect. Will you accept the charges?" Peter looks down at the frog, his voice low and devoid of its usual energy. "I don't feel like doing this. It's dead. It won't bite you and give you frog powers. Seriously, you okay? Don't worry about it. Is it me?" He looks at her, a moment of genuine connection flickering between them. "No, promise, it's not you. What happened?" "Nothing. You can't fool me, that sweater is a desperate cry for help," MJ says with a small smile. Peter pulls down the collar of his turtleneck, revealing two small, angry red marks on the side of his neck. Don't freak out, he warns, and MJ's breath hitches in her throat. MJ stares at the wounds, her eyes widening with a terror that is all too real. She knows what those marks mean, and the sight of them on Peter's skin is a nightmare made flesh. Her face is a mask of pure, mounting shock as the reality of what Peter just told her sinks in. The supernatural has finally reached their quiet school life, and it has left its mark on the person she loves. Peter tries to reassure her, his voice low as he pulls his collar back up. I'm okay. How do you know? I know. Is that from A? Yeah, I don't understand. How do you know if you're? MJ stammers. Peter's expression turns grim, his brow furrowed as he looks away from her gaze. Listen to me. It's happening again, okay? I'm seeing things I shouldn't see. I'm too young to be doing and seeing these things. He looks into the distance, the warnings of heroes like Daredevil echoing in his mind. Daredevil warned me, they all warned me. How old do you think is old enough? MJ asks softly, placing a hand on his shoulder. Peter looks back down at the dead frog on the tray, the cold reality of his life feeling heavier than ever before. He is a boy playing a man's game, and the cost is rising with every passing night. MJ leans in, her eyes full of a desperate, unconditional love as she stares into his face. She can see the cracks in his armor, the exhaustion that he can't hide anymore. Peter covers his face with his hand, the weight of his secrets and his scars finally becoming too much to bear. MJ reaches out, pulling him toward her with a gentle, commanding strength. They share a long, silent hug in the middle of the busy classroom, a small island of comfort in a world that is constantly trying to tear them apart. MJ holds him tight, her chin resting on his shoulder. The other students are only shadows in the background. Their normal lives a million miles away from the trauma, and the truth shared by the two teens in the center of the room. On the desk before them, the dissection tools and the dead frog remain, a silent, clinical witness to a boy who is carrying the weight of the world, and the girl who is the only thing keeping him from falling into the dark. Morning light filters into the Parker kitchen as Peter sits alone, his breakfast forgotten as he grips a cordless phone. Across town, Kitty Pryde sits on the edge of her bed, her expression a mask of quiet contemplation. "Hello?" Peter asks, breaking the heavy silence between them. He stares down at his bowl of cereal, his brow furrowed with a worry that has nothing to do with schoolwork or supervillains. Kitty looks toward her window, her eyes rimmed with the redness of a long, sleepless night. The silence on the other end stretches too long for comfort. "Kitty, did you hang up?" Peter asks, his voice tinged with a sudden spike of anxiety. She pulls the phone closer, her response cold and clipped. "No," she says, the single word carrying the weight of a dozen unspoken arguments. Peter leans into the receiver, his eyes widening as he senses the shift in her mood. "What's going on?" he asks, already dreading the answer. Kitty pulls her knees to her chest, her voice rising with a jealousy she can no longer hide. "So, now you're hanging out with this MJ again?" she demands. Peter recoils as if struck, his mouth hanging open in pure disbelief. "I'm not what? That's not what I said. I'm not hanging out with her. We go to school together," he stammers, trying to regain his footing. Kitty's face hardens, the hurt turning into sharp-edged anger. "You just said she helped you deal with all this Morbius vampire stuff. You said you," she bites back, leaving the accusation hanging in the air. He gestures wildly with his free hand, pacing the kitchen as he tries to justify his actions. "She was there. Yes, she saw I was upset, I was creeped out, and she talked me down. We are friends, Kitty. We've been friends since forever," he insists. He softens his voice, trying to reach her through the static of their deteriorating relationship. "She knows a lot of stuff about me, including, you know," Peter trails off, the secret of his identity always the elephant in the room. Kitty scoffs, her gaze fixed on the floor as she mops up a stray tear. "Well, that's just great," she mutters, her sarcasm dripping with pain. The frustration finally boils over for Peter, his voice rising in an uncharacteristic display of temper. "Is this because I didn't call you? I called you. You were out being an X-Man person. Well, great then. What did I do wrong here, exactly?" he demands. The tears finally spill over as Kitty's voice breaks, her vulnerability laid bare. "You don't see how that kills me inside?" she whispers into the receiver. Peter is struck speechless, the raw emotion in her voice catching him completely off guard. What? He breathes, his eyes wide with shock. Kitty leans forward, her voice a desperate plea for the closeness they're losing. I should be the one you come to. I'm your girlfriend. I should be the one, she cries out, the words echoing in her quiet room. He tries to offer a scrap of reassurance, though it feels hollow even to him. You are, Peter says softly. Kitty isn't having any of it, her anger flaring back up like a dying ember. Well, hello? I'm not, she is, she snaps, her eyes flashing with a mix of defiance and hurt. Peter raises his hands in a gesture of utter exasperation, his voice reaching a fever pitch. I'm not the only person in the world you talk to. You have all your friends in the X-Men, he counters, pointing out the hypocrisy of her stance. He continues, his voice dropping into a somber realization of his own isolation. Yeah, but I have no friends, 0 friends, and I have no one who knows about, my other life but you and her, and half the super villains in the tri-state area, he adds with a bitter laugh. Kitty sits bolt upright, her jaw set as she delivers a truth that Peter has been avoiding. It's different, she argues. Peter asks, how is it different? But the answer comes before he can even finish the question. You're in love with her, Kitty shouts, the truth hanging heavy in the air between them. Peter is stunned into silence, his face paling as the accusation hits home. He has no defense because deep down, he knows she's right. Kitty's expression softens instantly, the shock of her own words reflected in her wide eyes. Oh my God, she gasps, her hand flying to her mouth. Aunt May walks through the door, her presence a sudden intrusion into the emotional battlefield. You didn't break up with her because you hate her, you broke up with her because you thought you had to keep her from getting hurt. Kitty's voice continues, unaware of the newcomer. Peter tries to scramble for a graceful exit as May greets him. Hi honey, I'm home, she says brightly. Peter snaps back into the phone. What do you want me to do? Move. While Kitty asks, is that her? He quickly clarifies, it's my Aunt May. Kitty looks down, the reality of the situation sinking in. Oh, she says simply, the fire gone from her voice. Peter closes his eyes, a heavy sigh escaping his lips as he prepares to face his aunt. Yeah, he mutters, the weight of the world feeling heavier than ever. With a dull boop, Peter ends the call, the silence of the kitchen feeling louder than the argument that preceded it. Aunt May sets her bags down, her eyes full of maternal concern. Hi, she says warmly. Who are you talking to? Peter deflects with a practiced ease. The sheriff of Crazy Town, he quips, though his eyes tell a different story. A small smile plays on May's lips as she jumps to a hopeful conclusion. Oh, you and MJ got back together? She asks. Peter turns away, his voice flat. No, there's a new sheriff in town, he replies, the mystery of his words leaving her puzzled. May heads for the kitchen sink, her tone light and encouraging. Congratulations, go wash your hands, I got hoagies, she orders. Peter gives a half-hearted yay, his mind still miles away. Kitty lies back on her bed, her arm over her eyes as she replays the conversation in her head. 2 simple words, no, I'm not in love with her. That's all it would have taken, she thinks to herself, the pain of his silence cutting deep. She curls into a ball, the phone lying forgotten on the bed beside her, as she surrenders to the quiet heartbreak of the moment. The next day at Midtown High, the hallways are a familiar chaos of lockers slamming and teenage chatter. Peter stands with a group of classmates, trying to blend into the background. Mary Jane approaches him with a bright, welcoming smile that lights up the dingy hallway. Hey, you! Hey, oh, hey, MJ, Peter greets her, his voice regaining some of its usual warmth. She asks, so, you in better spirits today? Any more vampires? Peter jokes back, how would I know? They begin to walk through the crowded hall, the easy rhythm of their friendship returning. No more vampires, I am happy to say, Peter confirms. MJ asks, where you going now? Peter replies, I was going to swing around. MJ looks skeptical. Do you have to? She asks. Peter smiles. Well, with great power there must also come, he begins, quoting his uncle's famous words. MJ cuts him off, her hand on his arm as she guides him toward the exit. Yeah, come with, you need a break. Your head's not in the game. And when your head's not in the game, you get sloppy and someone pulls off your mask. Take a break from up there and all that, she advises. Peter asks, "Where are we going?" MJ gives him a playful, mysterious look that makes his heart skip a beat. "Your favorite place," she says. Peter stares at her, his expression a perfect mask of deadpan disbelief. "This is no one's favorite place," he mutters as they step out into the bright afternoon sun. The scene shifts to the local mall's food court, a sprawling landscape of plastic tables and neon signs. They settle into a small round table, the scent of fried food heavy in the air. What am I trying to do? What you're trying to do here? That's what I meant. Actually, I really do appreciate this," Peter says, picking at a burger. MJ takes a sip of her soda, her eyes bright with a secret. "Trying to be friends again, and I really appreciate it. And, yes, I'm making you a new costume," she reveals. Peter buries his face in his hand, a mix of profound relief and utter embarrassment. "Oh, thank God, thank you, thank you, thank you," he groans. MJ explains, "I saw on TV, you have a hole in the one you have." Peter admits, "I literally taped it closed with blue packing tape." Their moment is interrupted as a tall boy with long dark hair and a confident swagger approaches the table. "Hey, MJ," he says smoothly. MJ looks up, surprised. "Oh, Peter, that is so." She starts before the newcomer turns to Peter. "You try and keep your," Mark Raxton begins, his tone bordering on confrontational. MJ quickly introduces them, her voice light and casual. "Hey, Mark, is this the famous Peter Parker?" she asks. Mark looks Peter up and down with an unreadable expression. It is," Peter says awkwardly, feeling out of place in his own skin. Peter stares after him as Mark walks away, his presence lingering like a bad taste in the mouth. Mark looks back over his shoulder with a knowing smirk. "Good for you. So, see ya," he calls out, his words carrying a subtle sting. The moment he's gone, Peter turns to MJ, his curiosity piqued. "And that is?" he asks. MJ replies, "That's Mark Raxton, the Molten Man." Peter is clearly unimpressed. "Molten Man? Wow, now that's a bad costume." MJ clarifies with a smile, his band, the Molten Man. Peter looks at MJ, his mind racing with questions about the boy who just left. "Something going on there? When?" We went out." "What do you mean?" he presses, his jealousy surfacing despite his best efforts. He catches himself, a look of regret crossing his face as he realizes he's overstepping. "Forget it," he says quickly, trying to backtrack. MJ looks at him seriously, her gaze steady and unwavering. "When we broke up," she explains simply. Peter looks away, the weight of their history feeling heavier than ever. I really don't think I want to hear it," he admits, his voice dropping to a low whisper. MJ closes her eyes, a look of quiet sadness crossing her face as she acknowledges the awkwardness between them. "Yeah," she whispers back. They sit in a long, uncomfortable silence, the bustling sounds of the mall feeling strangely distant as they navigate the minefield of their past. MJ reaches into her bag and pulls out a tube of lip balm, her movements slow and deliberate. "Nothing happened, okay? I talked about you all night and ticked him off." "Good. Nice. No, I mean, I know what you mean. Have you gone out with anyone else?" she asks, the question hanging in the air. Peter tries to lighten the mood with a joke, his voice taking on a forced cheerfulness. "Well, the Human Torch and I are engaged. Mayak Nayak, you wish. Actually, I'm holding out for Daredevil," he quips. MJ looks at him, a small, genuine smile playing on her lips for the first time since they sat down. "No, everyone's pretty sure we're getting back together eventually. It's like I have a scarlet P on my shirt," she says, the humor in her voice not quite masking the underlying truth. MJ's expression shifts, becoming more serious as she brings up a topic they've both been avoiding. "So, how's what's-her-face?" she asks softly. Peter winces at the mention of Kitty. "Very literary reference. Thank you. Sorry I'm standing in your way of whatever. No, that's not what I mean. I know, I'm just guilt-ridden by nature." "No duh," they exchange in a quick, practiced banter. Peter lets out a long, weary sigh, his shoulders sagging as the emotional weight of the day catches up with him. "Oh, let's not go there," he says, his voice full of exhaustion. MJ leans in, her curiosity getting the better of her. "Haven't seen her skulking around school in a while," she notes, her tone a mix of observation and subtle concern. Peter explains the complicated situation with the X-Men. Yeah, she's grounded. Kind of. Oh, but she's a big fan of yours, let me tell you. She doesn't trust you. MJ asks, her brow furrowing. Peter stares down at the table. The plastic surface, suddenly the most interesting thing in the world, as he searches for the right words. He shakes his head slowly, a look of profound sadness in his eyes. Honestly, she doesn't even know me, he admits, the honesty of the statement echoing in the quiet corner of the food court. The mall's peaceful atmosphere is shattered by a massive, bone-jarring explosion. Debris rains down from the ceiling as terrified shoppers scream and scramble for cover. Peter and MJ huddle together in the doorway of a nearby store, their eyes wide with fear. Promise me, you suiting up? Gotta. Okay, I'm gone, they say in hurried, frantic whispers as the danger intensifies. A heavy vending machine is hurled through a storefront window with a violent crash, sending a hail of glass shards into the panicked crowd. A young boy, no more than 6, falls from the second-floor balcony, his tiny hand still clutching a toy car. A mother's soul-piercing scream echoes through the atrium. My baby. Spider-Man poses on a marble pillar, his hand raised in a small wave. Ta-da, he chirps, trying to lighten the mood, but the crowd is too terrified to appreciate his heroics. Oh my God, Spider-Man is trashing the mall? He's gone crazy. A woman screams while another cries out for her baby. He gently hands the boy back to his mother, but she recoils in terror. Now I'm trashing the mall? How am I trashing the mall? Get away from my baby, you monster. She shrieks, the fear in her eyes cutting Peter deeper than any punch could. Standing in the wreckage of a clothing store is a figure in a high-tech green suit, a long, mechanical tail swaying menacingly behind him. It's the Scorpion, and he looks like he's barely holding it together. Spidey lands on the tiled floor, his senses on high alert. Well, I guess I know what I'm doing for the rest of my afternoon. He thinks to himself, his mind already calculating his next move. The Scorpion is ranting, his voice high-pitched and frantic. I'm not falling for it, I'm not. I know all your tricks. I'm so much smarter than you, it's not even funny. I'm the Scorpion, I'm better, I know that. So don't try and psyche me out with this percent asterisk trick. It's supposed to be right here, he screams. Spider-Man asks calmly, okay, what aren't you falling for? Spider-Man tries to de-escalate the situation, his tone reasonable and level-headed. Scorpion, I see? Well, Mr. Scorpion, seeing as that you're smarter than me and all that, why don't you just lie down and act like I beat the crap out of you? And then we can save everyone the trouble of it actually happening, he proposes, his hands raised in a peaceful gesture. The Scorpion points a clawed hand at Spidey, his movements jerky and unpredictable. I know I was here, he bellows as a team of police officers bursts into the mall atrium. Spider-Man looks around, his heart sinking as he sees the officers' guns drawn. Okay, are you mad about a sale? Everyone down on the ground. He yells at the top of his lungs, trying to save as many lives as possible. The police take up defensive positions, their focus split between the two costumed figures. An officer barks into his radio, "This is Pullman at the Heights Mall. We have a 545 over." As they prepare for the worst. The Scorpion lashes out with his tail, a blinding burst of energy erupting from its tip. Die, no! Spider-Man cries out, lunging forward to stop the attack, but he's too slow. The energy blast hits several officers directly, their uniforms catching fire in a sickening display of violence. Ugh, my eyes! One screams in agony while another falls to the floor, his face a mask of pain. Gea Ali. Scorpion swings his tail with lethal intent, catching Spider-Man in the chest with a force that knocks the wind right out of him. The sound of metal on spandex echoes through the atrium. The hero is sent tumbling backward, his body crashing through a mall kiosk and scattering electronics everywhere. Stop it! He grunts as he hits the ground hard, his head ringing from the impact. The Scorpion ignores him, turning back toward the cowering police officers. Take him! An officer shouts over the deafening roar of gunfire as they try to suppress the villain. A second blast from the Scorpion's tail obliterates a storefront, showering the hallway in debris. You can't take this away from me, he rants, his madness fueling his destructive power. Spider-Man manages to fire a web line, dragging himself back into the fight as he sees the mounting devastation. "Oh my God," he gasps, horrified by the carnage around him. He swings in, catching the Scorpion by the waist and hauling him away from the officers. "Well, this got too crazy fast," he remarks, his voice strained. The Scorpion screams an inarticulate "og" as he's slammed against a concrete pillar. The police close in on them both, their weapons fixed on anything that moves. Not so fast. I get myself in enough trouble with the cops, I really don't need your help. I will shoot you right here. We need backup now," an officer warns. Spider-Man keeps the Scorpion pinned, pleading for reason. No. Suddenly, a group of officers tackles Spider-Man from behind, pinning him to the floor with a series of heavy thuds. "Bam! You need backup? I need a huge guy," Peter shouts as he's overwhelmed by the sheer number of men. More officers pile on, their weight crushing the air from his lungs. "Hey guys, I don't want to fight you, I want to down. You stay down. I'm not the problem," he insists as they cuff his hands behind his back. In the background, another officer tries to guide a terrified civilian. Help me, where do I?" The Scorpion seizes the opportunity, turning his tail on the officers holding the hero and letting loose a powerful blast of energy. "Og!" one screams as the flash blinds them all. Spider-Man kicks himself free from the pile, his movements a blur of red and blue. "Stay down, sorry guys," he calls out, his focus entirely on the retreating Scorpion. The atrium is a scene of utter devastation, the air thick with smoke and the smell of ozone. "Oh, come on, everybody just og," Spider-Man shouts as the Scorpion lands a brutal, unexpected punch that sends him reeling. He recovers quickly, delivering a series of lightning-fast blows to the Scorpion's armored torso. "Settle down," he commands, his patience finally at its end. A young officer, his hands shaking as he grips his service weapon, points it directly at Spider-Man's head. "Don't," Peter warns, but the word is lost in the chaos. A single gunshot rings out, the muzzle flash an angry spark in the dimly lit mall. The bullet whizzes past Spider-Man's ear, nearly taking his head off. The bullet ricochets off the Scorpion's green armor with a series of sharp sparks. "Yikes!" Spider-Man exclaims as he tumbles out of the line of fire, his heart pounding against his ribs. Spidey fires 2 web lines in rapid succession, gumming up the officers' weapons before they can fire again. "Dispatch, Code 4, we need backup," an officer screams into his radio as the hero jumps back into the fight. The Scorpion lunges forward, catching Spider-Man by the neck and lifting him off the floor with a terrifying strength. "Arg!" the hero grunts, his fingers clawing at the villain's metallic grip. The Scorpion looms over the fallen hero, his breathing ragged and his movements disjointed. "Who are you, masked mystery man? Unveil yourself to the crowd," he bellows at the empty mall. "He said that's what he said." He continues to ramble. Spider-Man slowly pushes himself up from the wreckage, muttering, "Alrighty then." They clash again, their fists meeting in a series of bone-crunching impacts that echo through the atrium. "You know, I'm no doctor, but I think you may need different medication," Peter quips, his humor a shield against the growing madness of the situation. The Scorpion tackles Spider-Man to the floor, his hands locked around the hero's throat as he screams into his face. "You're not listening. You need to listen." Peter gasps for air, managing to get out a final retort. "Are you talking to me or the voices in your head?" Spider-Man delivers a powerful kick to the Scorpion's chest, sending the armored villain skidding backward across the floor. "And do they talk to each other or only to you?" he asks as he regains his footing and prepares for the final round. Spidey lunges forward, his eyes narrowed with a grim determination. He's ending this here and now. Peter delivers a final, devastating punch that shatters the Scorpion's helmet, the green armor flying in a dozen different directions. "Now, please, I'm begging you, calm down or I'm going to have to," he starts to say, but the words die in his throat. Underneath the mask is a face Peter knows better than his own. It's himself, but scarred and terrified. No, you have to listen," the clone screams, his eyes full of a frantic desperation. Peter is frozen in shock, his mind unable to process the nightmare before him. "No, I gotta end this before anyone else gets," he trails off, the world around him suddenly spinning out of control. The sun begins its slow descent over the quiet, tree-lined streets of Queens, casting long, orange shadows across the neighborhood where Mary Jane lives. MJ sprints up the sidewalk toward her house, her face a mask of pure terror as she reaches the front steps. "Mom!" she screams at the top of her lungs, her voice echoing off the brick walls. She bursts into the kitchen, finding her mother sitting at the table with a laptop. "MJ, are you okay? Did you see it on TV?" "No, what? There was some crazy guy at the mall," her mother explains, her own face pale with worry as she looks at her daughter. Mrs. Watson rushes forward, pulling MJ into a tight, desperate hug. "Are you hurt?" "No, I just ran home. Oh my God, Spiderman was there. He took care of it. Oh my God," she cries out, the fear of the day finally breaking through. MJ clings to her mother, her eyes wide as she relives the nightmare of the mall. "I'm okay. My baby, I'm okay. I hate this city. This city used to be so nice." "No, it wasn't," they say to each other, their voices a low murmur as they seek comfort in each other's arms. Her mother holds her at arm's length, cupping her face and searching her eyes for any sign of injury. "Do you need to go to the hospital?" "Mom, I'm okay. I'm unscathed. I'm untouched. I know." "Okay, okay. You did the right thing. Nothing happened. I ran away," they reassure each other, the terror of the afternoon slowly starting to fade. Later that evening, MJ returns to the safety of her room, though the events of the day still weigh heavily upon her. "Geez," she mutters to herself as she closes the door and leans against it for a moment. She stands in the center of the darkened room, the moonlight through the window creating long, distorted shadows on the walls. A sense of unease begins to creep in. MJ catches her reflection in the mirror, her eyes tired and her hair messy. She looks like someone who has been through an ordeal and survived, but the night isn't over yet. She lies down on her bed, her journal open in front of her as she begins to process the day's events. Suddenly, a sharp squeaky sound from the hallway makes her freeze in place. She looks toward the doorway, her heart beginning to pound against her ribs. A dark, imposing silhouette appears in the opening, the moonlight behind it making it impossible to see its face. MJ stares in absolute terror as the figure steps into the room, its presence filling the small space with an overwhelming sense of dread. Before she can even open her mouth to scream, a strong, gloved hand covers her mouth, silencing her in an instant. "MMFF," she gasps, her eyes wide with a pure, unadulterated fear. The figure's grip is like iron, their eyes glowing with an eerie, unnatural light in the darkness of the room. "MMMFFFF?" MJ tries to struggle, but she's completely overpowered. From the kitchen, MJ's mother calls out to her, her voice light and unsuspecting. "Sweetie, you got something in the mail from Barnard." She begins to walk down the hallway toward MJ's room, her footsteps echoing on the hardwood floor. She pushes the door open, but the room is empty, the window wide open and the curtains fluttering in the night breeze. "MJ?" she asks, her voice rising in a sudden, sharp fear. The house is silent, the moonlight the only witness to the struggle that has just taken place. MJ is gone, and the nightmare has only just begun. A bold promotional banner for Ultimate Spider-Man stretches across the top of the page, its silver letters glinting against a backdrop of spiderwebs. A collection of fan letters and artwork fills the rest of the page, a testament to the series' enduring popularity. A photo shows Brian Michael Bendis and Mark Bagley posing with a fan who has a massive Spider-Man tattoo across his back, the image a perfect blend of comics and reality. The cover of issue 98 features a striking image of a mysterious new figure in a black and white costume, swinging through the air. The title, Clone Saga, Part 2, is displayed in bold letters, promising a continuation of the shock and mystery. High above the Manhattan skyline, the Baxter Building stands as a beacon of scientific progress and superhuman heroism. It is the home of the world-famous Fantastic Four. Inside the building's sprawling lab, Reed Richards stands over a glowing monitor while Johnny Storm sits nearby, drinking a clear liquid from a test tube. "Johnny, drink this," Reed says with a scientific detachment. Johnny takes a cautious sip. "It's water." "Yep," he confirms, looking unimpressed. Reed smiles, his scientific curiosity satisfied. "I can see the headline, Dr. Reed Richards, leader of the world-famous Fantastic Four, discovered water. Nobel Committee in emergency session, he jokes. Johnny asks, I made it from my urine. The Thing and Susan Storm look on in utter disbelief, their expressions a mix of horror and disgust. Reed, what? They exclaim in unison. Johnny is visibly revolted. Are you percentat-ing with me? Why would you even think to do that? He demands. Reed explains his reasoning calmly. I saw Mariner do it and I wondered if it could be done. Who? Mariner. Kevin Costner's character's name in Waterworld. The Thing is completely baffled. Are you out of your... Wait, you know the name of Kevin Costner's character in Waterworld? How many times have you seen it? He asks, his rock-like face reflecting his confusion. Susan tries to interject. Okay, sweetie, remember when you told me to tell you when you were acting in a way that is socially unacceptable. Reed looks at Susan with a pained expression. But it's water now, Susan, he protests, his logic always coming before social convention. She counters firmly. As a rule, society frowns upon serving anything to anyone that is, or was at any time, anything even remotely resembling pee. Suddenly, a flashing red warning light fills the room and a loud alarm begins to blare. Security breach, Section Alpha scrolls across every monitor. Whoa, Johnny gasps, his experiment forgotten. The security feed shows Spider-Man clinging to the outside of the building, carrying the unconscious and heavily armored form of the Scorpion clone. The sight is as shocking as it is unexpected. Reed rushes to the window, his eyes wide with concern. Oh man, what does he think he's? Spider-Man don't? He shouts, his voice booming through the lab. Spider-Man taps frantically on the reinforced glass. MMFF, security override, Synot, open Rec Room window 3, Reed commands, his voice firm as he overrides the building's defenses. Spidey tumbles into the room, setting the heavy clone down on the floor with a dull thud. Ben Grimm approaches them, his expression one of pure suspicion. Hey there, webhead, sorry. Well, I don't have my cell phone on me, Peter apologizes breathlessly. Reed is clearly exasperated. Spider-Man, you can't just touch this building. We have the highest security system known to man on this, he starts to explain. Susan Storm kneels down beside the clone, her face full of concern. What is this? What have you brought here? This guy hold on, okay. This guy was attacking a mall. I beat him up and Peter starts to explain. Ben asks, and you brought him here? Spider-Man looks at them, his voice full of a desperate urgency. Because I really need your help. Reed looks at the clone, his scientific mind already analyzing the situation. No offense, we aren't the police. We don't just drop off criminals that he says, his tone cool and analytical. Peter pleads with him. Listen to me. I need help here. Reed sighs. Okay, just calm down, he orders, trying to stabilize the situation. Spider-Man looks around the room, his gaze resting on each member of the team. I need to know I can trust you. Can I trust you? Yes, of course, Reed assures him, his voice softening. Johnny Storm adds, Dude, I told you after that thing that time, I owe you huge. Reed continues, Tell me who that is. I need to know who this is. Reed begins to examine the Scorpion's armor. We can run a blood test. We can put it in the computer. Can you do it without telling anyone? Telling anyone? Can you do it without the authorities knowing you're doing it? Peter asks, his voice trembling with a secret he's not yet ready to share. Susan Storm steps forward, her presence a calming influence on the panicked hero. I think I can do that if you need me to. Authorities? She asks. Peter turns to her, his voice a low whisper. Can you do it so Nick Fury doesn't know you're doing it? Reed looks at Peter, a sharp, knowing look in his eyes that tells him he understands the gravity of the request. Oh, that I can do, he promises. Johnny looks at Peter with a growing concern. Do it, please. Dude, what's going on? I don't know yet, they say to each other as they prepare to uncover a truth that will change everything. The team gathers around a large holographic monitor which displays a complex DNA sequence. Peter Parker, 94.2% match. Oh my God, Reed mutters, his face paling as he reads the data. Ben Grimm looks at the clone, who is now being held in a specialized containment field. His tail mechanism is grafted into his spinal cord. That's an illegal biograft, he notes with a shudder. Susan Storm looks at the unconscious clone, her heart full of pity for the boy. Let's wake him up. He might have a concussion. Maybe we should get my dad in here too. He is the one with the answers, she suggests. Peter snaps back, his voice full of a sudden, sharp fear. No, 94%? You said 94%. Reed nods, his scientific detachment momentarily replaced by a look of sheer disbelief. Yes, 94% what? It's a 94% DNA match, which is odd. It's usually a match or it's not, but the finding was so specific to the medical records of he explains. Peter is horrified. Oh my God, he gasps, the world around him beginning to crumble. Reed looks back at his data, his brow furrowed in concentration. I got here, Peter Parker, Caucasian, around 16 years old, not a mutant, some genetic damage. Never seen that kind of damage before. Maybe that's the percentage discrepancy, or he continues. Peter interrupts him, his voice low and firm. Okay, listen to me. With a steady hand, Peter pulls off his mask, revealing his own face to the stunned members of the Fantastic Four. I'm Peter Parker. Me, so who is that and what is going on? He asks, the question a desperate plea for answers he doesn't want to hear. The team stares at him in a long, uncomfortable silence. Hey, I know you. We went to school together, Johnny Storm says, finally making the connection as he looks from Peter to the clone and back again. The scene shifts to the massive Triskelion building, the sun glinting off its glass and steel exterior as a SHIELD helicarrier hovers nearby. In his office, Nick Fury sits at a high-tech desk, speaking to Reed Richards via video link. Dr. Richards, I haven't changed my mind about the Skrull Initiative, No, I'm calling about something else, Reed says from the screen. Good. What's the government's take on human cloning experiments? It's exactly what you see on TV. It's off limits. No cloning. It's too controversial, morally ambiguous, so no one we know is doing anything with cloning. Nope, they exchange in a tense, clipped conversation. Fury looks at Reed skeptically, his single eye narrowed with suspicion. And no one over there at the Triskelion is doing any cloning, and neither will you be if that's what you're really asking. Oh no. No, I wasn't, Reed lies, his face a perfect mask of scientific innocence. Fury leans closer to the screen, his tone dropping to a low, menacing warning. I mean it, Doctor, okay? You are technically Army personnel. You're a federal employee. You have to obey the law of the land, he growls. Reed continues his elaborate charade, his voice steady despite the pressure. I'm not cloning anything. I was, on the can reading an article in Wired magazine and it just got me thinking, he claims, his hands moving over a control panel. Fury ends the call with a curt, well, thanks for that intimate look into your bathroom habits. He presses a button on his desk and the screen goes dark with a dull cleep, the general left with his own suspicions. Back at the Baxter building, Peter looks at the blank screen. He's lying. He's a liar, he says, his distrust of Fury as deep as ever. Reed looks up from his console. Actually, this time he's not. I have virtual sensors reading body temperature and pulse rate fluctuations and it didn't budge, he reveals. Reed gestures toward the containment field where the Scorpion clone is held. You can do that. With him you kind of have to. He's not lying. It wasn't he who made this clone of you, and he doesn't know anyone who did. And it wasn't you? Peter asks, his mind reeling from the possibilities. Reed looks at the clone with a mix of awe and scientific appreciation. I wish, it's brilliant, we should wake him up now, see what he has to say. Who would do this to me? I am freaking out. Don't worry about it. We'll handle it. You are completely entitled. No kiddin', the group says to one another, the mystery of the clone deepening by the second. Susan Storm looks at Peter, her eyes full of empathy. Is there something you're not telling us, Peter? Why don't you want us to wake him? No, I need a minute, he says, his voice cracking with emotion. Reed approach him with a medical kit. And I need a blood sample from you as well. How did you originally get your powers? I was bit by a spider, Peter explains simply. Reed pauses, a skeptical look on his face. Cute. No, really, how did you get your powers? I was bit by a spider. It was a big spider, Peter repeats, the truth sounding more ridiculous every time he says it. Reed begins to draw blood from Peter's arm, his focus entirely on the task at hand. The Scorpion clone of yours, his blood had some oddities. Oddities? Need to see if yours has the same. This will take a bit, he says. Peter looks at the clock on the wall, a sudden look of panic crossing his face. I don't have a bit. Oh man, what time is it? Is that the time? I have to go home, he says, his focus suddenly shifting to his civilian life. Reed asks now. Peter is already gathering his things, his movements hurried and frantic. If I don't get home, I'm grounded. My Aunt May, she said she's going to kick me out of the house if I'm not home when I'm supposed to be. So, call her. I gotta go. You're leaving? The group asks in a chorus of confusion. He's already halfway to the open window. I'm going to get kicked out of my house? I gotta go. How do I get out of here? He shouts over his shoulder, his personal life suddenly taking precedence over a scientific mystery. Peter swings away from the building, his silhouette a lone red and blue spark against the vast New York City skyline. He leaves behind more questions than answers. The Fantastic Four watch him go from the safety of their lab. He left, that was so lame. Dude left his clone. The kid's a kid. Give him a break. He freaked out. We'll figure this out for him, they say, the mystery of Peter Parker continuing to unfold even in his absence. Spider-Man swings through the concrete canyons of the city, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts and fears. Baby, he exclaims into the night wind, his heart pounding. He swings over the massive cables of the Queensboro Bridge, the lights of the city flickering below like 1,000 fallen stars. You ran away. You freaked out, got scared, and you ran away, he thinks, the words a rhythmic chant in his head. He swings toward the residential streets of Queens, the familiar landmarks of home bringing little comfort. Come on, give yourself a little break. This is intensely crazy. You're entitled to spaz for a second. Can't believe I unmasked in front of even more people. Just take a minute to get a hold of yourself, make an excuse to Aunt May, and sneak back out and get back there, he plans, trying to maintain some semblance of order in his life. He lands silently in his own backyard, the quiet night air feeling strangely thick. Maybe the clone is just some weird side effect of the accident that gave me my powers in the first, he thinks, searching for any logical explanation. He pulls off his mask, his face reflected in the dark window of the house. Weird side effect? There was an entire other me with a tail. He shouts at his own reflection, the impossibility of it all finally hitting him. He walks toward the back door, a practiced mask of teenage innocence falling into place. Okay, just put on your happy face and tell Aunt May you forgot your math book back at the Bugle, and he mutters, but the words are cut off as the door is flung open. Aunt May is standing there, her face a mask of pure hysteria. Peter! Og, ag, she screams as she grabs him by the shoulders. She is crying and shaking him, her words a jumbled mess of fear and concern. Is MJ with you? MJ, no, where were you? Have you talked to MJ? I was in the city picking up my paycheck, Peter stammers, his own fear rising to meet hers. Peter looks at his aunt, her distress making his own heart skip a beat. Aunt May, what's going on? He asks, his voice barely a whisper. May collapses against him, her voice a low, desperate moan. MJ's missing. Missing, her mom called. MJ came home from school, went into her room, and then she disappeared, she explains, her eyes full of a terrifying realization. Peter's heart sinks into his stomach. You said you were in the city. Before that, you don't know where she is now? No, they say to each other, the weight of the news a physical blow. May looks at him with a sudden, sharp hope. Did she say anything to you? Can I go look for her? She asks. Peter is already running back toward the street. Go, take your cell phone. I got it, they shout, their lives once again thrown into a chaotic storm of danger and uncertainty. Peter sprints through the quiet neighborhood, his mind a fever dream of possibilities. Ran away, he thinks, his breath coming in short, ragged gasps. He arrives at Mary Jane's house to find her mother standing on the porch, her face illuminated by the yellow glow of the porch light. Peter, where is she? MJ? Mrs. Watson, she ran away again. I don't know. You don't know that, they say to each other, their voices full of an unbearable tension. Mrs. Watson grabs Peter's hands, her grip like a vice. Where is she? I don't know, he repeats, the words a hollow echo of his own desperation. She collapses into his arms, her sobbing a raw, painful sound in the quiet night. She's all I have, I'll find her. She's all I have, she cries, her voice echoing off the brick walls of the house. Peter holds her, his own eyes full of tears as he looks up at MJ's darkened window. I called the police. They said I have to wait 24 hours. 24 hours? She just came in here and then? Mrs. Watson continues, her voice a low murmur of grief. Peter stares up at the window, his mind already formulating a plan. I called her for dinner. She wasn't here. Peter, that time last year when she ran away, where did she go? Mrs. Watson asks, her eyes searching his for any spark of hope. Peter's eyes catch something in the moonlight, a series of dark, muddy handprints on the brick wall below the window. The sight makes his blood run cold. He turns and runs back toward his own house, his mind made up. I'll be right back, he shouts back to MJ's mother. He thinks of the one place MJ would go to be alone. The warehouse, our old sneak-away place. This is where she goes to decompress and write in her journal and stuff. She probably wigged because that scorpion guy attacked them all. She had some kind of green goblin flashback and she's just sitting there. I know she's there, he thinks with a grim certainty. Peter climbs through a broken window of the old, abandoned warehouse, the silence inside a heavy, tangible thing. Mary, he calls out softly, his voice barely a whisper. He drops down to the dust-covered floor, his senses on high alert. Just be here, please be there, he pleads with the darkness, his heart pounding in his ears. He sees a familiar shape in the shadows and kneels down, his hands trembling. MJ? He asks, his voice a low, desperate plea. He looks up as a voice speaks from the darkness above him, its tone cool and mocking. Oh no, MJ? He asks again. Sorry, Tiger, the voice replies, sending a shiver of fear down his spine. A figure swings down from the ceiling, landed gracefully in a crouch. It's a woman in a black and white costume, her long, dark hair flowing around her mask. Well, this is awkward, she says with a subtle smirk. Peter stares at her in stunned silence, his mind unable to process the new arrival. Who are you? He finally manages to breathe, his voice cracking with emotion. She stands up slowly, her movements fluid and athletic. Who do I look like? She asks, her eyes glowing through her mask. Peter isn't in the mood for games. I don't care. Where is MJ? He demands, his voice rising in an angry, desperate shout. She looks at him for a long moment, her gaze unreadable. Mary Jane Watson, I'm not her if that's what you think. That would be so creepy, she says, her tone carrying a hint of genuine unease. Peter's frustration finally boils over, his voice an angry roar that echoes through the empty warehouse. As opposed to this thing here which isn't creepy at all. Where is she? I wouldn't know, I don't get to be part of that part. I want to know what is going on here. What is going on here? Give me MJ, I mean it. There is nothing I won't do to protect her, he bellows, his hands clenched into fists. She gives him a sharp, mocking look that cuts right through his bravado. Yeah, great job so far, she says, her words a stinging indictment of his failure to keep MJ safe. With a roar of pure, unadulterated rage, Peter lunges at her, his only thought to find the girl he loves and get some answers. The mysterious figure dodges his attack with a fluid, superhuman grace. HRRA, hey! They grunt as they dance around each other in the darkened space. Peter crashes through a pile of old wooden crates with a loud crash, sending splinters of wood flying in every direction. Where is she? He bellows, his voice echoing through the warehouse. She swings a heavy metal pipe at him, the sound of it whistling through the air a deadly promise. You don't get to touch me, she screams, her voice full of a sudden, sharp anger. The pipe connects with a sickening smack, sending Peter sprawling across the dusty floor. Okay, you understand me. Where arg? They shout, their movements a blur of superhuman speed. Peter slams into a wooden support beam with a loud crack, his body going limp for a moment. Just stop it, she yells, her voice a mix of frustration and strange, hidden concern. Peter lies on the floor, his visions swimming as he looks up at her. Hey, I'm not going to fight you. It's not happening. Where is she? You're completely off your game anyhow, they say to each other, the air between them thick with unspoken questions. She stares down at him, her face a perfect mask of hidden secrets as she prepares her next move. How would I know where Mary is? Seriously, come on, man. You'd think you would just deal with the implications of what is going on right in front of come on, she exclaims, her voice full of a desperate, hidden truth. Peter tries to fire a web line at her, but his movements are slow and uncoordinated. The strand goes wide, missing her entirely. She catches the web line in midair, her grip like a vice. "Fine," she shouts, her voice full of a sudden, sharp resolve. She fires a strand of her own webbing, which hits Peter square in the face with a loud spack. He's knocked back with a heavy thump, his world going black in an instant. Peter lies motionless on the floor, buried under a pile of falling debris with a final, echoing crash. The warehouse goes silent once more. The figure in black stands over him, her breathing heavy and labored as she looks down at the fallen hero. "Oh my God," she whispers, the anger gone from her voice. She kneels down beside him, her hands hovering over his body for a moment before she checks his pulse. A look of relief passes over her face. She looks at him, her voice full of a raw, hidden emotion that Peter would never have expected. "Okay, Hugh, you're okay, you scared me," she says softly, her fingers gently brushing over his mask. She stands up slowly, her gaze sweeping over the ruined interior of the warehouse. "I shouldn't have come here. This was my fault. I just had to see this for real. I'll get them back for you, Peter. I'll do it for all of us," she promises, her voice full of a grim determination. She turns toward the open window, her silhouette a dark shape against the moonlit sky. "We didn't deserve this," she mutters, her final words lost to the night air as she swings away. Peter begins to stir in the wreckage, a low groan escaping his lips as he pushes a heavy piece of wood off his chest. "Ugh," he mutters, the pain a sharp, throbbing reminder of the fight. He looks around the warehouse, his vision slowly returning to focus. Oh no, how long was I out?" He panics, his mind immediately returning to MJ. He stumbles through the debris, his body aching with every movement. "Where is she? She was talking like she knew me. I was too wigged out. I couldn't hear her. I just wanted MJ. The costume. She sounded so, he thinks, the realization of what he's just witnessed starting to haunt him. He climbs back through the window, the cool night air a sharp contrast to the heat of the warehouse. He needs a plan, and he needs it now. He looks up at the moon, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated despair. "No," he cries out, the sound echoing through the empty industrial district. He stands on the edge of the roof, his silhouette a lone, broken figure against the night sky as he searches for a path forward. He lets out a primal, soul-wrenching scream. "MJ!" The sound a desperate plea for a miracle that isn't coming. He stands frozen on the roof for a long moment, the silence of the city a heavy, suffocating thing. A sudden, sharp thought strikes him, a possibility he hadn't even considered. My old house from before the move. Did MJ sneak into my old house? He wonders, a spark of hope finally igniting in his chest. The scene shifts to the front of a small, nondescript house in a different part of the city. The front door is slightly ajar. Peter stares at the door, his heart pounding in his ears as he approaches. "MJ?" he asks softly, his voice trembling with hope. He breaks into a run, his movements a blur of speed as he reaches the porch. "MJ?" he shouts as he bursts through the door. He stands in the darkened hallway, his eyes searching the rooms for any sign of her. The house feels strangely familiar, yet empty. He steps further into the room, his silhouette framed by the pale light from the window. "MJ?" he calls out again, his voice echoing in the quiet space. A figure steps out from the shadows of the hallway, their voice a soft, low murmur. "MJ, you shouldn't be here. Why did you? You moved," she asks, her voice full of a sudden, sharp confusion. Peter is frozen in place, his face pale as he looks at the person speaking to him. It's a ghost from his past, a face he never thought he'd see again. Eyes go wide with a pure, unadulterated shock, his mind unable to process the impossible sight before him. The world around him feels like it's coming apart at the seams. He looks into her eyes, his heart stopping for a beat as he realizes the magnitude of what he's seeing. The truth is more terrifying than anything he could have imagined. Standing before him is Gwen Stacy, her face filled with an equal measure of confusion and shock. "You moved? When did you move?" "Gwen?" Peter asks, his voice barely a whisper as he stares at the girl he believed was dead. The scene shifts to a darkened, high-tech lab. MJ lies inside a massive glass containment tank, her eyes closed and her breathing shallow. She begins to stir, her face pressing against the cold, hard surface of the glass as she tries to wake up. "MMFF," she groans, her voice muffled. She opens her eyes, her gaze sweeping over the sterile, unfamiliar environment of the lab. A look of terror slowly begins to dawn on her face. She screams a silent, "Oh my God," as she realizes she's trapped inside the tank, her hands flat against the glass. MJ bangs her fists against the glass with a loud thump-thump, her voice rising in a desperate plea for help. "Hello? Hello?" A dark, shadowy figure appears in the doorway. "Don't do that, MJ. Just calm down," a cold, familiar voice commands. MJ presses her hands against the glass, her eyes searching the figure for some sign of recognition. "Peter?" she asks, her voice a low, trembling whisper of hope. The figure steps out of the shadows, his silhouette looming over the glass tank like a dark, inevitable fate. The lab is filled with an eerie, flickering light. MJ's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated terror as she looks at the figure. "Peter, what are you doing?" she asks, her voice rising in a frantic, desperate scream. The man speaks, his voice flat and devoid of any human emotion. "I know how to protect you. I should have thought of this years ago," he says, his logic twisted and dangerous. MJ is completely hysterical, her fists hammering against the glass. "Peter, I want out of this. Why did you do this?" she screams, her voice echoing through the lab. The figure reaches out a hand toward the tank, his movements slow and deliberate. "SHH, it's okay. I'm going to make sure no one hurts you ever again," he promises, his words a chilling threat to her freedom. MJ continues to bang on the glass, her face a mask of absolute terror as the truth of her situation sinks in. "Stop it. Let me out. Where are we?" she cries out, but her words are lost to the heavy silence of the lab as the scene fades to black. Peter stands in the dim moonlight of his old hallway, his face contorted in sheer disbelief. Who are you?" he stammers out, his voice cracking with fear. A blonde girl stands at the foot of the stairs, wearing nothing but a striped hospital gown and a confused expression. "Dude, what's going on here?" she asks, seemingly unaware of the impossibility of her existence. Peter leans forward, his eyes wide as he searches her face for any sign that this is a trick. "Who are you?" he yells again, the volume of his voice echoing through the silent house. She looks up at him, her own fear beginning to mirror his. "Peter, what's going on? It's me. Why did you move?" she cries out, reaching toward him. The shadows cast long, jagged lines across the room as Peter holds up his fists. "Gwen, you're dead," he whispers, the truth of his memory clashing with the sight before him. A tight close-up of her face reveals the genuine shock in her eyes as she processes his words. "I'm not," she says softly, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. Peter collapses, burying his face in his hands as the trauma of the past resurfaces. You died right in our backyard," he groans. Gwen looks down at him, her hands clasped tightly as she asks, "Peter, what are you?" Peter drops to his knees on the wooden floor, his world spinning out of control. "I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind," he repeats, convinced he has finally broken. Gwen stands over him, watching him spiral as he mutters, "None of this is real. Not in Anino. None of a time seeing things." She reaches out, grabbing his face with both hands to force him to look at her. Peter. Og, Peter," she shouts, trying to pull him back from the edge of his panic. He feels the warmth of her skin, a sensation that shouldn't be possible for a ghost. He looks up at her, his eyes darting between her hands and her face in a desperate search for logic. She holds him steady, her thumbs brushing against his cheeks. "Gwen?" he asks breathlessly. She looks him in the eye and asks, "Can you see me? Can you feel me?" He stammers a reply, "I don't, yais." Gwen nods and confirms, "I'm right here." Peter stares at her, the reality of the moment finally sinking in. "Gwen, you died," he says, still trying to reconcile his memories. She looks back at him without a hint of irony and simply states, "I didn't." He looks at her with a mix of awe and terror, his mind racing through 1,000 impossible explanations. "Where did you come from?" he asks, needing to know how she could be standing there. The scene shifts to the cold, industrial ruins of an old Oscorp facility under a full moon. A voice narrating the scene explains, "This is where it happened. You remember, right? This is where Spider-Man was born. Inside a high-tech containment chamber, Mary Jane Watson watches a dark figure working at a console. Of course you remember. Remember, the figure says, his silhouette hunched over the glowing screen. He looks back at her and asks, "What am I talking about, right?" MJ bangs her fists against the glass, her eyes wide with terror as she screams through the barrier. "Peter, what happened? What are you doing?" she cries out, but the figure doesn't stop his work. The figure continues to speak, his voice calm and methodical. "Thing is, MJ, really, I'm smarter than I've been acting. I'm smarter than I let on," he explains. He turns slightly, his face still obscured. "And I realized, once I started thinking smart, that you can't possibly be expected to survive all the craziness we're going to go through if I'm Spider-Man. When I'm Spider-Man. Look at all the craziness that's gone on already, and I've only been Spider-Man for our sophomore year." MJ closes her eyes, a single tear tracking down her face as she gasps for air. "Peter," she whispers, her voice breaking under the weight of her fear. The figure leans in, his shadow looming over her. "So, instead of breaking up with you or worrying about you every single second of every single day, I thought what I need to do is make us equals," he says. He emphasizes his point. "Make us peers. Make sure you can defend yourself." He steps into the light, revealing a distorted reflection in the glass. "Make you like me," he says, his voice taking on a darker, more obsessive edge as MJ recoils in horror. The figure's full face is finally revealed, and it's a nightmare of scarred tissue and exposed muscle. He wears a tattered Spider-Man suit, and half his face looks like it was melted in a chemical fire. "I'm going to make you just like me," he promises with a twisted smile, as MJ screams in absolute terror. Meanwhile, high above New York City, the Baxter Building pierces the night sky. Inside the home of the Fantastic Four, a calm voice echoes through the lab. "Mr. Parker, wake up and speak to us, please." Inside a massive, glowing energy sphere, a young man floats in stasis. Sue Storm and Reed Richards stand on the catwalk, observing their guest. "My name is Sue Storm. This is Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four," Sue explains. Reed adds, "You're in the Baxter Building in New York City. You're safe and you're with friends. We want to help you. We know you're awake because we're reading your vital signs. We know you're awake and we really need to speak to you so we can work out just what is going on here." The figure inside the sphere, a young man who looks exactly like Peter Parker, opens his eyes. Everything is tinted green by the containment field. "Am I back in the zoo?" he asks, his voice weak and disoriented. He looks up at the ceiling of his energy cage, his brow furrowed in pain. The confusion in his eyes suggests he has no idea where he is or how he got there. Reed looks at him with clinical interest while Sue offers a reassuring smile. "Much better, thank you," Reed says. He then asks the critical question, "Do you answer to Peter Parker? Is that your name?" The boy in the sphere is revealed to be wearing a dark, armored suit with a mechanical tail coiled around his legs. He looks at his own hands, his expression shifting from confusion to a growing, volatile anger. Reed adjusts his glasses, his tone remaining professional. "It really helps us all if you speak," he says. "We just want to piece together what exactly is going." Suddenly, the clone's face contorts in a rage that borders on madness. "Shut your mouth!" he screams, his teeth bared in a snarl. The boy lashes out against the energy field, his movements erratic and violent. How did I get here?" he demands. Reed's silhouette remains calm as he answers, "You were trashing a mall in Queens. Spider-Man brought you here." Sue and Reed share a look of concern. "Zoo? What zoo?" Sue asks. Reed clarifies, "You're in the Baxter Building. You're in New York." The scorpion clone lets out a primal roar, his mechanical tail slamming into the energy barrier with a massive surge of power. "En-Niag," he bellows, causing the scientists to flinch back. "Whoa!" Reed exclaims as the containment field ripples under the impact. Sue steps forward, her hands glowing with invisible force as she reinforces the field. "Calm down," she shouts over the din. "I have you in a force field. You can't hurt anyone but yourself in there." The clone clutches his head, his face twisting in agony as if his own thoughts are attacking him. "Enenenu," he moans, his eyes rolling back in his head as the energy surge overwhelms him. The glow begins to fade as the clone's strength leaves him. Sue exhales, lowering her guard. "Okay, That's better, she says, looking over at Reed at the console. The boy collapses to the bottom of the sphere, his consciousness slipping away. He mutters incoherent words as he drifts into a forced sleep. The others. The ZZZ Zoo is where The lab falls into a tense silence as the monitors flatline into a sleep state. He's out, Reed notes. Sue sighs, looking at the unconscious clone. Great, the zoo? I do not know, the zoo. Reed turns back to his data, his mind racing through the implications. Someone made a clone of Peter Parker, he explains, and its brain is completely misfiring, and they did some biographed experiments to it to see what would happen, hence the tail and the suit. Sue crosses her arms, her face set in a grim line. I think we have to go to Nick Fury with this, she says. Reed nods in agreement. Yes, it's too big not to. Hate to do this to the real Peter Parker. He clearly has a bigger problem with Fury than even we do. They both look back at the boy in the sphere with a sense of revulsion. That suit is despicable, Sue mutters. Reed looks at the readings and adds, it's feeding the biograft. It's keeping it working. If we remove it, his spine will just Sue cuts him off. That's so sick. Reed simply replies, that's what I'm saying. Sue activates her comlink, her voice authoritative as she makes the call. We're helping him, not hurting him. Hi, this is Susan Storm. Can you tell General Fury to come to the Baxter building ASAP? No, he needs to come here. She looks at the sleeping clone one last time, the weight of the conspiracy hanging over them. He needs to see this for himself, she says firmly. Back at the Parker residence, the night has grown cold as Gwen and Peter sit on the floor of the dark entryway. Man, it's so hard to think I was in a hospital. I woke up in a hospital, Gwen says, her voice trembling. Peter leans in and asks, where? Gwen shakes her head. I don't know, just a hospital. A hazy memory flashes through her mind, a sterile, white room filled with monitors and IV bags. And I remember calling out. I remember asking for help, she recalls. There was no TV in the room, Peter looks at her, his heart breaking as he listens to her account. What? He asks softly, needing to hear every detail. The memory shifts to a more gruesome image, a doctor lying dead on the floor of that same sterile room. The vision is blurred and fractured, a nightmare she can't fully grasp. She looks back at Peter, the fear in her eyes more intense than ever. I don't, she whispers. Peter asks the question that's been burning in his mind. How did you get out? How did you get here? The memory continues, a chaotic scene of a policeman firing his weapon in a hallway filled with smoke and screaming people. It's a scene of absolute carnage, flickering in and out of her mind. Gwen pulls her knees to her chest, trying to shut out the visions. I don't remember, she says, her voice barely a whisper. A close-up of her eye shows the reflection of the dark room, but behind it lies the trauma of what she's been through. She looks lost, a girl out of time. Peter stands over her, his own confusion mounting. How did you get here, though? How did you get from there to here? He asks, his hands gesturing to the room around them. Another flash, a blurry view of the New York skyline from high above, the city lights a smear of gold and blue. It's a fleeting image, gone as soon as it appears. Gwen looks up at him, her eyes pleading for understanding. I don't remember, she repeats. Peter persists, come on. She shakes her head. I really don't, Peter asks. You don't remember how you got here. She stares at him, the core of her identity suddenly under question. I was dead, she asks, the words sounding foreign and terrifying to her. Peter kneels beside her, his voice heavy with the burden of the truth. I swear to God, you were dead. They took you away, he says, his hand reaching out but not quite touching her. Gwen looks down at the floor, her hair obscuring her face as she processes the impossible. I don't know how I'm supposed to react to that, she whispers. Without a word, they fall into an embrace, Peter holding her as if she might vanish if he lets go. For a moment, the world outside the front door doesn't exist. Peter pulls back slightly, his eyes falling on the hospital bracelet still on her wrist. Can I see your bracelet? What does it say? He asks. Gwen looks at it blankly. It's just numbers. What is going on? Peter sighs. I don't know, I'm really scared. Suddenly, a shadow falls over them from the doorway. A familiar, trembling voice calls out from the dark. Peter, Peter, can you hear me? Aunt May stands in the doorframe, the bright porch light behind her casting her in a blinding silhouette. "Peter, are you?" she starts to ask, but her voice fails her. Peter and Gwen look up in unison, their faces illuminated by the sudden light. "Aunt May?" Peter asks, his heart sinking as he realizes what she is seeing. Aunt May's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated horror. She is staring directly at Gwen, a girl she saw die and buried months ago. May lets out a strangled gasp, stumbling back as if she's seen a monster. "Og!" she cries out. Peter reaches a hand toward her, desperate to calm her down. "It's okay, it's..." She doesn't wait for an explanation, turning and sprinting down the walkway toward her car. Her movements are panicked and frantic, her only thought to get away from the nightmare in her hallway. Peter and Gwen watch her go from the doorway, both of them paralyzed by the sudden escalation. "Oh man, I was dead," Gwen mutters. Peter just sighs. "Yeah, oh man, this is it, I guess." Gwen looks at him and asks, "What is what?" Inside the house, May fumbles with the phone on the wall, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "Guh, guh," she chokes out, her fingers unable to dial the numbers. She manages to get the back door open, stumbling into the kitchen as she continues to struggle with the receiver. "NNN? Nah," she moans, her world collapsing around her. Peter and Gwen enter the kitchen, their hands up in a gesture of peace. "Aunt May, please," Peter begs, "put the phone down." They stand across the kitchen island, a chasm of fear and secrets between them. "Put the phone down," Peter repeats, his voice firm but pleading. "Don't, just sit down." May clutches her chest, gasping. Peter repeats, "Sit down." Aunt May looks at him as if she's seeing a stranger, her eyes searching his face for any trace of the nephew she thought she knew. Peter doesn't back down, his gaze steady and intense. "Sit down," he commands once more, his hands held out to show he means no harm. They finally sit, the checkered floor of the kitchen a stark backdrop to the life-changing conversation. "How is this happening?" May asks, her voice barely a whisper. Peter looks at her and says, "There's no easy way to say this, so I'm just going to say it, and we'll deal with it however you want." The air in the room is thick with tension as Peter prepares to drop the ultimate secret. "I'm Spider-Man," he says, the words hanging in the air. "I've always been Spider-Man. I put on a costume and I try to help people. It's me. And Gwen was killed, or so I thought, by a monster who was looking for me." He looks over at Gwen, who sits silently beside him. "But just this second I discovered that she's not dead," he continues. She's here and I just found her when you found us. And I'm terrified that MJ might be out there in trouble. Because of me." Aunt May stares at him, the blue light of the kitchen casting deep shadows across her face. "Say the first part again," she whispers, her tone dangerous and cold. Peter takes a deep breath, knowing there is no going back now. "Spider-Man, the guy in the costume, it's me," he repeats, his eyes locking onto hers. He leans in, his face etched with worry. "I'm always worried she's in trouble because of me, and we're just trying to figure out what's going on," he says, his voice desperate for her to understand. May sits with her arms crossed, her face a mask of iron. She looks at him with a level of scrutiny that makes him flinch. "Prove it," she challenges, her voice like ice. Peter bows his head, the weight of her judgment pressing down on him. He knows what he has to do to convince her. She watches him, her eyes narrowed and suspicious. The silence in the kitchen is deafening as they wait for the proof to be shown. Peter looks up, a small, sad smile playing on his lips. "I'd rather," he starts to say, but stops himself as he prepares for the reveal. Gwen watches from the side, a single tear tracking down her face. She looks like a ghost in the dim light, a girl caught in the middle of a family's destruction. May doesn't let up, her gaze never wavering from Peter's. "Prove it," she demands, her voice rising in a command that cannot be ignored. Without a word, Peter leaps from his seat, his hands and feet adhering to the ceiling with effortless grace. He hangs there like a human spider, looking down at his aunt with a mixture of shame and defiance. The secret is out, and nothing will ever be the same. A close-up shows the tread of his sneaker, pressed firmly against the ceiling tiles, a physical manifestation of the lie he's lived for so long. Peter looks down from his upside-down perch, his hair hanging loosely around his face. "So, yeah," he says simply, his voice echoing in the small kitchen. May looks up at him, her expression shifting from shock to a cold, simmering fury. "Stop it," she says, her voice low and dangerous. Peter immediately obeys, his body dropping back to the floor with practiced ease. "Yes, ma'am," he says, his eyes cast downward in a sign of respect she isn't ready to accept. The three of them stand in the kitchen, the checkered floor a silent witness to the fractured family dynamic. Gwen stands in the shadows, while May remains rooted to her spot, her arms crossed tight. May looks at him, the questions beginning to pour out of her like a flood. "The whole time?" she asks, her voice trembling with the magnitude of the revelation. Peter looks at her, the truth finally flowing freely. "I got bit by that spider that time. That did it," he explains, referring to the trip that changed his life forever. May's eyes widen as she connects the dots of the past 2 years. "And Norman Osborn, all that trouble with him. That's why he was so weird with you?" she asks, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. Peter nods solemnly, the memory of his battles with Osborn flashing through his mind. "Yes," he confirms, his face set in a grim line. May steps closer, her voice rising as the anger begins to take over. "And Harry and all that?" she asks, referring to Peter's best friend and his tragic descent into madness. Peter closes his eyes for a moment, the weight of the loss almost too much to bear. "Yes," he says again, the word a heavy sigh. May points a shaking finger at Gwen, her face contorting in a mask of grief and fury. "And this thighs is really Gwen Stacy, even though I saw her dead body with my own eyes. Here she is," she demands, her voice cracking. Gwen looks at her, her eyes filled with tears and a desperation for acceptance that May isn't prepared to give. She looks fragile, a girl caught in a web she didn't spin. Peter holds up his hands, trying to shield Gwen from his aunt's wrath. "I don't know what this is," he admits. I mean, clearly there's some scientific explanation. I just don't know what it is, and I have to maybe go to some people that I." May cuts him off with a sharp gesture, her hand up as if to block out his words. "Stop," she commands, her voice a whip crack in the silent room. Peter falls silent, his face a mask of sorrow as he realizes he's lost her. The silence stretches between them, thick and suffocating. The shadow of the mystery looms over all three of them, a dark cloud that no amount of explanation can disperse. They are a family in name only now, the trust between them shattered beyond repair. May looks at them with a coldness that Peter has never seen before. "Okay, get out," she says, her voice flat and final. Peter and Gwen look at her in stunned silence, the air in the kitchen turning to lead. They are frozen in the doorway, unable to believe what they've just heard. May stands her ground, her face etched with a bitterness that has been years in the making. "Take this, whatever this is, and get out of my house," she spits out, her eyes fixed on Gwen. Peter's eyes go wide, his face a mask of shock. But he starts to protest, but May is already speaking over him. She leans in, her voice a low snarl that makes them both flinch. "You're not my son. I gave up my entire adult life to take care of you even though you're not my son, and you've done nothing but lie to me," she bellows. The tears finally break, streaming down her face as her anger turns to pure, raw pain. "Take your ghosts and your lies and get out," she screams, her voice echoing through the entire house. Peter looks at her, his own tears beginning to fall as he sees the damage he's caused. He looks like a little boy again, lost and alone in a world he can't control. May lets out one final, lung-bursting scream, her face a mask of agony. "Get out," she bellows. From the hallway, a calm, male voice interrupts the chaos. "May, hey." A man stands in the doorway, his silhouette backlit by the moon. Peter and May turn in unison, their faces filled with a new kind of shock. The man looks at May and asks, "When did you get so feisty?" Peter's jaw drops as he stares at the man in the doorway. It's a face he's only seen in photographs, a face that should be long gone. The past has returned, and the nightmare is only just beginning. The man stands in the open doorway, a slight smile on his face as he looks at the scene before him. "Take it easy on the kid. He's only a kid, and he's just trying to make the best of an impossible situation," he says, his voice calm and steady. May stares at him, her breath hitching in her throat as she recognizes the man. "Richard, Wonderful timing for once. Take your son and get out of my house, she says, her voice shaking. Peter looks between them, his world spinning. Richard? Richard, my dad? Daddy? He asks, his voice a tiny whisper. Richard Parker steps fully into the light, his face an older, more weathered version of Peter's own. Hiya, kid, he says simply, as if no time had passed at all. Peter stares at him, tears streaming down his face as he processes the impossible sight. You're alive? He asks, the word a fragile hope. Richard looks at him with a mix of pride and sadness, his own eyes glistening in the dim light. The resemblance between father and son is undeniable, even after all these years. Gwen and May watch the reunion from the background, their own reactions a mix of horror and confusion. Aunt May? Peter asks, looking for some kind of confirmation that he's not hallucinating. Richard looks at May, the tension between them palpable. She stands with her arms crossed, refusing to acknowledge the miracle standing in her kitchen. Peter's face is a mask of pure, unfiltered emotion as he looks at his father. The secret of his double life has been eclipsed by a secret even more profound. Richard Parker is back. Back at the Baxter building, Nick Fury looks at the monitors with a grim expression. What is this? Is that Peter Parker? He asks, his one good eye scanning the data. Reed Richards shakes his head as he points to the screen showing the Scorpion clone in stasis. No, but Peter's the one who brought him here, he explains. Fury turns to Reed, his face a mask of suspicion. What? He asks, needing more information before he makes his move. Reed continues his analysis as Sue looks on. Best conjecture, General, is someone cloned him and then they tampered with the cloning in an attempt to enhance him, he says. Fury asks the obvious question, is someone doing super soldier experiments with cloning? Fury looks down, the gears of his tactical mind turning as he processes the threat. The possibility of illegal super soldier research is a variable he can't ignore. He pulls out his communicator, his voice cold and decisive as he issues his orders. This is One-Eyed Eagle. Clearance code, Ed O'Neill. Get the Spider Slayers ready. I'll meet them in Queens. Yes, the full battalion. And we're going to need a cleaner crew. He looks back at the clone one last time, his expression one of grim determination. It's going to get very messy, he says, knowing that the confrontation to come will be a bloodbath, to be continued in Ultimate Spider-Man 100. The confrontation in the Parker kitchen continues, the air thick with years of unspoken words and hidden truths. Richard Parker stands by the door, a haunted look in his eyes. Hiya, kid, he repeats, his voice soft and full of regret. Peter takes a step toward him, his hands reaching out as if to touch a ghost. You're alive? You're my father and you're alive? How can you be alive? He asks, his voice trembling with a mix of joy and terror. Richard looks at him with a weary smile, the shadows of the past visible in his eyes. Pete, I need you to sit down and relax. I know this is a lot to deal with right out of the blue, but... May stands to the side, her face an unreadable mask of cold fury. Richard reaches a hand out to her. Come here, Peter, he says, his voice pleading for a chance to explain. May turns away, her eyes filling with tears as the bitterness of her life's work being a lie hits her. Come here, Richard says again, his voice cracking. Peter slowly walks toward his father, his eyes never leaving the face of the man he thought he'd lost forever. Come here, Richard whispers, his hand reaching out to his son. They fall into each other's arms, a father and son reunited after a decade of mourning. No, Peter whispers as he clutches his father's jacket. The two men hold each other tight, the checkered floor of the kitchen the only thing keeping them grounded in reality. The silence in the room is broken only by their heavy breathing. Richard closes his eyes, a look of pure relief crossing his face as he finally holds his son. He looks like a man who has finally found his way home after a lifetime at sea. Peter buries his face in his father's shoulder, the tears flowing freely now. The weight of his responsibilities as Spider-Man seems to vanish in the presence of his parent. Suddenly, May breaks the moment, her voice a whip-crack of anger. Now get out, all of you. I've had enough Parker drama for the rest of my life. My sister married you, not me. Peter, I don't want you in this house. She screams, pointing at the door. Richard looks at her with a mix of patience and sorrow. May, we're having a moment. A real family, he starts to say. Peter steps between them, his hands up. No, no, stop this. Stop. Everyone, I want answers. I want to know what this is. Aunt May, did you know my dad was alive? May looks at Peter, her eyes flashing with a fierce, protective anger. Yes, I did. You knew my dad was alive and you didn't tell me? You're Spider-Man and you didn't tell me. You knew my dad was alive and you didn't tell me? Peter bellows. May shouts back, I was trying to protect you. Peter looks at her with a mask of pure disbelief. From what? He asks, his voice low and dangerous. May gestures wildly at the room around them. From this exact thing, from him doing this to you, she screams, her voice filled with a decade's worth of resentment. Richard takes a step forward, his voice calm and steady as he tries to de-escalate the situation. Gwen, how are you feeling? He asks the blonde girl standing in the shadows. Gwen looks up, confused. I don't know. Richard asks, are you nervous? Do you feel anxious? He reaches out to Gwen, his hands gentle as he places them on her shoulders. Yes, it's okay. No one here is going to hurt you, he says, his voice like a soothing balm. Peter watches him with a mix of suspicion and awe. What are you doing? He asks. Richard doesn't look up as he answers, just checking your pulse. Everything is okay. Are you hungry? Gwen nods. Yeah. Peter clutches his head, the chaos of the night finally catching up with him. May, can we feed this young girl? Richard asks. May is at her breaking point. I want you all to leave, she bellows. Richard ignores her, moving toward the kitchen counter. May, let's deal with this like family. This girl needs to eat. Peter needs some answers. We all need a moment here. Richard pulls a box from the fridge with a triumphant smile. Look, pizza. Cold pizza is perfect for this, he says, holding up a bottle of soda as if this were a normal family dinner. The three teenagers look at him with a mix of confusion and wonder. The absurdity of the situation is almost too much to handle, but Richard continues to act as if everything is perfectly normal. Richard offers a slice of pizza to the group, his eyes warm and inviting. Pizza, he says simply, the word a small, human gesture in the middle of a superhuman nightmare. Back at the Oscorp lab, Mary Jane Watson stares up from her containment chair, her eyes filled with a terror that has no name. The air in the chamber is thick with the scent of ozone and chemicals. The scarred Peter clone looms over her, his silhouette illuminated by the glowing energy tubes of the lab. I gotta tell ya, MJ, this place has seen better days, he says, his voice rasping through his damaged throat. He looks around at the wreckage of the facility with a twisted sense of nostalgia. This is not how you keep a state-of-the-art bioengineering laboratory. No wonder Norman Osborn sunk his own battleship. This is not how to run a business, he mutters, his fingers hovering over a remote control. He looks at her with a disturbing mix of affection and madness. Okay, so I had to improvise a little bit because this place looks like what it looks like, but I think I got it. We'll try it once and then we'll do some tests and see what we see, he says, the remote held tight in his hand. MJ closes her eyes, a single tear falling as she prepares for the end. The glowing tubes begin to hum with a low, menacing energy. The clone leans in closer, his scarred face inches from her own. It's going to be good, MJ. You're about to transform into something that I won't have to worry about protecting. You'll be able to protect yourself. We're going to be together again, he promises. Suddenly, a shadow streaks across the lab, and a powerful kick slams into the clone's back. Spack, the impact echoes through the facility as the clone is sent flying across the room. And isn't that? A voice asks from the shadows. MJ looks up, her eyes wide with a new kind of hope. Someone has arrived to save her, but in this world of clones and lies, she doesn't know who to trust. A figure in a black and white Spider-Man suit with 6 mechanical arms sprouts from the shadows, looking like a demonic arachnid. He stands over the fallen clone, his voice dripping with menace. Get away from her, he commands, his many arms ready to strike. Another clone joins the fray. Back at the Parker house, a strange kind of calm has settled over the kitchen. Gwen greedily eats a slice of cold pizza while Peter and Richard sit across from her. May stands in the background, her arms crossed in silent protest. MMFF, Gwen mutters through a mouthful of food. Peter watches her eat, his mind still reeling from the events of the last hour. He looks over at his father, his eyes filled with questions that have been buried for 10 years. May looks at Richard with a gaze that could wither stone. She isn't buying his story, and she isn't ready to let him back into their lives. Peter looks between them, the tension between his two parents almost unbearable. May I? Is my mom alive too? He asks, the question a sudden, desperate hope. Richard shakes his head, his face set in a grim line. Just listen. When you were a toddler, I had invented something that I thought, he starts to explain, his voice full of the weight of the past. Peter finishes the sentence for him, his voice low and serious. Would cure cancer. Oh, you know that? I read your papers. I know about the suit, he says, looking at his father with a new level of understanding. Richard looks at him with a mix of surprise and pride. I know you knew about the suit. I just didn't know you knew what it was originally for. It didn't work. And what it ended up being was a prototype of a biological weapon, he explains, his face darkening at the memory. A flashback shows a massive, monstrous figure covered in black and purple tendrils looming over a terrified person. This was complete failure to me. I wasn't looking to make weapons or freak biological accidents, Richard narrates. I was trying to help people, but like the guy who accidentally discovered penicillin. Sometimes you get what you get. And the people we were working for technically owned it, and they liked what they had. Back in the present, Richard continues his story. The man who owned it was named Bolivar Trask. He's dead now, but back then he had us. We begged him to stop doing biological weapon experiments with what we found, and his lawyers shut us down. They took it away from us. You can't countersue a billion-dollar corporation unless you have $1 billion, and I didn't have $1 billion. He looks down at his hands, the memory of his failure still fresh. And I ran out of money. And I was sitting in my basement, not allowed to work on my life's work. But irony of all ironies is that Trask still needed us. We were the experts. He was willing to make a new deal. Peter listens intently, his brow furrowed as he tries to understand the choices his father made. We got an offer from Trask Industries to continue our work. A second chance, Richard says, looking up at his son. Face is a study in compromise and regret. They'd still want to figure out the biological weapon angle, but at least we'd get to control it and actually own a little piece of it. And, I said yes, he admits, his voice trailing off. Another flashback shows the Parker family and the Brock family at an airport gate. Eddie Brock was my partner in all this, so the Brocks and the Parkers were going to be rich and famous. We were all invited to Chicago for a contract signing and a big celebration, but Richard narrates. The memory shows Mary Parker begging Richard not to go. Richard, get on the plane. It's wrong. I can't. It's not what I want my life to be like, she cries. Richard asks, what do you? This isn't what I wanted from my life's work. Mary Parker pulls him aside, her eyes filled with a desperate conviction. What did you want your life to be like, Richard? They are going to create this with or without you. So you can either get what you have coming to you and control the situation from within and get a little piece of it, or you can sit it out and wonder what happened, she argues. Richard looks at her with a mix of shock and betrayal. Control it from within? Mary, that's just, he starts to say, but she cuts him off. They stand in the middle of the crowded terminal, the eyes of the other passengers on them. It's grown-up talk, Richard, you have a son, you don't think he knows what's going on? This is a second chance. Mary shouts, her voice rising above the din. Richard closes his eyes, the weight of the decision finally breaking him. No, he says, but his voice is already lost in the chaos of the airport. The memory ends with Richard and Mary standing at the gate, the plane waiting on the tarmac. Get on the plane, Mary commands, pointing toward the walkway. Richard looks at her one last time, his eyes filled with a final, desperate plea. No, he repeats, the word a whisper that marks the end of their lives as they knew them. A montage of images follows, showing the plane in flight, the sudden explosion, and the wreckage scattered across a field. It's a visual representation of the tragedy that has defined Peter's life for a decade. The truth behind the crash is finally revealed. Back in the Oscorp lab, the multi-armed spider clone and the scarred clone are locked in a brutal struggle. Smack! The impact of their blows resonates through the chamber as they tumble across the floor. MJ watches from her chair, her face a mask of pure terror. The multi-armed clone sends the other flying into a pile of equipment. Agf, crash, the sounds of destruction fill the lab as the scarred clone is buried under a heap of scrap metal. The multi-armed clone leaps through the air, his movements a blur of black and white. Thack, another hit lands, sending the scarred clone reeling. Peter, settle down, he shouts. The other replies, you don't. The two clones grapple on the floor, their fists flying in a flurry of movement. Spock, Spock, the sounds of their conflict echo through the facility. I knew you would try something like this, the multi-armed clone bellows. MJ looks at the two fighting figures, her eyes wide with shock. You're not touching her. It's not going to happen. Smack, the multi-armed clone screams as he lands a final, decisive blow. The multi-armed clone pins the other to the ground, his voice dripping with an obsessive fury. This is my life, he screams. Shush! Spack, the other clone replies as he manages to land a punch from below. The fight continues to escalate, both combatants using every bit of their superhuman strength to overpower the other. Thack, another blow lands, and the multi-armed clone is sent stumbling back. I know you're confused, I totally get it. I do, he shouts. The scarred clone looks at him from the ground, his face a mask of defiance. But this isn't happening. This isn't why we were created, he says, his voice full of a dark purpose. Suddenly, a streak of red and blue enters the frame, a third figure entering the fray. Shut you Huarg, he yells, his voice full of an unfiltered rage. The multi-armed clone is sent tumbling across the lab by a powerful kick from the new arrival. He slides across the floor, his many arms scrambling for purchase as he crashes into a wall. The new arrival, who looks exactly like Peter Parker, stands over the fallen clones. Oof, Hurag, he bellows, his face set in a grim snarl of determination. The battle descends into absolute chaos, the three clones tearing into each other with animalistic ferocity. Arig, crash, the sounds of their conflict fill the entire building as they smash through equipment and support beams. The scarred clone looks up from the wreckage, his face contorted in a snarl. Don't you? Fump, he bellows, charging toward the red and blue figure. A powerful punch connects with the clone's face, sending a spray of blood and debris into the air. Smack, the impact is sickening, a testament to the raw power of their struggle. The scarred clone is sent flying back, his body smashing into a massive piece of machinery. The impact is so great that the metal buckles under his weight, sparks flying in all directions. A close-up of a scarred fist highlights the visceral nature of the fight. The skin is torn and bleeding, the result of a confrontation that is more about survival than justice. The shadow of a struggle is cast against the glowing monitors of the lab. Two figures are locked in a death grip, their bodies intertwined as they fight for control. The multi-armed clone is finally sent reeling, his mechanical arms flailing uselessly as he crashes through another containment unit. The glass shatters into 1,000 pieces, reflecting the chaos around him. The red and blue figure stands over the wreckage, his chest heaving as he looks over at MJ. It's okay, sweetie. It's okay, he says, his voice soft and full of concern. MJ looks at him, her eyes wide with a confusion that matches her terror. She sees the face of her boyfriend, but in this room full of his doubles, she doesn't know what to believe. Back in the Parker kitchen, Richard continues his story as the teens listen in rapt silence. So, this part you're probably not going to like, he says, his eyes meeting Peter's. He looks down, his voice lowering to a whisper. I was dead, metaphorically, sure, but I was in actuality in every legal sense. The plain log had me on board, I was a ghost, he explains. A hazy memory shows a young Richard watching a toddler Peter play in a park from behind a tall iron fence. I didn't know how to tell my family I was okay, because I wasn't okay. My life was completely over, he narrates. I couldn't feel anything. I certainly wasn't in a position to raise this bright little toddler who looked the spitting image of his mom. The memory continues, showing May and Ben Parker hugging the young Peter. Thank God for May and Ben, thank God they loved you so much, Richard says. I thought plan, if I ever had one, was that I was going to come back to get you, Peter. I just needed to find myself. But other things got in the way. Life caught up with me. A voice from the present interrupts the flashback. Mr. Parker. Richard turns to see a man in a sharp suit standing in the doorway of his memory. "You don't seem all that dead to me. Henry Gyrich, CIA, you got a minute?" the man asks, holding up his badge with a confident smile. Back in the kitchen, Peter looks at his father with a mix of shock and betrayal. "At first I thought I was in a lot of trouble, but I didn't do anything. I didn't. Just tell me why you're here. What does this have to do with Gwen?" he demands. Richard sighs, looking older than ever. "I'm sorry, it's been 10 years, kid. There's a lot of backstory, I'm telling you. The CIA made me an offer," he explains. A flashback shows Richard and Gyrich sitting at an outdoor cafe. "We have an offer, it's unique. Do you know who Nick Fury is?" Gyrich asks. Richard answers, "No," Gyrich smiles, "you will soon." Gyrich leans in across the table, his eyes fixed on Richard. He's a general who has weaseled his way up the world government ladder, and he's working on a super soldier serum. And he wants to put together a team of super soldiers Captain Americas, and he wants to police the world, he says, holding up a photograph of a man. Richard looks at the photograph, the weight of the proposal settling over him. "Really?" he asks, his voice skeptical. Gyrich adjusts his glasses, his tone remaining professional. "And we don't like or trust him," he says, his voice flat and final. Richard looks at him, the critical question on his lips. "Why?" he asks, needing to know what he's getting himself into. The page explodes into a montage of conversations and events, showing Richard's gradual induction into the secret war between the CIA and S.H.I.E.L.D. The battle lines are drawn, and Richard Parker is right in the middle. Back in the lab, another monstrous figure emerges from the shadows, its body a mass of writhing black tendrils. "Ugh!" it bellows, a sound of pure, unadulterated hunger that freezes everyone in place. Reed Richards and Henry Gyrich watch a tablet showing grainy footage of the confrontation. "What is this?" Reed asks. Gyrich answers, "Amateur home video of a ruckus last night in Queens. Fury's men cleaned it up, but we scored this video." The footage on the screen shows a chaotic fight in a darkened street. "Sit down, Eddie," a voice on the video commands as one figure slams into another with the weight of a car. The footage glitches as more monstrous figures join the fray. Bam, 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 the sounds of impact are muffled but clear, a testament to the violence of the secret war. Reed stares at the screen, his eyes wide with horror. That's the suit," he exclaims. Gyrich remains calm. "Keep watching," he says. The video shows a figure being engulfed in a massive surge of electrical energy. The screen is filled with a blinding white light that obscures the details of the fight. Reed looks away from the screen, his face pale. The reality of what they're dealing with is more terrifying than anything he had imagined. The footage continues, showing a figure leaping across a brick wall in the middle of a rainstorm. It's a scene of high-stakes action that suggests a world of secrets and danger hidden just out of sight. Reed turns to Gyrich, his voice trembling. "Oh my God," he whispers. Gyrich doesn't flinch. "Keep watching," he says again. The video shows more impacts and flashes of light as the fight continues. Bam, 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 the sounds of conflict are a constant rhythm in the background of the laboratory. Reed and Gyrich discuss the data on the screen. "That boy, mutant?" Reed asks. Gyrich shakes his head. "Nope, that's Spiderman." Reed looks back at the footage. The guy in the costume?" Gyrich clarifies, "usually but not last night. He looked 10 years old, 15. Reed looks at Gyrich, the pieces of the puzzle starting to fall into place. "Who is he?" he asks. Gyrich's answer is a bombshell. "He's your kid and Fury's already gotten to him. Put your toys away for now. We have a lot to do." Outside a building labeled Capital Inc., a group of people are leaving for the day. "Night, May," one person calls out. May waves back, "Good night, Doris." Suddenly, Richard Parker appears from around the corner, his eyes fixing on May. "May," he says softly, his voice full of an ancient sorrow. May looks at him and her eyes fill with a new kind of terror. She turns and runs down the street, her movements frantic as she tries to get away from the impossible sight. "May," Richard calls out as he pursues her. He manages to corner her in an alleyway, his hands held out in a gesture of peace. "No," she screams, backing away into the shadows. "May, I'm alive, it's me. Look, it's me," Richard says, his voice desperate to reach her. They stand across from each other in the dim light of the alley. "No," May shouts again, her face a mask of pure terror. "It is me," Richard insists, his own face contorted in a mix of grief and longing. May looks at him as if he's a monster from her worst nightmares. "You monster," she spits out. Richard looks at her with a weary patience. "I wasn't on the plane," he says. May's response is cold and final. "Go to hell," Richard adds. "I was supposed to be." May points a finger at him, her voice rising in a scream. "All this time? You stay away from him. You're an evil, selfish monster, and you don't deserve to even know him," she bellows, referring to Peter. Richard looks at her with a profound sadness. I didn't kill Mary. I didn't mean for any of this to happen," he says, his voice full of a decade's worth of regret. May doesn't let up, her anger burning white-hot. "What do you want from us, Richard? A family? Hugs? You stay away from me and you stay away from him. I mean it, Richard. He has a chance to be happy," she yells, her face inches from his. Richard looks down, the words hitting him with the force of a physical blow. "Normal life?" he asks. May continues, "May, he's special. No thanks to you. Do you even know how special he is?" May stares at him, her jaw set in a grim line. She has spent 10 years protecting Peter from the shadows of his father's legacy, and she isn't about to let Richard ruin it now. Richard looks at her, a single question on his lips. "Where have you been, Richard?" May asks. Richard shakes his head. I really can't say." May looks at him one last time, her expression one of utter finality. "Stay away from him," she bellows, before turning and walking away into the night. The scene shifts to a school courtyard, where a young Peter Parker and MJ are sharing a quiet moment under a tree. A dark figure watches them from the shadows of a nearby building, his silhouette cast long across the grass. Richard Parker stands in the shadows, watching his son from afar. He looks at Peter with a mixture of pride and longing, a father who is forever on the outside looking in. A close-up of Richard's face shows the conflict in his soul. He wants to reach out to his son, but the secrets of his life make it an impossible task. Peter and MJ share a kiss, oblivious to the eyes watching them from the shadows. In the next panel, Richard is seen walking toward a black car with Henry Gyrich. "Get in the van, Richard," Gyrich commands. Richard looks back one last time. "I had to see him." Gyrich's response is cold. "You don't get to do that. You don't get to run away from us. You know that, please." Richard looks at Gyrich, the weight of his compromise settling over him again. "You don't get to. If you reveal yourself to him, then you reveal yourself to Fury, and our situation is compromised. You're lucky I got here when I did," Gyrich says. "Listen, we just confiscated the life's work of Dr. Kurt Connors, who has had access to your work because of this young Eddie Brock." Gyrich adjusts his glasses as he looks at Richard. "And I bet with what you already have, we've got something really special," he says with a predatory smile. Richard looks away, his face a mask of silent resignation. The page explodes with a series of frantic close-ups of Peter and May, the tension of the present clashing with the revelations of the past. "Oh my God, what kind of work were you doing?" Peter asks. A voice from outside booms through a loudspeaker. "You are surrounded." A massive double-page splash shows the Parker house completely surrounded by S.H.I.E.L.D. tactical teams and several enormous Spider Slayer robots. Nick Fury stands at the front, a loudspeaker in his hand. "My name is Nick Fury. I am the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I am here to take all of you into custody. I recommend that all of you slowly and carefully step outside in a calm manner. The neighborhood has been evacuated and we have secured the perimeter. As you can see, I am not screwing around." Inside the house, Peter looks out the window, his face a mask of pure terror. "Oh my God, what are those?" he asks. Richard looks out beside him, his voice full of a new kind of dread. I was really hoping I could finish my story and do this the right way." Peter turns to him, his voice rising in panic. "The right way? Maybe you should put on your costume and your web devices," he says to his father. Richard shakes his head. "Let me just talk to him. He's not here to talk. He's here to fight. Well, I can't fight all of them, so I guess talking is all I." Gwen clutches her head, the noise and the terror finally breaking her. "No, no, they're going to take us away? No," she screams. Peter reaches for her. "Gwen, just Gwen, you need to calm down." Suddenly, Gwen's body begins to contort and change, her skin turning a dark, bloody red as jagged spikes emerge from her shoulders. "Why are they doing this?" she bellows, her voice taking on a monstrous, inhuman quality. Peter and May watch in absolute horror as the girl they thought was Gwen Stacy transforms into something else entirely. Her face splits open to reveal a maw of razor-sharp teeth, and her eyes turn into glowing white slits of pure malice. A full-page splash shows the final result of the transformation, a towering, monstrous creature of red and black symbiote matter. "New!" it bellows, its claws raking across the walls of the kitchen. Carnage has returned, and the Parker house is about to become a war zone. The monster that was once Gwen Stacy smashes through the front of the house, wood and glass exploding outward as it charges toward the shield lines. Crash! The sound of its escape is like an explosion, its primal roar echoing across the neighborhood. Inside the house, Peter rushes over to Aunt May, who has collapsed in the middle of the wreckage. "Oh God, Aunt May!" he cries out, his hands trembling as he reaches for her. May clutches her chest, her face pale as she gasps for air. "My heart!" she moans, the stress of the night finally proving to be too much for her to handle. Peter looks at her with a sense of utter helplessness. His father is alive, Gwen is a monster, and his aunt is dying. The world is falling apart around him, and for the first time, Spider-Man has no idea how to save it. A series of blurred, dark images follow, a visual representation of Peter's world spinning out of control. The shadows of the lab and the tattered remains of his suit flicker on the screen. The scene shifts back to the Oscorp lab, where the wreckage of the fight is scattered across the floor. The glowing energy tubes are shattered, and the air is thick with smoke and the scent of ozone. The scarred clone stands amidst the ruins, his face illuminated by a sudden flash of light. He looks around at the destruction he's caused with a twisted sense of accomplishment. The final close-up shows the clone's scarred face, half of it a nightmare of raw tissue. "Congratulations, MJ, it's an all-new you," he sneers, his voice full of a dark, obsessive triumph. The clone saga continues. Night has fallen over the quiet suburbs of Queens, but the peace is shattered by a nightmare in crimson. The monstrous form of Carnage leaps through the air, claws extended as it dives headfirst into a literal army of mechanical spider slayers. Far from the front lines, inside a high-tech bunker, the man known as the Tinkerer hunches over a glowing console. "This is the Tinkerer broadcasting live from the basement of the Triskelion," he announces, his voice crackling with a mix of nervous energy and scientific detachment. On the monitors, Nick Fury leads a desperate defensive line as energy beams slice through the dark. Fury screams into his comms, his single eye fixed on the chaos unfolding on the streets. "Do you read? We are under attack," he bellows. The Tinkerer's fingers fly across the keys, his face illuminated by the flickering green light of the screens. Isn't that why you had me make the Spider Slayers? Because you pretty much knew you were going to have to slay a spider over?" he asks with a dark smirk. Outside, Carnage tears through a metal hull with primal savagery. The creatures shifting form a whirlwind of razors and rage. The machines of SHIELD are proving to be little more than scrap metal against this biological horror. SHIELD airships hover like predatory birds over the residential neighborhood, their searchlights scanning the wreckage. Fury stands amidst the debris, barking orders into the night. "Tinkerer, tinker faster. I don't want to sacrifice any men on this if I don't have to," he commands. The Tinkerer grimaces, the pressure of the situation finally starting to show in the lines of his face. "I'm resetting the AI. What do you want me to tell them to do in the meantime?" he asks, his voice rising in pitch. Fury doesn't hesitate, his face contorting into a mask of pure tactical aggression. "Fire!" he screams, a command that will change the face of the neighborhood forever. A dozen Spider Slayers respond instantly, their chassis humming as they unleash a synchronized volley of blue energy. The night sky is bleached white as the beams converge on their target. The blasts tear through houses and pavement alike, a wall of pure destructive force designed to erase the biohazard from existence. Carnage is caught in the center of the storm, its red mass flickering against the overwhelming light. Inside the Parker residence, the world is ending in a flurry of plaster and broken glass. Peter Parker hunches over, his body shielded by the man beside him as the beams of light pass inches from their heads. Peter clings to Aunt May's unconscious form, his eyes wide with a terror he's never known as a hero. "Peter, get out there!" the man beside him urges, his voice barely audible over the roar of the battle. Peter shakes his head, his voice cracking with desperation. "I'm not leaving Aunt May," he cries. The man grabs him by the shoulder, his grip like iron. "I'm a doctor. I'll do this, you go," he insists. Peter stares at the man, his mind struggling to bridge the gap between memory and the impossible reality before him. "You're a doctor? You turned Gwen into a monster," he screams, his grief turning into a sudden, sharp anger. The man doesn't flinch, his eyes reflecting the blue light of the destruction outside. "I didn't. She came to me that way. I was trying to figure out what she is and what I can do to help her," he shouts back, defending his actions amidst the ruins. Peter gestures wildly at the carnage creature looming through the hole in the wall. "How is this helping her?" he demands. The man pushes him toward the window. "You need to get out there and stop what's going on before it falls on top of her and kills her." Peter looks back one last time, his face a map of conflict and shadow. The life he knew is gone, replaced by a nightmare of labs and clones. "Stop it so we can get her moved safely out of here," the man bellows. The man's eyes lock onto Peter's, a strange authority in his gaze that the boy can't quite place. "Listen to your father," he says, a revelation that hits Peter harder than any physical blow. With a roar of his own, Peter Parker leaps through the shattered remains of his bedroom window. He isn't just a boy anymore. He is a force of nature, fueled by the need to protect the only family he has left. "Fury!" he screams as he dives into the mechanical swarm. Peter lands hard on the pavement and lunges for Nick Fury, grabbing the SHIELD director by his coat. "Fury, my aunt's in there. She just keeled over. You need to get her to a hospital and stop this," he pleads, his voice breaking. Fury doesn't even look at the boy, his focus remaining on the tactical map in his mind. "Get off me, kid, you're under arrest," he growls. Peter's grip tightens as his eyes burn with a new fury. "Under arrest. Did you hear me? She's going to die." Suddenly, a massive discharge of energy catches Peter in the back, the electrical jolt sending a wave of agony through his spine. He collapses to the ground, smoke rising from his uniform as the night air turns cold around him. Fury stands over the fallen boy, his sidearm aimed directly at the base of Peter's skull. "I understand, kid, but you and your situation just became more than it's worth. Stay down," he warns, his voice devoid of all empathy. The electrical charge continues to surge through Peter's body, lighting up the neighborhood in a strobe light of blue and white. Every nerve in his body is screaming, but the sound is drowned out by the roar of the spider slayers. Despite the pain, Peter manages to lunge forward, his fingers digging into Fury's throat. "You're killing my aunt?" he wheezes, his face inches from the director's. "And I swear to God, I'm going to." Fury looks down at him, his expression one of profound, cold regret. "I'm sorry, kid, profoundly, my aunt. There's a lot more at stake," he mutters, more to himself than to the boy at his feet. Inside the lab, the tinkerer watches the feed with a sadistic, wide-eyed grin. He taps a final key and watches the telemetry data. "Fabum, that kid is your nervous system shutting down," he cackles, delighted by his own handiwork. Fury pulls the trigger, and another concussive blast hits Peter squarely in the chest. The boy's head snaps back, the world spinning into a blur of dark sky and bright, artificial stars. "Kid, stay down," Fury commands. The warnings fall on deaf ears as Peter struggles to push himself up from the cracked asphalt. "The next hit will paralyze you for good," Fury screams, his patience finally at its end. Peter grovels on the ground, his body twitching as the last of his strength leaves him. He is a broken hero in a broken neighborhood with no one left to call for help. "NNNNN," he moans, his fingers clawing at the concrete. Fury aims his weapon one last time, the glowing barrel illuminating the determination in his single eye. The boy is a liability that needs to be removed. "Kid, stay down," he says, his voice a final, iron decree. But before he can fire, a new light appears in the sky, a flickering, orange glow that descends like a falling star. "Dude, leave the guy alone," a voice calls out, sharp and full of youthful arrogance. The Fantastic Four have arrived. Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, hovers above the street, his body a living inferno that rivals the brightness of the SHIELD searchlights. "We're so not joking around," he warns as his family takes the field. Reed Richards, the Thing, and the Invisible Woman stand behind Johnny, a wall of cosmic power that forces Fury's men to halt. "What is going on here, Fury?" Reed demands, his voice calm but carrying the weight of a world leader. Fury doesn't flinch, his jaw set in a hard line. "Richards, take your Fantastic Four and go home," he bellows back. Reed narrows his eyes, his limbs already beginning to stretch. "Why won't you tell us what is going on here? Peter Parker has done nothing wrong." Fury gestures to the ruins of the neighborhood. "Well, I'm kind of in the middle of a domestic military operation, Richards, so follow my direct order and go home," he shouts. Johnny hovers closer, the heat of his body warping the air. "Yeah, well, I have like 3 friends in the world. You aren't doing this to one of them." The monster known as Carnage lunges from the shadows, its red tendrils reaching for the massive form of Ben Grimm. Ben doesn't even look impressed. "Hey, whoa, no offense, Red, but you are one ugly," he starts to say with a smirk. The creature slams into the Thing, its sheer biological mass forcing even the rocky behemoth back a step. Ben grunts, his hands coming up to grapple with the beast. "Hey, I'm not done." Childishly insulting, he growls as the fight begins in earnest. Reed stretches his arm across the street, pushing back a line of SHIELD agents who were moving to flank the boys. "Ben!" he shouts, his focus split between the monster and the military. Johnny unleashes a wave of heat. Everybody back. An explosion rocks a nearby commercial building, the fire from Johnny's attack lighting up the skyline. The chaos of Queens has reached a fever pitch, and the mystery of the Parker legacy is only just beginning to unfold. Ben Grimm emerges from the smoke of the blast, his rocky skin dusted with soot but otherwise unharmed. "Well," he mutters, looking around at the destruction he's helped contain. Reed stands over Peter, his expression one of confusion and dawning realization. Your father died years ago," he says, his scientific mind struggling to reconcile the boy's words with the known history of the Parker family. Peter ignores the cosmic genius, his focus remaining on the director of SHIELD. "Hey Pete, you ready to get out of this?" Johnny starts to say, but Peter cuts him off with a scream of agony. "No, my aunt. Please, my aunt is dying." Fury looks down at the boy, his expression finally flickering with a moment of doubt. "What?" he asks. Peter's eyes are wide with panic. "She had a heart attack or a stroke. She's in the house with my dad. Please get her to the hospital." Sue Storm steps forward, her face a mask of cold fury as she confronts Nick Fury. "Fury, you can't just take over an entire neighborhood and ruin this kid's life because you found a clone," she says, her voice echoing with authority. Fury doesn't back down, his soldiers leveling their weapons at the Fantastic Four. "Richards, I'm telling you now, stand down," he growls. Reed looks at the director, his own face hardening. "My aunt, you are forcing me to make a decision here you won't." Reed stretches his neck high above the fray, his eyes fixed on the Parker house as the battle for the streets rages below. He is looking for a solution, but all he finds is more mystery and more pain. "Richards, I'm telling you now, stand down," Fury repeats. Sue Storm pushes open the front door of the Parker home, her eyes widening as she takes in the scene within. The house is a wreck, but in the center of the living room, a miracle and a nightmare awaits. Sue steps over a pile of rubble and finds the man who looks exactly like Richard Parker kneeling over Aunt May. Are you Dr. Parker?" she asks, her voice softening as she sees the grief on his face. The man looks up, his eyes bloodshot and full of a desperate human sorrow. "Yes," he replies simply, his hands trembling as they rest on May's still form. Sue kneels beside him, her professional demeanor masking her own shock. "Hi, I'm Sue Storm, big fan," she says softly. The man looks at her, confused. Thanks, thought you passed away some years ago." Richard Parker shakes his head, his focus returning to the medical crisis at hand. "No, is she an acute myocardial infarction or was it a stroke?" Sue asks, already scanning the patient. How long has she been unconscious? She continues. Richard looks at May, then back at Sue, his voice barely a whisper. I'm not sure, he admits, the weight of his own failure as a doctor clearly crushing him. Sue touches May's neck, searching for a pulse. Do you have a first aid kit? She asks. Richard looks around the room helplessly. Not on me. Are you all right? He asks, his concern turning to Sue. Sue ignores the question, her mind already forming a plan. I'm a doctor. My boyfriend's a doctor. We'll get her out of here. No worries, she reassures him. Richard hangs his head. No, number II didn't know what to do. Sue grabs Richard's arm, her gaze firm. Come with me, follow me out, we'll airlift her, she says, her voice leaving no room for argument. Richard looks up, a glimmer of hope returning to his eyes. Using her invisible force fields, Sue creates a glowing blue stretcher that lifts Aunt May gently from the floor. Richard watches in awe as his wife, or the woman he remembers as his wife, is suspended in midair. How are you doing this? He asks. Sue leads the way toward the door, the blue light of her power illuminating the dark hallway. Force fields, it's a whole story. Stay next to me, she commands, her focus entirely on the fragile life she's carrying. Outside, Peter Parker presses his hands against the blue barrier Sue has erected around the house. He is a boy looking at his mother, his heart in his throat. Oh God, is she dead? He screams through the glass. Sue looks at the boy through the force field, her expression one of deep compassion. No, I'm going to get her to a hospital. I've got your dad, too, she shouts back, her voice muffled by the energy barrier. Peter collapses against the field, his forehead resting against the cool energy. Thank you, he whispers, the words lost to the wind as the Fantastic Four prepare for the final stage of the rescue. SHIELD airships move into position as Sue and Richard emerge from the house. Fury watches them with a calculated gaze. You do the same. Out of my way, he bellows at Johnny Storm, who blocks his path. Johnny doesn't move, his flames flaring with every word. Please stop where you are, he warns the approaching soldiers. Fury doesn't even slow down. Not going to happen. You want me to get you out of here too? He asks Peter. Peter looks up, his face a mask of raw grief and newfound resolve. He doesn't need to be saved anymore, he needs to be the savior. No, he replies, his voice cold and final. In the lab, the Tinkerer monitors the monster's energy signature as it reaches its peak. Fury, I've got the right power signature on that flailing monster thing, he announces, his voice crackling with anticipation. Peter charges back into the center of the street, his eyes fixed on the monstrosity that Gwen Stacy has become. Fury, he screams, his voice a clarion call that cuts through the noise of the battle. Fury looks at the boy, then at his own men, and finally at the monster. He has a duty to the world, even if it means sacrificing a soul. Do it! Full power, he orders into his comms. Reed Richards stretches himself around the carnage beast, trying to contain the creature's chaotic movements as the SHIELD weapons lock onto the target. This is the moment of truth, a scientific gambit with human lives as the stakes. Peter Parker stands in the direct path of the oncoming energy, his body illuminated by the blinding light of the Spider Slayers. He is a boy at the center of a storm, his future and his family hanging in the balance. The concussive blast hits the street with the force of a falling star, a wall of pure energy that erases everything in its path. The world goes white, and for a moment, there is only the roar of the machine and the silence of the boy. Debris falls like rain from the night sky as the energy dissipates, revealing a residential neighborhood that looks more like a war zone. The power of SHIELD is undeniable, but the cost is etched into every broken brick. Peter Parker is thrown backward by the force of the blast, his body tumbling through the air like a discarded toy. He hits the ground hard, his world spinning into a blur of smoke and artificial light. The shockwave hits a nearby transformer, and a shower of blue sparks cascades down onto the street. The night air is thick with the smell of ozone and burnt metal as the neighborhood fades into shadow. A silhouette appears in the center of the impact crater, a jagged shape that slowly resolves into a human form. The energy blast has done its work, but the result is something no one could have predicted. Ben Grimm and Johnny Storm stand amidst the wreckage, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stare at the survivor of the blast. "Oh my God! Gwen?" Peter gasps, his voice a hoarse whisper. Standing in the center of the ruin is Gwen Stacy, naked, terrified, but unmistakably human. The monster has been burned away, leaving only a girl who died months ago. "Send in the cleanup crew. It's over," a soldier calls out into his radio. Johnny Storm floats closer, his flames subsiding as he takes in the impossible sight. "Now it's a chick. Man, I don't know what's going on," he mutters, his teenage brain completely short-circuiting. Nick Fury steps over a pile of scrap metal and looks down at Peter Parker, who is weeping on the ground. "I'm sorry, kid, I have to take you in. Either I take you in or I take you out right here. At this point, it's your call," he says, his voice like cold stone. Peter looks up at the director, his face a map of pure, unadulterated shock. "I don't understand," he wheezes. He is a boy who has lost everything, and now the world is demanding more. Peter buries his face in his hands, the weight of the night finally breaking his spirit. He has fought monsters and machines, but he has no defense against the cold logic of SHIELD. "What? Just tell me what I did," he begs. Fury looks down at the boy with a mix of pity and professional detachment. "You didn't do anything. It was your clones," he reveals, a statement that hits Peter like a physical blow to the stomach. Fury looms over him, his face illuminated by the flickering lights of the neighborhood. "You're at the center of the biggest genetic disaster we've had since the Hulk became the Hulk, and now we have to clean it up. And that includes you and yours," he growls. Reed Richards ignores the drama and focuses on his notepad, his fingers flying as he tries to capture the data from the recent energy discharge. "FGSGS equals SG FDGFD 234V DBD equals DVD DFG 56, he scribbles, his mind already a million miles away in the world of theoretical genetics. Fury leans in close to Peter, his voice a low, threatening rumble. "I wasn't lying. You don't get to be Spider-Man anymore. It's over," he says, his finality as sharp as a blade. Peter stares up at the director, his eyes filled with tears and a burgeoning sense of betrayal. "Just tell me what's going on. Tell me. Please," he pleads, his world shrinking down to this one, impossible moment. The scene shifts away from the suburbs of Queens to the dark, industrial heart of New Jersey. Here, amidst the rusted hulls of abandoned warehouses, a different kind of nightmare is unfolding. Peter Parker, or a version of him, stares at a badly burned face in the shadows. Mary Jane Watson stands in a dimly lit laboratory, her eyes wide with terror as she looks at a boy who is a twisted mirror of the man she loves. "MJ, talk to me," the boy says, his voice a distorted echo of Peter's. The boy stands before her, his body a map of raw muscle and scarred tissue where skin should be. "How do you feel?" he asks, his gaze uncomfortably intense. MJ clutches her arms, her voice trembling. "NNN, what did you do to me?" The clone steps closer, his expression a mix of pride and madness. "Do Yaudo you know what Oz is? It's like a miracle drug that Norman Osborn was working on to replicate Theth super soldier serum that made Captain America." "Captain America," he explains with a manic glint in his eye. He continues his lecture, his voice rising in pitch as he recounts the history of his own creation. "It doesn't do that, but instead it created the most amazing genetic enhancement vehicle ever created by man. Oz was in the spider that bit me and turned me into Spider-Man." MJ backs away, her heart hammering against her ribs as she listens to the boy's twisted logic. "Oz created Dr. Otto Octavius Dr. Octopus. Oz, it turned Norman Osborn into Green Goblin," he shouts, his face inches from hers. The clone grabs a canister labeled Oz Protocol and Formulae and thrusts it toward her. "And now it's recreated you," he announces, his voice a chilling mixture of joy and obsession. MJ looks at the canister, then back at the boy's scarred face. The truth is more terrifying than any monster she's ever faced. "You put something inside me," she whispers, her voice a fragile thing in the dark lab. The clone reaches out for her, his eyes shining with a desperate need for her to understand. "Because I wanted to protect you. I could never protect you, MJ. You are going to get hurt or die because I'm Spider-Man, he cries, his voice cracking with emotion. MJ looks at him, her fear turning into raw, unadulterated panic. Who are you? She screams, her voice echoing through the sterile room. Honey, it's me, it's Peter, the clone insists. Who are you? She shrieks back. This isn't a trick, this is real, we're going to be happy, we. MJ hits the wall, her breath coming in short, jagged gasps. Shut up, she bellows, her eyes darting for an exit that doesn't exist. MJ who, the clone starts to say, his face a mask of confusion. The boy reaches out a hand, trying to bridge the gap between his creation and the woman he claims to love. MJ, you maybe want to calm down, he suggests, but his words only fuel her terror. You put something inside me, she screams again. Suddenly, MJ clutches her stomach as a sudden, agonizing pain rips through her core. Her world turns into a blur of white light and searing heat as something within her begins to change. NNNN, she moans, her knees buckling. The clone watches in horror as his gift takes effect, his own face a map of dawning regret. MJ, are you? He starts to ask, but his voice is cut off by a sudden, violent sound from the darkness of the laboratory. A massive, orange-furred arm bursts through a nearby wall, the claws catching the clone squarely in the chest. GRRKK, he gasps, his body being thrown across the room like a rag doll as a new predator enters the fray. Standing in the wreckage of the wall is a monstrous, werewolf-like creature, its eyes burning with a mindless, predatory hunger. It lets out a blood-curdling roar that shakes the very foundations of the warehouse as it looms over the fallen clone and the terrified girl. Back in the suburbs of Queens, the standoff between Nick Fury and the Fantastic Four has reached its breaking point. What are you doing? Johnny Storm demands, his body flaring with heat. Please, General Fury, Peter Parker didn't do anything, Reed Richards adds, his voice firm. Fury doesn't back down, his soldiers leveling their energy rifles at the cosmic heroes. Yeah, like, everyone just calm down. Ben Grimm growls. This is a major violation of Parker's civil rights, and you can't just take him from his home and blame him for, Reed continues, his authority being ignored. Fury looks at the scientist, his single eye a cold, unyielding point of contact. Dr. Richards, the genius that you are, I am the leader of SHIELD. My job is to protect this world with any and every measure at my disposal. He starts to explain, his voice low and dangerous. He steps closer to Reed, his shadow looming over the boy at his feet. So, please, find it within that big brain of yours to try and think of one of the 50 reasons I cannot explain myself to you about this out in the open on the streets of Queens, he concludes with a sneer. Peter Parker just wants the fighting to stop, his voice a hollow shell of its former self. He looks at the rubble of his home, at his unconscious aunt, and at the monsters he's helped create. Just let it go. It's over, he whispers, his spirit broken. The heroes and the soldiers stand together in a tableau of modern warfare, a neighborhood turned into a battleground for the future of humanity. The silence that follows Peter's words is heavier than any explosion, a moment of profound, shared defeat. Suddenly, a figure in a red and black suit drops from the night sky, a kick catching Nick Fury squarely in the face. Og, the director grunts, his body being thrown backward by the unexpected force. Smack! The sound of the blow echoes through the street. The newcomer lands gracefully on her feet, her suit a sleek mirror of Peter's own. Mr. Parker, your 4 o'clock is here, she quips, her voice full of a playful confidence that feels entirely out of place in this disaster zone. Hey! Peter gasps in shock. The girl in the red suit grabs Peter's hand and leaps back into the air, her strength pulling him off the ground before the SHIELD agents can react. Okay, we have a situation. One of the soldiers screams, his rifle already coming up to track them. High above the rooftops of Queens, the girl glides through the air with Peter in tow, her red and black suit a blur against the moonlit sky. Nice night for it, huh? She asks with a laugh. Peter can only manage a terrified staccato. WHWHWH. She swings him onto a nearby water tower, her movements fluid and practiced. Don't rupture your spleen, she advises as they land. Peter looks at her, his mind reeling. Behind them, the sounds of jetpacks and sirens signal that the chase has only just begun. SHIELD agents on jetpacks rocket into the sky, their energy beams cutting through the dark in search of the fugitives. "Permission to open fire," one of the pilots requests. "No," Peter screams from the roof. "I'm not asking you. You do not have permission," Fury's voice bellows over the radio. Johnny Storm watches the two spiders disappear into the night, his flames flickering with a mix of awe and frustration. "Peter!" he screams, his voice lost to the wind as the neighborhood of Queens fades into the distance. The Human Torch hovers above the street, his body a living beacon in the dark. "Ah," he mutters, his teenage brain struggling to process the sudden rescue. The world of Peter Parker has become a place of impossible things, and even a superhero can't keep up. Johnny scans the horizon, but the two silhouettes have already merged with the shadows of the city. "Where'd they go?" he asks, his question hanging in the air like the smoke from the battle. The night is far from over, and the truth is still waiting in the dark. The scene shifts to a dark alleyway in another part of the city. The girl in the red suit lands gracefully and pulls Peter into the shadows, a finger to her mask for silence. They are safe for now, but the mystery of her identity is a louder roar than any SHIELD engine. Peter Parker stands in the dark, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he looks at the woman who just saved his life. She is a mirror of himself, yet completely different. Her eyes, visible through the white lenses of the mask, are full of a strange, haunting familiarity. She puts a hand on his shoulder, her touch light but firm. He is trembling, his mind unable to process the events of the last hour. She is a hero, a fugitive, and a riddle all wrapped in a red and black suit. "Herm," he grunts, his body finally starting to fail him. Using her incredible strength, she grabs the SHIELD shackles on Peter's wrists and snaps them like they were made of dry twigs. Crack, the sound echoes in the narrow alley as the cold metal falls away. Peter looks at his hands, then back at her. "Og," he gasps, more in shock than pain. She looks him in the eye, her voice a soft, melodic echo of his own thoughts. "Follow me," she commands, and before he can ask another question, she is back in the air, leaping toward the skyline with a grace that is unmistakably spider-like. They leap over the New Jersey Turnpike, two silhouettes silhouetted against the massive, pale moon. Below them, the traffic of the city continues its mindless crawl, oblivious to the biological drama unfolding on the roofs of the trucks. This is the new world of Peter Parker, where the lines between man and monster are blurred forever. They land on top of a speeding truck, the wind whipping their hair and costumes as they crouch for balance. Peter stares at the woman, his confusion reaching a breaking point. Behind them, the lights of the highway are a long, golden ribbon of artificial light. Peter Parker gazes at the woman who looks exactly like a female version of himself. Her long brown hair flows in the wind, her face a perfect, uncanny reflection of his own features. "Who are you?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper against the roar of the highway. She looks back at him, her expression a complex mixture of sorrow, understanding, and a strange kind of kinship. "Spider-Woman?" he asks, testing the name on his tongue as he searches her eyes for a sign of the person he remembers. The girl's eyes are wide and brown, full of intelligence and a hidden pain that makes Peter's heart ache. She is more than a hero, she is a mirror. "Who are you?" he demands, his voice rising in desperation as the truck carries them further away from everything he's ever known. The girl slowly reaches up and pulls back the hood of her costume, revealing the full extent of the impossible truth. She is him. He is her. They are two halves of a broken whole. She stares at him with a gaze that is both defiant and vulnerable, the wind whipping her hair into a frenzy. This is the revelation that will change everything. She looks at him, her eyes reflecting the cold light of the highway. "Kinda sorta," she replies, her voice a soft, feminine echo of his own. The world around them seems to vanish as the impossible reality of her existence sinks in. Peter can't breathe, his lungs refusing to function in the face of this biological nightmare. She finally says the words that Peter has been dreading. I'm a clone. Of you," she admits, her voice small against the roar of the wind. Peter feels sick to his stomach, the horror of his reality finally catching up with him. He is not a unique individual, he is a template for experimentation. Peter Parker doubles over on the roof of the truck, his stomach turning in a violent protest against the truth. "I'm going to vomit," he gasps. Jessica Drew, the woman who is also him, looks on with a sad, knowing smile. "Yeah, I can see how that might be," she replies softly. "Please, please, 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 tell me what is going on." Peter looks up at her, his face pale and eyes wide with a desperate need for answers. "Where did you come from? Did my father make you?" he asks, his voice a hoarse whisper. Jessica stares at him, her own expression a map of the memories she's inherited from him. The truck speeds past a sign for the New Jersey Turnpike, the artificial lights of the highway casting long, distorted shadows across their faces. "Like that scorpion thing? Is that what he is?" Peter asks. "You saw him. Is he okay?" Jessica asks back. "Are there more?" Peter pushes, his panic returning. Jessica nods slowly, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. "Yeah, that's where we're going. We're going to find the others," she says, a declaration that sounds more like a mission than a hope. Peter can only stare at her in mute, wide-eyed horror. "You're me?" he asks one last time. Jessica looks at him, her face inches from his own. She is the physical manifestation of his greatest fear. "I'll tell you exactly what I know and how I know it," she begins, her eyes narrowing with a dark determination. "About a month ago, give or take," she starts her story. She takes a deep breath and lets the words fall out into the cold night air. "I was born," she says, a simple statement that carries the weight of 1,000 scientific crimes. The truck carries them into the darkness of New Jersey, leaving the world of Peter Parker behind for a place of monsters and shadows. Flashback, the sterile, green light of a high-security laboratory fills the screen. A man in a white lab coat, Dr. Ben Reilly, is examining a young girl who is restrained on a medical table. "She's coming out of it," a nurse whispers in the background. The girl's eyes are wide and glazed with a confusion that transcends mere physical pain. Dr. Riley looks down at the girl with a mixture of scientific pride and chilling detachment. "Hi, my name is Ben Riley. If that name sounds vaguely familiar, it's because I was Dr. Kurt Connor's assistant a few months ago." He introduces himself with a cold, mechanical smile. The doctor leans in closer, his voice a calm, reassuring rumble that masks the horror of his words. "Don't worry about trying to talk. You can't yet. You were brought into this world just a week ago. Your body hasn't fully adjusted to its how can I explain it? Your body is still forming," he continues, as if discussing a classroom experiment. Riley continues his explanation, his fingers tracing the telemetry on the glowing screen beside her. "You've been heavily sedated so as to not hurt yourself. I know in your mind, you're a little freaked out and confused right now, but don't worry about that either," he says, his gaze never leaving her terrified eyes. The doctor steps back and gestures to the room full of medical equipment. "Okay, in your head you remember yourself as Peter Parker, Spiderman, but you're not him. In fact, you're not even a him. You're a her. You're a biological replica of him, created by me and my team. You're in an R&D facility for the Central Intelligence Agency. You're safe and okay," he claims, a lie that tastes like ash in the girl's mind. Riley's eyes gleam with a manic, scientific light. "You're phase 5 of the project, actually. The goal was to process a clone of Peter Parker. Why him? Because of his spider powers. And in your case, we did a little creative chromosomal manipulation and you were born a girl. And you are a rousing success. You're the best one so far. Your reolithis is very, very exciting," he gushes, his voice rising in pitch. The doctor continues his monologue, his words painting a picture of a future where humanity is nothing more than raw material for state-sponsored monsters. "Now, the good news is, as confusing as it is to have the memories and sense memories of a boy when you are a girl and the memories of someone you're not. Don't worry," he says, his voice a hollow comfort. A man in a suit, a CIA handler, watches from the shadows, his face a mask of bureaucratic indifference. "In fact, by then you won't remember even having this conversation, the fact that you're a clone or any of this. We have a psych team coming in very soon and you'll be stripped of all those memories and we'll have all new ones implanted in you in no time," Riley explains with a chilling nonchalance. The handler steps forward, his goggles reflecting the green light of the lab. But we need to run some psych evaluation tests on you before we go to the next step, and that includes telling you this and observing how you react to it. And your next life, if you choose to accept it, is going to be just as exciting as being Spider-Man. You'll be a special agent for the Central Intelligence Agency. Cool, huh? He asks with a smirk. Riley opens a thick folder labeled Phase 5 Project and begins to read from a list of predefined identities. Let's see what they have for you. You'll be Special Agent Jessica Drew. Pretty name. You'll be an agent of the CIA. Codename, Spider-Woman, he announces. Then, with a sigh of professional boredom, he adds, not very original. I'll try to have them change that for you. The girl stares at the ceiling, her world dissolving into a series of bureaucratic designations and medical procedures. So how did this all happen? Well, if you remember, when you, and by you I mean Peter Parker, were friends with Curt Connors, he stole a sample of your blood. And you'll remember, he accidentally incubated a clone prototype that became that horrible monster that wreaked such carnage on my college campus. And killed your friend, Gwen Stacy. Well, I helped him. Clearly, that was not the plan. We didn't want to hurt anyone, we wanted to help people. But what happened, and then. Riley leans over her one last time, his face a grotesque mask in the dim light. Anyway, after all that went down, I was in a lot of trouble. Curt Connors is in jail now for it. And the feds came for me too, but I had a get-out-of-jail card, your blood sample, and my notes from my work with Dr. Connors, he explains, his voice full of a self-serving arrogance. The doctor continues his story, his words detailing a conspiracy of geniuses working for the government. The CIA here made a deal with the FBI, and they put me to work instead of making me sit in a federal prison. I really lucked out. They'd already put together a little brain trust here working on the very same type of project. A real community of like-minded geniuses. I'm proud to be here. In just this short time we've been working together, we cracked the mystery of the clone. We broke down Norman Osborn's original Oz formula. Yeah. Jessica listens as Riley describes the grand, dark vision of the agency. And a bunch of other things, all real top-secret stuff, but all of it specifically directly relate to superpower and mutant genealogy. And now look at you, a whole, beautiful young woman created from scratch. See, the reason Peter Parker is so perfect for cloning is we needed something stronger, more durable than the human genome. We needed something more. And you were it, he says with a shrug. The doctor's voice fades into a blur of scientific jargon and patriotic rhetoric. You're part of a launch series of cloning experiments. Every one of you is a little different than the next, and each of you will be trained and/or experimented on for the government in search of, or in place of, the elusive supersoldier serum. Yeah, you may be the next Captain America. Can you imagine? An army of 100, 200 Spider-Men launching a ground assault? Kenyao. She's out. Okay, Jessica, you sleep. Tomorrow is a big day. Back in the present, Peter and Jessica sit on top of the truck in a silence that is heavier than any scientific explanation. The New Jersey sky is a deep, bruised purple, and the lights of the city are a distant, uncaring glow. This is their reality now, two clones of the same boy, caught in a web of state-sponsored madness. Jessica looks at Peter, her expression one of quiet, shared understanding. She is the physical manifestation of the crimes committed against him. You okay? She asks again. Peter stares at his hands, his voice a hollow shell. No, he replies simply. Peter looks up at her, his eyes searching hers for a sign of the truth. Yeah, me either, so are you, me or this Jessica person? He asks, his voice cracking. Jessica shakes her head. I'm still you. Hey, she exclaims, her own frustration finally boiling over. Jessica looks away, her gaze fixed on the passing horizon. Yeah, the thing is that they never got to, she starts to say, but her voice trails off. Peter buries his face in his hands again. Just give me a second, he begs, his mind refusing to process any more horror. Jessica watches him, her expression a complex mixture of pity and resolve. She knows the weight of the memories he's carrying. Why did you attack me before? Peter asks after a long moment. I didn't, you kind of attacked me. I'm sorry if I didn't respond better or explain myself better, she replies softly. She looks back at him, her eyes reflecting the cold light of the highway. I've only been alive a month, and I'm having trouble remembering what are my memories and what are yours. I'm kind of having a meltdown here, too, she admits, her voice a fragile thing in the wind. Peter erupts in a sudden, violent burst of anger, his hands clenching into fists. At least you're the real you. I'm not the real anything. Why aren't I in a coma now? Shouldn't my brain just give out on me now and just go into a coma? My dad, my Aunt Gwen this. Who can take this much % in one day? He screams into the night. Peter stares at her, his anger turning into a sudden, sharp curiosity. Where did this costume come from? He demands, gesturing to her red and black suit. Jessica hesitates, her expression darkening as she prepares for the next revelation in her dark history. Well, she starts to say. Flashback, Jessica is walking through a high-tech hallway, surrounded by a crowd of applauding scientists. This is her debut, her unveiling as the agency's greatest achievement. Bravo, bravo, Jessica, they cheer, their voices full of a terrifying, bureaucratic pride. Jessica stops in the center of the hall, her eyes wide with a defiance that her creators refuse to recognize. Don't call me that. Stop calling me that, she commands, her voice a small, firm point of resistance in the sterile environment. Dr. Riley steps forward, his hands raised in a patronizing gesture. I'm sorry, I mean no disrespect. That's what today is all about anyhow. You're going to become Jessica Drew today. I told you we had a psych team that will help you with that. Painless. Quick, he says with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. The doctor gestures toward a woman in a wheelchair, Cassandra Webb, who is waiting at the end of the hall. Meet the person that is going to help you with all of that. Cassandra Webb, I know this has been difficult. It'll all be over in a minute, Riley continues, his voice a hollow comfort. Jessica looks at the woman, her eyes full of a raw, unadulterated fear. She knows what is coming, the erasure of her soul. Why did you people do this to me? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. This is the moment before the world ends for the girl who remembers being a boy. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the facility, the blast wave sending scientists and equipment flying in every direction. Boom! The sound is a deafening roar that erases Riley's patronizing words. Jessica, you know that he starts to say before being silenced by the fire. Out of the smoke and rubble, a nightmare emerges. The creature known as Carnage, the biological mutation of Gwen Stacy, has broken free from its containment. Hurag! It roars, its red mass a whirlwind of razors and rage as it begins to slaughter the staff. Oh my god, it's loose. The Stacy experiment is loose, someone screams. The facility turns into a scene of total slaughter as Carnage tears through the panicked scientists. Ag! Everybody down! A security guard bellows, his weapon already firing into the darkness. Ai! A woman shrieks as the ceiling begins to collapse. Smash! Crash! The sounds of destruction are a symphony of failed science. Cassandra Webb is thrown from her wheelchair by the shockwave, her glasses sliding across the floor as the building crumbles around her. Og! Smash! Crash! The laboratory is being erased from the map, and with it, the agency's control over their creations. Jessica watches from the shadows, her eyes wide as she sees the monster Gwen Stacy leaping through the wreckage. She realizes that this is her only chance to escape the cycle of pain. She isn't a special agent anymore. She is a survivor. She looks at the bodies on the floor, the people who tried to turn her into a weapon. Her face is a mask of pure, cold resolve. She won't be Jessica Drew, and she won't be a puppet. She turns and runs into the smoke, leaving the facility behind forever. Behind her, the sounds of security doors clicking shut as the automatic systems fail. Clack! Click! The building is a tomb, and she is the only one who has managed to escape the darkness. She is a clone of Peter Parker, and she is finally free. Jessica stops one last time and looks back at the flickering lights of the lab. She sees other shapes moving in the shadows, other clones, other failed experiments that have managed to survive the explosion. They are a family of freaks, and the world is not ready for them. The clones gather in the ruins, their silhouettes a distorted mirror of the hero they all remember being. Whoa, one of them mutters, his voice a gravelly echo. Okay, this is weird, another adds. No, there's been an accident. Everyone just go back in your rooms and wait for the power to, a surviving handler starts to say before being cut off. The clones ignore the man's orders and move toward the exit as one. We should get out of here, we should go find MJ, a boy with a scarred face suggests. Yeah, no, I'm not going to let this happen. Another cries as they charge into the night. Stay here. Listen to me. Stay here. The handler bellows, his authority already a dead thing. Jessica looks at the man one last time, her eyes full of a chilling understanding. He is a ghost of a dead era. She turns and joins the others, her red and black suit a beacon of hope in the dark ruins of her birth. This is the beginning of her new life, a path of her own making. Back in the present, Peter Parker listens to the final words of Jessica's story, his face a map of horror and disbelief. So, here I am, with every fiber of my being telling me I am Peter Parker. I remember everything I have ever done, said, smelled, eaten. I remember it all. Jessica's internal monologue continues. She looks at him, her gaze unwavering as the wind whips their hair. Except I'm not. None of us are, she says, a declaration that erases Peter's sense of identity. Behind them, the other clones swing through the city, a family of shadows searching for a girl they all remember loving. Jessica turns her head, her eyes fixed on a specific, crumbling silhouette on the horizon. Once I got something vaguely resembling my bearings, my intention was to just make sure none of them went and bothered MJ, she explains, her voice dropping an octave. She looks back at Peter, her expression darkening with a new, sharper fear. But when I got to the neighborhood, my brain froze up on me, it all rushed in on me. My head, I was out of it. That's when you and I bumped into each other, she recalls, the memory clearly painful. Peter looks at her, his eyes wide with a realization that hits him like a freight train. Which didn't help. Someone took MJ. One of my Mimi clones took MJ. He stammers, his voice a hoarse, desperate thing. Jessica nods slowly, her gaze fixed on the destination ahead. I think so, yes. But man, I hope I am so wrong. She is missing. That's how my night started. I just don't want her involved in any of this, she says, her voice full of a protective rage. Peter stares at her, his own anger returning as his protective instincts override his fear. You don't? He asks, his voice cold. Jessica looks back at him with a sad, knowing gaze. I know, I was, speaking for both of us. She looks at the industrial skyline, her face a map of the memories she's inherited. I came back to tell you all this, level with you, and there was Nick Fury, once again making every day a sunshiny day, she adds with a bitter laugh. Jessica points toward a massive, ruined structure looming in the distance, the abandoned shell of Oscorp. And here look, this is the last place I could think of that one of us, in our delicate mental state, might take MJ, she announces. Peter looks at the facility, his heart in his throat. Where are we? He asks. Jump, Jessica commands, and before he can respond, she has already leaped from the truck, a red and black shadow diving into the heart of the enemy. Peter Parker stands on the roof of the truck for a final second, his world and his identity hanging in the balance. He is a boy looking at his own nightmare. Then, with a roar of his own, he follows her into the dark, leaving his old life behind for a truth he isn't sure he can survive. They arrive at the ruins of Oscorp, the massive building a shell of rusted metal and broken dreams. Oscorp, why would someone bring her here? Peter asks as they land in the tall grass. Let's just hope I'm wrong, Jessica replies, her eyes scanning the perimeter. The two spiders drop through a shattered skylight into the dark interior of the old laboratory. The air is thick with dust and the smell of ancient chemicals. This is the birthplace of the monsters that have ruined their lives, and the silence of the room is a heavy, threatening thing. They find a scene of total devastation in the main lab. Crash! The sound of their landing echoes through the empty halls. Peter looks around, his heart hammering against his ribs. Oh, he mutters, his gaze falling on something in the shadows. Peter's eyes go wide with a terror he's never known. He sees a shape moving in the darkness, a massive, orange-furred creature that doesn't belong in any biological catalog. This is the ultimate failure of the Oz Project, and it is staring directly at them. The monster lets out a low, guttural growl that shakes the very floor beneath them. Arrarog, it roars, its voice a horrific mixture of an animal scream and a human sob. Crash, the sound of shifting metal fills the room as the beast prepares to strike. It's another clone, this one completely transformed into a six-armed, blue-skinned monstrosity. It lunges for Peter, its many hands reaching for his throat. Huarg! It screams, its face a distorted mask of the boy he used to be. Peter stares in mute horror as the creature approaches. "Please, please tell me that isn't her," he begs, his voice breaking. Jessica steps in front of him, her webbing already firing. "Hold on," she commands, her movements a blur of speed and precision. Jessica's webbing is a white, sticky rope that pins the six-armed monster to a wall of ancient computer monitors. Fiss! Fiss! The sound of the webbing is a sharp contrast to the beast's roars as it struggles to free itself. Peter delivers a powerful punch to another deformed clone that was lunging from the shadows. Wham! The sound of the impact is a release of all the rage and fear he's been carrying. He is a boy fighting for his soul in the dark ruins of his father's legacy. Jessica stands over the fallen, six-armed clone and rips the mask from its face. "Rise and shine," she says coldly. Peter looks down at the boy, another version of himself, and feels a wave of nausea. This is the truth that Shield wanted to hide. The werewolf clone is tossed aside like a rag doll by a larger, invisible force. Hurrah! Spas! The sounds of the struggle fill the laboratory as the monsters fight for dominance in the dark. "Just try and breathe. Give yourself a moment," Peter starts to say. Jessica grabs the monster by its fur and forces it to look at her. "That idiot, he did do it," she exclaims, her voice full of a dawning horror. "Do what?" Peter asks, his voice a trembling whisper from the darkness. Peter Parker stares into the eyes of the beast, his own face reflected in its animal gaze. "Oh my God," he mutters. "Yeah, we'll do our oh my gods later," Jessica replies, her focus remaining on the fallen clone. The clone looks up at them, his eyes full of a terrified, human understanding. He injected MJ with Oz," he whispers, a revelation that turns Peter's blood into ice. The miracle drug of the Osborns has claimed its final victim. A massive shape lunges from the shadows, its size dwarfing even the rocky form of the thing. Crash! The sound of its arrival is an earthquake in the small room. "What is that?" Peter asks, his voice lost to the creature's roar. Peter can only stare in mute, paralyzed horror as the massive, orange-furred beast approaches. It lets out a scream that sounds hauntingly like a woman's cry. This is Mary Jane Watson, and she is the monster now. The creature's yellow eyes burn with a mindless, predatory hunger as it looms over the two spiders. "Hurrah!" It roars again, its massive paws reaching for Peter. He is a hero looking at his own failure, and the image is a brand on his soul. Peter whispers MJ's name, his heart breaking as he sees the remnants of her humanity in the beast's gaze. "MJ," he moans. Behind him, the scarred clone laughs maniacally. See, now she can protect herself," he cackles. Peter Parker delivers a brutal punch to the scarred clone's face, his rage finally boiling over. Smack! The sound of the blow is a final, violent rejection of the world he's been forced into. It's me. Please, please stop," he begs the monster. A flash of golden light erupts from the monster's body as the Oz formula begins to take full control. Foom, hooer! The sounds of transformation resolve into a chilling, high-pitched scream. This is the end of the girl Peter loved and the birth of a new, state-sponsored nightmare. And as the light fades, a man in a suit with dark goggles, the mastermind of the project, steps into the room, a cold smile on his face. "His father," Jessica whispers. The true horror of the Parker legacy has only just begun. Night has fallen over the borough of Queens, New York, but the quiet is shattered by the hum of SHIELD rotors and whispered rumors of a massive evacuation. Inside the tranquil halls of the Xavier Institute, the students gather around the television, their faces illuminated by the flickering blue light of a breaking news report. "You think it's your boyfriend?" one asks as the camera pans over the Queensboro Bridge, suggesting a superpower altercation is currently unfolding. Kitty Pryde stares at the screen, her eyes wide with mounting dread as the reporter mentions the neighborhood has been a hotspot for Spider-Man sightings for months. "Oh my God," she gasps, the realization hitting her like a physical blow. The news anchor transitions to a more personal tragedy, showing a distraught woman holding a photo of her missing daughter. "Her name is Mary Jane Watson. She \S almost 16 years old," the mother cries, adding a human face to the growing chaos in Queens. Without a second thought, Kitty sprints through the mansion, a blur of motion as she desperate calls out for the one person who can help. "Professor!" she screams, her voice echoing through the sterile hallways. She bursts into the study where Professor Xavier and Cyclops are waiting, her panic nearly tangible. "Professor, we have to go to Queens. Peter is in trouble," she pleads, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Xavier remains the calm center of the storm, gesturing for her to settle down as the rest of the team filters in. "Kitty, calm down. Now who is this MJ per?" he begins, but Kitty is already past the point of patience. She steps closer, her fists clenched as she argues that Nick Fury and SHIELD aren't there to protect Peter, but to contain him. "Peter Parker has been there for you every single time," she yells, her loyalty to her friend overriding any respect for authority. Cyclops watches the exchange silently before nodding to Xavier, the decision already made in his mind. "We're going to Queens," he states firmly, the weight of leadership settling on his shoulders. Kitty doesn't wait for a second invitation, her face hardened with determination as she glares at the team. "Get your ex-butts on the plane. We're going to go help Peter Parker," she commands, the mission now clear. Meanwhile, in the frantic halls of a nearby hospital, the air is thick with the scent of antiseptic and the sound of machines beeping in rhythmic distress. Medical staff rush a gurney through the double doors, the patient barely clinging to life as a code blue is called out over the intercom. Among the chaos, Sue Storm of the Fantastic Four stands with a man claiming to be Richard Parker, Peter's long-dead father. "Are you really Sue Storm from the Fantastic Four?" a doctor asks in disbelief as Sue explains that the woman who collapsed is in cardiac arrest. The man claiming to be Richard watches the doctor's work with a look of pure, unadulterated terror. "Is she?" he whispers, his voice cracking, but Sue gently tells him to let the professionals do their jobs. The camera lingers on their faces, capturing the shared anxiety between a superhero and a man who shouldn't even exist. Sue turns her attention to the nurse's station, her mind already moving 3 steps ahead of the medical staff. "Hi, nurse, can I borrow that?" she asks, flashing her credentials and asserting her authority as a PhD to take command of the equipment. She approaches Richard, her expression unreadable as she reaches for his hand. "What are you doing?" he asks, confused, but she only asks him to indulge her for a moment. With a quick, practiced motion, she pricks his finger, a tiny drop of crimson forming on the skin. "Ow, what are you?" he winces, pulling back slightly as Sue secures the sample. She holds the glass slide up to the light, her eyes narrowing behind her mask. "Just working a theory," she murmurs, the mystery of this man's identity finally being put to the test. The man watches her with growing suspicion. Sue moves toward a high-powered microscope, her focus entirely on the microscopic world that holds the truth. She quickly transitions to a computer terminal, asking to use it for an important task as the hospital staff looks on in bewilderment. "For you?" "Yeah," the nurse replies, unable to say no to the invisible woman. Her fingers dance across the keyboard, connecting to the Baxter Building's private server. A prompt appears on the screen. "Welcome, Susan Storm. Submit blood work sample match request." Deep in the shadows of an industrial warehouse, Peter Parker's face is a mask of cold, calculating fury. "I'm going to kill him," he whispers to himself, the darkness of his thoughts matching the void around him. He stares into the distance, his mind replaying the trauma of the last few hours with agonizing clarity. "I'm going to punch him once in the head and his neck will snap, or his brain will explode. And he'll die," he thinks, the moral weight of his life crumbling under the pressure. The voice of his own conscience, or perhaps something darker, urges him forward, telling him that people have killed for far less. "You won't even go to jail," the voice promises, preying on his temporary insanity. Jessica Drew, the female clone of Peter, stands behind him, her presence a constant reminder of the perversion of his own life. "He cloned you. He cloned Gwen. Aunt May had a heart attack. He did it," she cries out, fueled by the same righteous anger. Peter looks toward his tormentor, the man who destroyed his home and endangered everyone he loves. "Kill him! Do it!" the voice screams in his head, demanding a blood debt that Peter is almost ready to pay. The tension is broken by the heavy thud of SHIELD boots as the facility is flooded with armed soldiers and the rest of the Fantastic Four. "Mr. Parker, good to see you again," Otto Octavius says with a smug grin, even as the Thing and the Human Torch stand ready to intervene. Reed Richards steps forward, his voice dripping with disgust as he looks at the various clones scattered throughout the room. "Octavius, you made these clones?" he asks, his scientific mind struggling to grasp the ethics of such a crime. Otto's grin only widens as he explains the process, detailing how they denied a test clone its Y chromosome sequence to create a female version. "And that worked?" Nick Fury asks, his hand hovering over his holster. Jessica Drew lunges forward, her fists balled as she confronts her creator. "You made me," she snarls, the horror of her origin finally coming into focus. Her eyes are blazing with hate as she stares Otto down. "I'm going to kill you," she promises, her voice low and dangerous. Otto remains unfazed, his expression one of paternal arrogance. "I was there at your birth. And you're welcome," he sneers, completely oblivious to the monster he has truly become. The room is a powder keg of conflicting agendas as Peter kneels over the unconscious and mutated Mary Jane. Johnny Storm looks down in shock. "Dude, is that MJ? They ruined her. What's happened to her?" he asks, his usual bravado replaced by genuine concern. Fury tries to maintain a semblance of order, raising a hand to keep the situation from escalating into a full-blown war. "Don't. There's been enough of that tonight," he warns, his eye darting between Otto and the angry young heroes. Peter looks up at Reed, his face stained with tears and desperation. She's been infected with Oz, a chemical, and he ruined her," he explains, pleading for a miracle that only the smartest man in the world can provide. Reed Richards looks down at the girl, his expression grave. "Reed, I know that girl. Can you fix her?" "You can fix her," Johnny urges, but Reed remains silent, the complexity of the Oz formula weighing heavily on him. Johnny's temper flares as he ignites his hand, pointing it at Fury. "Dude, Reed's taking her to the Baxter building, and the big brain is going to get to work on fixing her," he yells, refusing to let SHIELD take custody of his friend. Peter's voice is a broken whisper as he looks at the heroes around him. "Please help her. Please," he begs, the weight of the night finally breaking his spirit. The Thing carefully scoops Mary Jane into his massive stone arms, promising Peter that they will do everything they can. "Richards!" Fury barks, but the Fantastic Four are already moving, ignoring the orders of the world's top spy. Suddenly, the Scorpion clone lunges through the air with a primal scream, his target clear. "MJ!" he roars, his mind a fractured mess of Peter's memories and genetic manipulation. SHIELD drones open fire, a barrage of energy beams lighting up the warehouse as they attempt to neutralize the threat. "Whoa! Cease!" Fury tries to shout over the din of battle. Jessica Drew isn't waiting for orders, her arm extending in a powerful blow that cracks the armor of a nearby drone. "You don't!" she shouts, her instincts taking over as the chaos reaches a fever pitch. Fury draws his own weapon, firing a warning shot into the ceiling to regain control. "Stop! Stop! Cease fire and stop this N% right now," he commands, his voice booming over the sound of clashing metal. The room falls into a tense, uneasy silence as everyone freezes in place. Jessica stands with her hands raised, her chest heaving as she tries to process the insanity of the situation. Okay, everyone calm down," she yells. But Otto Octavius isn't looking for peace, he's looking for a spectacle. He stands amidst the destruction, his arms crossed as he stares at Peter. "Kill him," the internal voice prompts Peter again, 2 boxes of text echoing the singular thought. Fury turns his wrath on the Fantastic Four, demanding they leave the premises immediately. "Fantastic Four, out!" he bellows, but Reed Richards isn't budging, pointing a defiant finger back at the director of SHIELD. Johnny Storm hovers nearby, his flame flickering with his rising anger. "You want me to light this guy on fire?" he asks, looking for any excuse to unleash his power on the man who caused all this misery. Fury and Otto stand nose to nose, a clash of titans as the spy tells the scientist that he isn't taking anything. "You got a lot to answer for," Fury growls, his eye fixed on the smug prisoner. Otto's smile is razor-sharp as he leans in, his confidence unwavering. "But I don't have to answer to you, Fury," he retorts, a secret hidden behind his shaded eyes. Fury doesn't take the bait, informing Otto that the moment his House of Horrors spilled onto civilian property, he became SHIELD's problem. "You're under arrest, Octavius," he declares, the finality of the statement hanging in the air. Otto only chuckles, suggesting that Fury might want to call his supervisor before making any rash decisions. "Do you wonder why you didn't know this project was happening?" he asks, his voice dripping with condescension. Peter steps forward, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and rage. "How did you do this, Octavius? How are you not dead or in jail?" he demands, but Fury tells him to back up, sensing the danger in Otto's words. Otto leans in close to the boy he spent a lifetime tormenting. "Tell you what, little boy? Tell you I was going to go to prison after you beat me up on television. But instead I made a deal with the federal government to work for them, to help them design a super soldier." The revelation is a hammer blow to Fury's authority, as Otto explains that there are many people in the government who truly hate Nick Fury and his band of self-loathing superheroes. They want their own finger on the Captain America button, and Otto is the one providing it. Peter and Fury share a look of utter disbelief, the scale of the conspiracy finally becoming clear. The government they serve has been funding the man who ruined their lives. Otto continues his villainous monologue, explaining that the FBI's Special Projects Research and Development allowed him to continue the work he was doing before he was ever known as Dr. Octopus. Jessica stares at him, her identity as a clone feeling more like a prison sentence with every word he speaks. "How did you make me?" she asks, the horror of her existence laid bare. Otto mocks Fury's attempt to arrest him, claiming he has credentials and rights that put him outside of SHIELD's jurisdiction. "Actually, I'm not. I have rights," he says with a smirk that makes Fury's blood boil. Peter's rage is barely contained as he glares at the man who used his DNA as a plaything. "Don't," Fury warns, sensing the boy is about to snap. Otto reveals the source of the genetic material, a blood sample confiscated from Peter's friend, Ben Riley, who worked for Dr. Kurt Connors. "And you, sweetie, are proof that it's working," he says, looking at Jessica with chilling satisfaction. He taunts Peter's emotional state, asking if the great Spiderman is going to cry. "It just so happens that my work completely perverts and destroys every single part of you and your life," he boasts, his cruelty knowing no bounds. The camera zooms in on his grinning face, the scars around his eyes a testament to the madness within. "Every single part," he repeats, savoring the destruction he's caused. Beside them, the Scorpion clone stands as a silent, monstrous testament to Otto's twisted genius, a reminder of the darkness that genetic manipulation can unleash. Back at the hospital, the medical team works frantically over Aunt May, the bright surgical lights illuminating a scene of life and death. The man claiming to be Richard Parker watches through the window, his face a mask of sorrow and confusion, a man lost in a life that might not even be his own. Otto continues to explain his relationship with Peter to the heroes in the warehouse, claiming that every fight they had was just a step toward understanding the unique qualities of his blood. In the hospital hallway, Sue Storm stares at a computer monitor with a look of growing realization. The screen displays the results of her test. Blood sample match found. The match is undeniable. The screen flashes a staggering 99.342% match, a number that shouldn't be possible for two different people. Otto's voice echoes through the warehouse as he details how he was able to mutate and biograft Peter's DNA to create the clones, including the female version standing before him. The computer screen at the hospital confirms the identity of the blood sample, Peter Parker. The truth is laid bare in glowing green text. Sue looks at the man claiming to be Peter's father, her heart sinking as Otto's voice, via flashback or simultaneous narration, explains how he tampered with a clone's aging process and used psychic memory implants to convince it of its false identity. Sue's eyes fill with pity as she looks at the man who believes he is Richard Parker. He is nothing more than another of Otto's victims, a living lie designed to hurt Peter. The Richard Parker clone looks back at her, sensing that something is terribly wrong. "What?" he asks, his world about to be shattered for the second time. Sue stands frozen, the weight of the secret she now holds threatening to overwhelm her, as the father of her friend stands just feet away, unaware of his own artificial nature. Otto Octavius continues his boastful tirade, claiming his work is the most important scientific breakthrough since the discovery of gamma radiation mutation. Not your daddy, not Reed Richards, not Norman Osborn, not Tony Stark. It was me, he declares, his ego reaching cosmic proportions. He paints a horrifying picture of a future where 1,000 Thors descend on the world to impose order, promising that he will be rewarded with the Nobel Prize and a Medal of Honor. "And, Peter, I promise, I will thank you," he adds with a sickening grin. Peter's mind is racing as he looks at the man he thought was his father. "My father. That man, that's not really my father," he realizes, the last pillar of his emotional support collapsing. Back at the hospital, Sue Storm gently takes the Richard Parker clone's hand, leading him away from the surgical theater. "Come on, come with me," she says, her voice thick with unsaid truths. The clone looks back at Aunt May's room one last time, but Sue insists they leave. "They're doing what they can. We shouldn't be here," she urges, trying to spare him the trauma of a reality he can't process. They walk down the long, white hallway. A caption box delivers a crushing blow. "Wow, you really deluded yourself if you thought that man was your father." The narration continues, cold and clinical, reminding Peter and the reader that Richard Parker died in a plane crash a long time ago. The man in the hospital is just a ghost in the machine. Otto sneers at Peter, his eyes glinting with malice behind his lenses. "I thought you were supposed to be smart," he mocks, reveling in the boy's mental anguish. Nick Fury watches the exchange with a mix of fury and helplessness, the political reality of Otto's rights, tying his hands even as the scientist continues his verbal assault. Peter bows his head, a single tear tracking through the grime on his face as the weight of the night's revelations finally takes its toll. But then something shifts. His eyes snap open, filled with a cold, hard determination that hasn't been seen before. The friendly neighborhood Spiderman is gone, replaced by something far more dangerous. He looks at Otto, ignoring the SHIELD soldiers and the Fantastic Four. "All the guns in this room are pointed at you," he says, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. He turns to Fury, his expression unreadable as he prepares to make a move that will change everything. "Fury, I'll make a deal with you," he begins. Peter proposes a simple arrangement. Fury sends his men away for 10 minutes, and in return, Peter and the clones will surrender peacefully. "Give me us 10 minutes. After that, I'll go with you. We all will," he offers, his eyes fixed on Otto. Otto finds the proposal cute, reminding everyone that Fury isn't in charge of this situation and that an FBI cleanup team is already on the way. "Fury, just do something useful and round up the Parkers for us," he commands. Fury looks at Peter, then at Otto, his jaw set in a hard line. He knows he's about to cross a line, but Octavius's arrogance has pushed him too far. Otto's smugness reaches a peak as he tells Peter that he can always make more of him, treating the boy's life as a renewable resource for his twisted experiments. Fury's response is short and sharp. "All right, boys, you heard the man," he says, turning to his troops. The camera lingers on Otto's face, the first flicker of uncertainty appearing in his expression as he realizes the director of SHIELD is actually listening to the teenager. Fury orders his men to set a perimeter around the building and for the Tinkerer to slide the Slayers out. The room empties, leaving only the heroes and the monster in the center of the storm. Otto screams after them, his mask of civility finally slipping. "Are you insane? You get back here and do your job," he shrieks, but his words fall on deaf ears. Fury looks back one last time, his voice cold. "You are, go be in charge," he says, leaving Otto to the mercy of the people he's tormented. The heavy warehouse doors slam shut with a resounding tomb, sealing the fate of everyone left inside. Otto stares at the door, his breath coming in short, sharp bursts. Outside, the SHIELD forces regroup, leaving the warehouse as a silent tomb for the battle that is about to unfold. "We'll be outside," Fury's voice echoes in the void. Suddenly, the Scorpion clone and the others are seized by an invisible force, their bodies contorted and held in place by swirling metal debris. "I have worked too hard and Otto screams as his power erupts. The warehouse becomes a whirlwind of jagged metal and high-voltage energy as Otto's true power is revealed. "Hi, /daddy /" one of the clones shouts as they are tossed around like ragdolls, while Peter screams for him to stop. Otto is pinned under a massive beam, but he doesn't look defeated, he looks transcendent. "Who wants first dibs?" he taunts, his voice echoing through the storm of debris. Peter lunges forward, his fist ready to end the nightmare once and for all. "Yes!" he roars, his anger finally finding a physical outlet. But Otto is faster. A massive piece of machinery swinging around with a resounding F-tang to intercept Peter, sending him sprawling into the wreckage. Otto's face is contorted with a primal rage, his eyes wild with the thrill of the fight. "Damn it! I wasn't going to bring it to this level, Parker," he screams, the true extent of his power still building. He claims to have tried to keep this part of his life a secret, but the heroes have pushed him too far. Peter and Jessica can only watch in horror as the warehouse itself seems to obey Otto's every command. Otto mocks them, his voice booming over the sound of shifting metal. "My arms, my metal arms," he shouts, gesturing toward the empty air where his mechanical limbs once sat. A massive steel pipe swings through the air with a K-tang, narrowly missing the clones as they scramble for cover. Otto laughs, the sound echoing with a chilling, hollow quality. With a sickening chuck, the pipe finds its mark, impaling the Scorpion clone through the chest and pinning him to a support pillar. The clone gasps, his eyes wide with shock as his life begins to fade. Otto stands triumphant, a dark silhouette against a backdrop of swirling steel. "It wasn't the arms, Peter," he screams, revealing the truth of his power. In a terrifying display of raw power, Otto Octavius manipulates the very foundations of the warehouse, metal beams swirling around him like a mechanical aura. "It was the metal. I could control the metal," he roars, a new god of magnetism born from the wreckage of Peter Parker's life. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the high-tech sanctuary of the Baxter Building, home to the Fantastic Four. Reed Richards stands over a clinical bed where Mary Jane Watson lies, her body trembling under the effects of the Oz formula as he introduces himself and the team. Ben Grimm and a doctor look on with concern as Reed explains the severity of the situation. "You've been inoculated with Norman Osborn's Oz formula, and it is doing cytopathic cellular damage," he states, his voice heavy with scientific gravity. Reed looks down at the girl who means everything to Peter, his mind racing to find a solution. "Hopefully, we are going to be able to counter the physical and neurological damage and get you back to your normal, happy life," he promises, though his own doubts linger. High above the city, the Baxter Building stands as a beacon of hope against the dark New York skyline. But inside, a battle for a young girl's life is just beginning. The doctor assisting Reed admits that his own notes on Osborn's work are incomplete, having only worked on them in his spare time. The pressure to succeed is mounting with every passing second. Johnny Storm looks at his father, the desperation clear in his eyes. "Can you save her, Dad?" he asks, while the doctor, the Richard Parker clone, looks on with a face full of uncertainty. "I don't know, Johnny," he admits. Mary Jane lets out a soft, pained NNN. As her eyes flutter, the struggle within her body becoming more visible to those standing by her side. Suddenly, she lets out a blood-curdling scream, her eyes glowing with a terrifying blue light as the Oz formula reaches a critical point. "Ag, I want my mag GHH," she cries out, her voice barely human. Ben Grimm tries to comfort her, telling her to listen to the big brain, but his words are cut off by her sudden, violent transformation. "Gah!" she gasps, her body beginning to change. Reed and Johnny move to hold her down, their faces etched with shock as the transformation takes hold. "MJ, it's okay, we're here to help," they shout, but the girl they know is rapidly slipping away. Suddenly, a massive, furry claw erupts from the bed, and a monstrous roar of Newag fills the lab. The Human Torch and the Thing fall back in shock as the situation spirals out of control. A massive, red-furred beast lunges across the lab with a primal H-Rog. The Thing intercepts it midair, his stone body taking the brunt of the monster's fury as Johnny flames on in the background. A massive energy pulse ripples through the room with a deafening F-boom, knocking the heroes back and shattering pieces of high-tech equipment as the containment field fails. Reed Richards watches in horror as the beast unleashes another terrifying roar. "Huiwager!" it screams, its claws reaching out for anything and anyone in its path. Back on the roof of the hospital, Sue Storm stands with the man who believes he is Richard Parker. "You took me to the roof of the hospital?" he asks, confused, but Sue simply wanted a moment of quiet to deliver the truth. He asks why they are there, his voice filled with a father's concern for his son. "Your /son, your son, Peter Parker." Sue begins, the quotation marks in her speech signaling the end of his fantasy. She tells him to look at his hands, her voice firm but not unkind. "Richard, look at your hands," she commands, forcing him to confront the physical evidence of his true nature. The man stares at his hands, noticing for the first time the lack of age spots and the youthful vitality of the skin. "Do those look like the hands of a 40-something-year-old man?" she asks, the logic of her statement cutting through the psychic implants. The Richard clone recoils, a look of pure horror washing over his face as his memories begin to clash with the reality before him. He holds his hands out as if they are foreign objects. Sue delivers the final blow to his artificial identity. "You're not Richard Parker. Richard Parker died in a plane crash a long time ago, when Peter was just a little boy," she states, the truth final and absolute. The man tries to argue, his mind clinging to the memories of a life he never lived, but Sue is relentless. "You're a clone of Peter Parker. You're a manufactured experiment. A copy that's been altered to age and given memories that..." She reminds him of the medical emergency at the house, pointing out that any real doctor would have known exactly what to do when Aunt May collapsed. "You are not a doctor," she states, stripping away his last shred of dignity. He accuses her of trying to trick him, but his voice lacks conviction, the walls of his reality crumbling around him. "I'm not," she replies simply, her pity for him evident in her eyes. Eyes bulge with the effort of holding onto his lie. "You're a liar," he screams, but it's the cry of a man who knows he's already lost. Sue closes her eyes for a moment, the pain of this task weighing on her. "I'm not," she repeats, her voice barely a whisper against the city wind. He cries out that he remembers his life, every detail of his marriage and his son, but Sue has the definitive proof that those memories are nothing more than psychic implants. She tells him about the blood sample, how it matches Peter's exact DNA spiral perfectly. There is no biological difference between the man standing on the roof and the boy in the warehouse. The clone falls to his knees, his face wet with tears of existential dread. "You're a liar," he screams one last time, a final, futile protest against the void of his own existence. He collapses completely, a broken shell of a man, as Sue stands over him in a silent vigil. "Liar," he whispers, the word losing its meaning as he finally accepts the terrible truth. Back at the warehouse, the perimeter is a scene of organized chaos as Nick Fury stands his ground against an arriving FBI team. "My name is Nick Fury, and this situation is under SHIELD control," he bellows, his gun drawn and ready. A blond man in a suit, Henry Gyrich, steps forward to challenge him, claiming this is an FBI operation and ordering Fury to stand down. "Yeah, Henry Gyrich, FBI," he identifies himself, the bureaucratic battle for jurisdiction beginning. Gyrich doesn't waste time with pleasantries, demanding the location of Dr. Octavius. The FBI agents behind him stand like statues, their weapons trained on the warehouse doors. Fury's expression is one of feigned ignorance, a dangerous game he's playing to protect Peter and the others. "Who?" he asks, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Gyrich isn't playing games. Dr. Otto Octavius? Where is he? He demands, but Fury simply plays along, asking if he means the guy with the bowl cut and the metal arms. The tension between the two men is like a physical weight. I know you know, Gyrich snarls, but Fury counters by asking what Gyrich is doing, to which the agent replies, defending the country. Gyrich stares through the cracks in the warehouse door, his eyes narrowed behind his glasses. Is he in there? He asks, the prize he came for finally within reach. Fury leans in, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper as he lays out the stakes of Gyrich's secret deal with Octavius. Did you make a deal with Dr. Octopus? And now you're going to get fired and maybe indicted. He begins, the threat of legal ruin hanging over the agent. Inside the warehouse, the battle reaches a crescendo of destruction with a series of massive foom and boom explosions. Peter and Jessica are tossed through the air like leaves in a hurricane of shifting metal. Jessica Drew flips through the wreckage, her face hardened with determination even as Otto taunts her. Oh, the sweet talk, is it? She mocks, refusing to be intimidated by her creator. Peter Parker roars with a primal intensity as he charges through the debris, a massive whoosh of displaced air marking his path. Otto, I swear to God, he bellows, his patience finally at an end. Otto swings another massive beam around with a deafening crash, catching Peter midair and sending him into another pile of wreckage. Peter! Jessica screams, her concern for her fellow clone overriding her own safety. Otto stands over the debris, his face a mask of sadistic glee as he prepares for the next phase of the fight. Next! He roars, his power over the warehouse feeling absolute. A powerful smack echoes through the chamber as Jessica is struck by a piece of flying debris, sending her spiraling away with a cry of pain. Og! She gasps, her body taking more damage than it was ever designed for. Peter struggles to stand, his costume shredded and his body battered by a series of crash impacts. Gog! He moans, the sheer scale of Otto's power feeling impossible to overcome. Jessica regains her footing, her eyes blazing as she fires a web line with a sharp SHH-whap. The two of you together are nothing but a big, Otto begins, but Jessica cuts him off, telling him that no one cares about his monologue. Another web line finds its mark with a SHH-whap, striking Otto directly in the face and momentarily blinding him. He struggles against the adhesive, his focus on the metal finally breaking. Jessica pulls on the web lines with all her strength, her face contorted with the effort. Now come here so I can, she begins, pulling the villain toward her for a final confrontation. Otto lets out a small, condescending tusk, even as he is dragged across the floor, his arrogance refusing to acknowledge the possibility of defeat. He claims that Peter is using his same old tricks, even though his mechanical arms are no longer attached. The metal around him continues to groan and shift as he maintains his invisible grip on the warehouse. Jessica Drew is caught in a flurry of shifting debris, a series of crass sounds marking her struggle against the environment itself. Even though the arms aren't attached anymore, Otto's voice continues, his control extending beyond his physical form. Otto stands in the center of a swirling vortex of metal, a dark silhouette against a backdrop of glowing sparks and dust. And I just told you that, he says, the finality of his words echoing through the chamber. He muses about the necessity of his arms, admitting that he doesn't need them, but he likes them because he got so good at using them. Metal limbs begin to reform around him, seemingly out of thin air. He savors the name Dr. Octopus, even if some call it crazy. I guess I liked being called Dr. Octopus, he admits, embracing the villainy that has defined his entire adult life. With a powerful thump and another deafening crash, he unleashes a new barrage of metal striking Peter with a series of slicksy impacts that leave the boy reeling in the dark. Back at the Baxter building, the monstrous MJ continues her rampage, letting out a primal Irog, as Johnny Storm and Ben Grimm try to restrain her. Johnny, the fire isn't calming her. Reed screams, his voice filled with desperation as his plan fails to take hold. The monster's arm swings with a massive crash, shattering a bank of monitors and filling the room with sparks and smoke as the medical equipment is destroyed. Ben Grimm is caught in the middle of a shaboom-cracky-boom explosion, his rocky body taking the brunt of the electrical discharge. "Oh, great. Now I have to reset the TiVo," he mutters with a deadpan humor that masks his real concern. A green-suited figure crashes through the ceiling with a heavy thump, adding another layer of chaos to the already overflowing lab. Reed Richards is thrown aside with another crass and a roar of H-H-Rog from the beast. Ben Grimm calls out for Reed to let go, offering to try some good-all-monster wrestling holds to bring her down safely. The Richard Parker clone looks on with a look of pure, unadulterated terror, his eyes wide as he witnesses the literal monster his creator unleashed. The beast's jaw is open wide, its teeth bared in a terrifying display of Oz-fueled aggression as it prepares to strike again. The clone's face is a study in shock and regret, the realization of what he has been a part of even unwillingly, finally sinking in. The camera zooms in on the beast's eye, a glowing yellow void that holds no trace of the girl who was once Mary Jane Watson. With a final "R-R-R-R-R-R" roar, the beast lunges, but suddenly it begins to shrink, the red fur receding as the girl within starts to reappear. "Peter," she gasps, her voice returning for just a moment before she collapses. The scorpion clone, who is also in the lab, looks on in confusion as Mary Jane returns to her human form. "MJ?" he asks, his fractured mind unable to comprehend the transformation. The thing carefully catches the girl as she falls. "Ah, and she's out," he says, his massive hands acting with surprising gentleness as he cradles her unconscious form. The scorpion clone's face is a mask of grief and confusion as he looks at the girl he was designed to love and destroy. "MJJJ," he whimpers, the name a mantra of his broken existence. The lab is a scene of quiet aftermath, the silence broken only by the sound of heavy breathing and the clump of the scorpion clone falling to the floor. "Well, I found my Oz notes," the doctor says, while Reed orders the Peter clone to be taken to holding cell 9. "Yeah, I feel lucky," Johnny adds, his sarcasm heavy with relief. Back in the warehouse, the final struggle between Peter and Otto is reaching its end. "Young man, at this point it's just immature of you to not admit defeat. It's done," Otto screams, while Peter simply replies with a defiant whatever. Otto lunges again, his arms and the metal around him swirling in a mad dance of destruction. "Embrace it. This is what defines you as a man," he bellows, his philosophy of power and pain reaching its final expression. A massive crash and smash impact marks the final collision, the warehouse itself seeming to buckle under the weight of their struggle. Otto's face is a study in surprise and pain as he is struck by a blow he didn't see coming, his arrogance finally finding its match in Peter's raw determination. The camera lingers on Peter's face, his eyes filled with a cold, hard light as he prepares to end the nightmare once and for all. Otto continues to mock Peter, asking if there will be no witty repartee this time, as he is tossed around the wreckage by the very metal he once controlled. A heavy thump marks another impact as Peter uses the environment against his tormentor, the tables finally turned in a spectacular display of tactical brilliance. Otto tries to regain control, his voice a series of whoosh sounds as he is tossed through the air. "That's how I know you're scared, little boy," he screams, but his words are hollow now. A sickening crack and a scream of "Og" echoes through the warehouse as Otto is struck by a massive piece of debris, his control over the metal finally failing. He stares up in shock, the reality of his defeat finally sinking in. "No, that's how you know," he began, but his thought is cut off by the next blow. Another crack and "Og" follows as Peter and Jessica launch a coordinated attack, their combined power finally breaking the villain's physical and mental defenses. Peter falls through the air with a painful oof, and a loud clang as he hits the floor, the battle reaching its final, exhausting stage. Jessica Drew stands tall, her dark silhouette a sharp contrast against the glowing ruins of the warehouse as she prepares for the final strike. She leaps through the air with a cry of defiance. "Embrace it, Chuckles. It's what defines you as a," she begins, turning Otto's own words back against him. A massive, spotch impact marks the final blow as she strikes Otto with everything she has, sending him spiraling into the wreckage with a surprised, whoops. Otto's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage as he screams out a string of curses at the boy who defeated him. "You dumb #S," he bellows, his dignity completely gone. He screams out his final frustration, demanding to know why Peter is always involving himself in his life's work. The warehouse is a vortex of destruction around them as his power flickers and dies. Peter Parker is tossed through the air with a cry of "Ayow!" and a final, smash impact, the physical toll of the battle finally bringing him down as the villain is silenced. Jessica Drew lands with a final splash in the wreckage, her body exhausted but her spirit triumphant as the chaos begins to subside. Another splash marks Peter's landing as he falls amidst the twisted metal, his shredded costume a testament to the battle he just survived. Otto Octavius makes one last, futile attempt to strike, his voice a ragged scream of "Arr, die." But his power is gone, the metal no longer obeying his command. He screams, "Just die," into the void, his eyes wide with a mix of madness and despair as the realization of his failure becomes absolute. One last splash marks the final movement in the wreckage, the sound echoing through the now silent warehouse like a funeral bell for Otto's ambitions. Jessica Drew lets out a soft "nah" as she surveys the destruction, the magnitude of what they've just accomplished starting to sink in. Peter Parker manages a weak "ha" from his position on the floor, a flicker of his old humor returning even in his darkest hour. Otto lets out one final scream of "arg," before a final crash marks his physical collapse amidst the ruins of his own house of horrors. A young hero lands in the middle of it all, letting out a soft "ah" as he surveys the aftermath, a silent witness to the end of a nightmare. The camera zooms in on Peter's face, his eyes filled with a complex mix of relief and exhaustion as he looks at the person standing before him. Jessica looks back at him, their shared genetic history creating a bond that no one else can truly understand. Otto Octavius lies still in the wreckage, his eyes open but vacant, a broken man who will likely never recover from the defeat he just suffered. Peter and Jessica share a final, defiant look. "Hey, this ain't metal, is it?" he asks while she adds, "Yeah, or this," as they prepare for whatever comes next. The scene ends with a close-up of Otto's face, his expression frozen in a silent scream of defeated arrogance. The final blow is delivered in a spectacular display of power. Peter and Jessica striking simultaneously in a moment of perfect coordination that leaves Otto Octavius buried in the ruins of his own laboratory. The dust begins to settle, and the silence that follows is heavy and suffocating. Peter Parker sits amidst the wreckage, his breath coming in ragged gasps as the adrenaline starts to fade. That felt good," he mutters, while Jessica Drew adds that "it's lame it took two of us to bring him down." They share a moment of quiet reflection in the dark warehouse. "Well, he had 6 arms," Peter points out, to which Jessica simply replies, "True." Peter struggles to his feet, informing Jessica that he made a promise to surrender. "You're going to surrender?" she asks in disbelief, while Peter reminds her that Fury made Spider Slayers specifically to slay him. "I made a promise," he repeats firmly. Jessica looks at the unconscious body of their creator and then at the broken Scorpion clone. "Is he dead?" she asks, and Peter answers with a simple "yeah." The realization of the carnage they've left behind hangs between them. "Oh man, this is so weird. Oh my god. They both are," Jessica whispers, her world feeling more alien than ever. Peter Parker stands tall despite his injuries, his face set with a grim determination. "I have to face this. MJ and my aunt's health and safety are more important than," he begins, but Jessica interrupts, telling him there's nothing left to face. "If I run, they'll chase me," Peter argues, his sense of responsibility overriding his fear. Without another word, Jessica Drew turns and leaps into the air, a shadow against the glowing ruins. "I'm not standing here arguing with myself," she says, leaving Peter to face the consequences of his choices alone. "Where are you going?" he calls after her, but she's already gone. Peter stands in the center of the destruction, a solitary figure amidst the wreckage of his own life. The silence of the warehouse is absolute, a stark contrast to the violence that unfolded just moments before. The camera lingers on his face, capturing the exhaustion and the mounting anxiety as he waits for the SHIELD cleanup team to arrive and take him into custody. Outside, Nick Fury continues to hold the line against the FBI, his voice echoing through the cold night air. "You are messing with the wrong guy, Fury. I know about all your dirty deals." Gyrich screams, threatening to bring him up on charges in front of a grand jury. The warehouse door creaks open, and Peter Parker emerges, his body battered and his costume in tatters, a haunting figure stepping into the light of the police sirens. Fury looks at the boy, his own anger momentarily forgotten. "Where's the other girl, you?" he asks, gesturing toward the empty warehouse. "Yeah, she left," Peter replies simply, his voice hollow with exhaustion. Peter informs Fury and the FBI that 2 of the clones have died inside the building. Gyrich takes the news with chilling efficiency. "2 down? Good," he says, while Fury orders his team to secure the area. Peter looks at Gyrich, his eyes filled with a mix of disgust and disbelief. "Good. Who are you?" he asks, the reality of the government's involvement in his torture starting to sink in. He confronts the FBI agent, demanding to know if they really made a deal with Octavius to clone him. Fury stands between them, a silent protector for the boy who just saved the city from a monster they created. Peter's voice rises with a righteous fury that makes the armed agents hesitate. "For what?" "For backslash, thanks for being a good guy who brought you a bad guy, backslash. You go and asterisk hire that bad guy to do this to me. Tell me, I really want to know, is there any part of you that understands how insanely evil you are?" He screams, his words a final, desperate plea for justice. Before the situation can escalate further, the Human Torch descends from the sky, a streak of fire against the moonlit clouds. "Listen to me, you lousy piece of Peter!" Johnny screams as he lands, his concern for his friend immediate and overwhelming. Johnny Storm rushes to Peter's side, his flames dying down as he looks at the boy's battered form. "Are you okay?" he asks, while Peter can only manage a weak "no." Fury tries to push Johnny back, warning him that they have a situation to contain. The Human Torch ignores him, unleashing a wall of flame that creates a protective ring around himself and Peter, forcing the SHIELD agents and the FBI to fall back with cries of "Og." And whoa, will all you guys just calm down? Johnny bellows, his power a literal shield for his friend. Johnny looks at Peter with a soft, concerned expression. "Come on," he says gently, extending a hand to pull his friend away from the chaos. Peter looks back at the warehouse one last time, his thoughts returning to the girl he left behind. "MJ," he whispers, his focus returning to the most important person in his life. Fury bellows into his radio, ordering One-Eyed Eagle to send the A-Team to the Baxter Building and for everyone to suit up for a potential confrontation with the Fantastic Four. "Storm, geez," he mutters, his patience finally at its absolute limit. The Human Torch takes off, carrying a battered Peter Parker through the night sky, their silhouettes a streak of fire and blue against the urban sprawl of New York. Back on the roof of the hospital, Sue Storm watches the distant streak of fire with a look of relief. "Johnny," she says, while the Richard Parker clone asks who Johnny is. "My brother, that's him," she answers, her family finally bringing the nightmare to an end. The clone looks at the sky with a sense of wonder. "The guy on fire? Huh," he murmurs, his simplified mind unable to fully grasp the world of superheroes he's found himself in. Sue turns her attention back to the dying man, her eyes filled with a deep, aching sadness. "Can I help you in any way? Do you want me to?" she asks, offering what comfort she can to a man whose entire life was a lie. The clone looks down at the roof, his strength fading fast as his genetically accelerated lifespan reaches its end. "I just want to sit here," he says, a final, human request from a man who shouldn't exist. Sue Parker watches him, her expression a mix of pity and profound regret as the man's breathing slows. "Okay," she whispers, honoring his final wish for a moment of peace. The clone looks at her with a clarity that defies his origin. "Will you be his friend?" he asks, his thoughts turning to the boy whose life he was designed to emulate. Sue is momentarily taken aback. "Who?" she asks, to which the man replies simply, "Peter." He's going to need friends after this. He continues to speak of Peter, reminding Sue that the boy is an orphan and likely won't think to rely on others for help. Will you do that? Will you be a friend if he needs it? He asks, his dying breath used to ensure his son isn't alone. Sue doesn't hesitate, her eyes shining with tears as she makes the promise. Of course, she says, a vow that will shape the future of her relationship with the Parker family. The man manages a weak smile. Thanks for everything. Tell your family he begins, but his voice trails off as his strength finally fails. Sue closes her eyes, a silent tear tracking down her face as the silence of the hospital roof becomes absolute. The Richard Parker clone bows his head, his body finally finding the peace that his artificial life never allowed him. Sue covers her face with her hand, her grief for a man she barely knew but whose tragedy she felt so deeply finally finding an outlet. The camera pulls back, showing the two figures on the roof of the hospital, a superhero and a ghost, one living and one dead, both victims of a world that values power over humanity. Inside the Baxter building, the lab is a scene of frantic scientific activity as Reed Richards and the doctor monitor Mary Jane's vitals. Is she? Peter asks as he enters the room, but Reed gestures for him to wait while they isolate the last of the Oz compound. Johnny Storm and Peter share a look of shared trauma and relief as they watch the experts work to save the girl who is almost lost to the darkness. Suddenly, the heart monitor begins to spike as the doctor calls out a synapse fluctuation. Show me the ECAT reading and get me a line to the hospital in case we have to hold on, Reed commands, the tension in the room reaching its absolute peak. Peter watches with wide, terrified eyes, his heart pounding in his chest as he waits for any sign that the girl he loves is coming back to him. Mary Jane lets out a final, pained gah. As her body undergoes a massive physiological shift, the last remnants of the Oz formula being flushed from her system. Peter tries to lunge toward the bed, screaming her name, but Johnny holds him back with a firm hand on his chest. MJ, Peter roars, while Reed tells him to let them work. The camera cuts between their faces, the girl waking up from a nightmare, and the boy who almost lost his soul trying to save her. Mary Jane's eyes snap open, her expression one of utter confusion as she looks at the unfamiliar faces around her. MJ, it's okay, Reed says, but she only asks where she is, her voice small and fragile. She struggles to sit up, her body feeling weak and alien after its monstrous transformation. Take it easy, Ms. Watson, the doctor urges, his hand steady as he monitors her recovery. Peter steps forward, his voice trembling as he asks how she feels. She begins, her confusion mounting as Reed asks if she feels dizzy. Dizzy, she repeats, the word sounding strange in her ears. The thing stands in the background, a silent sentinel as Reed continues to check for side effects. Do you feel you might throw up? Peter, she asks, her eyes finally finding the one person who truly matters. Peter Parker stands before her, a look of profound relief and a hint of a smile breaking through the grime on his face. He is the anchor in her storm of confusion. He attempts to explain the nightmare in a single breath, detailing the clones, the heart attack, and the kidnapping with a clinical speed that masks the raw emotion underneath. Long story short, Dr. Octopus cloned me and Gwen Stacy, and the clones escaped, and Aunt May had a heart attack, and one of them kidnapped you, he says. Mary Jane looks at him, her eyes wide as the truth begins to sink in. It's really me, Peter promises, taking her hand. Why you promise? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. It's him. It's the real him, Sue confirms from the doorway. The camera zooms in on Mary Jane's face as the magnitude of the night's events finally registers. Oh my God, she gasps, the world feeling too big and too strange to comprehend. Johnny Storm leans in with a small smile, trying to lighten the mood even as he acknowledges the trauma. Oh my God, what? A clone? Hug the guy. He's been through a lot, he says, his voice a welcome bit of normalcy in the high-tech lab. Mary Jane looks up at Peter, her emerald eyes filled with a mix of shock and deep, abiding love. Oh my God, she thinks, the realization that they both survived the nightmare finally taking hold. The two of them share a long, deep embrace in the center of the lab, a moment of pure humanity amidst the high-tech machinery and clinical reports. The world outside is still full of monsters and conspiracies, but here, they are simply two teenagers who survived the impossible. The rest of the Fantastic Four watch them silently, a shared look of pride and exhaustion between them. "I'm so sorry," Peter whispers into her hair, while Johnny asks Reed if he really did this. "No," Reed answers simply. Mary Jane pulls back slightly, her expression soft and questioning. "Then why are you apologizing?" she asks, her voice regaining its strength. Peter looks her directly in the eyes, his voice steady for the first time all night. "I love you, MJ. You were right and I was wrong. I almost lost you. I love you," he declares, a vow of devotion that means more than any superhero identity. The camera lingers on Mary Jane's face as a soft, genuine smile breaks through her exhaustion. She is back, and she is whole, and she is loved. They continue their quiet conversation as the heroes around them prepare for the next step, the Baxter building a safe haven after a night of total carnage. Mary Jane asks what happened to her, still struggling to process the monster she became for a few terrifying moments. "Just like that. She's okay now?" Peter asks Reed, needing to hear the scientific confirmation one more time. Reed explains that they found a counteragent, an antidote to the Oz strain that effectively reversed the cellular damage. Basically, a counteragent. An antidote to the Oz formula, he states, his face showing a rare moment of triumph. The doctor clarifies that it wasn't just like that. He's been working on the problem for months, even if Norman Osborn's notes were incomplete. "He ain't the nerd twins here," Ben Grimm adds with a characteristic grunt. Peter asks if there will be any side effects, his concern for her safety overriding any other thought. "We'll have to keep an eye on her, but," Reed begins, while Mary Jane thanks them for saving her. I thought that was it," she admits. Peter takes her face in his hands, his thumbs gently wiping away her tears. "You're okay. Just be happy you're okay," he says, while she asks again what really happened to her, the memory of the transformation still feeling like a dark dream. He tells her to stay in the lab while he goes to check on Aunt May at the hospital, but Reed interrupts with a startling realization. "Well, wait, there is *1 thing," he begins, his voice taking on a new, heavier tone. Reed Richards looks Peter Parker in the eye, his expression one of profound possibility and scientific mystery. "The Oz formula is how you got your powers, right? Well, it'll take some work to isolate how the spider bite affected the Oz formula transfer into your blood system, but we can cure you too," he reveals. The words hang in the air like a lightning bolt as Peter Parker stares in stunned silence. The glowing halo around his head symbolizes the weight of the choice now before him. "You don't have to be Spider-Man anymore. It's your choice," the final text box reads, a question that will define the rest of his life. Inside the high-tech confines of the Baxter Building, home of the world-famous Fantastic Four, Peter Parker stands in a room full of legends. The air is heavy with the aftermath of a nightmare. Mary Jane breaks the silence, her voice trembling. "Do you want to not be Spider-Man anymore?" she asks. Johnny Storm steps forward, placing a supportive hand on Peter's shoulder. "Well, after tonight, who could blame you?" he remarks, his usual cocky grin replaced by genuine empathy. Reed Richards watches them closely, adding, "It's completely up to you." Peter looks into Mary Jane's eyes, the exhaustion finally catching up to him. "I'll never be able to thank you enough for saving MJ, he tells the team, but his mind is already elsewhere. "But I have to go, my aunt." MJ reaches out, desperate to stay by his side. "I'll come too," she insists. Peter shakes his head, his face set in a firm line. "No, you stay. Dr. Richards needs to keep an eye on you, and I have things I have to do." The tension of the night culminates in a quiet, desperate kiss. It's a moment of connection in a world that just tried to tear them apart. Neither of them knows if things will ever be normal again. Outside, a streak of fire cuts through the Gotham-like New York skyline. Johnny Storm takes to the air, guiding Peter and MJ through the darkness. The city looks peaceful from above, a stark contrast to the chaos below. Back on the balcony, Reed, Sue, and Ben watch their young friend depart. They've seen much, but the weight Peter carries is unique. They stand in silence, a family of heroes reflecting on a boy who was forced to grow up too fast. Sue Storm stares out into the night, her eyes wide with a realization she can't quite shake. "Oh my God," she whispers. The shadows of the city seem to stretch longer in response. Suddenly, the horizon is filled with the arrival of the Ultimates. Iron Man, Captain America, Nick Fury, and the Wasp descend upon the Baxter Building. Fury's silhouette is unmistakable as he demands, "Where's Peter Parker?" The Thing turns his massive, rocky head toward the director of SHIELD. His expression is unreadable, but his tone is defiant. "Who?" he asks, playing dumb to protect the kid. Fury doesn't have time for games and steps closer, his eye fixed on Ben Grimm. "Kid, I'm this close to bringing you all up on charges," he growls. Ben isn't intimidated, snapping back, "Fury, why are you treating the dude like he's the bad guy?" The argument heats up as Fury defends his cold logic. "No, he wasn't the bad guy, but he was the weapon of choice of the bad guy, and that situation has not been contained," Fury explains. Ben just scoffs, noting that Peter looks up to Fury like a father figure. Sue Storm steps into the line of fire, her voice sharp with indignation. "He wants to be you when he grows up," she tells Fury. "He wants to be the greatest hero in the world, even after all of this." She gestures to the city behind them, highlighting the injustice of Fury's stance. "And you're just going to what? Throw him in jail? Because, why?" she demands. Fury remains silent, his back to her. Sue closes her eyes, the frustration boiling over. She can't understand the coldness of a man who sees children as tactical assets. The silence between them is a chasm that cannot be crossed. Fury's face is a mask of stone, showing no hint of the guilt or conflict Sue is trying to provoke. He is a man of secrets and hard choices, and tonight he has made his choice regarding Peter Parker. High above a quiet neighborhood in Queens, the X-Men's Blackbird hovers invisibly in the night sky. "Cyclops, is the Blackbird cloaking device on?" Rogue asks over the comms. "Hell, yes," Scott replies, though his voice betrays his own nerves. Inside the cockpit, the team looks down at the chaos below. Kitty Pryde's face is pale with shock as she spots the target. "There," she whispers, while Logan notes that SHIELD definitely doesn't want them here. Below them, Peter's house is a crime scene, smoke curling into the air from the damage. SHIELD agents crawl over the lawn like ants, cordoning off the area with searchlights. The suburban peace has been shattered forever. Jean Grey winces, pressing a hand to her temple as she telepathically scans the area. "We have to find Peter," Kitty says urgently. Jean shakes her head, her voice hollow. "I'm picking up some random thoughts. His aunt had a heart attack." The news hits Kitty like a physical blow, her eyes widening in horror. The woman who raised Peter, the only family he had left, is dying. "Oh my God," she cries out, the reality of the situation sinking in. The Blackbird banks sharply, heading toward the nearest hospital. "She's at First Baptist," Jean confirms. They have to get there before Peter does, or before SHIELD makes their move. Inside the sterile, cold walls of First Baptist Hospital, Aunt May lies motionless in a bed. She is hooked up to a dozen monitors, the rhythmic beeping the only sign of life. A doctor stands over her, checking the charts with a grim expression. Sue Storm stands in the doorway, watching the scene unfold. She turns as Peter approaches, his costume hidden under a hoodie, his face a roadmap of grief. He looks through the glass, seeing the woman who means everything to him reduced to this. Sue walks over to him, her heart breaking for the boy. She searches for the right words, but there are none for a situation like this. "I don't see how that could be," she begins softly, her eyes downcast. Peter looks at his aunt, the guilt radiating off him in waves. "It was a heart attack," Sue tells him. Peter's voice is a whisper, cracked and broken. "It was my fault, Miss Storm." He looks away, the shame too much to bear. He thinks of the clone, the monster that brought this to her door. "That guy wasn't my father," he mutters, trying to distance himself from the horror. Sue just nods, standing by him in the silence. She knows the truth doesn't make the pain any less real. "Yeah," she says, letting the word hang in the heavy air of the corridor. Peter stares at his own reflection in the glass, the bruises on his face a reminder of the battle he just fought. He wonders how many more people will suffer because of his secrets. And he was a clone and he didn't make it, did he? He asks, already knowing the answer. Sue sighs, leaning against the wall. I took care of it with the hospital, she tells him, ensuring the legalities are handled. Peter just looks down at his hands. I started putting it all together at the end there, he admits. The weight of the world seems to settle on his shoulders. He is a hero to millions, but to his aunt, he's just a boy who brought danger home. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel, he confesses. Sue steps closer, putting on her lab coat. I don't know how I would feel either, she says honestly. She asks if the bad guy was caught, and Peter confirms it. Let's focus on that then. She looks at him one last time, a mentor seeing the toll the life is taking on him. I'm going to go back to check on my family, she says, offering him a small, sad smile. Peter watches her walk away, feeling more alone than ever. Dr. Storm, thank you, he calls out after her. He stands in the dark hallway, a shadow among shadows. Sue waves a hand dismissively without looking back. Not necessary, she replies. She leaves him there, a boy alone with the consequences of a life he never asked for. Peter turns back to the bed, watching the steady rise and fall of Aunt May's chest. He wants to reach out to tell her he's sorry, but he's afraid he'll only make things worse. He just stands there, a guardian in the dark. The medical equipment hums a lonely tune in the background. Peter leans over the bed, his face illuminated by the harsh white lights of the monitors. Aunt May looks so small, so fragile, under the thin hospital blankets. He sits by her side, the silence of the room amplified by the chaos in his mind. He thinks of every lie he's told her, every time he's snuck out the window. He wonders if she'll ever look at him the same way again. Peter bows his head, the tears finally coming. I know I should have told you. I know that now, he whispers to her sleeping form. The reason I didn't was I was scared of this. He chokes back a sob, his hands trembling. The fear of losing her has been the one thing he couldn't face, and now it's his reality. He feels like a failure, a hero who couldn't save his own family. He looks up, his eyes red and raw. He sees the woman who gave him everything, and he knows he owes her the truth. But at what cost? Is the truth worth the danger it brings? Peter's face is a mask of grief and determination. This exact thing, and it happened anyhow. And the same thing happened with MJ, he says, the words pouring out of him. I was so scared of this one thing happening to either of you, and I tried so hard to not make it happen, and it happened anyhow. He looks at her, the realization sinking in like lead. And now I know why. I was lying. I was lying to you. I didn't trust you as much as you trusted me, and his voice trails off, the guilt overwhelming him. He bows his head again, the weight of his double life crushing him. And what hurt the most was, you said I wasn't your son, he chokes out, remembering the words of the clone. He looks back at her, his eyes pleading for a forgiveness she can't yet give. Because to me, I am your son, I have to be, he says, the words a desperate prayer. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against hers. Because to me, you're my mom, he whispers. It's the first time he said it out loud, and the weight of the word is almost more than he can handle. Suddenly, Peter's spider sense flares, a sharp ringing in his ears that cuts through his grief. He snaps his head around, his eyes narrowing. Yeah, what now? He growls, ready for whatever nightmare is next. The curtains of the room are pulled back, revealing the imposing figures of Iron Man, Nick Fury, and Captain America. They stand in the doorway, their presence a stark reminder that the world of heroes doesn't stop for personal tragedies. Peter looks at them, his eyes hard and cold. Peter stands up, his shadow stretching across the hospital bed. He is tired of being a pawn in their games, tired of being the kid. He faces Fury with a look that says he's done taking orders. Fury turns to his companions, his voice low but commanding. Guys, wait outside, he orders. Iron Man and Cap exchange a look before stepping back into the hallway, leaving the two men alone. Fury steps into the room, his eye fixed on Peter. Kid, do you know why I came to your house tonight? He asks. Do you know why I had to invent spider slayers and come to your house tonight? Peter's face twists in anger, his hands balling into fists. Really? No, he snaps back, the sarcasm biting. He doesn't want their excuses, he wants them out of his life. Fury doesn't flinch, his expression unreadable. Because the situation was in the open, out of control, and an immediate threat to civilian life, he explains coolly. And you were at the center of it, and it had to be resolved quickly. Peter steps closer, his voice rising in fury. And you had an army of me-slaying robots all ready to go, just in case one day a bunch of clones of me happened to be invented and happened to go all nuts, he shouts. Wow, that is some forward thinking. Fury stares him down, his eye cold as ice. No, I made those to take you down, he says flatly. The words hit like a hammer, the ultimate betrayal from a man Peter once trusted. Peter's eyes widen, the shock and hurt clear on his face. Why? He asks, the word barely a whisper. He can't understand the level of cynicism required to build a weapon against a teenage boy who just wanted to help. Fury sighs, looking down at his boots. Because I'm a study of human moves, kid, and with all that has happened to you, with all that's been said and done to you and by you, he begins, his voice heavy with the weight of his job. He looks back up at Peter, his gaze piercing. It looked to me as if we were all witness to the birth of the next big supervillain, and I wanted to be ready, he explains. Peter just stares, his world shattering once again. Peter scoffs, the absurdity of it all making him want to laugh or cry. Me? The next big supervillain, me? He asks. Fury just nods, listing the trauma Peter has endured. Your dad, your uncle, Harry Osborn, vampires, Doc Ock, Kingpin. Peter throws his arms out, his voice cracking with emotion. Thank you, he screams, the irony overwhelming him. He's done everything right, and they still see him as a monster in waiting. Fury doesn't move, his eye fixed on the boy. Yes, he says simply. He knows he's being a bastard, but he also knows he's doing his job. He's the man who watches the watchmen, and Peter is the most powerful watchman of them all. Peter leans in close, his face just inches from Fury's. So you were wrong, he says, his voice a low hiss. He wants Fury to admit he was blinded by his own paranoia. Fury doesn't blink. No, you didn't. All this tonight and you still didn't, he says, referring to Peter snapping and becoming the villain they feared. It's a backhanded compliment that feels like a slap in the face. Fury places a hand on Peter's shoulder, a gesture of rare sincerity. In fact, now I see that the opposite is true, he says softly. Now I see that I am watching the birth of someone really special. He pauses, his eye narrowing slightly. That is if you don't percentile hash it all up before you graduate high school, he adds, the old fury returning. It's a warning, a challenge, and a promise all rolled into one. Fury turns and walks toward the curtain, his coat billowing behind him. He has said what he came to say, and now he's moving on to the next crisis. Peter just watches him go, the weight of Fury's words settling over him. Peter calls out as Fury reaches the exit. Are you going to see Reed Richards now? He asks. Fury stops, glancing over his shoulder. Yeah, actually, he confirms, his mind already on the next tactical meeting. Peter offers a small, defiant smile. Tell him, thanks but no thanks, he says. Tell him I'll pass on the offer. He's done being part of their world, at least for tonight. Fury just nods and steps out, leaving Peter alone in the quiet room. Peter turns back to Aunt May, the silence finally feeling like a refuge rather than a cage. He's tired, but for the first time in a long time, he knows who he is. Aunt May's eyes flutter open, her gaze landing on Peter. Her voice is weak, a mere thread of sound in the still room. Petter, are you Arok? She asks, her concern for him overriding her own pain. Peter's heart skips a beat as he leans closer. Are you? He asks, his voice trembling with hope. He doesn't care about clones or Fury or the Ultimates. He only cares that she's awake. Aunt May offers a small, groggy smile. So, what's going on? She asks, her memory still a bit foggy from the trauma. She doesn't see the costume under his hoodie, only the boy she loves. In another part of the hospital, Jean Grey and Kitty Pryde stand in a sterile corridor. Jean is focused, her psychic senses sharp. There, oh, her thoughts. She knows he's Spiderman now, Jean reports. Kitty looks up, a new urgency in her eyes. Professor, can you hear my thoughts? In the quiet library of the Xavier Institute, Professor Charles Xavier closes his eyes, answering the mental call. "Yes, Kitty," he responds, his voice a calm anchor in the storm. He can feel the turmoil in her mind, the desperate need to help a friend. Kitty's mental voice is sharp with desperation. "I need you two to psychically make Peter's aunt forget he's Spider-Man. Make her forget what's happened tonight," she pleads. She wants to save Peter from the fallout, no matter the cost. The professor's expression is somber, his gaze fixed on some distant moral horizon. "No, Kitty, I can't do that," he says firmly. The line is drawn, and he will not cross it, even for one of his own students. Kitty's frustration explodes in a psychic shout. "No, no, you can. You can do exactly that," she screams internally. He doesn't want his aunt to know this. I know, he doesn't want it. It was a mistake that she found out, and you can fix that mistake. Xavier's voice remains steady, though the pain in his eyes is clear. "It's not my place. People have to live their lives," he explains. "Life has consequence, and it's not our job to." Kitty cuts him off, her anger boiling over. "If she was burning in a fire, you'd pull her out. What's the difference?" she demands. "You let genes psychically block people from seeing us here. What's the difference?" The professor's face hardens, the master of the X-Men asserting his authority. "That's not what we do, Kitty. You know that," he says, his words cold and final. The conversation is over, but the damage is done. Kitty stares at Jean, her face twisted in a mask of betrayal. "I hate you," she whispers, her words aimed at the professor but echoing in the hallway. Jean just watches her, her own face a mask of sorrow. Kitty turns and storms away, her fists clenched at her sides. She doesn't understand their rules, their high-minded morality that leaves their friends to suffer. She only knows that Peter is hurting, and she's being told to do nothing. Back in the library, Xavier stares into the shadows. "Professor, maybe she's right," Jean's voice echoes in his mind. Xavier doesn't look up, his voice a low rumble. "She's not." Jean stands alone in the corridor, the silence of the hospital settling over her like a shroud. She knows the professor is right, but she also knows the pain Kitty is feeling. "But," she starts, then stops, knowing there is no middle ground in this war of ethics. Peter sits on the edge of Aunt May's bed, a small, genuine smile on his face. "I'm so glad you're okay," he says, his voice full of relief. Aunt May looks at him, her eyes tracing the lines of his torn hoodie. "Hey, that costume," she starts. She offers a weak, teasing smile. "It's a terrible costume," she says, her voice regaining a bit of its strength. It's a moment of normal in a world that's anything but, and Peter cherishes it. Peter laughs softly, the sound a bit hollow but real. "I know," he says, leaning his forehead against her hand. "The secret is out, but for this moment it doesn't matter. They are both alive, and that is enough." Aunt May reaches out her hand, the IV lines trailing behind it. She beckons him closer with a gentle motion. "See, Mir," she says softly, her eyes full of the maternal love that has sustained him his entire life. Peter leans in, and she wraps her arms around him, pulling him into a tight, desperate hug. "My boy," she whispers into his shoulder. They hold each other in the quiet room, two survivors of a battle that isn't over yet. In the hallway, Jean Grey watches them through the glass. She feels a presence behind her and turns to see the professor's projection. "You're right, Professor," she thinks. "I know." She turns and walks away, following Kitty out of the hospital. The mission is over, but the wounds it opened will take a long time to heal. She leaves the aunt and the nephew to their quiet reunion, a small island of peace in a stormy world. Outside, in the bright lights of the Queen Street, Agent Sharon Carter stands on the hood of a SHIELD vehicle. She addresses the crowd of concerned neighbors and media. "Excuse me, if I could have your attention. My name is Agent Sharon Carter. I'm the leader of Nick Fury's anti-power terrorism task force." She projects a calm, professional image as she explains the night's events. "What happened in Queens tonight was an unnaturally powered villain attack," she says. She publicly thanks Spider-Man for his invaluable help, a stark contrast to Fury's private words. Carter continues her statement, promising that everyone will be led back to their homes shortly. "He is a true hero, and everyone in this neighborhood owes him a debt of thanks for his selfless behavior here," she tells the cheering crowd. The narrative is being rewritten, right before their eyes. In the crowd, Mary Jane's mother looks around frantically, a picture of her daughter clutched to her chest. She doesn't care about heroes or villains, she just wants her child back. "Mom," a voice calls out, and she turns to see MJ walking toward her. Mary Jane runs to her mother, a look of pure relief on her face. "MJ?" her mother cries out, the fear finally breaking. They embrace in the middle of the crowded street, the lights of the SHIELD vehicles reflecting in their eyes. They hug. Agent Jimmy Woo approaches them, his expression professional but not unkind. "Where were you? Are you okay?" MJ's mother asks. Woo interrupts. "My name is Agent Woo, your daughter is fine. Can we talk to you privately?" High above the city, on a lonely rooftop overlooking the damaged neighborhood, a silhouette leaps into the air. It's a graceful, powerful movement, a shadow against the giant moon. The figure landed softly, the sound muffled by the city's roar. Peter Parker stands on the roof, his torn shirt flapping in the wind. He looks up as the figure approaches. "Thought I'd find you here," a voice says. He turns to see Jessica Drew, his female clone, standing in the moonlight. They stand in silence for a moment, two sides of the same coin. "Congratulations, you're the last clone standing," she says with a wry smile. Peter just sighs. "Man, I hope I don't die." Jessica looks at him, her eyes hidden behind the white lenses of her mask. "I know you did, that's why I came here," she says, acknowledging his fear. "That's weird. Everything about this is weird," Peter admits. They talk about the future, about Fury and the danger that still looms. "You could die running into a man in a giant mechanical," Jessica starts, but Peter cuts her off with a joke about the rhino. "Maybe you are, me? Not so much. I'm done with shadowy figures of authority for a while." Peter looks at her, truly seeing the person behind the mask. What are you going to do?" he asks. He can feel the bond between them, a connection that defies logic and biology. Jessica offers him a playful, almost hopeful look. "I thought I'd go to school with you," she says. The idea is ridiculous, but in their world, it's almost plausible. Peter's jaw drops, his eyes wide with shock. He can't tell if she's serious or just messing with him. The thought of a female version of himself navigating Midtown High is more terrifying than any supervillain. Jessica bursts out laughing, the sound light and free. "Kidding, please. Can you imagine?" she asks, waving her hands. Peter just stares at her, still reeling. No, really," he mutters. Her laughter fades, replaced by a quiet, determined look. "No, I think I'm going to go elsewhere and start a life and be Jessica Drew and not Peter Parker because I think I kind of already am," she tells him. She is finding her own identity, separate from his. Peter nods, understanding the weight of her choice. "Well, really, the minute you started thinking for yourself you already became her," he says. Jessica smiles. "Thank you, Michael Keaton." They both know she's ready to find her own path. They stand on the edge of the roof, the moon a giant spotlight behind them. "You going to be a superhero?" Peter asks. Jessica shrugs. "Maybe you can be Spider-Girl if you want." "Woman," she corrects with a grin. The moment is broken by a practical concern. You got any money on you?" Jessica asks. Peter just laughs. "No, I gotta get some money, don't rob a bank. You'll make me look bad." She asks about Aunt May, and Peter tells her she's going to be okay. "I know, really, and MJ?" he asks. Jessica confirms that she's safe too. "Dodge that bullet. Reed Richards is awesome." "He so is," Peter agrees. They stand in silence for one last moment, the city lights reflecting in their eyes. "We should be him when we grow up," Peter jokes. Jessica just looks at him. "Okay, this is a very weird conversation. Yeah, I'm going to go." Peter looks down, the exhaustion and trauma of the night finally catching up to him. He feels the weight of everything he's lost and everything he's gained. Jessica watches him, her expression soft. She steps closer, her voice playful but kind. "Ready for the most awkward hug in the history of the planet?" she asks. Peter looks up, his eyes meeting hers. He starts, but she's already moving in. The hug is indeed awkward, but it's also incredibly sweet. They are two orphans of science, two echoes of the same soul, finding comfort in each other's presence. The moonlight washes over them, a silver blessing on a broken night. Jessica pulls away, a small, sad smile on her face. "Well," She says the word a goodbye and a beginning. Peter just nods. Yeah. He watches her move to the edge of the roof, her movements as natural as his own. She is his sister in every way that matters, and he knows he'll see her again. But for now, she has her own story to write. She raises her hand, a web shooter glinting in the moonlight. Peter watches with a mix of awe and familiarity as she prepares to take flight. She is a miracle of science and a testament to his own resilience. With a flick of her wrist, she fires a web and swings out into the night. She is a dark streak against the city lights, a new hero for a world that needs one. Peter watches her until she's out of sight. Peter looks at his own hand, the realization of what she just did sinking in. Organic web shooter, cool, he mutters. He pauses, his face twisting slightly. And icky. The Triskelion, headquarters and home of the Ultimates, the U.S.-sanctioned superhuman task force created by Nick Fury and S.H.I.E.L.D. The sun rises over the island, the massive building a beacon of power and secrets in the early morning light. Inside, Nick Fury stands with a group of scientists, his gaze fixed on the monitors. "Show me," he orders, his voice a low rumble. He needs to see the results of their work, no matter how grim they may be. They walk into a high-tech lab, the walls lined with glowing tubes and humming machinery. The silhouettes of the team are small against the massive technology. They are playing God, and the consequences are all around them. Inside two of the tubes lie the remains of the clones, a male and a female. They are suspended in a pinkish fluid, their eyes closed in an eternal sleep. They are failures of a twisted experiment, and Fury is the one who has to decide their fate. Fury stares at the clones, his face a mask of cold calculation. He doesn't see people. He sees data points and tactical risks. He is the man who makes the hard choices, and he is ready to make this one. He looks at the male clone, the one who almost destroyed Peter's life. He remembers the rage, the confusion, the raw power. He knows he can't let that happen again. Then he looks at the female clone, the one who found her own soul. He wonders if she is truly different or if she is just another ticking time bomb. He doesn't like loose ends. One of the scientists looks at him, his face pale under the lab lights. "What would you have us do with them, General?" he asks. The question hangs in the air, a silent plea for a mercy Fury may not have. Fury turns and walks away, his eyes fixed on the door. "Get to work," he orders. The meaning is clear, the experiment is over, and the evidence must be erased. Back in Queens, the neighborhood is a disaster zone. Peter's house is a shell of its former self, the windows shattered and the walls scorched. He stands on the sidewalk, looking at the place where he grew up, now a monument to his failure. A crowd of people has gathered around the house, some curious, some sympathetic. Peter feels their eyes on him, a heavy weight that makes him want to crawl into a hole. He is a hero to the world, but to this street, he's just the kid whose house blew up. Mary Jane walks over to him, her face full of a quiet, desperate love. "Hey, honestly, I got you back. We're all alive," she tells him. All said and done, nothing else matters. She is his anchor, the only thing keeping him from drifting away. Peter looks at her, his eyes red and raw. "I meant what I said before," he tells her. "You better have," she replies with a small, sad smile. "How are you feeling?" she asks. "I'm okay, I really think I'm okay." They hold hands, standing in the ruins of their lives. "You'll stay at our place," MJ says. "I guess I have to," Peter replies. "How are we going to afford to fix this? So, you'll stay with me forever. Yay." In the background, a lone figure watches them from across the street. He is a dark silhouette against the morning sun, his eyes fixed on Peter. He is a man of secrets, and he is not done with the Parker family yet. MJ turns to her mother, who is standing a few feet away. "Mom, can you give me and Peter like a minute?" she asks. Her mother scoffs. "Are you kidding me? I'm not letting you out of my sight. Just stand over there for a second." They share one last kiss, a moment of connection in the middle of the chaos. It's a promise of a future, no matter how uncertain. The world is watching, but for this second, they are the only two people in it. Peter pulls away, a small, genuine smile on his face. "Hey, come on. Let's go home," he says. He takes her hand, and they walk away from the ruins of his past, heading toward an uncertain future. They walk, a lone man passes them on the sidewalk. He is unremarkable, just another face in the crowd, but his eyes linger on Peter for a second too long. He is a hunter, and he has found his prey. The man stops and turns, watching them as they walk away. His silhouette is dark and menacing against the morning sun. He is a piece of a larger puzzle, one Peter isn't even aware he's a part of yet. He stands there for a long time, his gaze fixed on the young couple. He is a man of patience and purpose, and he knows that his time will come. He just has to wait for the right moment to strike. The man's face is a mask of cold, calculated intensity. He is a predator in a world of prey, and he has set his sights on the most powerful prey of all. He doesn't feel fear, he only feels the thrill of the hunt. He turns and walks in the opposite direction, his footsteps silent on the pavement. He is a shadow among shadows, a ghost in the machine of the city. He is gone as quickly as he appeared, but his presence lingers like a foul odor. The sun continues to rise over Queens, the light revealing the true extent of the damage. The neighborhood will never be the same, and neither will Peter Parker. He is a boy who has seen too much, and he is only just beginning to understand the cost of being a hero. Peter and MJ walk into the distance, their silhouettes small against the vast expanse of the city. They have each other, and for now, that is enough. But the shadows are lengthening, and the hunt is on. Morning has broken, and the clock on the bedside table reads 5:55 p.m. A digital alarm clock sits next to an iPod and a glass of water, the mundane details of a normal life. But the atmosphere is anything but normal. Mary Jane sits up in bed, a small, tired sound escaping her lips. "Ugh," she groans, her body aching from the trauma of the previous night. She looks around the room, her eyes bleary with sleep and stress. She looks toward the doorway, where a dark figure stands in the shadows. It's Peter, his silhouette a constant presence in her life. She wonders how much more they can take before they both break. She offers him a small, sad smile, her eyes full of a love that is both a blessing and a curse. She knows the danger he brings, but she also knows she can't live without him. It's a toxic, beautiful cycle that she can't escape. In the bathroom, MJ stands in front of the mirror, her reflection a stranger to her. She squeezes a glob of toothpaste onto her brush, the mundane task a way to ground herself in reality. But reality is a fragile thing lately. Suddenly, she stops, her eyes widening in the mirror. She feels a strange sensation, a hum in her bones that she can't explain. She looks at her hand, and for a second, it seems to vibrate with a light of its own. She drops the toothbrush, her hand spasming. A golden light flares from her fingers, a spark of something ancient and powerful. She stares at it, her heart hammering against her ribs like a trapped bird. MJ clutches her hand, the fear finally breaking through. She looks toward the door, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. She doesn't understand what's happening to her, and she's terrified to find out. She stares at her own reflection, her eyes wide with a realization she can't quite grasp. Is she becoming something else? Is the world of heroes and monsters finally claiming her too? She closes her eyes, the golden light fading as quickly as it appeared. She stands in the quiet bathroom, the sound of her own breathing the only thing she can hear. She is MJ, just a girl from Queens. Or at least, she used to be. Peter walks into the bathroom, a concerned look on his face. "You okay?" he asks. MJ looks at him, her eyes wide with shock, but she quickly hides her hand behind her back. "Yeah," she lies, the word hollow in the quiet room. Suddenly, MJ screams, a high, piercing sound that echoes off the tiled walls. "Aye," Peter jumps back, his spider sense flared. He doesn't know what's wrong, only that she's terrified. He reaches out, his hands hovering over her shoulders. "MJ?" he cries out, his own fear evident in his voice. She's staring at something he can't see, her face a mask of pure horror. She collapses against the wall, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. "It's okay," Peter whispers, trying to calm her down, but it's not okay, and they both know it. The world is changing, and they are at the center of the storm. Peter takes her face in his hands, forcing her to look at him. "Hey," he says softly. MJ just makes a small, whimpering sound, her eyes unfocused. She's lost in a nightmare that she can't wake up from. He pulls her into a tight, protective hug, his arms a shield against the world. It's okay, it's okay, he repeats, the words a desperate mantra. MJ just clings to him, her body trembling with a fear that won't go away. They sink to the floor together, two kids lost in a world that's too big and too dangerous for them. The bathroom tiles are cold against their skin, but they don't notice. They only notice each other and the darkness that is slowly closing in. Days later, the cleanup effort is in full swing. A massive yellow bulldozer sits on the street, and a crew of men in orange jumpsuits crawls over the ruins of Peter's house. Peter and MJ stand on the sidewalk, watching as their past is literally hauled away in pieces. Peter talks to one of the workers, his voice full of a quiet, desperate need. "I just want to get my stuff," he says. The worker just shrugs. "Kid, this is a job. I could have been in and out of there in the time it's taken you to tell me about how I can't get in there." The workers joke among themselves, their laughter a discordant sound in the quiet morning. Nick Fury, translation, ka-ka-ka-ching. The Ultimates tear up Manhattan and this. Good times. Word. They are just doing their jobs, unaware of the tragedy that took place here. Peter sighs, looking toward the ruined front door. "Can I please get my stuff?" he asks again. The foreman, a man in a silver helmet, finally relents. "Go, but be careful, don't die in there." Peter walks toward the house, his steps slow and deliberate. One of the workers whistles at MJ as she passes. "Hey, babe," he calls out. MJ doesn't even look at him. "I'm 15, she snaps back, her voice full of ice. She follows Peter toward the ruined building, her expression one of pure, unadulterated contempt for the world around her. She is done with their games and their jokes. She only wants her friend and her life back. Inside, the house is a wreck. Debris is scattered everywhere, and the smell of smoke and ozone still lingers in the air. Peter walks through the rooms, seeing the remnants of his childhood scattered like trash. "Okay, this is relatively untouched by the bedlam that is my life," he mutters. "Small favors." He reaches a metal trunk, the locks clicking as he opens it. This is where he keeps the few things that truly matter to him, the secrets that he can't let SHIELD find. He moves with a quiet, efficient grace, a hero even in his own home. He opens the trunk, revealing his spare Spider-Man costume. The red and blue fabric is a stark contrast to the gray ruins of the house. He stares at it for a moment, the weight of the mask feeling more real than ever. He stuffs the costume into his backpack, his face a mask of grim determination. He knows he can't stay here, but he also knows he can't give up. He is Spider-Man, and the city still needs him, even if he doesn't feel like a hero right now. He checks his phone, but the screen is dead. Great! I have to call my now ex-girlfriend Kitty and tell her that we are no longer dating. He mutters to himself. So she can come over here and beat the holy snot out of me for being a two-timing snake, which is what I am. He looks out the broken window, the morning sun hitting his face. And every minute that goes by that I don't tell her is not making this any easier. Oi, he sighs. Exactly, and I'm not even Jewish. How long will this damage control take? Back at the hospital, Aunt May is looking much better. She's sitting up in bed, a tray of hospital food in front of her. MJ stands by her side, a supportive smile on her face. "It'll be done when it's done," is what they said, Aunt May, MJ tells her. Aunt May offers a small, playful smile. "Wonderful," she says, then turns to MJ with a more serious look. "So MJ, you knew Peter was—" "Yes, Aunt May, I knew," MJ confirms. "SHH, talk in code," Peter warns from the other side of the room. The tension in the room is palpable as they navigate their new reality. "You knew he did that?" Aunt May asks. "Yes," MJ replies. "How did you know I was going to ask that? You knew?" "Peter warned me. You told her about code, and not me." MJ smiles at Peter, a look of pure, unapologetic affection. "I'm his best friend," she says. "Not true," Peter jokes. "Only friend?" Aunt May just watches them, her face a mix of pride and concern. "We have a lot to talk about, when you're better." Peter looks at MJ, his expression soft. "Fair enough," he says. Aunt May closes her eyes, a small, genuine smile on her face. She knows they have a long road ahead of them, but she also knows they'll walk it together. A few minutes later, the conversation turns to more mundane things. "How are you feeling?" MJ asks. "I'm getting antsy and bored," Aunt May admits. "That's good. Did you know that commercial television is horrible? Yeah, we know, no duh. Aunt May points the remote at the TV, her voice rising in mock indignation. Why do they call it reality TV? It's not. It's just game shows without sets. There's nothing real about it. Peter just laughs, a forkful of Jell-O in his mouth. Aunt May, if you watched more TV, you'd know you're the 6 billionth person to make that observation. The news suddenly catches their attention. A glamorous reporter is on the screen, her smile as bright as the graphics behind her. Spider-Man mania is sweeping New York City, she announces. The three of them just stare at the screen in silence. The screen shows a dramatic image of Spider-Man swinging through the city, with the Hulk in the background. A new Reuters poll says that the most popular superhero in New York is no longer Captain America, the reporter says. It's the masked, mysterious, wall-crawler Spider-Man. The scene shifts to a dark, wood-paneled office. Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, sits behind his massive desk, his eyes fixed on the television. His face is a mask of cold, controlled anger. "Why are you showing me this?" he asks. "Are you trying to upset me?" A man in a suit stands across from him, looking nervous. No, Mr. Fisk. Recently you purchased a holding firm called GG Enterprises. GG Enterprises owns C&C Licensing. C&C Licensing owns the global licensing rights to Spider-Man. The man continues his pitch, his voice trembling slightly. Spider-Man's curating is through the roof now, and you own the licensing rights to Spider-Man. Fisk just stares at him, the gears of his mind turning as he sees a new way to profit off his enemy. The man explains how the rights were acquired through a series of bankruptcies and legal maneuvers. They ended up in bankruptcy, and, well, now you have it, he says, showing Fisk a Spider-Man t-shirt and an action figure. You have about a 9-month window for merchandising on his wave of popularity. Fisk stands up, his massive frame dominating the room. He looks at the t-shirt, a slow, malicious grin spreading across his face. I own Spider-Man, he says, the words a cold, triumphant statement of fact. He looks back at the man, his eyes narrowed. You own the important part. You own the likeness, the man confirms. Fisk just nods, his mind already spinning with the possibilities of this new weapon. He leans over the desk, his voice a low rumble of command. Take any sub-license offer, take any media offer, go to town, flood the market, he orders. He's going to turn his enemy into a commodity, a piece of trash to be sold and discarded. The man looks surprised, his eyebrows shooting up. Run it into the ground? He asks, trying to clarify the order. Fisk just stares at him, the malice clear in his eyes. Exactly. A man with long, auburn hair stands in the corner of the office, watching the scene with a quiet, intense gaze. He is one of Fisk's lieutenants, a man who knows the cost of the Kingpin's ambitions. He doesn't say a word, but his expression is one of grim satisfaction. Later that day, Peter and MJ stand at a bus stop in Midtown Manhattan. The street is crowded, and the air is thick with the sound of traffic and conversation. No, Peter says firmly. No what? MJ asks. We're not taking the bus. The bus. MJ laughs, a small, genuine sound that brightens the gray day. No, come on. You come on, Peter says, looking around for any sign of a photographer. The webs are expensive. I have to conserve. More expensive than the bus. I'm not comfortable crossing that line with you. She pulls him closer, her voice playful but insistent. You owe me. How do I owe you? Put on your you-know-what and let's go. Peter just smiles, his heart full of the girl who knows him better than anyone. MJ looks at him, her eyes bright with a sudden, mischievous idea. What line? Seriously, at this point. What line are you referring to? She asks. Peter just shakes his head, his face a mix of amusement and exhaustion. He looks around one last time, making sure the coast is clear. He knows he shouldn't do it, but he also knows he can't say no to her. He is a boy who wants to be a hero, but he's also a boy who just wants to make his girlfriend happy. In an instant, they are gone, a red and blue streak cutting through the city skyline. Spider-Man swings between the skyscrapers, MJ clutched tightly in his arms. They are a dark silhouette against the setting sun, a new kind of hero for a new kind of world. The Baxter Building stands tall against the bright blue New York sky, its futuristic design a sharp contrast to the surrounding architecture. It's a beacon of hope and science, but today, it's also a place of hard questions and difficult truths. Inside, the Fantastic Four are hard at work. Reed and Johnny stand by a massive computer console, while Peter and MJ walk across the metallic bridge toward them. Well, if it isn't the most popular superhero on the planet, Johnny jokes, his arms crossed over his chest. Yeah, what's up with that? Peter offers a small, tired smile. It's Fury manipulating the media for you to quell his guilt about how he has treated you, Sue Storm says, joining the group. Peter just nods. I thought that too, Sue. Oh, it is. Reed walks over to them, his expression professional but kind. MJ, hi, I just wanted to do some follow-up checks on you. You went through what we refer to as a traumatic genetic event, he explains. Dr. Storm and I want to just do some tests. How long will this take? About an hour. Will it hurt? Not even a little. Peter looks at MJ, his concern clear in his eyes. Are you cool if I swing across the street? He asks, gesturing toward the window. Yeah, go, MJ says with a small smile. You sure? Totally. It's just like being at the dentist, but much, more insane. I'll be back in a few minutes, I just have to go. Peter walks through the corridors of the Daily Bugle, his backpack slung over his shoulder. The office is bustling, the sound of typing and conversation filling the air. And make sure I still have a job at the Daily Bugle, he thinks, his mind on the bills that need to be paid. He reaches his desk and stops, his eyes landing on a small yellow sticky note attached to his monitor. Oh, he mutters, the note is clear. See Mr. Jameson, ASAP. He knows he's in trouble, and he knows there's no easy way out of this one. Inside J. Jonah Jameson's office, the atmosphere is electric with anger. Jameson is shouting at Ben Urich, his face red and his veins bulging. Readership is falling in every newspaper in America, Urich. Newspapers across the country are folding up shop, and this ridiculous article is what you hand in. Urich doesn't back down, his expression calm and determined. Project Pegasus is a real thing, and it's not my fault readership is down in every paper in America, Jonah, he counters. Is it? I am saying it is. Peter stands in the doorway, waiting for a moment to speak. Jameson turns his fury on Peter, his finger pointed directly at the boy's chest. Oh, look who's here. Hey, everybody. It's Mr. I can come into work whenever I want. Peter just stands there, trying to find the right words. I am fired. I don't work here anymore. I just learned a hard life lesson. The news hits Peter like a physical blow. I'm fired, he asks, his voice barely a whisper. Robbie Robertson looks up from his desk, a look of genuine concern on his face. Again, he asks, knowing the kid's luck. Jameson leans over his desk, his face a mask of cold, uncompromising intensity. Parker came to work here for life lessons. You don't show up to work, you get fired. It's a life lesson and I just taught it to you. Today you are a man. Bye-bye. Peter holds up a hand, desperate to explain. Wait, hold on. My house was attacked and my aunt had a heart attack. The room goes quiet for a second. No, I live in Queens. The Ultimates thing? Oh, the thing with Spiderman. Jameson's expression softens for a fraction of a second. Your aunt, the one that yelled at me that time? He asks, remembering the firebrand who stood up to him. Peter just nods. Oh yeah, yes. The tension in the room is still high, but the edge has been taken off. Peter looks at Jameson, his eyes full of a quiet, desperate need for the job. He knows he's a good photographer, but he also knows he's a liability. Jameson stares at him for a long time, his mind working behind his sharp eyes. He sees the potential in the kid, but he also sees the trouble. Is she okay? He asks, his voice surprisingly low. Peter sighs, the exhaustion finally showing on his face. No, I mean, she's recovering, but she had a heart attack. She's in the hospital. I was just there. The words are a weight that he's tired of carrying alone. Jameson throws his hands up in the air, a loud, frustrated sound escaping his lips. R. Okay, you're not fired. He turns away, heading back to his desk. The room breathes a collective sigh of relief, but the drama is far from over. Peter takes a deep breath, his heart still hammering. Actually, I was wondering if I could have a raise and more hours, he says, pushing his luck. He knows he needs the money now more than ever. Jameson stops and closes his eyes, his face a mask of weary disbelief. He can't believe the audacity of the kid, but he also can't help but respect it. The office is quiet, everyone waiting for his next explosion. Urich steps in, his hand on Peter's shoulder. "Wait, were you home when this thing went down in Queens?" he asks, his journalist instincts kicking in. Peter just nods. Yes. You saw it, I'm on it." Peter starts spinning his story, his words a mix of truth and fiction. Yeah. Norman Osborn turned into this big green goblin and was tearing up the street, and all these robots came down and Spider-Man showed up and beat him up." "Liar. How do you know it was Norman Osborn?" He kept yelling out his name." "Big liar." The office is a hive of activity as they discuss the scoop. "My house was totally trashed. They're fixing it now," Peter says. "Can I get pictures?" "Of my house?" "Yeah. Yeah, you better hurry." Jameson looks at the kid, a new respect in his eyes. "Urich?" he asks, looking for confirmation. Urich just nods, his mind already on the front page story. The game is back on, and the Daily Bugle is in the lead. Urich starts planning the exclusive, his voice full of excitement. "Front page, world exclusive, Spider-Man versus the Green Goblin. The Bugle has the exclusive story. Eyewitness account," he says. Peter just watches them, his mind on the lies he's telling. Jameson turns to his computer, his fingers flying over the keys. "And that's why you get to keep your job?" he mutters. He is already thinking about the headlines and the readership numbers. The Daily Bugle is back in business. Peter looks at Robbie, a small, genuine smile on his face. He starts, but Robbie just offers a supportive look. He knows the kid is lying, but he also knows he has a heart of gold. Jameson pauses and looks over his shoulder, his eyes narrowed. He knows he's being played, but he also knows a good story when he sees one. He is a man who loves his work, even when it's a pain in the neck. He turns back to the screen, his voice cold but fair. "And tiny raise, and you can work weekend edition," he adds. It's a small victory for Peter, but a victory nonetheless. Peter's jaw drops, his eyes wide with shock. He can't believe he actually got what he asked for. He looks around the room, seeing the same disbelief on everyone else's faces. He offers a huge, genuine grin. "Really? Wow, you're just an awesome guy. I don't know why everyone says you're such a," he starts, but he stops himself just in time. Jameson just scoffs and keeps typing. Thanks," Peter finishes, his voice full of a quiet, genuine relief. He has his job, he has a raise, and he has a purpose. For now, it's enough. The scene shifts to a dark, subterranean garage. Wilson Fisk stands among his lieutenants, his massive frame a dark silhouette against the flickering lights. "This is the gentleman I was referring to, Mr. Fisk," one of them says, gesturing toward a man in armor. "And what do you do?" The armored figure stands tall, his posture confident and menacing. He is a new player in a dangerous game, and he has a very specific skill set. "I kill people," he says flatly, the words a cold, uncomplicated truth. Fisk offers a slow, malicious grin. "Really? Then kill him," he says, pointing toward a man standing nearby. "Boss," one of his lieutenants asks, the surprise clear in his voice. The armored figure doesn't flinch. "Kill him? Now?" he asks, his voice a low, mechanical rumble. He is a professional, and he is ready to do whatever is necessary to earn his pay. Fisk leans in close, his gaze piercing. "You're looking for work as my fist. This is what I would like my fist to do," he explains. He is testing his new weapon, and he doesn't care who gets hurt in the process. The armored figure looks at the man, his eyes hidden behind a golden mask. He is a machine of war, a monster in a suit of gold and red. He doesn't feel pity, he only feels the mission. Fisk turns to another of his men, his voice full of a quiet, intense menace. "Okay, who are you really? Or more to the point, are you a local undercover or a federal undercover?" he asks. He is a man who knows he is being watched, and he is ready to strike back. He turns to his bodyguards, his voice a low, commanding rumble. "Boys, this man has physically assaulted me. A nice bonus to whoever defends me," he says. The tension in the garage is electric, a storm about to break. Suddenly, the garage erupts in violence. The armored figure leaps into the air, his movements a blur of speed and power. He kicks one of the bodyguards in the face, the sound of the impact echoing off the concrete walls. He lands gracefully, his fists already moving toward the next target. He is a master of combat, a whirlwind of destruction in a world of mere men. The bodyguards are outclassed, their guns useless against his speed. He grabs one of the men by the throat, the sound of bone crushing clear in the quiet garage. He is a monster, a creature of raw, unbridled power. He doesn't stop until everyone is on the ground. He turns back to Fisk, his golden mask reflecting the harsh lights of the garage. He has done what was asked of him, and now he is waiting for his next order. He is the ultimate tool, and Fisk is the one with the remote. Fisk just watches him, his expression one of pure, unadulterated satisfaction. He has found his new champion, a monster that can destroy anyone who stands in his way. He is the kingpin, and he is ready to take back his city. Fisk reaches out and rips the mask off the armored figure, revealing the face of a young, intense man. "What are you?" Fisk asks, his voice full of a quiet, menacing curiosity. He wants to know what makes this monster tick. The young man stares back at him, his eyes burning with a quiet, intense hatred. My name is Shanghai, and I will bring you," he starts, his voice full of a desperate, unyielding purpose. Fisk just scoffs and throws the man through the windshield of a nearby car. "I barely care," he says flatly. He is a man who sees everything as a commodity, and this young man is just another piece of trash to be discarded. He turns to his lieutenants, his voice a low, commanding rumble. "Clean this up," he orders. He is done with the garage, done with the secrets, and done with the people who think they can stop him. Suddenly, the garage is filled with the sound of gunfire. The bodyguards are firing at something in the shadows, their eyes wide with fear. They don't know what they're fighting, only that it's coming for them. The smoke from the guns fills the air, creating a dark, suffocating fog. The sounds of screams and impacts echo through the garage, a discordant symphony of violence. The battle is far from over. Fisk just watches the chaos, his face a mask of cold, controlled calculation. He doesn't feel fear, he only feels the need to maintain control. Boss?" one of his men asks. "Don't make your problems my problems. Go." He turns to a man with long, auburn hair, his eyes narrowed. "Mr. Rose, you've worked hard to get where you are in my world. Let's work on that screening process, shall we?" "Yes, sir." The young man, Shanghai, is thrown into a dark alleyway, his body battered and bruised. He lands on the cold pavement, a small, tired sound escaping his lips. "Ugh!" he groans, the pain finally catching up to him. He tries to crawl away, but his body is a wreck of broken bones and torn muscles. He looks up as a figure approaches in the shadows. "Oh, Percentat, I found him," a man says. "Ayow." The man stands over him, a gun in his hand. He is unremarkable, just another soldier in Fisk's army. "Hey, guys," he starts, but his voice is cut off by a sudden, sharp impact. The man falls to the ground, his body going limp in an instant. A red-suited figure stands over him, his movements a blur of speed and power. "While I certainly appreciate the enthusiasm you displayed here," a voice says. The figure turns to Shanghai, his eyes hidden behind red lenses. "There are much smarter ways to take out the kingpin," he says. "And you're not the only one in this city who would like to. The media calls me Daredevil, and I'm putting a little something together that I think you'd be perfect for." The scene shifts back to the hospital where Aunt May is being discharged. She is walking on her own, a bit frail but determined. "She's okay, clean bill of health," the doctor says. Peter is by her side, his backpack slung over his shoulder. "Did you tell them about the nightmares? Peter, it's important." Peter looks at MJ, his expression one of pure, unadulterated concern. "What kind of nightmares?" he asks. MJ just looks away, her face a mask of grief. "Well, she has them, but she sees things sometimes that aren't there." "Like what?" "Oh my God." Sue Storm looks at them, her eyes full of a quiet, professional sympathy. "Post-traumatic stress," she explains. "Exactly," Reed Richards adds. "They are scientists, and they see the world through the lens of data and pathology." MJ looks at Peter, her eyes raw with the memory of her kidnapping. "For a second once, I saw the clone who kidnapped me when it was really Peter. Once, I hadn't slept in a long time, it was just, she starts, her voice trailing off. Peter pulls her close, his heart breaking for the girl who has suffered so much because of him. Which means, he asks, it was a traumatic event, you were victimized, verbally and physically, Sue explains. Has it happened to you? No, but it's happened to me. The Thing steps forward, his massive frame a silent testament to the trauma they've all endured. Yeah, last month I thought I saw mole men in our kitchen, but they weren't there, it was just a second. Really? It's just your brain working it out, that's what I thought. It's some crazy stuff we've seen. I mean, look at me. Peter looks around at the legends in the room, realizing that they are all broken in their own ways. So it's normal, he asks. It's not normal, but you want to keep an eye on it. You want it to peter out, not take over your life. A therapist wouldn't be a bad idea, Sue suggests. MJ looks at them, her face a mask of quiet, uncompromising defiance. Except that it would, she says, knowing that no therapist could ever understand the world she lives in. She closes her eyes, the golden light from before a distant memory she's not ready to share. The scene shifts to Midtown High School, where Peter and MJ are walking across the lawn. The sun is shining, and the atmosphere is one of normal teenage life. The Fantastic Four, we're definitely hanging out with cooler people, Peter says. Johnny wants to double date. Yeah, okay. And he wants us to find him a date. Well, I guess cooler isn't the right word. Suddenly, a man in a dark suit approaches them, his posture formal and imposing. Excuse me, young man, can I speak to you for a second? He asks. Peter stops, his eyes narrowing. Who are you? Matthew Murdoch, attorney at law. May I speak with you? Peter looks at the man, his spider sense flared. He doesn't like the looks of this. Go inside, he tells MJ. What is this? Go, I'll meet you in there. MJ looks at him, her eyes full of concern, but she eventually relents and walks away. Peter turns to the man, his posture defensive. Who are you? He asks again. I told you, do you recognize my voice? Murdoch asks, his voice calm and steady. Kind of, Peter admits. Calm down, we're friends. I am calm. Murdoch offers a small, knowing smile. You're not. I can hear your heart, I can smell your perspiration, he says. It's a chilling revelation that tells Peter exactly who he's dealing with. This isn't just an attorney, this is someone who knows his secrets. Murdoch leans in close, his voice a low, intense whisper. What if? I called you a baby who has no excuse for being in a costume, and you should get your immature butt home before you get yourself, or more importantly me, killed? Ah-En asks. The words are a direct quote from a previous encounter. Peter's jaw drops, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. He knows that voice, knows that arrogance, and knows the man who stands behind it. I do know your voice, he says, his voice a mere whisper. He looks into the man's blank eyes, the truth finally clear. The man who stands before him, the high-powered attorney with the sharp mind and the sharper tongue, is the same man who patrols the rooftops of the city. Daredevil, he whispers, the word a recognition and a warning. Murdoch offers a small, satisfied smile. Smart boy, he says. Peter scoffs, his anger boiling over. What is this? Get out of here. Wait, you're blind. You can't come to my school like this and talk to me like this. I have a life. How did you find me? Murdoch doesn't flinch, his posture as calm and collected as ever. The world thinks Spider-Man goes to school here, and I have heightened senses and I just listened. For you, he explains. He is a man of secrets, and he has found his next student. Peter looks at him, his face a mix of disbelief and annoyance. I am really not comfortable with this, no matter how cool that is, he mutters. He is a boy who wants to be his own person, but he keeps being drawn into the world of adults and their dangerous games. Murdoch leans in, his voice a low rumble of command. My offer is for you to meet me on the rooftop across the street from St. Patrick's Cathedral tonight, 8 o'clock. Why? In costume. Why? Murdoch offers one last, chilling smile before turning away. It's a good thing. We're going to kill the Kingpin, he says. The words hang in the air, a dark promise that Peter isn't sure he's ready for. He watches the blind man walk away, the silence of the street feeling like a heavy weight. Peter stands alone on the sidewalk, his mind spinning. He's been offered a chance to take down the man who ruined his life, but at what cost? He's a hero, not a killer, but the world keeps pushing him toward the edge. He looks at Murdoch's retreating figure, his silhouette dark and determined against the bright morning sun. 8 o'clock, the man calls out without looking back. The hunt is on, and Peter Parker is the one with the target on his back. Inside the school, life goes on. A young woman with long, dark hair stands at the front of the classroom. "Hi, my name is Jessica Jones, and I'm a senior here at Midtown, and I'm the student executive producer of the school's television network." She introduces herself. She continues her pitch, looking for volunteers for the school's TV broadcast. Peter and MJ are in the crowd, but their minds are on their own problems. Peter scribbles a note on his pad, the words a silent plea for help. "What was that? Seriously?" MJ writes back on her own pad. Peter looks down at his pad, his face a mask of grim determination. He has to tell her about Daredevil, but he doesn't know how. He just scribbles more words, the ink a dark streak across the white paper. "Have no idea, Daredevil." MJ looks at the note, her eyes wide with shock. She looks back at Peter, but he's already looking away. She scribbles a response, her hand trembling. "Was that serious? No way." The exchange continues in the quiet classroom, their silent conversation a lifeline in a world of secrets. "I dared. That was really not cool," Peter writes back. He's tired of the lies, and he's tired of the games. MJ looks at the note, her expression one of pure, unadulterated concern. "How did he find you?" she scribbles. She knows the danger Peter is in, and she's terrified that she's the one who brought it to his door. Peter just shakes his head, his face a mask of quiet, uncompromising defiance. "Tell you after class," he writes back, his words final. He has to stay focused, but his mind is already on the rooftop and the battle to come. MJ looks at the note, then at Peter. "Hey, did you ever call Kitty?" she writes, a new urgency in her hand. She knows that another storm is brewing, and this one is purely personal. Peter looks at the note and closes his eyes, a small, tired sound escaping his lips. He's forgotten the one thing he was supposed to do, and he knows he's going to pay for it. He's a hero, but he's also a teenage boy, and he's failing at both. The exchange between Peter and MJ continues, their notebooks a battleground of secrets and lies. "You are going to break up with her, right?" MJ writes, the words underlined with sharp, angry strokes. Peter just stares at the paper, his guilt a heavy weight in his chest. He looks at her, his eyes full of a quiet, desperate plea for understanding. He doesn't know how to handle the situation, and he's afraid that whatever he does, someone will get hurt. He is a boy who wants to be good, but he's finding it increasingly difficult in a world that's anything but. MJ looks back at him, her eyes bright with a sudden, mischievous anger. "You're only making it worse," she scribbles on her pad. She knows the toll the double life is taking on him, and she's tired of being the one who has to pick up the pieces. Peter just sighs and writes 3 simple words back. "I know." It's an admission of failure, a cry for help from a boy who is carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. He is Spiderman, but in this moment, he's just Peter Parker, and he's drowning. The classroom door swings open, and a man in a suit walks in. "Good morning, class. Sorry to interrupt. We have a new student joining the class today. It's kind of an unusual situation," he announces. Peter and MJ look up, their silent argument forgotten for a second. The man continues, his voice professional and calm. "She's kind of well known, and she's joining our school. I'm sure that her addition to the class will spark some discussion, but she's assured me that she is up for that and open to any of you who have questions or concerns." Peter's heart sinks as he realizes what's about to happen. The door opens wider, and a young woman walks into the room. She is confident and powerful, her eyes hidden behind a pair of dark sunglasses. "Class, welcome Kitty Pride to Midtown High School," the man says. Peter and MJ just stare in shock, their worlds colliding in a way they never expected. "I think this'll be very good for everyone." The hunt just got a lot more complicated. Inside the crowded classroom of Midtown High, the air is thick with the scent of old textbooks and teenage curiosity. A teacher stands at the front, gesturing toward a newcomer who looks like she'd rather be anywhere else. Welcome to the class, Ms. Pride," the teacher says, his voice a bit hesitant as he scans the room for an empty desk. He points toward the center of the room. Why don't you take the seat behind Mary Jane there?" Kitty Pryde shifts her bag on her shoulder, her eyes darting across the sea of staring faces. She hasn't even sat down yet, and she can already feel the weight of their judgment. Mary Jane Watson looks back with a look of pure shock, her mouth slightly agape as the former X-Man approaches her row. Beside the teacher, a student with a camera phone holds it up, the screen glowing as he prepares to document the moment. Kitty reaches her seat, the whispers turn into direct questions. "You're one of the X-Men," a bald student says, leaning forward with an intense grin. Kitty sighs, trying to keep her cool while every phone in the room seemingly points in her direction. "I was," she answers simply, hoping that will be the end of it. But the interrogation is just beginning. "You got kicked out?" another student asks, his voice dripping with mock concern. "We parted ways," Kitty clarifies, her jaw tightening. The bald student isn't satisfied with a vague answer. "Really? What did you do?" he presses, leaning further into her personal space. What did I do?" Kitty repeats, her frustration beginning to bubble to the surface. The student points a finger at her, his grin widening. "That got you kicked out, so you have super mutant powers?" he asks, almost breathless with excitement. Kitty looks at him with a mix of pity and annoyance. Yeah, there's more to it, but yeah," she mutters, looking down at her desk. Across the aisle, Liz Allen stares at Kitty with a cold, unblinking gaze. The students around them go quiet, sensing the tension between the popular cheerleader and the mutant celebrity. The bald student laughs, turning to his friends. "Oh man, show us," he begs, his eyes wide. No," Kitty responds, her voice firm. A blonde student chimes in from the back, her voice laced with bitterness. "So you think you're better than us?" she accuses. "No," Kitty replies, her eyes searching for an escape. The blonde girl doesn't let up. "You call yourself Homo superior," she says, crossing her arms. Kitty shakes her head. "I didn't coin the term." The girl leans in, her freckled face twisted into a scowl. "But that's what you call yourself." Kitty meets her gaze, refusing to blink. "I didn't say that or even hint at it." Kitty tries to de-escalate the situation, though her heart is racing. "I'm sure there are tons of things you can do that I can't. I'm not very good at math, maybe you are," she suggests, trying to find common ground. Liz Allen scoffs, her eyes narrowing. "Everyone is equal, that's what I believe," she states with a self-righteous tilt of her head. "Except you guys, you're superior," she adds, the sarcasm thick enough to cut. Kitty stares back, her patience finally reaching its limit. "I'm not," she says quietly. The blonde girl smirks. "So we're equals." Behind them, a girl with dark, wavy hair holds up her camera again, the screen showing a clear shot of Kitty's back. "Great," Kitty mutters, hearing the digital shutter click again. The camera woman smirks, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You're the one dating Spiderman," she announces to the entire room. The teacher's eyes widen as he realizes the situation is spiraling out of his control. The student with the camera leans in closer, determined to get a reaction. "You were on the web, on TV, dating Spiderman," she says, her voice rising with excitement. Kitty turns in her seat, her eyes flashing with anger. "I'm not dating Spiderman," she starts, but the classroom erupts into chatter. A blonde boy points a finger at her. "Is that why you're going here now?" He continues his barrage, his voice filled with a strange mix of awe and skepticism. "Because you're dating him, and everyone thinks he goes to school here. But he does go to school here." Kitty looks at him, her face pale. "I'm not dating him," she repeats, but the words feel hollow against the wall of their curiosity. The bald student leans back, a sly grin on his face. "So you're single. Good to know," he whispers, his eyes lingering on her a second too long. The teacher finally steps in, clapping his hands for attention. Let's leave Kitty alone now and get back to our curriculum," he orders, though his own curiosity is visible. It's her first day, and this is obviously a big. But the dark-haired girl with the camera isn't finished. "When exactly did you and Spider-Man break up?" she asks, her eyes fixed on the small screen of her device. Kitty stares at the desk, her knuckles white as she grips her pen. Beside her, Peter Parker looks on, his expression unreadable as he watches his former teammates suffer through the scrutiny of his peers. In the back of the room, a group of boys continues to whisper. "Dibs," one calls out. No way, another laughs. Oh, yes way. A third joins in, as if Kitty were a prize and not a person. The teasing turns cruel. You don't even like girls, one boy says to another. I like your mom, comes the sharp retort. Liz Allen looks over her shoulder, her expression unreadable. The bald student leans over toward the boy in the blue jacket. Dude, don't do that, he says, a rare moment of empathy, but the boy in the jacket just smirks. You can have mutant girl if I get your mom. The teacher's patience finally snaps. That is enough, he bellows, slamming a heavy textbook onto his desk with a thunderous boom that echoes through the halls. The classroom falls into a sudden, uncomfortable silence. The teacher stands tall, his shadow looming over the front row as he points a finger at the offending students. This poor girl was nothing but nice to you, and what do you do to her? And what do you do? He asks, his voice trembling with anger. The dark-haired girl quietly lowers her phone, her smirk finally fading. He leans in, his eyes burning with a righteous fury. You make her feel cheap and a freak and unloved, he says, his words hanging in the air like a heavy fog. Kitty looks down, her eyes stinging with tears she refuses to shed. On the dark-haired girl's phone screen, a photo of Peter Parker is visible, his face captured in a moment of deep sadness. The word, Samsung, is printed across the bottom of the device. Outside the school, the sky is a brilliant blue as students filter out toward the parking lot and athletic fields. Peter and Mary Jane stand near the ticket booth, their shadows long on the cracked pavement. There she is, Peter says, nodding toward a lone figure sitting high up on the bleachers. Mary Jane sighs. That's our spot, Peter. Mary Jane turns to Peter, her arms crossed. Oi, I'll go talk to her. Don't be mean, she warns. Peter looks at her, his expression weary. Mean? She's going through hell. I'm not going to be mean, MJ. I know. I just feel bad for her, Peter says, looking back toward the bleachers. A smirk plays on Mary Jane's lips. You should, you stole her boyfriend. Peter looks shocked, his eyes wide. You didn't hint at it? MJ asks, her voice light. Peter rubs the back of his head. Yeah, I said, you should leave that cool private school with your own plane and the coolest workout room ever. And you should come here and eat beans 3 times a week, Peter adds, trying to lighten the mood. Mary Jane looks at him, her expression serious. Did you tell her to transfer here? Peter shakes his head emphatically. What? No. MJ narrows her eyes. Uh-oh, girls don't give wedgies, we spread spiteful rumors. Peter gives her a sideways look. A verbal wedgie? Exactly, he agrees. MJ looks skeptical. How did she know you guys were broken up? Peter looks toward the bleachers again, his face set. I didn't know she was coming here, I swear. I haven't spoken to her, he says, his voice sincere. Time to go find out. I'll see you later, Peter says, stepping away from Mary Jane. She looks at him, her curiosity piqued. Are you going out and being Spiderman later? Peter pauses, looking over his shoulder. I got my aunt, most popular superhero in New York. I'm a catch, he jokes, though his heart isn't in it. MJ looks at him, a half-smile on her face. Oh, and the wedgies, Peter adds, starting to walk away. You should have seen her eyes light up when I told her about the glorious wedgies. Mary Jane watches him go, her backpack heavy on her shoulders. She knows Peter is trying to make things right, but she also knows that the road ahead is full of complications neither of them can foresee. Peter begins to climb the metal bleachers, the clang of his steps echoing across the empty football field. Kitty sits at the very top, her back to him, staring out at the horizon. Hey, Peter calls out as he nears the top row. Kitty doesn't turn around. Leave, she says, her voice cold and flat. Peter pauses a few rows down, his hand resting on the metal railing. You don't want to talk? He asks, his voice soft. Kitty finally turns, her eyes burning with a mix of anger and hurt. Oh, now you'd like to talk? She asks, her lip curling into a sneer. Peter sighs, looking down at his shoes. I've been trying to call you, he says, his voice barely audible over the wind. Kitty stands up, her fists clenched at her sides. You should have gotten your butt on a train and come to Xavier's and told me you were breaking up with me in person, she snaps. Peter looks up at her, his expression pained. I've been a little busy, and you're not at Xavier's, so that would have been a waste of a trip, he argues. Kitty's gaze doesn't soften. And why are you not at Xavier's? Peter asks, finally reaching the top row. It doesn't matter, she says, looking away again. Peter sits down a few feet away from her, the silence between them growing heavy. It does, he insists. Kitty sighs. He politely asked me to leave. Peter's eyes widen. Why? He asks, his voice filled with genuine concern. Kitty looks at him, her expression hardening again. Peter looks like he's been slapped. Whoa, what? He asks, his mouth hanging open. Kitty looks back at the school, her jaw set. The school was too crowded, and I made his choice very easy by letting him have it when he refused to go into your aunt's mind and make her forget your Spider-Man, Kitty explains, her voice trembling slightly. Kitty continues, her words coming out in a rush. We, the X-Men, saw you were in trouble on TV and we came here to help. But by the time we got here, it was over and we found out your Aunt May had had a heart attack. She looks at Peter, her eyes brimming with tears. So me and Jean went to the hospital and she read your mind or your aunt's mind, and I asked Xavier to help you with his mind powers and he wouldn't. Kitty looks away, her shoulders shaking. And I lost it on him like I've never lost it on anyone, she admits, her voice dropping to a whisper. Peter looks at her, his heart breaking. Feeling bad now? She asks, her voice small. Peter can only nod. Yes. Good, Kitty says, though her voice lacks its previous bite. Peter reaches out a hand, but he pulls it back. That was unbelievably cool of you, but, he starts. Kitty turns to face him fully. I didn't want Xavier to do that, Peter clarifies, his voice firm. Kitty looks confused. But it happened, and when stuff happens, you gotta take responsibility for it. That's what Xavier said, Kitty adds, her voice flat. Peter looks at her, his expression unreadable. I appreciate the thought, though. Yeah, I can tell, but how are you here? Kitty looks at the school buildings below them. But, whoa, you didn't want Aunt May to know. You wanted to do it yourself on your own time, she says, realization dawning on her face. Kitty gestures wildly with her hands. My mom moved 8 blocks away, so now I go to school here, she explains. Peter looks stunned. Of all the juice joints, crazy. Kitty's expression turns sharp again. And just in time for you to break up with me without telling me. Just in time for me to find out by coming to your rescue, she points a finger at him. Only to see you making snuggle noses with Mary Jane? Kitty shouts, her face flushed with anger. Peter tries to protest. It's not about you. Kitty interrupts him, her voice rising to a crescendo. Who you've been in love with the whole time, and I knew this, and Peter tries again. It's about MJ. I almost lost her, and... Kitty stands over him, her eyes burning with a fierce light. Well, as long as it's not about me, I almost lost her. For real, for real, for real. And I realized that I made a huge mistake and I... Kitty leans in, her face inches from his. Oh, hope I wasn't that big mistake. Can I be that mistake? She yells. Peter can only stare at her in stunned silence. Kitty, Peter tries to say, but she's already turning away. I'm the mistake, I be the mistake, she mutters, her voice thick with emotion. She stands at the edge of the bleachers, her back to him. I can't wait till we're seniors. We get yearbooks and you can write in mine that I was your big mistake, she shouts over her shoulder. She grabs her backpack, the metal X logo catching the light. BFF, she calls out, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she starts to climb down the bleachers. Kitty, come on, Peter calls after her, standing up as she begins to phase through the metal structure. He watches as she disappears into the metal, leaving him alone at the top. From the shadows of the ticket booth, Mary Jane Watson watches Peter walk down the bleachers, his head hung low. She doesn't say anything, but her expression is one of deep concern. Peter walks slowly across the pavement, his backpack heavy. He feels the weight of everything he's lost and everything he's about to face. Behind him, MJ remains in the shadows, a silent observer to his pain. A close-up of MJ's face shows her clutching the strap of her bag, her eyes following Peter's retreating form. She wants to help him, but she doesn't know if she can. A final shot of Kitty's hand as she phases through the metal bleachers, her fingers momentarily glowing as they pass through the solid surface. The tension in her hand is visible, a physical manifestation of her emotional turmoil. Later that evening, inside a quiet hospital room, Peter sits beside Aunt May's bed. The only sound is the rhythmic beep of the heart monitor and the soft hum of the fluorescent lights. I need a vacation. Seriously, Peter thinks, staring at a vase of flowers on the bedside table. I need to sit on a beach or just sit somewhere quiet. He looks at Aunt May, his expression one of profound sadness. I should go find my female Spider-Woman clone and go hang out with her, wherever she is, he thinks, his thoughts spinning in circles. Yeah, that's right. I have a clone out there living a better life as me than I am, he thinks, a bitter edge to his thoughts. And I probably couldn't even hang out with her because she's me and I pretty much hate myself. He leans back in the uncomfortable chair. Let's try not to think about that every 2 seconds of every day for the rest of your life, he tells himself, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Peter looks at the digital clock on the wall, 7:45 p.m. A calendar nearby shows the date as March 11. I should go to the movies, just relax, he thinks, but the thought feels like a lie. He thinks back to his conversation with Kitty. Kitty, that sucked. You gotta love being in a conversation with someone and everything nasty they say about you is right on the money. You gotta love it. Peter looks at Aunt May, his heart heavy. Which will be nothing compared to the conversation I'll have with Aunt May when she's recovered. That's going to be a doohoozy, he thinks, his dread visible in his eyes. He stares at the clock again as the numbers change. 7:46 p.m. All the time worrying that I'm going to give her another heart attack as I tell her of all the hell I've caused this year. A close-up of Peter's face shows the deep lines of stress and exhaustion. What I should do is stop pretending I'm not watching the clock, watching it turn to 8 o'clock. I should stop telling myself that I'm not dying to find out what Daredevil is going to do to the Kingpin, and why, all of a sudden, he's my best buddy, he thinks, his expression turning cold. Peter stares into the darkness of the room, his jaw set. Don't do it, don't do it, he repeats to himself, like a mantra he's desperate to believe. Suddenly, Spider-Man is swinging through the night sky, his silhouette sharp against the glowing lights of the city below. Ah, and you did it, he thinks, the wind whistling past his ears. Idiot, he mutters to himself as he arcs through the air. Note to self, look up the textbook definition for a guy who goes looking for trouble even when every area of his existing existence is already trouble. Yeah, look that up, pretty sure I know what the picture is right next to it, he thinks, landing silently on a brick rooftop. Well, there's something you don't see every day, or like ever. Spider-Man crouches at the edge of the roof, looking down at a small group of figures gathered in the shadows of an alleyway. A rooftop full of crazy people, he thinks, his eyes wide. A rooftop full of people I've never had anything but nightmare run-ins with in the past, he thinks, recognizing the familiar costumes. He looks at each of them in turn. That's Doctor Strange, magician, guys on TV more than he sleeps, he thinks, noting the master of the mystic arts' iconic red cloak. He shifts his gaze to the next figure. Iron Fist. Don't know anything about him other than, his iron fist and he hangs out with. Shanghai, master of Kung Fu. That guy's pretty cool, actually, Spider-Man thinks, noting the hero's calm and centered demeanor. Eyes land on a figure cloaked in white. Oh, and there's Moon Knight, who I'm pretty sure is genuinely crazy. And I'm not just making that presumption based on the costume. Finally, his gaze falls on the man in the red suit. And my best friend, Daredevil, what a load that guy is, he thinks, his internal voice dripping with irony. Spider-Man watches as Daredevil stands with his back to him. And I bet he's lying about having those super senses. He doesn't even have, he thinks, his internal monologue trailing off. Daredevil turns his head slightly, as if sensing the hero's gaze. Okay, he has super senses, Spider-Man concedes, his eyes narrowing behind his mask. Spider-Man drops down to the rooftop, landing silently in the center of the group. Gonna regret this, he thinks, looking at the assembled heroes. Boys. Moon Knight immediately draws a crescent blade, his eyes glowing white from beneath his hood. Whoa, Spider-Man shouts, holding up his hands. Put the moon toys away, Casper, I'm just here for the chicken wings. Moon Knight pauses, his blade still held at the ready. Geez, Spider-Man mutters, looking at the others. Moon Knight's voice is low and raspy. There are no chicken wings. Spider-Man looks around at the stone-faced heroes. Ha! Wow, Moon Knight put the blades away, we're all friends. There are no chicken wings, he says, he jokes, trying to break the tension. Doctor Strange steps forward, a faint smile on his face. Hey, Spider-Man. Doctor Strange, master of the Mystic late-night talk show appearance, Spider-Man greets him. Strange nods. Better than a real job. Spider-Man turns toward Shanghai. It's okay, Moon Knight. Shanghai other guy, I remember you, he says. Shanghai looks back with a neutral expression. Sorry about that thing that time, Spider-Man adds. You should be, Iron Fist responds from the shadows. Spider-Man turns back to Daredevil, his posture defensive. Okay, so, what's this about a surprise party for Fatty McEvilstein? He asks, referring to Wilson Fisk. Daredevil's voice is grim as he addresses the group. Like I told you individually, we all want the Kingpin, we all have our reasons, and we've been tripping over ourselves and each other to get at him. And what do we have to show for it? He looks out at the city skyline, the towers of the Kingpin's empire visible in the distance. He has an army and a fortress, police and politicians in his pocket, and yet we're so surprised we haven't been able to bring him down. Spider-Man looks at Daredevil, his eyes narrowing behind his mask. And by bring him down, you mean? He asks, the unspoken word hanging in the air. Daredevil turns back to him, his expression unreadable. First of all, it wouldn't do anything. Someone else will just be there to take his place, Spider-Man points out. Daredevil's eyes seem to glow with a strange light. And, in a grown-up world like the one we live in, it may be our only. He starts, but Spider-Man cuts him off. You said kill him. Yesterday you said you're planning to kill him, Spider-Man says, his voice rising with indignation. The other heroes look on in silence as the two men confront each other. Not necessarily, Daredevil says, his voice calm. Of course there will be, Spider-Man counters. Iron Fist adds, not necessarily. They killed Hitler. And that was that for the Third Reich, Daredevil adds, a grim smile on his face. Spider-Man looks around at the group, his disbelief growing with every word. But it eventually came back in the form of a little thing called MTV, Spider-Man says, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Seriously, are you all comfortable with killing a man? With storming his tower and killing him? The question hangs in the air, unanswered by most of the heroes. No, Moon Knight finally says, though his voice is low and uncertain. Doctor Strange turns toward Spider-Man. Thank you, but if one of you do, I would like to have the opportunity to throw Nerf balls at his fat head on a stick as it's paraded up and down Midtown, he says, his tones strangely lighthearted. Spider-Man turns toward the entire group, his posture pleading. Guys, we're supposed to represent something, he says, his voice earnest. We will, Daredevil responds, his face shrouded in shadow. Something loftier, Spider-Man insists, but Daredevil just stares back. Grow up, Moon Knight says from behind him. We tried that, look what it's gotten us, Iron Fist adds. Spider-Man looks around at the assembled heroes, realizing he's the only one holding onto his moral center. I'm telling you now, I'm not going to defend the guy, but if you guys whack him, or whatever, I'll go right to Nick Fury and tell on you, he warns. He points a finger at Daredevil, his eyes flashing behind his mask. Yeah, that's right, I'll point fingers and make a stink. If you want to bring him down, scare him out of town, or get the goods on him so the guy goes to fat jail forever, that I'm behind. But I'm not going to allow this. It's not going to happen, he says, his voice final. Daredevil looks up at him, a strange look in his eyes. Allow. Daredevil steps closer to Spider-Man, his presence towering. And dude, if you ever just show up in my civilian life like that, you and I are going to go at it for real. And I don't think you'll like the end of that chapter, he says, his voice a low growl. Spider-Man doesn't flinch. You're not going to have a choice if you don't listen to what I'm saying, he says. Daredevil looks down at him, his face inches from his. I don't fight kids. Daredevil's expression softens for a brief moment. Well, look at you. Look at me, he says, gesturing between them. Iron Fist steps forward, trying to intercede. Actually, I really liked Shanghai's idea. He tried to infiltrate the organization by auditioning to be his new assassin bodyguard. He's been looking for weeks. He feels naked without one. Iron Fist explains, looking at Shanghai. Spider-Man turns toward the Kung Fu master. So, other than killing Fisk, what's the plan? He asks. Shanghai points toward Moon Knight. His fist. He calls it his fist. Spider-Man looks confused. His fist. Moon Knight nods toward Shanghai. He'll be looking for it now. I can't try again. Daredevil addresses the group again. And he knows me. I'm on too many talk shows and I can't kill anyone, Doctor Strange interjects, his tone suddenly serious. Daredevil turns toward the master of the mystic arts. You don't have to, you just have to convince him you did and can. Well, I have midterms and he's seen my face, Spider-Man points out, looking at Daredevil. Moon Knight steps forward, his white cloak billowed by the wind. I could do it, create a new identity. I could do that, he suggests, his voice raspy and strange. Doctor Strange turns toward him, a look of intrigue on his face. I could cast some enhancement spells, give you a little boost in appearance and power, he offers. Daredevil turns toward Moon Knight. I like that. You're perfect, really. You get in there, you tip us off to where we can hurt him the most, he says, his eyes glowing in the darkness. We'll break the back of his day-to-day operations, hit him where it hurts. He'll get sloppy and paranoid, Shanghai adds, his voice calm and methodical. Iron Fist finishes the thought, and then we'll give the info to the feds and they can lower the boom. Spider-Man looks at Daredevil, his eyes wide. His exact words. Daredevil looks at the group. Who will this Moon Knight be posing as? He asks. Iron Fist shakes his head. I don't know, they're still working on it. I don't think this Moon Knight's a well man. Iron Fist continues. What is Daredevil's real name? He asks Shanghai. I don't know. Shanghai knows, but they haven't told me. I'll work on it. Spider-Man looks at the group. And Spider-Man is a kid. I think he might be 13. He's a real wise guy too, Iron Fist says. Daredevil nods. He's older than 13, but yes. Spider-Man looks at Daredevil. So that's it? We got a deal? He asks, his voice hesitant. Daredevil looks back at him. Because I'm not going back to prison. Not for them, not for you, not for anything. The rooftop falls into silence as Daredevil's words echo through the air. Spider-Man can only stare back, realizing the depth of the other man's resolve. In the darkness of his office, Wilson Fisk, the kingpin of crime, stares down at a figure kneeling before him. Well, Danny Rand, Iron Fist, if this turns out to be true, he says, his voice a low rumble. You've certainly earned my friendship. Kingpin adds, a small, cruel smile playing on his lips. Beside him, Mr. Rose looks on with a mask of quiet indifference. Later that night, inside the Fisk mansion, Wilson Fisk stands over a grand mahogany bed. His large form casts a heavy shadow across the room. On the bed lies a woman, her eyes closed, her breathing shallow. She's connected to several monitors and IV lines, her frail form a stark contrast to the Kingpin's power. Mr. Fisk, the man who is auditioning to be your Mr. Rose starts, stepping into the room. Fisk immediately cuts him off, his voice low and dangerous. Mr. Rose, I know you are new to this level of my operation, but we do not discuss business in front of my wife, Fisk says, his eyes never leaving the sleeping woman. A close-up of Vanessa Fisk's face shows her pale skin and closed eyes. She's an ill woman, Fisk adds, his voice softening ever so slightly. He turns back toward Mr. Rose, his eyes cold. There's no need to fill her head with our ugliness, he says, his face once again a mask of stone. A close-up of a girl's face shows her eyes squeezed shut, her brow furrowed in concentration. Explain it to me, she whispers. Beside her, an empty swing set sits in the fading light of a playground. Two men stand nearby, their figures long shadows against the darkening sky. What's to explain? He goes undercover, one of them says, his voice flat and unemotional. The girl looks up at them, her eyes wide with fear and confusion. As the Kingpin's hitman, she asks, her voice trembling. One of the men leans in, his expression grim. Putting him in prime position to take the Kingpin down. Down, permanently down, he says, his voice a low growl. The other man looks at her, his jaw set. Actually, a man named Shanghai thought of it, but it was Daredevil that came to Moon Knight with this idea of all the underworld vigilantes teaming up with a plan to take the Kingpin down together. The girl looks between them, her voice barely a whisper. "And this is the plan?" she asks. One of the men nods. "We're taking the Kingpin down. This is what we've always wanted. What's the problem?" "Daredevil is the gun, but our boy is the bullet," the man continues, his eyes burning with an intense light. "And we have to create a new persona to do it?" the girl asks. "He's done it before," the man replies. "Exactly, and this doesn't concern you." A brilliant white moon hangs in the star-filled sky, illuminating the figures of Mark Spector's various personalities as they walk through his mental landscape. Our guy is a sick man. "Right? Okay," one of them says. "He suffers from multiple personality disorder, to the point that none of this is real." "None of us are real," another personality adds, looking around at the dreamlike world they inhabit. They walk past a tall, cloaked figure holding a staff. "We're all part of him. Mark Spector, Stephen Grant, me, Moon Knight, we're all the same person," a third voice calls out. The figures stop and turn to face the cloaked one. "We're all him, and now you want him, with his history of fragmented psychosis, to create another persona?" A younger voice asks, her face etched with concern. "A killer, a hitman, it doesn't worry you?" she asks, looking up at the towering figure. The cloaked figure turns away. "So we can take down the Kingpin, nothing else matters, nothing." Another personality steps forward, his voice filled with dread. "What if, instead, this killer becomes the dominant personality?" he asks. "You shouldn't be talking like this," a calm voice interjects. "He can hear you." The figures begin to argue amongst themselves, their voices overlapping in a chaotic jumble. "He is me, and I'm telling you, this is dangerous for us," one of them shouts. "You shouldn't be talking like this. It's going to kill us all." The voices reach a fever pitch, filled with fear and anger. "Stop it. Calm down. Stop it," one voice pleads, but it's drowned out by the others. The tallest figure stands apart from the rest, his head held high. "The Kingpin, taking down the Kingpin, nothing else matters. Nothing. Nothing," he says, his voice echoing across the mental landscape. The younger girl personality looks up at him, her eyes wide with terror. "What's the killer's name going to be?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper. The figure turns his head, his eyes glowing with a cold, white light. "What's your name, killer?" he asks, looking directly at the camera. A close-up of a man's face shows his eyes opening, his expression cold and focused. "Ronan," he says, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. The new hero, Ronan, stands in a warehouse, surrounded by a group of heavily armed men. He wears a black and gold ninja-like costume, his face completely covered by a sleek mask. "And what do you do, Ronan?" one of the men asks, his weapon pointed at the hero's chest. "Whatever needs to be done," Ronan responds, his voice flat and unemotional. Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, steps into the light, his massive form filling the room. "Aha, well, prove yourself," he orders, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Ronan moves with a sudden, fluid motion, his nunchucks whipping through the air with a series of sharp cracks and thuds. The guards are taken completely by surprise. In a blur of motion, Ronan strikes one guard, sending his weapon flying. Crack! The metal hits home. Bam! Another guard goes down, clutching his head. Ronan moves like a ghost through the group of guards, his strikes precise and deadly. "Gah!" one guard cries out as he's sent reeling back into a stack of crates. He ducks under a punch, delivering a swift kick to his opponent's chest. "Fack!" the guard gasps as he's sent flying through the air. Ronan doesn't slow down, his eyes already on his next target. With a powerful strike, Ronan slams his nunchucks into another guard's head. "Arg!" the man cries out before collapsing to the ground. Splack! Another hit lands with sickening force. The final guard goes down with a heavy thud. "Excuse me," Kingpin says, stepping over the fallen men. Ronan stands tall, his posture ready for whatever comes next. A close-up of Ronan's mask shows his cold, unblinking eyes. He says nothing, waiting for the Kingpin's reaction. Kingpin looks at the carnage around him, a look of genuine admiration on his face. "That's not what I had in mind," he says, his voice filled with dark amusement. Kingpin looks over the fallen guards, his hands clasped behind his back. "Sorry," Ronan says, his voice devoid of any real remorse. "How did Mr. Ronan here check out?" Kingpin asks his assistant. The assistant, a man with long, light-colored hair, consults a small tablet. It's all here. Mark Spector, ex-Navy SEAL. Gulf War super soldier experiment gone wrong. He worked for Roxxon under the name Paladin till Roxxon fell apart. He checked, the assistant adds. Kingpin looks at Ronan. Was Roxxon as big of an idiot as he seemed? Ronan meets the Kingpin's gaze. I don't get paid to gossip. I don't get paid to talk, he says, his voice a low growl. I get paid to act. Kingpin smirks, his eyes glittering with dark satisfaction. Good answer, he says, nodding slowly. Ronan remains silent, a lethal weapon waiting for a target. A close-up of Ronan's eyes shows a hint of calculation. So, prove it how, he asks, his voice like the scrape of steel against stone. Kingpin leans in, his face a mask of cruel intent. Spiderman, wreck his life and bring him here. Like I said, prove yourself, he orders, his voice a low rumble. Ronan looks at him, his expression unreadable. You got an address, he asks. Kingpin's grin widens. I'm sure you can find one. Back at Midtown High, Mary Jane Watson stands in the hallway, holding a microphone. Mary Jane Watson, reporter, is superimposed over the image of her speaking directly to the camera. She stands in front of a row of lockers, her expression serious. Behind her, students filter through the hallways, most of them ignoring the young journalist as they head to their classes. The scene shifts to an interview with a blonde student on a football field. Fred, Flash, Thompson, student, is superimposed over the image of the young man speaking into MJ's microphone. Flash smirks, leaning in closer to the microphone. He looks like he's enjoying the attention, his expression one of cocky self-assurance. The next scene shows the principal sitting at his desk. Principal Stuyvesant, Midtown High School, is superimposed over the image of the man looking directly into the camera lens. The principal holds up a heavy manila folder, his expression grim. He looks like a man carrying the weight of the entire school's safety on his shoulders. From a distance, the principal looks out his office window at the fleet of news trucks parked in front of the school. He looks weary, his hand resting on the metal window frame. He looks back at the camera, his expression one of frustration. So if Spider-Man does go to this school and he is watching this, keep doing what you're doing, he says, his voice firm. The world desperately needs good people. And I'd be proud to hear that our school helped produce someone like you, he continues, his voice cracking slightly with emotion. But I can't have chaos in my halls and I can't have children put in harm's way. Keep it off school grounds, he finishes, his eyes fixed on the camera lens. Mary Jane Watson stands in the hallway, her expression one of focused determination. She looks like a young woman who has finally found her true calling as a journalist. The text of the principal's message is shown against a plain white background, each word carefully chosen to emphasize his concern for the school's safety. Mary Jane stands in the school's newsroom, surrounded by a group of other students. A dark-haired woman with a serious expression stands near the door. Who helped you with this report, Mary? She asks. Mary Jane looks at her, a confident smile on her face. Mary Jane Watson, no one helped you. Like who? The woman asks, her eyes narrowing in skepticism. Mary Jane looks back at her, her expression unyielding. You made it yourself, the woman asks, her voice rising with surprise. MJ nods. I edited it here. A bald man with glasses looks at MJ's work, a look of genuine admiration on his face. She did. How old are you? He asks. 16 in a month, MJ responds, her voice light. The dark-haired woman looks shocked. 15? You did that in your 15? She asks, her eyes wide. The bald man turns to MJ, his expression serious. Be calm, Ms. Jones. The bald man smiles at Mary Jane, a look of genuine warmth in his eyes. Welcome to the Student News Network, Mary Jane Watson, he says, holding out a small video camera. Mary Jane looks at the camera, a brilliant smile on her face. Beside her, the dark-haired girl, Jessica Jones, looks on with a mix of curiosity and respect. In the crowded school hallway, MJ pumps a fist in the air. Ben Urich, in your face, she shouts, her voice filled with a sense of pure triumph. Peter Parker stands near a row of lockers, a small smile on his face as he watches MJ's excitement. You totally used me to get an extracurricular activity to pad your college transcript, he teases. Mary Jane turns to him, her eyes shining with mock outrage. Excuse me, Mr. Parker, I've been kidnapped, genetically altered, shot at, chased, thrown off a bridge, because I'm dating Spider-Man. I think I have this coming. Peter looks at her, his expression turning serious for a moment. Wow, with the guilt, he says, but his voice is gentle. MJ smirks. Pretty good, huh? I'm trying to build it into a defining characteristic. The hallway around them is filled with students rushing to their next classes. Peter and Mary Jane stand close together, the world around them seemingly fading away. Suddenly, a shadow falls over them. Kitty Pryde stands nearby, her expression a mask of cold fury. Peter and MJ both jump, startled by her sudden appearance. Well, I thought your defining characteristic was you're cute, Kitty starts, her voice dripping with bitterness. MJ looks at Kitty, her eyes widening in surprise. Hi, she says, her voice hesitant. Kitty glares at them, her jaw set. Kitty Pryde, this is, Peter starts to say, but he's interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Students walk past them, their faces blurred and featureless. Peter and Mary Jane stand near a locker, their expressions filled with a mix of confusion and discomfort. I feel bad, Peter admits, rubbing his face with his hand. MJ sighs, looking down at her shoes. Me too, actually. How many times is that going to happen a day? She asks. Peter looks at her, his eyes weary. Only 2 more years of high school. Maybe she'll meet someone and then Peter starts, but he's interrupted again. Across the hallway, Liz Allen and a group of her friends are staring at them. She should go back where she came from, Liz says, her voice loud enough to be heard across the hall. The bald student looks at the group, a rare look of disapproval on his face. She shouldn't be here, it's dangerous and it's disgusting, another student chimes in. Liz nods emphatically. She's a mutant, not a leper. She should be with her own kind. A man stands near the open door of a yellow school bus, his expression grim. He holds a large duffel bag in one hand, his eyes fixed on the school entrance. Mary Jane turns to Liz, her eyes flashing with anger. Liz, I really want you to stop talking like that in front of me. I would really like you to stop talking like that altogether, and I would really, really like you to stop thinking like that. But barring that, can you please try to keep the mutant phobia to yourself, please? MJ demands, her voice rising with every word. Liz just stares at her, a cold smirk on her face. The man sits in the driver's seat of the school bus, his hands gripping the steering wheel. A bright flash of light emanates from beneath the dashboard as he hotwires the engine. Vroom echoes through the air. I'm right, Liz, fine, why are you so mutant-phobe? MJ continues, her frustration boiling over. Liz just turns away, her expression unyielding. Peter looks down, his hand resting on the back of his head. The school bus accelerates quickly, its engine roaring. Vroom, the sound grows louder as it heads directly toward the school's front entrance. A shot of the bus's front grille shows the word school written in bold, black letters. The bus is moving fast, heading directly for the glass doors of Midtown High. Suddenly, the bus crashes through the brick wall and glass doors of the school, sending shards of debris flying everywhere. The sound is deafening, a cacophony of shattering glass and grinding metal. Students scream in terror as they dive for cover. Oh my God, one girl cries out. Dude! Guys, everyone get Peter shouts, his eyes wide with panic as he tries to shield MJ from the debris. Ronan emerges from the wreckage of the bus, his black and gold costume covered in a fine layer of dust. He stands tall, his nunchucks gripped tightly in his hands. A brilliant white moon hangs in the sky above the school building. The hero, Ronan, raises a high-powered submachine gun, his eyes glowing with an intense white light. Spider-Man, I'd like a word, he bellows, the sound of his weapon firing echoing through the school hallway. Bam, bam. Students scramble to get away from the gunfire. Who is that supposed to be? A student asks, her voice high with terror. I have no idea, another responds, their faces pale in the smoke and dust. Kitty Pryde stands her ground, her expression one of determined defiance. Behind her, Peter and Mary Jane look on in horror. Please, please, you're going too far, this is too much. A voice cries out from the shadows. Peter grabs MJ, his eyes searching for an escape route. What do we do? She gasps. The kitchen, we can get out to the football field, Peter responds, his voice urgent. Spider-Man, the boy with the costume, Ronan shouts, his weapon still firing. Bam, bam. Ronan turns his head, his eyes fixed on Peter. Spider-Man, I guess I should thank you ahead of time, he says, his voice cold and flat. Kitty Pryde lunges forward, her fists clenched. I've desperately needed something to hit for about a week. You'll do, she snarls. Ronan looks at her, his expression unreadable. Yeah, guess the line forms behind me. A shot from inside the school shows students running toward the back exit. Just go home, don't stop, don't go back, just go home. A student bellows, pointing toward the football field. Kitty Pryde charges at Ronan, her form starting to turn translucent as she prepares to phase through his attacks. Good luck trying to nab him, I don't think you're his type. Not that I know, she says, her voice filled with a desperate bravado. Ronan simply smirks. Don't. Ronan raises his submachine gun again, firing a spray of bullets directly at Kitty. Butta 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 echoes through the hallway. A brilliant flash of light erupts as the bullets seemingly hit their target. The mental landscape of Mark Spector is shown again, his various personalities staring out in horror. Oh my God, one of them whispers, their faces etched with a profound sense of shock and terror. Kitty Pryde lunges at Ronan, her hand reaching through his solid chest. Nice, shooting at kids in a school, she snarls. You're lucky I'm a mutant. Ronan is knocked back by the force of her phantom strike. Spock! The impact echoes through the room. Ronan quickly regains his balance, his eyes glowing with an intense light. Just FYI, Dumbo, I can phase through solid objects. I can phase in and out, Kitty says, her form flickering with a strange energy. You can't hurt me. Oh, and a guy named Wolverine trained me. Ronan ignores her, his attention already elsewhere. Thump, the sound of a heavy blow landing echoes through the room. Crack! A window is smashed into a million pieces. Kitty Pryde charges at Ronan again, her form shifting between solid and translucent. You're toast, she shouts, her voice filled with a desperate determination. Ronan ducks down, grabbing a fire extinguisher from the wall. Ronan sprays the contents of the fire extinguisher directly into Kitty's face. Foosh! The white powder billows out in a thick cloud, momentarily blinding the young mutant. Og! She cries out, clutching her eyes. With a powerful swing, Ronan slams the metal fire extinguisher into Kitty's head. K-tang, the sound of metal hitting bone is sickeningly loud. Og! Kitty screams before collapsing to the ground. In the mental playground, the personalities look on in horror. You see what is happening? Innocent people are getting hurt. The younger girl cries out. He's taking over. You have to do something. The other personality shouts, pointing toward the looming figure of Ronan. Ronan stands over Kitty's fallen form, his nunchucks held at his side. I'm not even going to make with the funny on you, he says, his voice cold and dangerous. Peter Parker, now in his Spider-Man costume, drops from the ceiling with a sudden, powerful strike. Idiot! He bellows, his nunchucks whipping through the air. Crack! The hit lands with devastating force. Ultimate Spider-Man, issue 109. The Ultimate Knight's arc reaches its boiling point as the web-slinger finds himself caught in a web of corporate greed and vigilante justice. Inside the wood-paneled halls of the New York courthouse, a gavel slams down as the judge declares, "Case dismissed." Foggy Nelson beams at his partner, saying, "Well done, Mr. Murdoch. As always, it's like you can read the jury's mind." Matt Murdock stands stoically, his blind eyes focused elsewhere as Foggy continues to chatter. But Matt isn't listening to the praise. His hypersenses are picking up something far more urgent. The sounds of the city bleed into his ears, specifically the broadcast from a nearby news report. Bedlam on a high school campus today. The reporter begins. Murdoch's world narrows as the report gets more specific, mentioning a name that makes his heart skip. Midtown High School was literally under siege. The reporter's voice cuts through the courtroom chatter like a blade. As a masked vigilante attacked the school, looking for Spider-Man. Matt remains frozen for a split second, the gravity of the situation weighing on him as his mind races to piece together the identity of the attacker. He turns away from Foggy, his expression darkening behind his red glasses. Could you excuse me? He whispers before slipping away. Meanwhile, in a dark, cold basement, Peter Parker's world is a blur of pain. A voice calls out from the shadows, "Spider-Man, wake up now." Peter's head hangs low, his mask stripped away to reveal his battered face. The voice taunts him again, "Oh, Spider-Man." Peter gasps for air, his eyes fluttering open as he tries to orient himself in the damp room. "Wakey, wakey, Lil Spider-Man, rise and shine," the voice continues. A massive hand reaches into the light, holding a tiny plastic figure. "Oh, there you are," the Kingpin says, mocking the hero's powerlessness. Wilson Fisk looms over Peter, examining him with clinical detachment. "I thought you might have a concussion, but you are one tough little mutant boy." Fisk examines the action figure, spinning it between his giant fingers. "Are you a mutant? Everyone thinks you're a mutant. I was going to fingerprint you and find out your real name and all your juicy secrets." Peter sits tied to a wooden stool, surrounded by Fisk's hired muscle and a silent, masked assassin. "But my friends at the FBI told me Top Cop Nick Fury flagged you," Fisk explains. "And I don't want Nick Fury up in my business because—" The Kingpin leans in, his shadow engulfing Peter. "That's just bad business." He continues his monologue, his voice a low, terrifying rumble. "At first I wondered, why can't I know your name? You who always causes me so much tsuris. Why are you under Nick Fury's protection?" Fisk paces the room, his presence filling the basement. "And if you are, why aren't you on Fury's superhero super team? Are you too young? Are you his kid?" He stops and holds the toy up to Peter's face. "But then I thought, it doesn't matter what your name is or where you live, or who or why or what." Fisk's eyes narrow, filled with cold calculation. "All that matters is that you are Spider-Man. That's your real name now." He taps the toy against Peter's forehead. "And yes, your naive Spider-Boy agenda to fix the world is very annoying." Fisk snarls as he continues the mocking rhythmic tapping against Peter's skull. The repetitive thudding of the plastic toy is a psychological assault. "And very immature," Fisk barks. Peter can only stare up at his captor, his defiance being met with absolute confidence. "And getting you nowhere," Fisk concludes. The Kingpin steps back, leaning against a crate. "But now I know where to find you, the next time you come around here. I know exactly where you are until you graduate high school." Voice turns icy, delivering a threat that chills Peter to the bone. "So if you come after me ever again, I'll blow up that school of yours." Peter's eyes widen in horror, but Fisk is far from finished. "Oh, but you know what? You're a teenager. You'd probably like that. Maybe I'll send some people up to Westchester County and firebomb that Xavier School of Mutants." He leans in closer, whispering his next target. "Burn that little girlfriend of yours, what's her name? Kitty Pryde." Peter trembles with rage and fear as Fisk laughs. "Yes, I have internet. I've seen the two of you canoodling." Fisk explains the modern reality of being a hero. "See, in the short time we've known each other, you've become famous. You're famous, famous. And with that fame, all sorts of little factoids and tidbits about you come leaking out." The Kingpin smiles, a grotesque sight. "So now I can get to you just as easy as you can get to me. Try to hurt me and I can hurt you right back." He looks Peter in the eye, savoring the moment. "And this is before you do the inevitable idiotic move of telling the world who you really are. And then I'll know who your mommy and daddy are. I'll know where you live." Fisk spreads his arms, looking around at his goons. "But hold on, if I have you here now tied up and helpless. If I have you, and I have a gun, I have my fists. Why don't I just kill you now?" He pauses for dramatic effect. "Hey, why don't I just kill you now and get it over with?" He holds the prototype toy up once more. "Well, this is why." Fisk shows the toy to Peter as if it were a priceless artifact. "This is a Spider-Man action figure. Just had the prototypes made up." Peter looks on in confusion as Fisk continues. "Because I just found out that I own the merchandising rights to your likeness." The absurdity of the situation begins to sink in. "It's a long story, but a company I own bought a company that registered your likeness. I own it. Worldwide." He laughs at Peter's lack of foresight. "See, if you were smart, you would have registered the likeness and trademark, but you didn't." Fisk stands tall, gloating over his business triumph. The movie made $500 million, and it looks like you have to give yourself your own haircuts. And now I own you, and you're so damn cute and popular now that killing Yowell, that would be bad business. Fisk turns his attention to the silent assassin standing in the corner. You're probably even more popular, because you just saved a high school from this deadly assassin here. He looks back at the broken hero. And as your popularity grows, so does the value of your likeness. So no matter how much of a pain in my butt you think you are to me, no matter how much money you think you cost me, it is nothing compared to how much I make from you just being you. Fisk begins listing the products he'll flood the market with. Posters, t-shirts, toys, videos, sticker books, coffee mugs, bowling balls, worldwide. He leans in, his breath hot on Peter's face. I own you. The Kingpin repeats it, making sure the words sink in. I own you. Eyes gleam with a predatory light. I own you. Finally, Fisk reveals his demand. So I want you to go back to your little gang of vigilante knights, all of them, and I want you to tell them to cut it out. Peter can only stare in silent shock. His mind reelings from the scale of Fisk's power and cruelty. Suddenly, the tension is broken by a violent movement. A massive fist comes out of nowhere, striking the masked assassin with incredible force. Fisk doesn't stop. He grabs the assassin, recognizing him. Moon Knight, right? He asks before another brutal blow. The Kingpin is a blur of motion as he pummels the hero who dared to infiltrate his organization. Hurga! Fisk bellows, his strength on full display. Spider-Man and the goons can only watch in horror as the one-sided beatdown continues. One goon nervously comments, "Nice one, boss." Fisk drops the broken Moon Knight and grabs him by his hair. Your pal Matt Murdock, aka Daredevil, works for me, he screams. He always has, he's my lawyer. He leans into the broken hero's ear. It's public knowledge. I sent him to screw with you idiots so I could prove to you you're playing a game whose rules I invented. He tosses Moon Knight aside like trash. Tell the rest of your idiot costume friends to find another after-hours hobby, or they'll end up just like this Moon Knight. Fisk delivers one final bone-shattering blow. Now. He kicks the fallen hero for good measure. Tell them I'm about to get annoyed. Fisk stands over the scene, his shadow looming over everyone in the room. You tell them to find another hobby other than me and mine, and if you do, well. He steps over the unconscious Moon Knight, his massive weight causing the floorboards to creak. The nostalgia market is big, so after I do kill you, there will be an initial surge in merchandising profit. He looks down at Peter again, but about 88% of the time it softens to nothing. Fisk sneers, his arrogance absolute. You're hardly Jimi Hendrix, so I'd rather keep you around, but if I have to. He stops and chuckles darkly. Oh, hey, any fat jokes you want to toss my way before we're done? Peter remains silent, the gravity of the threats against his family and school outweighing any insult he could muster. That's what I thought, Fisk says with satisfaction. You do whatever you have to keep your costume friends under control, and you keep yourself out of my sight. Fisk turns his back on Peter, his mission accomplished. Peter is left in the dark, sweating and broken, his mind racing for a way out. The Kingpin walks away, leaving Spider-Man alone with his failure and his fear. Fisk delivers a final warning over his shoulder. But you keep on being Spider-Man, don't let this knock the wind out of your sails. Fisk's silhouette disappears into the hallway. You keep saving old ladies from muggers, and every once in a while you stop my old golfing buddy, Norman Osborn, from destroying the city. Voice echoes from the darkness, and don't even think about not being Spider-Man anymore. Fisk turns back one last time, a cruel smile on his face. No, you're not getting out of it that easy. See, I own the rights. You stop being Spider-Man, and well, I'll just hire someone to be Spider-Man for me. He looks Peter in the eye. Understood. Hours later, in another part of the city, a red-clad figure smashes through a high-rise window in a spray of glass. Daredevil rolls into the room, his clubs at the ready, his senses on high alert as he scans the environment. He looks back out at the city's skyline, the weight of his secret life pressing down on him. Behind him, a portal begins to shimmer and grow. A familiar red club flies through the air, striking a light fixture and plunging the room into shadow. Spock, goes the sound as the impact vibrates through the room. Matt Murdock stands in his civilian clothes, his hand resting on a stack of legal documents as he prepares for a different kind of battle. A phone rings in the stillness of the room. Doctor Strange's residence, Wong speaking, a voice says into the receiver. Matt Murdock picks up the phone on his end, his voice strained. "Wong, I need to speak to the doctor." Wong responds calmly, "The doctor is meditating." "It's important," Matt insists. Wong repeats his apology. "Oh, brother, this is Daredevil. It's important." Wong stands in the ornate hall of the Sanctum Sanctorum, the weight of Matt's urgency beginning to register. Deep within the sanctum, Dr. Stephen Strange sits in a state of deep focus, surrounded by mystic artifacts and flickering candles. Wong approaches him cautiously. "Can't you see I'm meditating?" Strange asks without opening his eyes. "Yes, sir, it's important," Wong replies. Wong pulls back a heavy curtain, revealing the Sorcerer Supreme. "Excuse me, doctor, there's a call." Strange looks up, his irritation visible. "Yes, sir, it's important," Wong repeats. Strange sighs, his meditation broken. He prepares to face whatever crisis Matt Murdock has brought to his doorstep. Moments later, Daredevil and Doctor Strange stand in the Kingpin's penthouse. "Man, I am very uncomfortable with this," Strange admits as he begins to weave a spell. "Fine, but I think that Spider-Man kid is in trouble, and I think we put him in trouble with this plan of ours." Strange looks at Matt with a raised eyebrow. "Of ours, this was yours." Daredevil continues his plea. "Well, as annoying as that kid is, his heart's in the right place," and Strange cuts him off, looking around the room. "I just thighs is the Kingpin's place. This is breaking and entering. I'm sort of famous. I can't be seen doing stuff like this." Daredevil's patience is gone. "Then leave. Then go back to your talk shows and let Attler% like this tear a hole in the city and torture and kill a teenage boy." Strange looks at him, his face softening. "You told me you wanted to help. You told me you wanted to make a diff," Matt begins, but Strange raises a hand. Okay, what do you want me to do?" "Can you cast a spell?" that Matt begins. "Cast a spell," Strange mocks. "Or whatever you call what it is that you do," Matt finishes. "Can you do it so it lets us know what happened here and where they went?" Strange looks at the scene, a plan forming in his mind. "Where who went?" Daredevil begins describing the scene to the Sorcerer Supreme. "There's a faint smell residue of Spider-Man and Kingpin, and a little Moon Knight. I can barely make it out." Strange looks impressed. "I don't smell anything." "They were here. There was a wet body on this desk. On these papers," Matt continues, pointing to the desk. "And it's water they use in industrial fire detection sprinkler systems, and these sprinklers haven't been on." Strange looks at Matt with newfound respect. "How do you know that?" Matt explains his hypersenses. "There's a chemical they use in industrial sprinklers that is slightly it doesn't matter. Moon Knight brought him up here and they took him away. I need to know where they took him." Strange begins to focus his power. "Hold on." He brings his hands together, mystic energy beginning to crackle between his fingertips as he prepares to pierce the veil of time. Strange asks for more information. "Okay, how long ago do you think this was?" Matt shakes his head. I don't know. But you know what sprinkler water smells like," Strange notes. "I don't know. Okay, hold on." Strange chants the incantation, Fortunato Distretnatodo. Mystic light erupts from his hands, illuminating the room in ethereal colors. Matt watches in awe as the scene begins to transform. "What's happening?" he asks. "SHH," Strange commands. The spell reaches its peak as Strange chants the final words, Firstrala Natalasso. Suddenly, a ghostly image of the past flickers into existence. "There," Strange shouts. "There what?" Matt asks. "See, he was here, he." "You're right, he was lying on his desk. See?" Strange points to the spectral image of Spider-Man slumped over the Kingpin's workspace. Matt's face falls. No, you can't see this," he asks. Strange shakes his head. "No, why not? You can smell sprinkler water but can't see." The two heroes stand in the glowing light of the past, the mystery deepening as they watch the silent spectral figures. "What do you see?" Strange asks. "Kingpin, Spider-Man, a masked man." Matt describes the brutality. That's Moon Knight. Oh, okay, that's his new identity. Looks like he really clobbered the hell out of Spider-Man. Damn it. He looks away in disgust. I thought he was supposed to tell us when he was going to do anything. Get us involved so we could make a plan. Strange nods. He was supposed to. Do you think he turned on us? Matt considers the possibility. I don't know. It's an odd move. To come all this way on his own, only to turn on us when there's a plan involved. Maybe he thought he could go it alone from here. Strange watches the image shift. Okay, they're moving him. Matt is already moving toward the door. Where? Follow me. The heroes race through the skyscraper, Strange's magic leading the way through the empty halls. Where is everyone? Where are the secretaries and office people? Matt asks. This is Wilson's floor, Matt replies. There's no one up here, so no one can overhear anything that might get them whacked for overhearing. They arrive at the elevator as the ghost trail continues. Wow, you really know your Kingpin, Strange says. Been working on it for a long time. How long? Long time. Strange looks at the elevator doors. Do we take the elevator? Kind of, Matt says as he hits the button. The elevator bell chimes as they wait for it to arrive. Bing! Goes the bell as the doors begin to slide open. They step inside, the spectral light guiding them downward, toward the building's hidden depths. Come on, careful, Matt whispers. There's no one down here. Strange is skeptical. How do you know? I can hear. Strange looks down at his magnificent cape. My cloak is filthy. Matt ignores him as they reach the bottom. What? This was my father's. They emerge into a dark industrial area. Strange points to a shimmering energy trail. Where? There. They stand before a massive, reinforced steel door. Are they in there now? Strange asks. I can't tell. I thought it's reinforced. I can't tell. Matt looks at Strange. Can you whip something up so we can see what's behind the door? Strange shakes his head. No, nothing. You really don't understand what it is that I do. Matt's irritation is building. Can you or can't you? Strange snaps back. No, I can't. I could mystically transport inside, but I don't know what's behind there, and I could accidentally transport inside a wall or a person. Strange adds another limitation. I could enter the astral plane, but I need 20 minutes of meditation to. Matt interrupts him. Okay, guess we'll have to open it. Guess so. They look at each other, the tension thick in the air as they prepare to confront the Kingpin's forces head-on. Matt puts his hand on the heavy handle. Are you? Get ready, he commands before turning the knob. The door swings open, revealing the aftermath of the torture session. The room is in disarray, and the heroes find themselves in the middle of a literal crime scene. Strange looks around the room, his magic highlighting the traces of violence. What is it? What do you see? He asks. The Kingpin knew it was Moon Knight. He beat him pretty bad. How did he? Matt's face darkens. Spider-Man sold him out. Strange is quick to defend the kid. No, the kid wouldn't do that. He's just a kid. The Kingpin had him. Matt is unconvinced. No, he wouldn't. Where does the trail lead? Strange closes his eyes, reaching out with his mystic senses. It stops here. They got in a car and left. I can't follow it, but they left the kid. That's so odd. Matt turns to leave, his resolve hardening. Let's get the rest of the group together and make a plan. I'll go to Queens, see if I can find the kid. He doesn't have to wait long. Okay, we need to find Spider-Man, a voice says from behind him. The other heroes have arrived on the rooftop. Do you know where he lives? Shanghai asks. No, Shanghai, I do not. How'd you find him last time? He's not there now. Matt looks at them, his guilt and anger boiling over. If they killed him, it's our fault. Yes, that's what I am saying. Iron Fist is taken aback. Wait, what? How is it our fault? We didn't do anything. Kingpin is the bad guy. Matt's voice is low and heavy with tradition. I'm Catholic. I feel guilty. Iron Fist shakes his head. I just don't understand this Moon Knight guy, Shanghai chimes in. Well, he does dress up as the moon. Let's not all be so surprised he isn't all that stable. Matt turns on him. And let's not start holding up that mirror, shall we? Iron Fist. What we need to do now is. Suddenly, a web line shoots out of the darkness, striking Matt directly in the face with a wet thwack. Spider-Man drops into the center of the rooftop, his mask torn and his voice trembling with rage. You piece of, he screams as he attacks. The heroes scramble to avoid the fury of the young hero. Whoa! Someone shouts as Spidey lands a punch that sends Daredevil reeling with a spack. Spider-Man is out of control, his grief and anger manifesting as raw violence. "How do you sleep at night?" he screams as he tries to hit Matt again. The others try to intervene. "Akku kid, our Iron Fist begins, his fist glowing with golden energy." Spider-Man strikes a wall, his knuckles bleeding. Spack goes the sound of his fist hitting brick as he screams, "Seriously, how could you?" He grabs a broken piece of wood, brandishing it like a weapon. "What is wrong with you?" Doctor Strange floats above the chaos, his magic crackling. "There's nothing wrong with me that throwing him off a subway platform wouldn't fix," Spidey yells back. Matt tries to reason with him. "Kid, you better. How could you? How could you go so out of your way to be such a piece of garbage?" Matt Murdock stands his ground, his face a mask of regret. "I'm sorry this happened. It wasn't what I meant to happen." He repeats the apology, but the words are empty to the broken hero in front of him. "Sorry it happened." Spider-Man is screaming now, his rage pouring out of him. "I don't care about him. Put him down." "Whoa!" Strange shouts as Spidey lunges again. "How could you sell your soul to that disgusting piece of crap, Fisk?" Spidey grabs Matt by his suit. "How much did he pay you to screw with us and then sell us out? I really want to know. How much does it cost to completely lose all sense of self-worth and—" Matt's face is a study in stoic pain. "What?" He tries to explain himself. "Listen, okay? I had no idea Moon Knight was that much of a renegade. I had pretty good information on him, and I thought he'd—" Spider-Man points a shaking finger at him. "What are you talking about? Please. I'm going to find out who it is I need to report you to. I'm going to Nick Fury. I'm going Toto someone. And I'm going to have you locked away." The word attorney at law hangs in the air, a cruel reminder of Matt's double life. "What are you talking about?" Shanghai and Iron Fist ask in unison. "What are you talking about?" Spider-Man is desperate for them to see the truth. "He sold us out, man. This whole thing is a joke. It's costumed suckers on ice, and it's all for Fisk's fun and games." Matt remains silent. "I didn't." Spider-Man leans in, his face inches from Matt's mask. "He told you my name is Matt Murdock, or you told him?" "Stop it. Stop it. This is important. Did he tell you my name or—" Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the city behind them. Faboom goes the blast as fire and debris rain down on the streets below. The heroes turn to see the source of the blast. "Whoa, what was that?" someone shouts. "My law office," Matt says quietly. "What?" Matt is already moving toward the edge of the roof. "Let's go. There's no one there, it's closed for the night. Everyone went home. Let it burn." He looks at the others with a hollow gaze. "But the fire department is on its way. I'm not going to run around my office screaming at the wind, because that's exactly what he wants me to do." Matt begins his tragic backstory, his voice filled with a lifetime of pain. "He killed my father. I don't know if you can relate to this at all, but this man in his rise to power killed my father because he wouldn't throw a boxing match. He killed my father." He looks at Spider-Man, his eyes pleading for understanding. "I brought you here to help us climb a mountain that we as individuals cannot climb. I want, before I die, to have done one thing." Matt Murdock's goal is finally clear: to bring him to justice, because that is the only revenge that will mean anything. He continues his indictment of the Kingpin. He doesn't believe in justice or the law. He doesn't believe he can be punished. He believes he is allowed to do what he is doing. He doesn't believe in justice or the law. He doesn't believe he can be punished. Matt's voice becomes a snarl. "And as much as I want to wrap my hands around his throat and watch him die, it won't mean anything. I want him in a court of law, to hear a jury of right-minded people, tell him he's evil, and then put him away. So no, kid, I did not sell you out." Matt explains Fisk's game. "He told you I think he told you that so you'd come over here and sock me in the face. Another little win for him." Spider-Man is still skeptical. "Well, he knows who you are and he knows what you've done, so somebody told him something." Matt agrees. "Moon Knight did." "Well, I don't think he and the Kingpin were in cahoots, as he spent the better part of my homework time beating the guy in front of me." Shanghai adds, "Doesn't mean he didn't betray us." Matt turns his attention to Iron Fist, his eyes glowing with an inner light. "Trust me, Me and that moontard are going to have some words, but I don't think he did it. Suddenly, Matt lunges at Iron Fist, his face a mask of pure rage. What? Someone shouts in confusion. Matt grabs Danny Rand by the collar. Did you tell him how my powers work? What? Danny asks, genuinely confused. Daredevil's face is inches from Iron Fist's. Fisk, did Yao, that's right. You don't know how my powers work. You don't know I can hear your heartbeat and feel your body temperatures fluctuate. You can, Spiderman asks from the background. I'm a human lie detector, Danny Rand. He shakes Danny with a terrifying intensity. What did you tell the Kingpin? Danny Rand's face is a study in guilt. Exactly, Matt bellows, to be continued. The scene shifts to a lonely stretch of road under the pale moon. A white van sits parked in the darkness. Two goons haul a broken figure out of the back. Time S up, freak, this really Moon Knight? One asks. Yeah, big whoop, it's my first superhero pop. Big whoop, it is a big whoop. The goons stand over the beaten hero as he gasps for air. MMMHHHHFF. He groans as they prepare for the execution. It ain't exactly Captain America. True, but still. The rep points on this has gotta be huge, one goon says as he draws his pistol. He presses the cold barrel of the gun against Moon Knight's forehead. The goon delivers a final, cold remark. You shouldn't care so much what other people think. A flash of light and a deafening blam echo through the night as the trigger is pulled. The goons look at each other as the smoke clears. Just leave him there, one asks. Kingpin wants him in the costume in the river. It sends a message. To who? To the other guys in the costumes. What's the message? They heave the body over the edge and into the dark water. Find another line of work. Back on the rooftop, Danny Rand is on his knees, his spirit broken. It's my fault, Fisk. I should have known you would push them too far. You can't help yourself. Kingpin sits in his opulent office, a smile on his face. What happened? What happened? You turned your cards over. You let them know you had a man on the inside. What did they do? What did they do? A brutal kick from Daredevil interrupts the memory as the action returns to the present on the rooftop. Matt stands over Danny Rand, his anger still burning. You blew up Matt Murdock's law office right in front of him. There's only 5 of us in the group. And it was Moon Knight and it was Spider-Man. He looks Danny in the eye, his accusation absolute. How hard do you think it was going to be to figure out who sold him out? The fight continues, a whirlwind of fists and fury as the heroes turn on each other. How exactly did he know it was you? Daredevil barks his defiance. I have senses. I can hear your heartbeat. I can smell your sweat. I am a human lie detector and you are lying. You're wrong, Daredevil. I'm telling you you're so wrong, Danny screams back. Shanghai and Spider-Man try to separate the combatants. Shanghai, you don't know what I've known him for years. Dude, just everyone calm down and... Daredevil raises his club, ready to deliver a final blow. I have a daughter. Danny Rand's admission stops him in his tracks. Matt looks at him with a mix of shock and disgust. Since when? Danny Rand hangs his head, his tears beginning to fall. I have a daughter. He drops to his knees, the weight of his betrayal crushing him. Everyone needs to calm down, okay? I mean, come on. Danny, why does he think you could possibly? Shanghai asks. Danny Rand's voice is a whisper of desperation. But I could. My kid. Jail. I couldn't go to jail again. I couldn't be someone's father and in jail. I couldn't risk the life of my child. He had me. The confession continues, exposing the depths of Fisk's influence. Through me. So, yes, I went to him, but I was going to kill him. I imagined it in my head. I was so sure I could do it. The group stands in silence as the truth is laid bare. How would Kingpin know you had a kid when I did? Someone asks. He has extensive files on all of us. He's digging. He's out to get us as much as we were out to get him. Matt points a finger at the broken man. And now he's gotten to us, through you. He grabs Danny by the collar again, his rage returning. And you told him our plan. And you told him about Moon Knight, and you had Moon Knight killed. We don't know he's dead, Shanghai interjects. Danny Rand continues his tragic tale. I have a kid with a girl named Colleen. Kingpin found out, had some goons visit her daycare. They pinned a note on her for me to come see him. Matt turns his attention to Strange. You told him my name. Spider-Man looks at Matt, his fear and betrayal evident. Did you tell him my name? Danny Rand looks up, his face filled with shame. I don't know your name. You didn't tell him my name? Matt looks at the kid. I don't know it, but I'll tell Yao who wants you worst of all. The heroes stand together on the roof, the burning city behind them a backdrop to their shared tragedy. Shang, my daughter, Danny cries out. Shang, he bellows as he turns away from the others, his spirit truly broken. He looks back at his friends one last time. So kill me, beat me up, I won't stop you. He looks at Daredevil, his eyes full of a strange sort of peace. I won't stop you. Later that night, the Kingpin stands in his dark penthouse, a massive shadow against the window. He didn't kill you, someone asks. I would have killed you. Danny Rand responds quietly, no, he gave me another chance. Fisk turns toward him, yeah. He wanted me to come here and distract you, Danny explains. Fisk's expression hardens as he listens to the plan. Strange's magic reveals a new scene in the past. Daredevil said, he said you took something from him, you took his home. He said he was going to take away yours. Fisk looks out the window, his mind already spinning with new threats. What? Is he going to blow up the building? Suddenly, footsteps echo in the hallway as Fisk's security detail rushes toward his private chambers. Tum 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 goes the sound of their heavy boots. Follow him, back him up, one goon screams. Foom 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 goes the sound of their rapid movement. Fisk burst into his bedroom, his face a mask of primal fear as he sees his most precious secret under threat. He sees the open balcony door, the city lights reflecting off the empty space where his security should be. He rushes toward his bed, his eyes widening as he sees a red-clad figure standing over his wife. Daredevil holds the unconscious Vanessa Fisk in his arms, his hands tight around her neck. I know all about your wife, her mystery coma. I have a theory about it, too. Could it be that she realized what a horror you are, and her brain just shut down? Fisk stands in the doorway, his arrogance replaced by raw, naked panic. Stop. Matt Murdock's voice is like a cold wind. Or what? You ruined me, you pushed me to this. I could snap her neck, I could do it before you even get halfway to me. Fisk's voice is a whisper. I believe you. Finally, you're finally scared, Matt snarls, the power dynamic having shifted completely. Fisk tries to regain his composure. So figure we're done here. Matt Murdock delivers his final demand. I have to kill you now. You know who I am, I have to kill you. Suddenly, a web line shoots from the window, pulling the hero away from his target. You don't. Spider-Man drops onto the bed, separating the two men. Kid, I told you to go home, Matt yells. I don't ever do what you tell me Tohi start now. Kid, I can't let you do this, man. This is it. Can't you see that? This is it. Spider-Man tries to appeal to Matt's better nature. I know this feeling. You've got nothing to lose, you think you have nothing to lose. But I'm telling you, everything you've done, till now, it doesn't matter. This is when you find out if you really are who you think you are. He looks at the Kingpin, then back at his friend. And, hey, let me tell you, you're mean and you are crazy, but you're not this guy. He's going to kill my friends and family, Matt shouts back. Spider-Man points a finger at the unconscious woman. And you're not him, and that is a sick, helpless woman, Matt sneers. A sick, helpless woman who married him, so how much of an angel do you think she really is? Fisk watches the argument with a mix of fear and relief, his world beginning to crumble around him. Spider-Man begins his own confession, his voice heavy with the memory of Uncle Ben. A guy killed my uncle. A guy killed him right in my own home, and I went after him. I went to kill him, and I had him, and no one would have ever known, just me. But I didn't do it, and for all the stupid stuff I've done and said, I know who I am, because at that moment, right then, I did the right thing. He looks Matt in the eye. I'm a big fan of yours, you know that, and I hate this fat tub of fatty with every fiber of my being, and I am telling you, if you do this, it's over. You can't take it back. Fisk's security detail fills the doorway, their guns drawn as they watch the drama unfold. The Kingpin looks at them, then back at the heroes. It's the only thing he'll understand. Please. Fisk stands before them, his pride finally shattered. It was just business. Don't make it personal. Spider-Man looks at Matt, waiting for his decision. Boy, you really don't know when to not talk. Matt delivers his ultimatum to the Kingpin. You leave the country, tonight, for good. Get in your chopper and take your blood money and you never come back. Spider-Man is stunned by the move. No, you're right. Without evidence, without witnesses to a crime, it would be an empty gesture. He looks at Fisk. Give yourself up. He won't do that, Matt notes. Fisk looks at them with a hollow expression. What do you want? Tell me what you want. Spider-Man delivers his final threat. And you know what? If you don't, and if anything happens to him, I sick Nick Fury on you, and you know I can. You can? Fisk asks, clearly rattled. Matt Murdock delivers the final blow. You leave. He looks Fisk in the eye, just like you did the last time your world came crashing down. Yeah, you leave, take her and you leave, Spider-Man adds. Matt looks back at the broken Kingpin one last time. I absolutely can, and he knows it. Hours later, the city is waking up to a different kind of news. Listen to me, Captain. I say we go down there and a police officer says to his superior. And what? Arrest the Fantastic Four? Yes. Suddenly, the station doors swing open and a battered figure in a tattered costume limps into the room. Oh my God, someone screams. Moon Knight stands in the center of the station, the fluorescent lights reflecting off his blood-stained mask. Whoa, Nellie, he's unarmed, an officer shouts. You jumpy percenters. The room falls into a stunned silence as the hero begins to speak. The Kingpin? An officer asks in disbelief. Moon Knight unmasks himself, revealing the face of Mark Spector. My name Isis Mark Spector, and Stephen Grant, and Moon Knight. Voice is steady as he delivers his testimony. The Kingpin Wilson Fisk beat me and had me shot. Wilson Fisk tried to kill me tonight. The news spreads like wildfire through the city. I just don't understand your surrendering. You're leaving town. Then who's going to? Fisk is in the back of a luxury car, his face a mask of pure fury. I'm getting my Vanessa out of this country, like I should have done a year ago. He looks at his driver, his eyes filled with hate. And while I'm gone, you'll have Murdock killed, in his sleep on the courthouse steps. I don't care. I want that Dr. Strange's hands broken. The threats continue, each one more horrific than the last. And I want you to blow up that high school Spider-Man goes to, and I want you to blow it up while class is in session. The driver looks back in horror. I know you're mad, but a school full of children. Fisk leans in, his face mere inches from the driver's, while class is in session. The car arrives at a private hangar where a jet is waiting. You hire the best guys out there. I want the pros. I want this done with precision. I understand. Fisk steps out of the car, his anger boiling over. They came into my home, they touched my wife, I understand. What's that? Suddenly, the hangar is flooded with the red and blue lights of a dozen police cars. The officers step out with their weapons drawn. Wilson Fisk, one shouts. Yes, Fisk asks, his confidence finally beginning to waver. The lead officer steps forward, his face illuminated by the flashing lights. You're under arrest. Fisk stands in shock as the handcuffs are snapped onto his wrists. For what? Attempted murder. Who did I murder? Stephen Grant, a.k.a. Mark Spector. I don't know who that is. Moon Knight. What? I don't know who that is. Well, he knows who you are. You're under arrest. Wait, he's still alive. Under the golden glow of a Queen's afternoon, Peter Parker gestures toward the modest yellow house. Ta-da! Well, there it is, Aunt May. A brand spankin' new Parker home in the lovely and completely underrated Forest Hills, Queens, he announces with a grin. Aunt May looks up at the restored structure, her face unreadable. That is so odd, she whispers. Peter tilts his head, confused. What? Inside the pristine kitchen, the weight of their new reality starts to settle in. They fixed everything. They fixed the broken shutter, May observes. Peter shrugs. Was it broken? He asks. May looks at him pointedly. You were supposed to fix it. Peter tries to play it off. With what? May smiles softly. They must really like you. Peter leans against the counter, a shadow of bitterness crossing his face. If they liked me, they wouldn't have helped trash our house to begin with, he mutters. May turns to him. And who are they, exactly? Peter sighs. Oh, SHIELD, Supreme Head of something. I have no idea what it stands for, but May cuts him off, inspecting the walls. Oh my God, this is a terrible color. Peter opens a pantry door, and his eyes widen at the bounty inside. Holy crap, they packed the place full of food, he exclaims. May frowns. Language. Peter looks back, feeling the shift in the air. Sorry, he says quietly. May meets his gaze, her expression turning serious. So, we should talk. Peter stares into the open cabinet, his heart beginning to race. Yeah, I guess, he replies, the weight of the coming conversation pressing down on him. They sit at the small wooden table, the silence stretching between them. Sit, May commands gently. The tension is thick enough to choke on as they face each other. I was hoping it would just come naturally, but it's just hanging there. Over our heads, Peter admits, glancing down at the yellow tablecloth. May nods. Yeah. May doesn't blink as she delivers the question that changes everything. So, you're Spider-Man. Peter looks her straight in the eye, finally letting the mask slip away. Yep. May reaches up to touch her neck, trying to process the impossible. A spider bit you and gave you spider powers, she repeats, testing the words. Peter leans forward. Yeah, well, it was a genetically altered spider. May shakes her head, her voice trembling. I thought maybe I didn't hear you right in all of the chaos of the night. Peter reaches out. Oh, yeah, you heard me. Spider powers from a spider. May takes his hand in hers, her grip tight and desperate. Oh, the spider that bit you on that field trip, when we had to go to the hospital. Peter nods, the memory vivid and painful. Yes. May's eyes flash with a mix of fear and anger. And they couldn't figure this out at the hospital. Peter looks down, his voice dropping to a low murmur. Norman Osborn made some wacky drug and put it in a spider. The spider bit me. The name hangs in the air like a curse. May stares out the window. Norman Osborn, Peter exhales. Yes. May's jaw tightens. It's always something with Norman Osborn, Peter agrees. Yes. May's voice is filled with venom. That snake. Peter leans in, desperate to make her understand. Yes, well. Then he tried to do it to himself, and he turned into this green goblin-y thing. May gasps, her hand flying to her mouth. Then he turned Harry into this orange goblin-y thing. She looks at Peter with a mixture of horror and betrayal. Oh my God, and that's why he's been in our lives? Peter simply says, yes. May's voice cracks with emotion. That you should have told me. Peter's expression softens as he looks at his aunt. By the time I knew what was going on, he was taken away. It was all over. He looks away, his thoughts drifting to his old friend. Poor Harry though, huh? I really miss him. May leans closer, her eyes searching his. Did you have a fight with him? Peter's face hardens. Yeah, both of them, I hated it. But Norman, he's kind of obsessed with me. May's voice is tight with concern. And you fight, you beat people up. She looks away, the reality of her nephew's life sinking in. But still, the violence. Peter meets her gaze with a weary, ancient look. There's bad people out there. I wish there weren't, but there are. May stares back at him, her heart aching. You know, you have to finish high school. Peter gives a small, sad smile. I know. May's voice is firm. You have to, it's so important. Peter nods again. I know. Aunt May leans forward, the light catching her white hair. After that, you'll be an adult, and then it's up to you whether you. Peter interrupts her, his voice brimming with conviction. Aunt May, I'm going to high school, I never miss a day. Almost. I'm going to go to college, and I'm going to be a genetic and chemical engineer, and I'm probably going to get a doctorate in both fields. May finishes his thought, her voice a whisper, all the while being Spider-Man. Peter looks at her with an expression of quiet determination. I kind of have to. May's eyes are wide and questioning. Why do you have to? Peter looks her straight in the eye, reciting the lesson he learned at the highest possible cost. Because with great power, there must also come great responsibility. The air in the room feels like it's been vacuumed out. Peter continues softly. I know, he said it to me, just before he died actually. May sits back, the weight of his confession pressing her into the chair. She stares at him, truly seeing him for the first time in a long while. Peter's face crumbles, the grief he's been carrying for a year finally breaking through the surface. He looks down at his hands, his voice trembling with a year's worth of guilt. Aunt May, it's my fault Uncle Ben died. May looks at him. her eyes wide with shock and confusion as he covers his face with his hands. Peter looks up, his eyes bloodshot and pleading. The guy who killed him, I saw the same guy that night, robbing and I didn't stop him. He was right there, but I let him go. He clenches his fists, the memory of that fateful night burning in his mind. The next thing he does is kill Uncle Ben. He shot him, and I didn't stop him, so easily. I could have stopped him. I could have. May stares at him, her mouth slightly agape, unable to find the words to comfort the boy she loves. A single tear tracks down Peter's cheek as he relives the moment his world ended. They sit in the silence of their new home, two souls bound by shared tragedy and a secret that has finally been spoken. May looks down, her heart heavy. May looks back up, her voice regaining some of its strength. And that's why you're Spider-Man? Because, Peter nods solemnly. Because with great power. May takes a deep breath, trying to process the magnitude of his guilt. Because you think it's your fault Uncle Ben was shot and killed? Peter looks at her with absolute certainty. I could have stopped him. May shakes her head, her voice firm. A man kills Uncle Ben. He pulled the trigger, not you, not me, one person, that man. Peter clutches his head, the logic of her words failing to penetrate his grief. No, you don't understand. I just was right there. May reaches across the table to take his hands. Sweetie, I've been in therapy about this all year. I blamed myself for it too. I wanted to buy that house. Your uncle did not. If we weren't in that house, if we bought the one Ben wanted, he'd probably still be here. But that's not what happened, and it's not true. Peter looks up at her, his eyes filled with a desperate hope. I know. I just can't help how I feel. And I do what I do because I have to. But Uncle Ben, I think he would love it. May smiles softly, a look of pure love in her eyes. He would. Peter's voice is a whisper. He would, right? May looks down, her voice steady. He would. Peter closes his eyes, a small sense of peace finally settling over him. May takes another breath, her tone shifting to practical concerns. Okay. How do you find these people you beat up? Which I don't approve of, by the way. Where did that costume come from? How do you shoot web things? Peter walks around the table, his movements more energized. Originally, I got the costume so I could try and make some money on the pro wrestling circuit. May gasps. What? Peter shrugs. I know. It sounded like a good idea at the time. I like the costume. You can't tell who I am. He moves to the fridge, grabbing a bottle of green tea. You can't tell anything about me. I can wear it under my clothes. May looks surprised. And you made it? Peter shakes his head. MJ made the one I wear now. May's eyes go wide. Her you told? Peter looks back at her. Not a diss on you, and she's okay with it? Is she okay with it? How does she handle it? Peter sighs. We break up, we get back together. Norman Osborn threw her off a bridge. May stares at him, the weight of the danger he puts himself and others in hitting home. What? And that's why I didn't want to tell you. It puts you in danger. It makes you an accomplice. I didn't want to make the same mistake I made with her with you, and when I finally did tell you, you keeled over. May looks back at him with a pointed stare. I keeled over because your father and Gwen Stacy came back from the dead and people were shooting at the house. Peter rubs the back of his neck, feeling the logic of her statement. Well, true, but still. By the way, those weren't really them. May covers her face with her hand, the stress of the day finally catching up to her. This conversation, I'm nervous. Peter steps closer to her, his voice soft. Maybe we should stop for a while and let you. May shakes her head. No, I'm just excited. I have to tell you, this is such a relief. It's like the world's gone Toto full color. Now I see everything. Now I see how everything is connected. May looks at him, her eyes bright. You don't know this, but I was kind of obsessed with why this Spider-Man was so close to my life. Why was Spider-Man always in this neighborhood? Why was Spider-Man there when Ben died? Why is he at your school? And now I see it's no mystery, it's just how unbelievably careless you are. Peter looks down, his expression sheepish. It's not careless, it's just crazy stuff happens all the time. May's voice rises with concern. People come to your school looking for Spider-Man, someone's going to get hurt. Peter looks her in the eye. I know, not if I can help it. May's eyes search his face, looking for the boy she used to know. How do you do this? Tell me how you go from little Peter Parker to this Spider-Man. How do you know when to be Spider-Man? Suddenly, the scene shifts to the bustling streets of New York. High above the traffic, Spider-Man swings between the skyscrapers, a backpack strapped to his back. Peter's voice continues in a monologue to May. Well, I can tell you what happened today. May's voice responds in his memory. Today? You were being Spider-Man today before you came and got me from the hospital? Peter's voice is sheepish. Well, yeah. The scene shifts to the chaotic newsroom of the Daily Bugle. I thought you were working, May exclaims. Peter's voice explains, I was at the Daily Bugle, you've seen my paycheck. I do work there and it's a great job, I love it there. Peter continues his explanation as he navigates the office. There's always something really intense going on. And Dan's smart people arguing about morals and ethics and integrity that most of them feel they have to not live by, or the paper will fold. I love it there. I'm serious. If it wasn't for science, I so could see myself being a journalist. May's voice is hopeful. Maybe you will be one. Peter's voice continues, maybe, but the other thing I love about that place is that it's this hub of information for me. Anything going on in the city, anything, and the paper knows about it in 2 seconds. Back on the streets, sirens blare as police cars race through the city. Peter's voice lists the threats. A bank robbery, a monster tearing up Times Square, vampires. May's voice gasps. Vampires? Peter's voice continues. Whatever is going on, I know all about it. Spider-Man swings toward the chaos, blending in with the frenzy of the city. And the place is so huge that I can sneak out and try to do something to help without anyone really ever noticing I'm gone. Most of the time, I get there before the cops. And a lot of the time, I'm in and out of there before the reporter, who got assigned the story, can even physically get across town to get to it. The action shifts to a high-tech industrial complex. Spider-Man crashes through a large window, glass shattering in every direction. Today's adventure was about someone flipping out in an industrial complex, and there were hostages and all kinds of bedlam of some sort. But what caught my ear about this was it was happening at Roxxon Industries. Spider-Man's eyes narrow through his mask. What's Roxxon Industries? May asks. Peter's voice is grim. Exactly. They're a pharmacological industrial conglomerate complex, and every 4th time I've had to put my costume on in the last 5 months, it's been about them. Spider-Man takes in the scene of destruction. Either someone's trying to assassinate the guy who owns Roxxon, or a big, flying birdman is trying to blow up Roxxon, or some silver lady gets hired by Roxxon to find me. It's all this Roxxon stuff, and I don't know why. He looks at the carnage, his voice filled with frustration. I don't know what's going on or who exactly is involved. All I know is that this Roxxon company is always at the center of shenanigans. May's voice is curious. What do you think it is? Peter's voice answers. I think that the rich people who own Roxxon are up to shenanigans and getting away with it because everyone is so focused on Norman Osborn and Otto Octavius that no one is paying attention to Roxxon. Spider-Man surveys the wreckage of the laboratory. Or Roxxon paid a bunch of people to look the other way, or that Roxxon is in cahoots with our government and getting a free pass. But what matters is they're up to shenanigans and people are getting hurt. By the time I got across town, it was already bedlam there, chaos. Cops, fire trucks, people screaming. The media was blocks away. I didn't know what I was diving into, but I knew there were people in their end. In the center of the room, a strange, white figure covered in black spots is wreaking havoc. Peter's voice is filled with awe. Honestly, I didn't know what I was looking at. May's voice is anxious. What happened? Peter's voice continues. Well, first the place was just trashed. People were screaming. The figure lashes out, knocking over heavy equipment. Peter's voice is pained. And in the middle of this gorgeous, high-tech laboratory that was so trashed it hurt my young scientist heart was this guy who was made out off floating black and white. May's voice is confused. I don't understand. Peter's voice continues. I don't know how else to describe it. There were these floating spots of black all over his body, and his body seemed I don't think he was wearing clothes. The figure moves with an unsettling, fluid grace. All white, chalk white, with black spots cascading and moving over him and into each other like a human lava lamp kind of thing. It was freaky. He was a man made up of spots. May's voice is judgmental. So you just hit him? Peter's voice defends himself. Well, no, first I tried asking him what was up, but my spider sense went off. May's voice is curious. Spider sense? Peter's voice explains. Oh yeah, I have a sense. Buzzing it warns me there's danger. It helps me dive out of harm's way. And it went off, which meant game on. So I tried to put a stop to it before it all went crazier. Spider-Man lunges at the figure, his fist aimed at the white surface. And May's voice prompts. Peter's voice responds, and that's when things got crazier. Spider-Man's punch passes right through a black spot as if it weren't there. These black spots. He controlled them and they seem to be maybe little black holes, or little doors of antimatter, or little. Spider-Man is caught off guard as the figure moves in a way that defies physics. I don't know, could toss black spots onto things and push objects and himself through them. May's voice is overwhelmed. I can't even fathom what you're talking about. Peter's voice is patient. I know, that's my point. Spider-Man tries to regain his balance as the battle continues. You'd need to be a genius doctor of particle physics to even know the terms that describe what was happening and how they defied all of those terms and laws. May's voice is repetitive. Black spots. Peter's voice continues. I'm standing here and he's standing all the way over there, and I'm trying to find out what is happening, and all of a sudden I'm being punched in the back of the head. By him. Spider-Man is sent reeling by an invisible blow. May's voice is shocked. What? Peter's voice confirms. Yes, by the same guy, he's over there, and he's punching me like he's standing right behind me. I was getting vertigo from it. Spider-Man tries to track the figure's movements, but they are unpredictable. Like, the brain's not used to seeing things like this. It doesn't know how to register it. Spider-Man dodges another portal-assisted attack. But your spider sense, May's voice prompts. Peter's voice replies, tells me I'm in danger. It doesn't tell me exactly what I'm in danger from. Spider-Man is knocked back as the figure lands a solid hit. So he was hitting you just for trying to help him, May's voice says with concern. Spider-Man gets back to his feet, his jaw set. To be fair, he doesn't know what I am, either, and it didn't look like he wanted help. And I wasn't so much trying to help him as to stop him from maybe hurting the people in there. Spider-Man swings through a portal, his surroundings shifting in a blur. But still, how did he get that way with the black spots? May's voice asks. Peter's voice answers, I asked. He kicked me. Spider-Man is sent flying out of another portal. So you have no idea what this was about even? May's voice observes. Peter's voice continues. Well, at first I didn't, but there was this nice, terrified lab assistant under one of the tables who kept yelling out things like. Spider-Man lands a punch on the figure, but it seems to have little effect. Frank, please, it was an accident. We would never have done this to you on purpose. Please, let's think about the scientific ramifications of blah blah blah. So basically they did this to him, or he did it to himself by accident. Spider-Man dodges another portal as the chaos intensifies. Either way, he was freaking out. People were in danger. Spider-Man manages to knock the figure down, but more portals appear. So you beat him up, May's voice concludes. Spider-Man prepares for the final showdown. And as usual, the cops barged in, pulled their guns on me, and I ran away. Spider-Man is surrounded by police officers with their guns drawn. May's voice is indignant. Why do they pull their guns on you? Peter's voice explains. Because everyone is freaked out, and I'm there in a costume and hey. May's voice is shocked. That happens all the time. Peter's voice is matter of fact. That happens every time. May's voice is incredulous. They shoot at you. Peter's voice is calm. Listen, I'm not trying to upset you. May's voice is filled with worry. They shoot at you? You save them and they shoot at you? Peter's voice tries to de-escalate. Let's save that part of it for another time. The point is there was this guy who defied all laws of physical space who almost pulled me into a black hole of an abyss. May's voice is overwhelmed. This is all. What does it all mean? Back in the quiet kitchen, Peter looks at his aunt, the thrill of the fight replaced by a deeper concern. See, that's the question. At first it's just, there are people in danger. Be the hero, but I think maybe it does mean something more, something big. He looks off into the distance, his voice filled with a sense of impending change. Spiderman, Iron Man, goblins and punishers, mutants, daredevils and electros. It all happened so fast. First there were no super people. And now there's like 100, and a new one pops up almost every day. May looks at him, her brow furrowed in thought. Why now, what for, accident, coincidence, something is happening. Peter leans forward, his voice low and intense. Someone in my class brought this up. He was almost joking using Ghostbusters as his reference point, but it really got under my skin. Maybe it means something, maybe it means something bigger is coming, maybe something's about to happen. He rubs the back of his neck, the uncertainty of the future weighing on him. I don't know, maybe I'm too close to it to see it. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe this is just the way the world is now. But if there is something bigger, I just feel that until it reveals itself, the least I can do is help as many people as I can. Help people just get home at the end of the day. Does that make any sense? May looks at him, a flicker of pride in her eyes. Kind of. Peter watches her, waiting for her final verdict. What are you thinking? May takes a long, slow breath, her gaze never leaving his. Everyone else has to worry about their kids drinking, doing drugs, stealing a car. There's no precedent for what I'm going to have to worry about. Because there's nothing, really, I can do to stop you from doing this. Peter looks at her with a mix of surprise and relief. You want to stop me? May's voice is thick with emotion. I don't want you to get hurt. Peter gives a small, reassuring smile. I don't want to get hurt either. May looks away, her voice regaining its resolve. But I know it's good, what you're doing. Peter looks at her with wide eyes. You do. May meets his gaze, her expression firm and clear. I do. She continues, her voice filled with a mother's fierce love. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, turning on a TV and seeing you in trouble, or hearing all the bad things people say about you. Peter watches her, his heart filled with gratitude. But, and here's the most important thing, May adds. May's voice is stern as she gives her first condition. You can't tell anyone, Peter nods. I know, May leans in, anyone. She continues with her list. Not your therapist, not your friend, not this guy you're seeing, who I don't even know who he is. Peter looks back at her. Can I talk about it with MJ? May shakes her head. Not in front of anyone. Peter looks down, his voice heavy with guilt. There are people with money who want me dead. How did Gwen Stacy die? Peter's voice is low. The way I said, something came here looking for me and she was just there, and it haunts me. May looks at him, her eyes filled with sympathy. This is going to be hard. Peter's voice is small and vulnerable. It is, and by not telling you I was trying to spare you, all of it, so, if you want me to go, I'll go. May looks at him, her heart breaking. And eventually, something's coming here looking for me. May's eyes go wide. What? Peter continues. You told me before you had your attack. You told me to go. I know we're all calm now, but... May's voice is sharp with surprise. I can't tell, Miles, Peter asks. May looks at him. Who? Peter continues. The man I'm seeing, as you put it. Peter shakes his head. On your 10th wedding anniversary, you can tell him. May smiles sadly. I hate to be dishonest. Peter's voice is low. I know. May looks at him, her eyes filled with love. Peter. Peter's voice is thick with emotion. I know we're all calm now and everything, but you didn't ask for this. And you gave me so much. If you don't want this in your life, I'll leave. May's voice is firm and loving. And go where? Peter shrugs. I have a job, I'll figure it out. May reaches out to touch his face, her touch gentle and warm. Peter, I love you, you are my son. In my wildest dreams, I couldn't even imagine that you would have grown up to be this good of a person. She continues, her voice filled with a parent's pride. You are the best parts of your father, your mother, and my Ben, all rolled up into one amazing person. Peter looks at her with a mix of gratitude and love. And you, I'm part you too. May pulls him into a tight hug, her voice filled with emotion. You stay here, and you grow up. I don't want to miss a minute of it. Peter buries his face in her shoulder, a single tear falling from his eye. May closes her eyes, a look of peace and contentment finally washing over her. They pull apart, the weight of the secret finally lifted. Come here, May says softly. May smiles at him, her voice returning to its normal, practical tone. Okay, I have a million more questions, but I'm going to go lie down. Sure, I'll wake you for dinner. Peter's voice is light and hopeful as he heads out the door. "What are you going to?" May asks. Peter replies with a grin, "I don't know, go to MJ's, do some homework. I'm sure I'll find something to do." High above the city, Spider-Man swings through the air, his movements fluid and purposeful. The sun is setting, casting a golden glow over the skyline. "I'm sure I'll find something to do," he repeats to himself, a sense of newfound purpose fueling his flight. Suddenly, the peace is shattered by the sound of screeching tires and blaring sirens. A high-speed chase is underway on the streets below. A black Hummer races through traffic, pursued by a fleet of police cars. "Queens, lunch hour," a narrator observes as the chaos unfolds. A man in a trench coat and goggles, known as the Shocker, leans out of the sunroof of the Hummer, firing a high-tech weapon at the pursuing police. "Drive faster, please," he shouts to the driver. The driver, a large man in a blue beanie, yells back, "You know what? Go to hell, Shocker." The Shocker fires his weapon again, sending a powerful blast of energy toward the police cars. "VZZZayat, VZZZayat," the weapon hums. "You promised me this wouldn't happen," the driver screams. The Shocker replies with a manic grin, "Hey, I got us this far, didn't I?" One of the police cars is sent flying into the air by the blast, its sirens still blaring. "We you oh 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 you," the siren wails. "Hey, I got one. I got one too," the Shocker exclaims. Suddenly, Spider-Man drops down from above, his foot connecting with the Shocker's face. "Spock," the impact sounds. "Aw, but mine's a big tool," Spider-Man jokes as he disarms the villain. "Ugh," the Shocker cries out in pain. The driver of the Hummer looks up in horror as Spider-Man lands on the roof. "Holy," he exclaims, his eyes wide with terror. The Shocker's weapon is sent flying through the air, clanging against the pavement. Clang, the sound echoes through the street. The driver loses control of the Hummer as it careens through the streets. WZZZot, another energy blast fires off, hitting a nearby police car. The car flips over, crashing into a parked vehicle. Boom, crash, scree. The sounds of the collision fill the air. Spider-Man tries to regain his balance as the Hummer swerves wildly. "Uh-oh," he mutters, seeing a crowd of people in the path of the vehicle. A police officer watches in horror from inside his cruiser as the Hummer crashes into a line of parked cars. "Holy boom, smash," he shouts as the impact sends debris flying in every direction. The scene is one of pure chaos. People run for their lives, their faces filled with terror. "Oh my aye," someone screams as the Hummer comes to a screeching halt. Spider-Man looks down at the wreckage, his expression grim. "Sorry, that was kind of my fault," he calls out to the crowd. He uses his webbing to secure the overturned police car, trying to minimize the damage. The driver of the Hummer sits dazed in the front seat, the airbags having deployed. "Oh man, oh man, oh man," he groans, his head resting against the steering wheel. Scree! The tires of a nearby car screech as it avoids the wreckage. The driver looks out the window, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and regret. "Should have killed the Shocker and taken the costume and did this he mutters to himself. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a black and blue costume appears in the middle of the street. She has long brown hair and a silver mask that covers her eyes. She stands with her hands on her hips, her expression confident and unyielding. The Hummer speeds past her, its engine roaring. "Verowamum, ah!" The sound of the engine echoes through the street. The mysterious figure remains unmoved as the vehicle passes by. The Hummer comes to a sudden stop, its tires screeching against the pavement. "Ka-chunk!" The sound of the vehicle's suspension settling fills the air. Smoke billows from the engine as the driver looks out in confusion. The driver's head hits the steering wheel as the vehicle comes to a halt. Thump! The sound of the impact echoes through the cab. The driver groans in pain, his face buried in the steering wheel. Spider-Man swings down from above, landing next to the mysterious figure. "Kitty? Hey, nice, thanks," he says with a grin. The figure Kitty Pryde looks at him with a smirk. "What did you just do there?" she asks. Kitty looks at her hands, her expression thoughtful. "Oh, my mutant phasing power knocks out machinery and computer stuff," she explains. Spider-Man nods. "Oh yeah, some computer stuff." They walk down the street together, the chaos of the fight slowly fading. "And you were just in the neighborhood?" Spider-Man asks. Kitty shrugs. "My mom works right over there. I was dropping off a docent matter." "New costume?" "Yeah." A group of police officers approaches them, their guns holstered. "Thanks for the team-up," one of them says. Spider-Man shakes his head. "I wasn't teaming up. I was here. There was trouble. I had the costume." Kitty looks at Spider-Man, her expression unreadable. "Well, it's nice that you're doing superhero stuff again." Spider-Man looks back at her. "What else am I going to do?" Kitty sighs. "You're still mad at me." Spider-Man looks away, the tension between them thick. "Geez, you seem mad." Kitty looks at him pointedly. "I'm not having this conversation here." Spider-Man starts to say something. Kitty cuts him off. "Don't." The scene shifts to a dark and cavernous space. A massive, hairy monster with sharp fangs and glowing eyes looms over a group of people. "Hey, okay, the cops are here, we got to go," Spider-Man's voice calls out from the distance. Kitty's voice replies, "So go." Spider-Man asks, "You, want a lift back to school?" Kitty responds firmly, "I'll get back myself, you sure, please." The monster lets out a terrifying roar, its mouth wide open to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. "You arg!" it screams, its voice echoing through the darkness. Spider-Man swings through the air, his movements a blur of red and blue. The monster lunges at Spider-Man, its massive claws reaching out to grab him. "MJ, please, please," someone screams in the background. Spider-Man dodges the monster's attack, his movements agile and quick. The monster's claws close around Spider-Man, pinning him to the ground. "Ms. Watson!" a voice cries out in terror. Spider-Man struggles against the monster's grip, his face filled with determination. Suddenly, the scene shifts back to reality. Mary Jane Watson is sitting in a classroom, her head resting on her desk. She looks up, her eyes wide with shock. "Ms. Watson?" the teacher repeats. "Yeah," MJ replies, her voice groggy. The teacher looks at her with a disapproving frown. "Miss Watson, sleep at home, as I was saying." She continues her lecture. The rest of the class looks on, some with amusement and others with indifference. MJ rubs her forehead, her face pale and sweaty. "This project is not like any other you've ever had to do, but it's a big part of your grade," the teacher explains. MJ looks at the rest of the class, her thoughts still occupied by her dream. The teacher looks toward the back of the room. "So pay very close, Mr. Parker," she calls out. Peter Parker is standing in the doorway, his hair disheveled and his expression sheepish. The teacher crosses her arms, her expression stern. "Mr. Parker, class started 15 minutes ago," she scolds him. Peter looks down, his face flushed. "I was in the bathroom." 15 minutes ago," the teacher repeats. Peter sighs. "I was feeling, sit down," the teacher commands. Peter walks to his seat, his head down. He bumps into Kitty Pryde as she enters the room. "Oof, oh, sorry," he mutters. Kitty looks at him with a smirk. "Whatever," she says softly. The rest of the class watches them with interest. "Ooh-oh," someone calls out. "Look who's coming into class together. Louvre, exciting and new," another student sings out. Peter and Kitty ignore the comments as they take their seats. The teacher slams her book down on her desk. "Wham!" the sound echoes through the room. "Stop it!" she shouts, her voice commanding attention. The class quickly falls silent. The teacher looks at Kitty, her expression serious. "Miss Pryde, you're new here. The bell means class has started. The bell means you get in here and you sit." Kitty nods. "Yes, ma'am, so sit." The teacher looks back at the rest of the class. "As I was saying, this is and will be a big part of your grade for the semester. So congratulations, kids, you're all parents now." The teacher holds up a robotic baby, its mechanical eyes staring back at the class. "You will be split into pairs, into couples, and you will be caring for this baby. You will make a comprehensive log of your actions for the next 3 weeks. This baby never leaves your person. This baby never leaves your sight." The class looks at the robotic babies with a mixture of amusement and apprehension. "You can take turns or you can do it together, but this baby is your baby. For 3 weeks, you will feed, clothe, and change the baby. This baby needs your love and care." The teacher begins assigning partners. "Peter and Kitty," she announces. Peter and Kitty look at each other with a mixture of surprise and awkwardness. Kitty starts to say something. Oh, I'm sorry, does anyone have any problems or concerns with their assigned partners? The teacher asks. The teacher continues the list. If you say so, MJ and Brad. MJ looks at Brad with a mix of indifference and annoyance. She mutters. Brad looks at her with a smirk. Flash Thompson raises his hand, his expression mocking. Flash and me, it's a boy. Kenny Kong McFarlane looks at him with a grin. Kenny and Izzy, we're both dudes. The teacher looks at them with a cold stare. Do not lose this baby. Do not damage this baby. This baby is school property, and if you lose it, you will have to pay much to many $100s to replace it, and you will fail. I have put you into couples. These are not up for debate. The teacher meets Flash's gaze, her expression unyielding. Then know this, I do not care. Peter and Kitty look at each other, their faces filled with a sense of impending dread. The scene shifts to a high-tech facility, its modern architecture gleaming in the afternoon sun. The Triskelion SHIELD headquarters, a narrator explains. Construction crews are hard at work, repairing the damage from a recent attack. Inside the facility, Carol Danvers, the new director of SHIELD, walks down a long hallway. She is accompanied by a group of soldiers in blue uniforms. Captain Danvers, at ease, so what's the problem? She asks. A soldier leads the way down a dimly lit hallway. Well, we need to move some of the visitors we have down here. Carol looks at him with a frown. How many? All of them. All of who? Carol asks. The soldier looks at her with a serious expression. Ma'am, the structure of the building is not sound. We need to do massive repairs, and with the people we have here, Carol sighs. Oh man, we need to make some sort of schedule and see if the ultimates will be available for detail. They arrive at a heavy security door. Carol looks at the monitor. Is this him? She asks. This is, the soldier replies. I've never met him. What does he want? Carol asks. He wants to talk to Nick Fury. Well, Nick Fury isn't here. Yeah, we know, the soldier mutters. Carol stares at the monitor, her expression unreadable. Do I have to talk to him? She asks. Fury ain't here, ma'am. Could you put on an eye patch and pretend to be Fury and you talk to him? One of the soldiers jokes. I think he'd see through that, Carol replies with a smirk. Yeah, all right, open it up. The security door slides open, revealing a sparse and heavily guarded cell. Norman Osborn is sitting on his cot, his head bowed. He looks up as Carol enters. Norman Osborn, she says. Who are you? Osborn asks. I'm Captain Carol Danvers. What can I do for you, Mr. Osborn? Osborn looks at her with a cold, intense gaze. I want to talk to Fury. Carol shakes her head. Fury's not here. What can I do for you? Where is he? Osborn asks. Carol looks at him with a steady gaze. Not here. Osborn's voice is low and menacing. I need to talk to him. Carol crosses her arms, her expression unyielding. What can I do for you, Osborn? We're very busy. Osborn looks at her with a small, chilling smile. I'm ready to make my deal. Carol looks at him with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Oh, great. What deal is that exactly? Osborn leans back on his cot, his eyes filled with a manic light. Fury offered me a deal. He offered me some privileges in return for my scientific cooperation. Carol looks at him with a frown. Scientific cooperation. Osborn points to his head. My acumen, my formulas, my brain. He wants my brain. Carol looks at him with a skeptically raised eyebrow. In return for favors, what kind of favors are you looking for? Osborn's voice is filled with a rare moment of vulnerability. I want to see my son. Carol looks at him with a mix of surprise and pity. Harry. Osborn nods, his expression determined. Where is he? Is he in this place? Where am I exactly? Carol shakes her head. That's confidential. Osborn's voice is filled with a desperate intensity. I'm willing to play ball. I'm willing to take the deal. Carol looks at him with a cold, unyielding gaze. Well, thanks, but I'm going to have to pass. Osborn's expression shifts to one of cold fury. Just get me Fury, you cow. Carol doesn't blink. You might have missed this part of the conversation, but Fury ain't here. Osborn's voice is filled with a chilling menace. But I'm willing to make the deal. This thighs is a complete waste of time, sitting here. Carol looks at him with a small, triumphant smile. Well, guess you should have thought of that before you turned yourself into a goblin and killed people. Osborne's eyes narrow as he stares at her through the security glass. "Woman," he spits out, his voice filled with hatred. Carol turns away, her expression cold and unyielding. "Yeah?" she asks with a dismissive wave of her hand. Osborne watches her go, his eyes filled with a dark and vengeful promise. Carol walks down the hallway, the light from the overhead lamps reflecting in her glasses. "Woo!" she exclaims, her voice filled with a sense of triumph. The security door slams shut with a loud and final sound. Cloom! The impact echoes through the hallway. Osborne stands in the middle of his cell, his head bowed and his fists clenched. The sparsely furnished room offers him little comfort as the reality of his situation sinks in. Carol continues down the hallway, the soldiers following close behind. "You still medicating him?" she asks. "Yes, ma'am. Up the dose." "Yes, ma'am," the soldier replies. Back at the school, MJ and Peter are walking down the hallway together. MJ is holding the robotic baby, her expression one of pure frustration. "This is a nightmare," she groans. Peter looks at her with a mix of sympathy and amusement. "MJ, how am I supposed to carry a baby around all day? I have powers and responsibilities." MJ looks at him with a pointed stare. "Why don't you give it to your lunchtime girlfriend?" Peter looks back at her with a shocked expression. "What? This sucks. I didn't do this." MJ rubs her temples, her face contorted in frustration. "Arg, I'm not blaming you. I'm commiserating." Peter looks at her with a skeptically raised eyebrow. "It sounds a little like you're blaming me." They walk toward a locker, the tension between them thick. "That's because you always feel guilty about something," MJ mutters. Suddenly, Kitty Pryde walks up to them holding her own robotic baby. Hi, do we all agree this is a nightmare?" "Completely," MJ replies. Kitty looks at MJ with a small, conciliatory smile. "So, I'll take the baby. I'll do the diary or whatever, you can have half the grade." MJ looks at her with a skeptically raised eyebrow. No, you do it together." "It's okay," Kitty starts to say. MJ cuts her off. "The amount of work it will take you to make it look like it was both of you who did the project together. You might as well do the project together." Kitty looks at Peter, her expression unreadable. "No, we'll figure out a way to just..." MJ looks at her with a firm gaze. "You fought the Kingpin, and Yao you fought evil mutants. We can all get through this." They walk down the crowded hallway, the robotic babies drawing attention from their classmates. "Really?" Peter asks. MJ looks back at him. "I trust you." "Well, I trust him. I hate myself, but I trust him." Flash Thompson walks up to them, his expression mocking. "So, hey, is yours like a half-mutant baby?" he asks, gesturing toward Kitty's baby. Kenny McFarlane looks at Flash with a look of pure disgust. "Half-mutant, half-spasmo? A spasmutant," Flash jokes, laughing at his own cruel comment. Peter and Kitty look at him with a mix of shock and anger. "Oh, man," Peter mutters. Suddenly, a student in a white jacket, Kenny McFarlane, steps forward and slams Flash against a locker. "Hey, smack," the impact sounds. Flash's head snaps back, his eyes wide with shock. "Og," he cries out in pain. Kenny keeps Flash pinned to the locker, his face contorted in anger. "Dude, apologize," he commands. Flash looks at him with a confused and terrified expression. "What? Say you're sorry," Kenny shouts, his voice echoing through the hallway. Kenny pushes Flash away, his expression one of pure contempt. "Have another cookie," he spits out. Flash stumbles back, his face flushed with embarrassment. Kenny turns toward MJ and Peter. "Are you okay?" Peter starts to say. MJ looks at Kenny with a look of genuine admiration. Yeah, that was nice." Flash looks back at them, his expression one of pure humiliation. "I'm sorry. God, what's gotten into you? Stay puffed," he mutters to Kenny. Kenny looks at him with a steady gaze. "Just sick of your racist percentash, man." Kitty looks at Peter, her expression softening for the first time. "Well, nothing like you. I mean, you're in the X-Men." I've been banished here," Kitty replies with a smirk. "Here ain't so no wait, it is bad." So what movie?" Peter asks. Kitty looks at Kenny and MJ. "Well, look at that. He just stole the mother of my child." "Kidding." Peter looks at MJ with a small, awkward smile. "You're funnier with your mask on," MJ says with a smirk. Peter looks away, his face flushed. Kenny and MJ walk away together, the rest of the class looking on with interest. Oh yeah, it was just one line. Still, that's cool, MJ says with a grin. Peter and Kitty watch them go, the tension between them still palpable. This is Kenny. Kenny is our pal, he's a great guy, but that was a truly historic moment there. Oh, he was in a movie, Kitty says thoughtfully. Back at SHIELD headquarters, Carol Danvers is sitting in the control room, surrounded by monitors and high-tech equipment. Magneto? Check. Electro Guy? Check. Otto Octavius? Check. Oh man, Harry Osborn. We keep him elsewhere. Oh, him you keep elsewhere. This is insane, Carol exclaims. One of the technicians looks at Carol with a serious expression. Ma'am, I understand it's a logistical nightmare. It's a logistical impossibility. And you're telling me that there is no contingency plan? Even after the Hulk got out, even after the Carol continues, her voice filled with frustration. The technician looks back at Carol, his expression grave. Ma'am, we leak a sleeping agent into their ventilation system. They don't wake up for over 48 hours. But meanwhile, all these maniacs in our basement, we're sitting on a powder keg, a nuclear bomb. Suddenly, a second technician speaks up, his voice filled with panic. Ma'am, Carol looks at him with a frown. What now? It's Osborn's cell, it's dark. Carol's eyes go wide with shock. As in, someone turned off the lights, she asks. As in, the monitors are all dead. His vitals visual, the technician explains. Carol shouts into her intercom. Who's down there? Cell Block 7, this is command. Report. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the Triskelion, a giant ball of fire erupting from the side of the building. Boom! The sound echoes for miles. Maybe it's just the technician starts to say as the facility is engulfed in flames. A grainy security monitor flickers to life, focusing on the intense, unwavering eyes of a man pushed to the brink. You don't know me, Norman Osborn whispers to the silent camera. He believes the world has built a lie around his name, but the truth is far more dangerous. He leans forward, his face a mask of cold calculation as he lists the titles they've given him. Norman Osborn the monster, Norman Osborn the villain he sneers. He wonders if he is merely a cautionary tale to them, a ghost story told in the halls of SHIELD. Inside the sterile, high-security cell, Osborn stands defiant against the invisible presence of his captor. Whatever makes you feel better about yourself, Fury, he calls out. He invites the director to take everything, his funding, his son, his dignity, because he knows something Fury doesn't. A SHIELD technician watches the feed, her expression a mix of mockery and unease as Norman taunts them. Keep me locked up in here. Watch me carefully, he goads. He welcomes the drugs and the tests, almost as if he's daring his biology to react. The shadow of a guard looms outside the heavy containment door, a silent sentinel to a brewing storm. Do whatever you can to oppress me. Give it your best, Norman's voice echoes through the speakers. He wants them to be absolutely certain they have tried their best to ruin him, for what comes next will be their failure alone. Norman stands in the center of the room, his silhouette casting a long, menacing shadow against the glowing floor. Is this it? Is this all you got, he asks with a chilling calmness. He announces that it is finally his turn, and he promises to destroy them all while they watch helplessly. The camera zooms in on Norman's closed eyes, capturing the twitch of a man who sees a different reality behind his lids. You want to know my secrets, he states. He knows they crave the Oz formula, the key to his evolution, and the truth behind the creation of Spiderman and Dr. Octopus. Deep within his veins, microscopic cells begin to mutate, glowing with a sickly, iridescent green light. But you can't know. Because what is happening inside me is constantly evolving, Norman explains. He describes a cellular tickle, a physical sensation of his humanity being rewritten from the inside out. Norman opens his eyes, revealing a cold, predatory light that suggests he is no longer entirely human. You hire people I wouldn't hire to mop my laboratory floors, he insults. He tells Fury that despite all the drugs and tests, the true work he has done remains a mystery to them. He sits on the edge of his cot, a captive king in a concrete cage, waiting for the clock to strike midnight. Something you simply do not have the capacity to comprehend, he claims. As they stare at him through the glass, he continues to evolve into something beyond their science. The cellular mutation accelerates, cells bursting and reshaping in a violent display of genetic alchemy. You could have had this, Fury. This was yours for the taking, Norman's voice drips with a strange kind of regret. He believes he offered them godhood, and they responded with shackles. The reflection in the security camera lens shows the small, isolated figure of a man who once held the world in his hands. I wanted to provide you your freedom, he says, twisting the narrative of his own ambition. Instead of a super soldier, he feels they gave him a cell and stole his legacy. Gaze narrows, focusing with a terrifying intensity that seems to pierce through the monitor and look directly at Nick Fury. Are you watching, Fury, he challenges. He speaks of evolution and energy displacement, a warning that the containment field is about to meet its match. Inside his body, the Oz formula reaches a critical mass, the green cells overwhelming the red in a tide of power. The displacement Norman mentioned isn't just theoretical, it's becoming a physical reality. The very air in the cell begins to hum with static tension. Norman's face begins to distort, his skin tightening as the energy inside him seeks an escape route. Waves of heat radiate from his form, blurring the security image. He is no longer just a man, he is a reactor reaching the point of no return. The security camera sparks and explodes, the electronic eye blinded by the sudden surge of raw, unbridled power. This is the moment Norman promised. The silence of the Triskelion is about to be shattered forever. White-hot energy erupts from Norman's back, tearing through his clothing like wings of pure plasma. The cell's walls begin to crack under the pressure of the transformation. Shield's ultimate prisoner is shedding his human skin. He clutches his head as the transformation takes hold, his body wreathed in flickering orange and yellow flames. The sheer agony of the process is matched only by the exhilaration of the power he feels. He is becoming the nightmare he was always meant to be. The entire room is consumed by a localized sun, Norman's silhouette standing tall amidst a vortex of fire and light. The reinforced glass of the observation deck begins to melt. The hunters have become the prey in an instant. Through the inferno, the glowing eyes of the goblin burn with a hateful, ancient light. He has transcended the limits of the human form. Now, the only thing left to do is to tear down the walls of his prison. A massive explosion rocks the foundations of the Triskelion, sending a pillar of fire through the lower levels. Guards are thrown backward as the shockwave shatters concrete and steel. The containment sector has been breached with terrifying force. Secondary explosions ripple through the hallways, cutting off escape routes and plunging the facility into chaos. Debris rains down on the automated defenses, rendering them useless. In the smoke, something massive and monstrous begins to move. On the landing pad above, a SHIELD helicopter is engulfed in the rising fireball as the structure gives way. The pride of Nick Fury's fleet is being dismantled from the inside out. The Triskelion, once an impregnable fortress, is now a tomb. From across the bay, the iconic spire of the SHIELD headquarters erupts like a volcano against the twilight sky. The explosion is visible for miles, a signal to the world that the order of things has been violently upended. The Green Goblin has returned. In the wreckage of Subbasement 9, a bloodied guard crawls through the dust, coughing as he reaches for his radio. "Somebody get down here with..." He gasps before his voice fails. The transmission cuts to static as the shadows close in around him. The Green Goblin stands amidst the ruins, his massive, hulking form wreathed in blue electrical discharge. He towers over the fallen SHIELD agents, his breathing a wet, guttural growl. "You cage us like monkeys," his transformed voice rumbles through the smoke. Panicked guards level their weapons at the beast, their hands shaking as they realize their bullets are useless. "Stand down, don't you move or I'll..." One soldier stammers. He is staring into the face of a god complex made flesh, and he knows it. The goblin raises a hand, and a sphere of concentrated flame begins to form in his palm. Children, he mocks. He views their technology and their bravery as nothing more than the toys of infants playing at war. Beside the monstrous Osborn, a young woman with blonde hair stands in the smoke, her expression one of grim determination. She is an unlikely companion for a monster, but in this new world, alliances are forged in the fires of survival. The goblin looks down at his enemies, ready to burn it all away. The woman walks past the goblin, her small frame silhouetted against the devastation of the Triskelion. She doesn't look back at the chaos she's leaving behind. For her, this is just the beginning of a long-overdue retribution. Norman looks up through the gaping hole in the ceiling, the numbers of the facility floors twisted and broken. Can you feel it happening? Fury, he calls out into the night. He wants his jailer to know that the walls have finally come down. But Norman isn't the only one who escaped the collapse. In the shadows of the machinery, another prisoner emerges. Otto Octavius, the man known as Dr. Octopus, stands with his mechanical arms twitching. Norman wonders if Otto will join him in this new crusade, or if his old rival still harbors a grudge. The silence between the two titans is broken by the sudden strike of a metallic tentacle slamming into Norman's chest. Just so you know. I gave you up to the feds, Norman, Otto reveals with a cold, intellectual spite. He admits that he was the one who sold Osborn out the first chance he got. The force of the blow sends the goblin skidding backward through the rubble, his claws carving furrows in the floor. Otto isn't finished, his mechanical arms poised for another strike. He declares that Norman is simply wasting his time and standing in his way. Below them, in the subterranean corridors, SHIELD tactical teams scramble to regroup, unaware of the civil war happening above. #you, Otto, Norman roars, his anger boiling over. He accuses Octavius of ruining his moment and giving Fury time to mount a defense. The goblin lunges forward, his fist glowing with heat as he strikes at Otto's mechanical harness. I gave them the formula. I gave it to them, he bellows, recounting the gifts he believes he bestowed. He feels betrayed that the man he freed would turn on him in the hour of their escape. A mechanical arm lashes out, catching the goblin midair with a precision that defies the chaos of the room. Idiot. Stop fighting with me. Go, leave. Otto commands. He senses something the goblin is too blinded by rage to see. The hunters are closing in. High above the facility, the sky is filled with the arrival of SHIELD's heavy hitters, flying in on jetpacks and repulsors. Captain America, Iron Man, and Thor lead the charge, a literal wall of heroes descending on the Triskelion. Fury's heroes, Otto notes with a hint of dread. Norman catches a mechanical claw in his hand, the metal groaning under his supernatural strength. Why is that, Norman? What have we created? Otto asks, his voice cracking with the weight of their shared failure. He believes their mutual insanity is the reason they are destined to fail. The goblin raises a sphere of fire, the heat so intense it begins to blister the air around him. After all I've done for you, he snarls at Octavius. He curses his former colleague, wishing for his skin to melt so he can live with the scars of his betrayal. The fire hits a mechanical arm, the metal glowing white-hot and shattering under the thermal stress. Otto stumbles back, his defense momentarily broken by the goblin's raw power. Norman. Now stop that, he yells, pleading for a shred of rationality that no longer exists. Norman leaps into the air, a demonic figure silhouetted against the flames of the Triskelion. Aren't you at all impressed with my structural evolution? He shrieks. He is a creature of pure ego, demanding worship even as the building falls around them. With a sickening crunch, a massive beam falls from the ceiling, pinning Octavius under tons of reinforced concrete. The mechanical arms flail uselessly against the weight. Norman looks down, telling his rival to take a moment to marvel at the destruction they've caused. The smoke clears for a moment, showing the goblin standing victoriously over the ruined body of his peer. The Triskelion is a graveyard of dreams and science, but the victory is hollow, for the sound of approaching engines is getting louder. Norman turns away from the fallen Octavius, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Don't you know I created you? Don't you know I'm your god? He whispers. He leaves his rival in the dirt, heading toward the light of the city and the next phase of his plan. Suddenly, a bolt of blinding blue electricity arcs across the room, striking another escaped prisoner with lethal force. The air smells of ozone as the current surges through the area. Another player has entered the fray, and he's not looking for conversation. The goblin watches as the electricity subsides, leaving a smoking figure collapsed on the ground. He growls in frustration, his momentum halted by this new interference. He is looking for allies, but all he finds are more variables. A figure made of pure, glowing energy hovers in the center of the room, arms crossed in a pose of casual power. Hey, Osborne, that you in there? What's the plan? He asks. It's Max Dillon, the man they call Electro, and he looks bored with the apocalypse. Norman recognizes the power Dillon wields and sees an opportunity in the glowing blue eyes. Find me in a few days. There will be work, he orders. Dillon, looking for a payday on the outside, agrees to the audition, even as he notes that Osborne is completely insane. Dillon blasts off through a hole in the wall, leaving a trail of lightning in his wake. Good to see you again. Good times, he calls back. Behind him, a SHIELD tactical team finally reaches the room, their weapons hot. Freeze, or we will shoot you. They scream. The goblin looks out over the burning remains of the Triskelion, the city of New York sprawled out beneath him like a banquet. I know I'm a monster. I know what I have become, he muses. He accepts his new nature, finding a dark clarity in the destruction he has wrought. Gunships swarm the area, their machine guns opening fire and peppering the goblin's thick hide. He roars at the sky, his hands glowing as he prepares to swat them down like flies. He contrasts his monstrous honesty with Fury's self-righteous lies. The roar of the machine guns is deafening as bullets spark off the goblin's armored skin. You think you're actually he starts, his words cut off by the sheer volume of the assault. He is being pushed to the edge, but he is far from defeated. A stray missile hits a nearby structure, sending a shower of sparks into the dark waters of the bay. The battle is spilling out of the facility and toward the civilian docks. The stakes are rising with every passing second. SHIELD pilots coordinate over their comms, confirming a direct hit on the target as the goblin disappears into a cloud of smoke. Suspect is down. Hold your fire, the commander orders. They believe the nightmare is over, but they have underestimated Norman Osborn before. Inside the cockpit of the lead chopper, the pilot wipes sweat from his brow, his eyes scanning the thermal sensors for any sign of life. Confirm hit, over, he repeats. He is waiting for a certainty that will never come, his heart pounding against his ribs. Deep beneath the surface of the bay, the goblin crouches among the wreckage of a sunken pier. The cold water does nothing to douse the fire burning in his soul. He is a predator in his element, waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. He looks up, his glowing orange eyes cutting through the murky depths like twin beacons of hate. He sees the silhouettes of the helicopters hovering above the surface. He is a monster of the deep now, and the surface world is about to feel his wrath. Bubbles rise to the surface as the goblin launches himself upward with the force of a torpedo. The water around him boils from the heat radiating from his body. The pilots above have no idea that the hunter is about to become the hunted. The lead chopper pilot spots a sudden disturbance in the water just before a green blur erupts from the waves. We have a he begins to shout, but the warning is too late. The goblin is airborne again, his fists wreathed in fire. He roars as he reaches the apex of his jump, his arms spread wide like a gargoyle reclaiming the sky. The sheer impossibility of his survival sends a wave of terror through the SHIELD pilots. He is a force of nature that cannot be contained. With a violent burst of flame, the goblin slams into the side of a pursuing helicopter, his claws tearing through the reinforced fuselage. The aircraft groans under the impact, spinning out of control as the engine fails. One by one, the walls of the sky are falling. Inside the crashing chopper, the pilot screams into his radio, his words lost in the screech of tearing metal. Backslash, we are under attack. Repeat, we are under hostile backslash. A green claw smashes through the windshield, ending the transmission. The goblin clings to the side of the burning aircraft as it tumbles toward the water, a dark passenger on a one-way trip to oblivion. He leaps off at the last possible second, his body silhouetted against the exploding debris. He is a master of the exit. He lands on the wreckage of another pier, his breathing heavy but his spirit unbroken. He looks up at the remaining helicopters, a challenge in his eyes. He is daring them to come closer, to try and finish what they started. A massive fireball consumes the harbor as the second helicopter hits a fuel depot, lighting up the night with a terrifying brilliance. The goblin stands in the center of the inferno, a dark god of the New York docks. He is exactly where he wants to be. He watches the destruction with a cold, detached fascination, the screams of the dying lost in the roar of the flames. He is a being who has transcended the need for empathy. For him, this is not a tragedy. It's a manifesto written in fire. The goblin looks up at the towering skyscrapers of Manhattan, his gaze lingering on the penthouse he once called home. Backslash, this is all on you, fury. All of it backslash, he whispers. He is shifting the blame for his own madness onto the man who tried to stop it. He promises a reckoning that will be broadcast to the entire nation, a public trial for the secrets of SHIELD backslash. They will crucify you on national television for this, backslash, he vows. He is a monster with a public relations strategy, and that makes him more dangerous than ever. The final explosion at the docks sends a massive plume of smoke into the sky, a dark stain on the city's skyline. Backslash, still watching, Norman asks the invisible audience of his own mind. The stage is set for the second act of his revenge. On the streets of Manhattan, the first responders are already on the scene, fire trucks and ambulances racing through the smoke. The city is a wound that won't stop bleeding. In the shadows of an alleyway, a figure watches the chaos unfold with a terrifyingly calm expression. A man steps into a dark locker room, his movements methodical as he begins to shed his prison garb. He is stripping away the identity SHIELD gave him, reclaiming the man he was before the cells and the drugs. He is Norman Osborn again, and he has work to do. He puts on a clean shirt and adjusts his collar, his reflection in the mirror showing a face that is remarkably ordinary for a monster. He is hiding in plain sight, a wolf among the sheep. He is a master of the mask, and the world is about to see his most convincing performance yet. Outside, the police are busy carrying the injured and the dead away from the wreckage of the docks. The body count is rising, a silent testament to the goblin's power. Norman walks past the line of ambulances, his eyes fixed on the lights of a nearby television studio. In a luxury apartment uptown, a middle-aged man is getting dressed for an evening out, his phone pressed to his ear. Backslash, I want you to wear those black leather boots with the backslash, he starts, his voice filled with the casual arrogance of the wealthy. He has no idea that a ghost is standing in his hallway. He stops mid-sentence, his eyes widening in shock as he sees the man standing in the doorway. The phone slips from his hand, clattering to the floor. He recognizes the face of the man who should be dead or buried in a hole under the triskelion. The intruder is Norman Osborn, and he looks like he's just stepped out of a boardroom instead of a burning prison. Backslash, Joseph, where's my money that you hid away for me in case of a rainy day backslash, he asks. He has come to collect his inheritance, and he isn't taking no for an answer. Joseph stammers, his voice trembling with fear as he reminds Norman that he is a fugitive from justice. Backslash, justice? You should have been disbarred the day after you passed the bar. Backslash, Norman counters with a chilling smile. He reminds his lawyer of the clients they shared, men like Wilson Fisk, who lived above the law. Norman leans in close, his voice a low, threatening hiss that chills Joseph to the bone. Backslash, I was held without a trial. Your words, backslash, he reminds him. He doesn't want an apology, he wants his money and his things, and if he doesn't get them, he promises a fiery end for his former associate. He tells Joseph to call Stanley, his publicist, his eyes gleaming with a new, media-savvy ambition. Backslash, they're going to catch you, backslash, Joseph warns, but Norman just smiles. He isn't planning on running, he's planning on being the main event. Norman checks his reflection in the mirror, adjusting his tie with a meticulous care that borders on the pathological. I need a booking. ASAP, he orders. He is ready for his close-up, and he believes the American public is ready for the story he has to tell. The news cycle is a whirlwind of panic and half-truths as the networks report on the calamitous events at the Triskelion. They speak of the Vulture being captured and Electro remaining at large. But the real story, the one they're afraid to tell, is the one about the man who was never supposed to leave his cell. Grainy home video footage shows the Vulture being slammed through a brick wall by a red and blue blur. Vulture captured, Electro at large, The ticker tape screams at the bottom of the screen. The city is a battlefield, and the heroes are struggling to keep up with the chaos. A news anchor with a concerned expression delivers the latest updates on the mutant terrorists roaming the streets. Dozens dead, she reports, her voice trembling slightly. The Triskelion secrets are leaking out, and the public's trust in SHIELD is beginning to crumble. She reports on a Pier helicopter crash that has killed 11 people, the images of the burning wreckage flashing on the screen. The city is in mourning, but also in fear. Everyone is asking the same question: who is responsible for this nightmare? The anchor introduces a world exclusive, a guest with shocking revelations about the Triskelion and SHIELD's incarceration methods. Patsy, she prompts, turning to the on-site correspondent. The world holds its breath as the guest is revealed. Patsy Walker, looking pale and determined, introduces the man the world thought they would never see again. He is here, live, she announces. Beside her sits Norman Osborn, looking every bit the wronged philanthropist and scientist. He is ready to tell his version of the truth. In the SHIELD command center, Nick Fury watches the broadcast with a mounting sense of dread. Mr. President, I assure you, Magneto is still safe. He says into his secure line, his words ringing hollow. He realizes that Osborn has outplayed him on a level he never anticipated. A SHIELD agent bursts into the room, her voice frantic as she reports the casualties and the chaos in the facility. Nick Fury didn't exactly leave me with an instruction manual, another officer shouts back. The command structure is failing just as the public's confidence is being dismantled live on air. The officer stares at the phone in her hand, her face a mask of disbelief as she realizes the president is on the other end of the line. The political fallout of Osborn's escape is reaching the highest levels of government. The world is watching, and SHIELD is losing the narrative. She looks up at the massive monitor in the room, Norman's face filling the screen with a calm, practiced sincerity. Sound. Give me sound. She screams. She needs to hear exactly how he is going to destroy them before the first words leave his mouth. On screen, Norman's silhouette is strong and dignified as he begins to speak of his losses. They took away my son, my home, my company. He says, his voice a masterpiece of controlled grief. He claims he was put in jail without ever being told what he did wrong. The camera zooms in on his eyes, catching a glimmer of a tear that seems all too real to the millions watching at home. I didn't do anything but try and help this country, he claims. He is painting himself as a patriot betrayed by the very shadows he once served. Patsy Walker looks on, her expression one of genuine shock as Osborn continues his assault on SHIELD's reputation. He is a master orator, weaving a tale of government overreach and personal tragedy. He is winning over the hearts of a fearful nation. Norman pauses for dramatic effect, his hand reaching up to touch his temple in a gesture of weary suffering. Are you watching, Fury? The subtitle asks. He is speaking to one man, but he is using the entire world as his megaphone. Patsy asks a follow-up question, her voice trembling with the weight of the moment. She is part of the story now, an accidental accomplice in Osborn's grand design. She is witnessing the birth of a new kind of villain, one who uses truth as a weapon. Norman looks directly into the lens, his gaze seemingly searching for a specific face in the crowd. He is a man with a message, and he is determined to deliver it to the one person who can truly understand the depths of his genius. Patsy points a finger at him, her eyes wide as she asks about the monster they call the Goblin. She wants to know the truth about the creature that leveled the Triskelion. She is playing right into his hands, giving him the perfect opening. Norman sighs, a sound of profound disappointment in the man who caught him. And Nick Fury stopped you, the correspondent notes. Osborn shakes his head, as if the director's actions were merely the tantrums of a child who didn't understand the work being done. He turns his head, his profile sharp and predatory against the blue backdrop of the studio. He is a man who knows his angles, even as he speaks of the dark transformation that has been forced upon him. He is a monster pretending to be a victim, and he is excelling at it. He bows his head, clutching a handkerchief as he seemingly succumbs to the emotion of the moment. He is a tragedy in 3 acts, and the audience is captivated. He is a man who has lost everything, or so he wants them to believe. Patsy looks at him with a mix of pity and fear, the world around her fading as she gets lost in the gravity of his words. I'm burying you alive, he tells Fury in his mind. He is using the airwaves to entomb his enemy in a prison of public opinion. He wipes a tear from his eye, his voice breaking as he mentions a name that should remain a secret. And I haven't forgotten about you, Peter Parker, he says. It's a coded message, a threat disguised as a lament, sent directly to the one person who can stop him. Patsy stares at him, her mouth agape as she realizes the gravity of the name he just dropped. I could blurt out all your secrets right here, Peter. He thinks. He is holding the life of a teenager in his hands, using it as a bargaining chip on a national stage. The camera pulls in tight on Norman's face, showing the tears streaming down his cheeks. But I still need you, Peter, he says. He is a monster with a heart of stone, and he is calling his favorite student back to the classroom for one final lesson. In the crowded streets of New York, life continues in the shadow of the elevated train, people moving with the hurried pace of a city that has seen too much. But in the middle of the throng, Peter Parker and MJ stand frozen, their world collapsing in real time. Norman's words echo through the city like a death knell. They stand in front of an electronics repair shop, dozens of televisions in the window, all showing the same tear-stained face of Norman Osborn. He is everywhere. There is no corner of the world where Peter can hide from the gaze of his creator. Peter looks up at the screen, his face a mask of pure terror,